Ex-I Ambassador Dodd finds Berlin an unpleasant spot for a Wilsonian Democrat. Nazi Germany makes a friendly gesture towards America. While the Roosevelt administration was rapidly dissipating a large fund of Italian goodwill for the United States, a more serious crisis was developing in German-American relations. During the spring and early summer of 1933, the prospect seemed bright. When Ambassador Dodd arrived in Berlin on July 13, he discovered that the Germans seemed very friendly. 2 days later, he was presented to Konstantin von Neurath, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, who proved most agreeable. It was not long before Louis P. Lochner of the Associated Press informed Dodd that one of Chancellor Hitler's friends had extended an invitation to the new ambassador to meet the Führer at a quiet secret luncheon, where the relations between America and Germany could be frankly discussed. Dodd repelled this friendly gesture, but he did consent to call upon the family of Professor Henry Wood of Johns Hopkins University. In the Wood circle, he found the conversation was good, although the tone was quite Hitlerite. On July 17, Dodd sent to Secretary Hull a long dispatch dealing with economic conditions in the Reich. Dr. Frick, the Minister of the Interior, was sparing no effort to improve the situation. He had issued a stern order forbidding irresponsible Nazi officials to interfere in business affairs. It should now be clear that the German Revolution was finished. The Nazi Party would devote all future efforts to lawful constructive work. There was no doubt that Hitler was strongly in support of this conservative movement, and Dodd regarded the Chancellor's program as a courageous step. These favorable comments were repeated in a much louder tone by Lord Rothermere, whose estimate of Nazi Germany was couched in the friendliest tone. Of all the historic changes in our time, this upset of Germany under Hitler has been the quickest and most complete and significant. The German people are filled with the courage of a crusade. It would be fruitless and unfair to regret this rebirth of the German spirit. It is Germany's good fortune that it has found a leader who can bring together all the youthful elements in the country. The friendly attitude of the Nazi government was further demonstrated in connection with the arrest of a young American student from New York who had boasted of his communist faith. He was promptly arrested and for a while kept incommunicado despite the efforts of Mr. Messerschmitt to get in touch with him. Mr. Messerschmitt was finally successful, and after ascertaining the facts in the case, he authorized Mr. Maurer and Mr. Knickerbocker to cable the story to their papers in the United States. Ambassador Dodd noted that Mr. Messerschmitt did not have the courtesy to act in this matter with the permission of the embassy. It developed that the young communist was an indiscreet sort of fellow. When Mr. Dodd intervened in his behalf, he was immediately released and shipped to New York. On August 3, Dodd was entertained by the ebullient Karl von Wiegand, a veteran newspaper correspondent who disclosed many aspects of diplomacy hitherto unknown to the ambassador. Although von Wiegand was sympathetic with the Hitler group, he impressed Dodd most favorably. Dodd had not yet closed his mind to favorable impressions of Germans and of Germany, and even Mr. Messerschmitt was at times able to see something in the German scene that was not repellent. In August 1933, it was apparent to Messerschmitt that the Nazi authorities were anxious to create a more friendly American public opinion. When a group of young American Boy Scouts visited Munich, they were given such a friendly reception that the leader remarked that Hitler was making true socialism a reality. When some cadets of the United States Coast Guard Service passed through Berlin, they were made the guests of the city. During a dinner given in their honor, one of the German officials expressed the hope that the cadets, when they returned to the United States, would disabuse the American mind of the stories of outrages and persecutions of persons not connected with the Nazi movement. Mr. Messerschmitt also called the attention of Secretary Hull to the recent statements of Mr. Joseph E. Ritter in the Berliner Tageblatt. Mr. Ritter, owner of the New Yorker Staatszeitung, had confided to a reporter of the Tageblatt that he had found the atmosphere in Germany one of clear honesty in all things, whether it is in the political, commercial, or cultural field. On August 12, Mr. Dodd sent to President Roosevelt a letter describing the German scene. There was sharp friction between Germany and Great Britain over the disarmament issue. The situation was so strained that the British military attaché in Berlin reported a recent conversation with Winston Churchill to the effect that their government is ready, on the request of France, to apply utmost force against Germany. it was evident to Dodd that the Nazi authorities were going out of their way to court American goodwill. One reason for this conciliatory attitude was the fact that all revolutionary movements, as soon as they are firmly fixed, swing a little to the right. Because of this growing conservatism in the Nazi Party, Dodd believed that if the president could restrain the British and the French, he was confident that the situation in Berlin would ease off. Dodd declines to attend the Nuremberg Party Congress. But despite these Nazi gestures of conciliation, Dodd was very cautious about taking any step that would indicate his approval of the Hitler regime. The program of anti-Semitism sponsored by the Nazis had many implications that were deeply distasteful to Dodnin, and he was fully aware of the wave of anti-Hitler sentiment that was sweeping over the United States. In view of this situation, he decided to ask for instructions with reference to acceptance of the invitation to attend the Nazi Party Congress at Nuremberg during the first week in September. William Phillips, the acting Secretary of State, promptly informed Dodd that he did not feel that it would be advisable for the department to take any initiative or act directly in the matter. The implications of the local situation are better known to you than to the department, and I rely on your judgment to deal with this question with the minimum of embarrassment to yourself or to this government. Mr. Phillips then advised consultation with the French and British ambassadors in Berlin. But Dodd did not wish to take the responsibility of acting upon his own judgment. He had consulted with the British Chargé d'Affaires, who was undecided as to his course of action. The French ambassador had not heard from the Foreign Office, and could give no indication of the attitude of his government. After wrestling with this diplomatic indecision, Dodd felt constrained to make another appeal to the Department of State for instructions. He found Mr. Phillips distinctly coy. The acting secretary felt that this government should not take the lead in this matter. The British and French have as much, if not more, at stake than we, and I should not wish to give them an opportunity later to justify a decision by claiming that it was made at the instance of this government. Once more, the matter was placed in the hands of Mr. Dodd, who finally declined the invitation on the ground that I could not absent myself from Berlin long enough to have the pleasure of accepting. C. American citizens are roughly handled by stormtroopers. Ambassador Dodd's implausible excuse with reference to non-attendance during the exercises of the Nazi celebration at Nuremberg was regarded as a clear indication of his feeling towards the Hitler government. Some Nazi officials were now ready to show their feeling of hostility for the Roosevelt regime. At times, American citizens were roughly handled without the slightest excuse, and despite the protests of the ambassador, these incidents were repeated. Even before Mr. Dodd had declined the Nuremberg invitation, Dr. Daniel Mulvihill, an American citizen, had been assaulted by some members of the storm troops, Sturmabteilung. Mulvihill was watching a parade of SA men along the Unter den Linden. When he failed to give the Nazi salute to the German colors, he was attacked and beaten. A protest was promptly filed with the Foreign Office and the Prussian Ministry of the Interior. The ministry gave assurances of immediate satisfactory action. Group leader Karl Ernst of the Berlin SA apologized to Dodd for the offense, and the offending stormtrooper was imprisoned. On this particular occasion, Bernhard von Bülow, Under Secretary of State, paid a visit to the American embassy for a frank and cordial conversation with Mr. Dodd. He explained that the Nazi armament and drill work was purely defensive, and in part as a means of training younger people to more serious attitudes toward life. When Dodd warned that the slightest aggression of Germany on any of her frontiers would likely produce a European conflict, von Bülow replied, "That is exactly what I think." He then observed that whether the Treaty of Versailles forbids or not, we shall build anti-aircraft and anti-tank guns and defenses if the Geneva Conference does not bring about a reduction of air armaments in France. In conclusion, von Bülow strongly deprecated the lurid nature of the accounts in American newspapers of alleged German atrocities. Dodd then explained to von Bülow the relationship of the press to government and agreed that many articles which appear in our papers are exaggerated, and also said to him that I would endeavor to influence the Chicago Daily News in its treatment of the Maurer case. Both of us agreed that Maurer had overstepped the proper limitations. I, of course, told him that Maurer is leaving on August 31, for which he expressed thanks. D. Professor Kohr tries to improve German-American relations. In Berlin, Dodd soon discovered that there were many unofficial ambassadors of goodwill who were constantly working to create better feeling between Nazi Germany and the United States. In the early days of August 1933, Professor John F. Core called at the American Embassy for a conversation with Mr. Dodd. Core had been born in Germany of American parents and apparently knew a great deal about conditions in the Reich. He was about to leave for a visit to Hitler at Berchtesgaden and wished to discuss certain problems with Dodd. The ambassador insisted that the Nazi persecution of the Jews was alienating American sentiment, and Core agreed with this viewpoint. On August 16, Core returned to Berlin after his conference with Hitler. Apparently Dodd's words of warning had been wasted upon the Chancellor, who informed Core that the Jews were the world's greatest curse, which he was determined to lift. But Hitler did not wish to undertake this task by himself. He authorized Professor Core to inform President Roosevelt of Hitler's willingness to open diplomatic discussion with our administration, if he can be personally assured of this administration's attitude in certain matters. The President consented to see Core, but was ill when he arrived in Washington, and Secretary Hull was so occupied with the Cuban crisis that he could spare no time for a conference with the anxious professor. Core finally had an extended conversation with Mr. Moffat, Chief of the Division of Western European Affairs, who reported to Secretary Hull the substance of Core's remarks. Hull then assured Core by mail that his views had been of great help, but inasmuch as the situation in Germany was changing from day to day, it is impossible to give you from this end the type of information you desire. George Sylvester Viereck offers to assist the President as Professor Core moved off the Washington stage. His place was taken by George Sylvester Viereck. Viereck had been an important American literary figure before 1914. During the years from 1914 to 1917, he had been the editor of The Fatherland, a pro-German periodical. After the World War, Colonel House employed him to write an account of the House-Wilson relations during the war and during the troublous sessions of the Paris Peace Conference. While he was preparing his volume for publication, The Strangest Friendship in History, he came across the House-Gray Agreement of February 22, 1960. This agreement was a secret understanding between Britain and the United States, and in accordance with its terms, America would give diplomatic assistance to Britain and France whenever they issued a call for help. This diplomatic assistance would be gradually transformed into military support at the most favorable moment. House believed that President Wilson had such secure control over Congress that the war-making power really resided in the chief executive. When the President endorsed the House-Gray Agreement, the American people were secretly bound to share the military fortunes of the Allied powers whenever these powers would invoke the agreement. Viereck was greatly shocked when he realized all the implications of the House-Gray Agreement. Secret diplomacy had been one of the most important causes of the World War, and apparently it could have plunged America into that conflict in 1916 if Allied leaders had made the most of their opportunities. It was not difficult for Viereck to see that secret executive agreements could easily involve the United States in future wars. Filled with foreboding as to the future of America, Viereck wrote to President Roosevelt and called his attention to the dark side of Wilson's foreign policy during the eventful years 1915 to 1917. He felt free to write in this intimate manner to the President because he had once served as the ghostwriter for 3 articles that had appeared in Liberty magazine over the signature of Franklin D. Roosevelt. On October 11, 1933, Viereck wrote another letter to the President in which he once more directed his attention to the House-Gray Agreement. You may remember some time ago I called your attention to a gentleman's agreement which bound the United States to the chariot of the Entente. My article was published in Liberty and was subsequently included in my book The Strangest Friendship in History, a study of the psychic messmateship between Woodrow Wilson and Colonel House. At the time when I sent you the Liberty article, you asked me to talk the matter over with you. I did not avail myself of that very kind invitation because I had no remedy to suggest. The more I think about the problem, the more I discover that it is impossible to maintain an international policy without some such informal understandings. I discussed the matter with Senator Gore and Senator Borah, but neither had any concrete suggestion to make which I could have offered to you. I have just returned from Germany, where I had the opportunity to talk frankly to Chancellor Hitler, Foreign Minister von Neurath, Vice-Chancellor von Papen, Minister of Economics Schmidt, to Goebbels, Minister of Propaganda, Finance Minister Schacht, and others. I also had some rather interesting talks with the Crown Prince, with Emperor William at dawn, and with our own Ambassador Dodd. Colonel House thinks that possibly some of the facts I learned may be of interest to you. If so, I shall be very glad to present these to you. It seems to me that the United States owes a debt of honor to Germany originating with the 14 points. The only way our government can pay this debt is by using its utmost efforts to maintain peace and to restrain the victors of 1918 from pursuing an unfair advantage over Germany. I am delighted that your administration, so brilliant in its achievements at home, seems likely to be equally distinguished and brilliant abroad. At any rate, it seems dear that under your regime the United States will not again permit itself to be made the catspaw for other powers in their selfish struggle for predominance. The President was slow in sending a reply to this letter from Viereck. Finally, on November 3, Louis Howe extended to him an invitation to visit Washington so that he could talk things over with Secretary Hull or with Under-Secretary of State William Phillips. Viereck next wrote to Secretary Hull and enclosed a copy of the letter from Mr. Howe. He remarked that he had recently talked with many of the Nazi leaders, including Chancellor Hitler. It was possible that a stray bit of information or interpretation may possibly be helpful in one way or another. Secretary Hull turned Viereck's letter over to Mr. Phillips, who arranged for a conference. What happened at this conference is not disclosed in any memoranda in the Department of State. According to Viereck, he had a pleasant talk with Phillips and with the heads of the various departments in the Department of State. I told them that Hitler was the overcompensation of Germany's inferiority complex. I also said that Anschluss was inevitable and that it was desired even more in Austria than it was in Germany. Incidentally, Hull gave me a special letter which recommended me to all diplomatic representatives of the United States in Europe. But this letter from Secretary Hull did not lead to any discussions abroad that helped to improve German-American relations. When Viereck, a little later, became a critic of the New Deal, he received from Fulton Arsler of Liberty magazine an ultimatum that I, Viereck, must either write an article, Why I Am Ashamed of Germany, and another endorsing the New Deal, or sever my relations with Liberty. If I agreed, he promised to restore my name on the cover and feature my articles. I refused. Mr. Viereck assures me that he did not talk with President Roosevelt during any of his administrations. This assurance makes distinctly doubtful the following statement by Mr. Owen H. Klaus in a letter to the President in March 1939. Mr. Viereck took it upon himself to tell the gathering of the Roland German-American Democratic Society of Greater New York, March 16, 1939, that a few years ago you, the President, told him personally that you considered it your principal ambition to destroy Hitler and Germany with him if it would be the last thing you did. It is not likely that the President would have expressed himself so bluntly to Mr. Viereck. Mr. Kaltenborn receives a lesson in incivility during these informal negotiations by amateur diplomats. Ambassador Dodd went to the residence of President Hindenburg in order formally to present his credentials. In the course of his conversation with the President, he found an opportunity to launch an attack upon the doctrine of economic nationalism, which was becoming increasingly popular in Germany. When he found his viewpoint warmly echoed by the great warrior, he suspected that Hindenburg might be engaging in some indirect criticism of the Nazi extremists. These extremists were constantly upsetting every little apple cart that Dodd and the German moderates were trying to push down the rough lanes of German-American diplomatic intercourse. On September 9, the Department of State issued a press release stating that Mr. Samuel B. Bossard and a son of Mr. H. V. Kaltenborn, noted radio commentator, had been assaulted because they had not given the Nazi salute while watching a parade. The German Foreign Office was prompt in expressing its deep regrets at such outrages, and it promised to take the most energetic action against the offenders. On September 14, Dodd had a conference with Baron von Neurath with regard to this matter. I acknowledged that Americans were negligent, but said that was their privilege. He assured me that he had recently gone over the matter with Goering, and also with the Chancellor, both agreeing that a stricter enforcement of the law would be made thereafter. Dodd was far more successful than Mr. Messerschmitt in receiving verbal satisfaction from Nazi officials with reference to these assaults upon American nationals. When the Consul General had a long talk with Dr. Funk, the State Secretary in the Ministry of Propaganda, the Nazi official blamed the Kaltenborns for having turned their backs to the street and for having looked into a show window while a parade of storm troops passed. With regard to the assault upon Mr. Bossard, Dr. Funk stated that so many courtesies had been showered upon that young man that he had left Germany quite satisfied that everything was all right here. Mr. Messersmith was shocked at the callous manner in which Dr. Funk had dismissed the Kaltenborn and Bossard incidents. He was rapidly becoming intensely hostile to the Nazi regime, and he remarked in a letter to Mr. Phillips that the motto of the Nazi revolution should be brutality, mendacity, and loquacity. The campaign against the Jews had been carried on with such extreme brutality that suicides were becoming commonplace. While there had been manifested some popular opposition to these outrages upon the Jews, the matter had been so skillfully handled by Dr. Goebbels that the position of Hitler is stronger than ever. He has been practically deified by a certain part of the population and fits into the extraordinary psychological situation which has been created. He is the center of the present madness. Göring is still the exponent of the physical force of the party. He has shown himself to be what some of us really believed, a simple-minded, enthusiastic soldier who is a good deal of a boy still. In all justice to Göring, it must be said that he is the only one of the three primary leaders of the party who is reasonable and can be reasoned with. The friendly viewpoint of Mr. Messersmith is clearly shown in his estimate of Göring as a simple-minded, enthusiastic soldier who is a good deal of a boy still. Any capable person who had spent a few weeks in Germany in close contact with Göring would have arrived at a very different estimate of the man and his influence in Nazi ranks. Dodd judged Göring far more correctly than Messersmith, and he rightly held him responsible for the failure of the Nazi government to take effective action against the outrages perpetrated upon American citizens by German hoodlums. Göring, as President of Prussia and Chief of Police, could easily have enforced order if he had been disposed to do so. When Dodd complained to the Foreign Office about these assaults by stormtroops, von Neurath weakly murmured, "The SA men are so uncontrollable that I'm afraid we cannot stop them." He meant, of course, that Göring was not interested in protecting Americans. Germany withdraws from the League of Nations. Göring was merely the symbol of the exaggerated nationalism that was fostered by the Nazi government. In Germany, this chauvinism was often expressed in attacks upon foreigners who did not give the Hitler salute during parades. In international relations, it often took the form of a series of demands for the revision of the Treaty of Versailles and for equality with reference to armaments. The Geneva Conference in June 1933 had adjourned all meetings until October 16th. During the summer, Norman Davis engaged in many conversations in London and Paris in an effort to reduce the scope of German demands and to expand French concessions. On October 9, Secretary Hull gave to Dr. Luther, the German ambassador, a veiled warning that America looked with disfavor upon any acceleration of the European armaments race. I stated to him, Luther, that the one primary and paramount purpose of the United States government was the promotion of general disarmament. I said that naturally any organized movement for this purpose could not logically contemplate a modified program by which some governments might proceed to rearm. A few days later, October 14, Sir John Simon presented a plan which provided for the reorganization of continental armies upon a militia basis with a detailed system of international supervision. The powers with existing large armaments should reduce their military might in accordance with a plan which aimed at achieving equality of status in 8 years. In the meantime, the powers now under restrictions of the peace treaties should make no effort to increase their armament. Germany, however, would be given some concessions with reference to the organization of the Reichswehr. Hitler took a dim view of any plan that would make Germany wait 8 years for a status of equality with regard to armaments, and the Foreign Office immediately informed Geneva that Germany would no longer remain in the Disarmament Conference or in the League of Nations. In defense of this action, Hitler stated on the radio that the studied refusals of the great powers to acknowledge the moral and material equality of Germany had compelled the Nazi government to adopt a policy of withdrawal from participation in European conferences. In order to quiet any apprehensions of Nazi designs for aggression, he adopted a conciliatory tone in his references to France and went so far as to imply a renunciation of any desire for the recovery of Alsace-Lorraine. In a confidential dispatch to Mr. Phillips, Mr. Messersmith gave an explanation of the abrupt manner of the German withdrawal from the League. I think there is little doubt that Goebbels is more responsible than any other person for the quick decision to get out of Geneva entirely. I think it is quite certain that Sir John Simon had a talk with Goebbels, and Goebbels was made to thoroughly understand that England could not help Germany in any way as long as they kept on doing here what they were. I understand that Sir John was very plain, very direct, and just as energetic and definite as it would be possible to be. I know Goebbels, and I know what effect such a conversation would have on him. He would be absolutely furious. He went post-haste to Hitler, and as he and Hitler think alike about all these things and are temperamentally so much the same, I think there is every reason to believe that the decision to get out of Geneva was made then and there. In order to illustrate the pathological state of mind of the Nazi leaders, Mr. Messerschmitt observed as follows: "I know of no way in which to emphasize the extraordinary mentality here better than by telling you how outraged I was to learn that in circles surrounding Hitler there is a widespread feeling that President and Mrs. Roosevelt have practically nothing but Jewish advisors. They seem to believe that because we have Jews in official positions, our policy is being dictated by the Jews alone, and that particularly the President and Mrs. Roosevelt are conducting anti-German propaganda under the influence of Jewish friends and advisors." The early portraits that Ambassador Dodd painted of Hitler were in more sober color than those of Mr. Messerschmitt. On October 17, Dodd had an audience with the Chancellor, whom he found to look somewhat better than the pictures that appear in the papers. Dodd discussed two matters of importance: the assaults upon American citizens and the discriminations against American creditors. Every request he made was acceded to, and the Chancellor assured me personally that he would see that any future attack was punished to the limit. When Dodd turned to the matter of German withdrawal from the League, Hitler became clearly excited. After he completed an indictment of the injustices of the Treaty of Versailles, Dodd remarked, "There is evident injustice in the French attitude." Hitler was instantly mollified by this frank admission, and the interview was concluded in an agreeable spirit. But if Dodd was willing to admit the injustice of the French attitude towards Germany, he was also quick to criticize the manner in which pressure was exerted upon voters in order to influence their decisions. Opponents of the Nazi regime were systematically intimidated. Nazi speakers have openly boasted that, though the balloting will be secret, a way has been devised of checking upon all the traitors who fail to vote for Hitler. Dodd's comments had particular reference to the national election of November 12, which was a referendum on Hitler's decision to withdraw Germany from the Arms Conference and from the League of Nations. Thanks to Nazi pressure, the result was that the government candidates received 39,500,000 votes out of a total of about 43,000. In his pre-election speeches, Hitler constantly claimed that he desired peace and not war. On November 10, he impressively observed, "One should not expect me to be so insane as to desire a war. If anyone in the world can feel menaced, it is only we. We want peace and agreement, nothing else." But these pacific expressions were discounted by Mr. Messerschmitt, who was certain that Hitler was planning for eventual war. Hitler and his associates really and sincerely want peace for the moment, but only to have a chance to get ready to use force if it is found finally essential. This desire for war, however, was checked by President Hindenburg, who was strongly opposed to any rash military moves. The memory of Versailles still nestled in the mind of the great Marshal, and he went out of his way to be conciliatory to foreign diplomats. On January 1, 1934, Dodd drove to the presidential palace to pay his respects to the aged warrior. Hindenburg courteously inquired about the progress of Dodd's son in the University of Berlin, and he even complimented Dodd himself on his use of the German language. Hitler, very much subdued, tried to carry on a conversation with Dodd, who insisted upon talking about college professors and conditions in German universities. After several attempts to reach this high academic plane, Hitler moved away from the Dodd circle with a feeling that the American ambassador had tried to embarrass him a little. The debt problem embarrasses German-American relations. It was not merely with reference to university matters that Ambassador Dodd would embarrass Chancellor Hitler. The problem of the debt owed to American creditors was a recurrent one that gave Hitler deep and lasting concern. The German moratorium of June 9, 1933 had at first applied to all public and private debts except short-term obligations to foreign banking institutions. It was modified so as to exempt from its scope the Dawes Plan loan of 1924 and the Young Plan loan of 1930. Provision was also made for the payment of 75% of the interest on other loans through the operation of a plan that involved the use of scrip. In December 1933, the Reichsbank extended the moratorium through the first half of 1934 and reduced the interest on German bonds from 75 to 65%. American creditors were greatly disturbed by arrangements with the Netherlands and with Switzerland, whereby the bondholders of those countries were to be paid full interest in return for commercial concessions. On January 3, 1934, Ambassador Dodd filed a strong protest at the Foreign Office against this discriminatory treatment of American creditors. Although the Foreign Office was sympathetic, it could do nothing to better the situation, and the only answer Dodd received was a statement that Germany could pay only in proportion as the creditor nations bought German goods. Thanks to a partial American boycott of German manufacturers, only a certain percentage of interest could be paid to American creditors. President Roosevelt refused to accept this German explanation. On January 22, 1934, he invited Dr. Luther to the White House and insisted that American creditors be placed on the same footing as the creditors of other nations. In response to this pressure, Dr. Schacht held a conference with the representatives of the creditor nations, and he finally agreed to a compromise. According to this arrangement, a portion of the interest would still be paid in scrip, but it would be redeemed at 76% of the full value of the debts instead of the proposed 65%. In carrying out his instructions of protest, Dodd pressed the matter strongly, but revealed his sympathy with the nearly bankrupt German government by the following remark: "I shall do what I can, but I agree with the Germans that rates of interest ought to be reduced to 4%. But this Schacht compromise lasted only a few months. On June 14, all the creditor governments were given notice of an unavoidable suspension of the service of the medium-term and long-term foreign loans. It was especially significant that the Dawes and Young Plan loans were included in the new moratorium. On June 16, Ambassador Dodd was instructed to inform the Foreign Office that the American government takes occasion to express its strongest regret that new losses are to be imposed upon American citizens, and that new discriminations are to be put into operation against American creditors. 11 days later, Secretary Hull handed to Rudolf Leitner, the German chargé d'affaires, a detailed protest against this latest action of the Reichsbank. In this memorandum, grave regret was expressed relative to Nazi fiscal policy. Secretary Hull was never content to file protests with the German diplomatic representative in Washington concerning the debt problem. Within a week or two, this complaint would reach Berlin and would be filed in the Foreign Office. No action could be taken upon it because the Reichsbank had no funds available for American debt service. Hale was fully aware of this fact, but this knowledge did not prevent him from sending instructions to Dodd to press von Neurath for payment. Apparently, he made full use of the nuisance value of the debt difficulty, and his persistence in this goading policy gave Dodd considerable embarrassment. What more can I say than I have said a score of times? Germany is in a terrible plight, and for once she recognizes war is no remedy. It was apparent to Dodd that repressive measures against the Jews in Germany had produced in foreign countries a boycott against German manufacturers. This action had seriously reduced Germany's export trade and had adversely affected her ability to meet her foreign obligations. The collapse of the World Economic Conference at London had profoundly disturbed the European economic equilibrium and had postponed any return to normal times. Moreover, the recovery program in Germany, with its expansion of public works and the development of an armaments industry, had greatly increased imports of raw materials, but did not produce goods that would create a favorable export balance. In June, the reserves of gold in the Reichsbank had decreased to a mere 80 million marks, so Dr. Schacht had felt that some drastic action was imperative. Many American newspapers appreciated the difficulties that beset the German government. The Cincinnati Enquirer feared that a tide of inflation was ready to engulf Germany 53, while the Springfield Republican 54 and the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle 55 thought the action of the president of the Reichsbank was no worse than the practice of other nations. The Seattle Daily Times 56 and the Atlanta Constitution 57 inclined towards the view that Germany had merely followed the example given to her by European nations that had defaulted on American loans. Although several European countries had failed to meet their financial obligations to the American government, they refused to permit Germany to follow a similar policy towards them. By threatening to impound German balances within their borders, they compelled the Nazi government to meet some of their demands. In July and August 1934, Germany signed agreements with Great Britain, France, Switzerland, Sweden, and the Netherlands, which made provision for partial payments of interest and principal on outstanding loans. The following table will indicate Germany's excess of exports to those countries and the reason why she came to a financial understanding with them. Germany's favorable balance of trade with certain European countries in millions of Reichsmarks, country full year 1933 January-March, 1933 January-March, 1934 France 211, 57 534 for Great Britain with 67, 31, 38 3 Netherlands, 388 380, 75, Sweden 88 1623, Switzerland 269 61, 51. The United States had no comparable economic club over Germany's head which could enforce compliance with her wishes. Indeed, America had a favorable balance of trade with the Reich, so there was no possibility of impounding German funds in the United States. All that the Department of State could do was to send a series of protests against German discrimination in favor of European creditor nations. These complaints were clearly worded and cogently argued, but they made little impression upon the Nazi government, and thus an old diplomatic sore was broken open again and again. It was a vicious cycle that helped to keep American public opinion hostile to Hitler. On New York City stages a mock trial of Hitler. The debt problem was only one item in the long list of irritants that disturbed American relations with the Reich. Severe measures against the Jews aroused indignation in many American circles, and Hitler's attack upon the principle of democracy offended large numbers of Americans who were deeply concerned over the passing of the Weimar Republic. Goebbels added strength to American dislike of Germany when he attempted on February 28, 1934, to explain the reasons why Germany had become great under the guidance of Hitler. After enlarging upon the theme of German genius, he stated that the outstanding difficulty in the relations of Germany with other nations was their insistence upon looking at the Nazi revolution through rationalistic and liberal eyes. The course of events had clearly shown that the dynamic driving force of the mind and of the heart were stronger than those of reason, that the spontaneous outburst of the German soul could not be fathomed by the rationalistic methods of a liberalist dialectic, and that in the end the immortal genius of the German soul rose triumphant above the forces of decay. It was soon evident that in America few eyes could see in the Nazi movement the immortal genius of the German soul rising triumphant above the forces of decay. Americans were hopelessly rationalistic. A graphic illustration of this fact was the appearance of advertisements in the New York Times and the Herald Tribune of a mock trial of Chancellor Hitler to be held on March 7 in Madison Square Garden. Hans Luther, the German ambassador, rushed to the Department of State on February 19 to register a frenzied complaint against this insult to the Nazi government. Secretary Hull coldly replied that he was sorry to see these differences arise between persons in his country and mine, that I would give the matter all due attention such as might be possible and justifiable in all of the circumstances. On March 1, Dr. Leitner, Counselor of the German Embassy, had a hurried conference with Mr. John Hickerson of the Division of Western European Affairs in the Department of State. He presented a strong protest against the proposed mock trial of Hitler and mentioned the names of several persons close to the President who would participate in this demonstration against the Hitler regime. He particularly referred to Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, Alfred E. Smith, Judge Samuel Seabury, and Bainbridge Colby. Mr. Hickerson then pointed out to Dr. Leitner that no person connected with the federal government was listed as having any role in this proposed mock trial. He closed the conversation with a candid statement that in view of our constitutional guarantees of freedom of expression, he could see no action in the matter which the federal government could properly take. On the following day, Dr. Luther registered his second protest against the mock trial of Hitler, but he was brushed off by Secretary Hull with the comment that the Department of State had not been able to find any legal authority that would enable the federal government to instruct or order the participants to refrain from entering upon such mock trial. The German Foreign Office was not satisfied with these explanations of Secretary Hull and Mr. Hickerson. On March 5, Ambassador Dodd was summoned to von Neurath's office and found the foreign minister greatly excited. After the usual heated protest had been made, Dodd merely remarked that he had several times expressed the view that the Jewish policy of Hitler would bring further trouble if not changed. As far as he could see, nothing could be done to stop the trial. After his visit to the Foreign Office, Dodd sent a telegram to Secretary Hull describing his conversation with von Neurath and closing with the intimation that if the Department of State felt disposed to soothe injured susceptibilities, it could express regret for certain irresponsible expressions of opinion in regard to problems outside our frontiers. After these repeated protests to the Department of State concerning the mock trial of Hitler in New York City had failed to get any action, the White House began to show some concern over the matter. On March 5, Mr. Early sent a memorandum of inquiry to Secretary Hull. Mr. James C. Dunn replied that the situation had been carefully canvassed and the precedents indicated that the Department of State has never recognized any duty to suppress public utterances regarded as hostile to friendly states. Although this reply seemed satisfactory to Mr. Early, it was regarded with evident distaste by the German ambassador, who called at the Department of State on March 7 for an interview with Mr. Phillips. When his final appeal for intervention was denied by the Undersecretary of State, Dr. Luther expressed the hope that some statement could be issued tomorrow morning indicating that the views expressed at the meeting were not in accord with those of the federal government. Mr. Phillips refused to commit the Department of State in any way, so Dr. Luther's protests elicited no favorable action. On March 8, Pierpont Moffat, of the Division of Western European Affairs in the Department of State, had lunch with Dr. Leitner, who repeatedly remarked that to him it was incredible that such an attack on the chief of a friendly nation was permitted, and that, apart from its political repercussions in Germany, it was establishing a very dangerous precedent which might come home to plague us some day. While the German ambassador and his staff were busily engaged in filing protests against the mock trial of Hitler, the Chancellor himself had a long conference with Dodd and did not bother to make the slightest reference to that incident. Dodd found Hitler very cordial and quite anxious to review the general subject of German-American relations. When Dodd sharply criticized certain propaganda pamphlets which carried an appeal to Germans in other countries to think of themselves always as Germans and owing moral, if not political allegiance to the fatherland, Hitler immediately denounced everything of that sort and went on to say that it was almost certainly put out by Jews. Dodd then directly referred to the Jewish problem in other countries, and the Chancellor frequently interrupted the ambassador's discourse with sharp imprecations against the damned Jews. Dodd argued against this anti-Semitism and pointed out that in the United States a number of high positions are at present occupied by Jews. I explained to him that where a question of overactivity of Jews in university or official life made trouble, we had managed to redistribute the offices in such a way as not to give great offense. The Chancellor came back with a still more vigorous reply, saying that 59% of all offices in Russia were held by Jews, that they had ruined the country and that they intended to ruin Germany, and he added, if they continue their activity we shall make a complete end of them in this country. When Dodd mentioned that the Communists had polled only a few votes in the United States in 1932, Hitler burst out with the exclamation, "Happy country, your people seem to be so sensible in this respect." After Hitler had remarked that Germany wants peace and will do everything in her power to keep the peace, Dodd inquired if it were not possible for European nations to agree upon the following points. No nation should cross another nation's boundaries, and all European nations should agree to a supervisory commission to inspect armaments and to respect the rulings of such a body. Hitler agreed heartily with these points and then surprised Dodd by indicating his cordial support of the proposal to institute more exchange professorships between the two countries. Although Hitler had made no mention of the mock trial incident in New York, the difficulties arising out of it continued for some weeks to embarrass German-American relations. On March 13, Ambassador Luther delivered another protest against this insult to the Hitler regime. 71 and 10 days later, he broadened his barrage so that it covered not only the mock trial, but the activities of Samuel Untermyer, the Dickstein Resolution in the House of Representatives, and the boycott of German manufacturers by large department stores in the United States. He was fearful that satisfactory relations between Germany and the United States could not be maintained as long as American citizens used such abusive and insulting language with reference to the Nazi government. Secretary Hull replied that the prime cause of ill feeling in the United States towards Germany was the repressive manner in which the Jews were treated in that country. After discussing anti-Semitism in Germany, Hull asked Luther if he thought the Jews in this nation should resume buying goods from Germany. Luther's answer was distinctly naive. Yes, it would help to restore good relations. Hull realized at once that Luther was purposely obtuse in this matter, so he quickly concluded the interview. While Ambassador Luther was wearing the patience of Secretary Hull very thin by his numerous protests, Chancellor Hitler decided to placate American public opinion by adopting a more lenient attitude towards the Jews. On March 12, he ordered the closing of Columbia House, the place where the Jews and others had been tortured. He also announced that warrants must be proved before anyone could be detained for more than 24 hours on any charge. But these steps indicated a mere relaxation and not a cessation of the campaign of anti-Semitism in Germany. The roots of this movement had penetrated very deep and had spread very far in the dark soil of the Reich. There were several factors that promoted this growth. Nazi racial theories helped to spread a hatred of Jews. It should also be remembered that since 1918 there had existed in many German minds the firm conviction that the military and political collapse that came during the last months of the World War was due primarily to Jewish perfidy. A third reason for anti-Semitism was the belief that Marxism is firmly bound up with the Jewish people. The communist government in Russia was based upon the principles of Marxism, and these principles, with their emphasis upon world revolution, were regarded as a distinct menace to the safety of the Reich. It was not hard for Hitler to compose a hymn of hate that was sung with great gusto by millions of Germans. The Nazi regime is placed upon an uneasy defensive. Anti-Semitism was not the only shadow that fell across the German landscape in 1934. Large numbers of Germans had been devoted to the Weimar Republic, and they deeply resented the way in which Hitler had slowly undermined its foundations. From Vienna, word came to the Department of State that the financial and economic situation in Germany was growing rapidly worse and a crisis was approaching. From Prague, a similar message was received. Mr. Benesch was certain that the Nazi government was in a precarious position, and it is difficult to see how it can last much longer. In Berlin, Dodd found that some Germans in important official positions were definitely hostile to the Nazi administration. On May 24, he had luncheon with Dr. Deckhoff of the Foreign Office. During a lengthy conversation, Dr. Deckhoff revealed his whole attitude of opposition to Goebbels and his expectation that Hitler would be overthrown soon. He could hardly have said more if he had been in England or in the United States. I felt the deep concern of a high official who would thus risk his life in criticism of the existing regime. Deckhoff was probably reflecting the viewpoint of many of the officials in the Foreign Office. In the last week in May, Dodd had 2 conferences with von Neurath. The foreign minister was greatly concerned about the decline of German gold reserves to only 4% of German paper money. In a mood of deep dejection, he exclaimed, "What shall we do? It is the Jewish boycott, the tariff barriers of all countries, and our inability to purchase cotton and rubber, or to sell anything abroad." With reference to a moratorium on debts due to American bankers, von Neurath feared there was no other course that could be taken. Germany has no exports to the United States and only promises of exports to Denmark and other countries. It was apparent that he was very uneasy, but did not say revolution was in waiting. When Dodd lunched with Herr Kurt Schmidt, the Minister of Economics, he encountered the same spirit of despair and uneasiness. Schmidt took him on a tour of his extensive gardens and poured his laments into the sympathetic ear of the ambassador. Schmidt talked for an hour about Germany's calamitous situation, a great and threatening drought, no exports to the outside world, intense hostility in the United States and England on account of Hitler's treatment of the Jews, Protestants and Catholics. I have never seen a German statesman so much distressed. He again and again referred to the folly of Hitler's policy. Schmidt's litany of laments on the folly of Hitler's policy was repeated in many houses which Dodd visited. Even within the ranks of devout Nazis there were murmurs of discontent. They had looked forward to the recovery of the Polish corridor and had learned with bitterness of a 10-year pact of non-aggression with Poland. Instead of a Germany remolded according to the leveling principles of National Socialism, they had discovered that the important industrial leaders and large landowners were still holding the seats of the mighty. and the storm troops were in a ferment of revolt because Hitler had revealed plans for a radical reduction of their legions. Rome was bitterly opposed to this proposed reduction, and it was rumored that he was plotting with General von Schleicher for a drastic change in the Nazi organization. In the meantime, von Papen had paid an important visit to President Hindenburg at Nüdeck and secured his assent to a speech that would stress the importance of preserving in Germany the right of free speech and constructive criticism. At the University of Marburg on June 17, von Papen flung his verbal bombshell full in the faces of the Nazi extremists like Goebbels. A free press ought to exist to inform the government with open and manly statements where corruption has made its nest, when bad mistakes have been made, where the wrong men are in the wrong place, and where the spirit of the German Revolution has been sinned against. If the official organs of public opinion do not throw sufficient light on the mysterious darkness, which at present hides the spirit of the German people, then a statesman must step in and call a spade a spade. In the United States, this speech by von Papen received wide attention. The Chicago Daily News believed the utterance at Marburg to be nothing less than a body blow at Hitler. It was a manifestation of the very spirit of individualism which National Socialism was supposed to eradicate. The Springfield Republican was shrewd enough to surmise that the speech was the signal for some important development in the internal affairs of Germany, 82, while the New York Times hit the nail on the head by a statement that von Papen's ringing words unquestionably had the acquiescence of Hitler. There is little doubt that Hitler was fully aware of the rising tide of dissatisfaction within the Nazi ranks. He knew of Rome's determined opposition to any large reduction in the numbers of the storm troops, and he had heard of von Schleicher's devious schemes. He knew he could count upon the support of von Blomberg and Goering, and it is quite possible that he himself lighted the fuse in von Papen's bombshell. One sentence in the Marburg speech prepared the way for Hitler's dynamic entrance upon the German stage, prepared to wield new thunderbolts of power. If the official organs of public opinion do not throw sufficient light on the mysterious darkness which at present hides the spirit of the German people, then a statesman must step in and call a spade a spade. But before he moved out boldly on this German stage, Hitler wanted to be certain of his lines. If he should assume the role of stern dictator bent upon a party purge, it might be a wise move to get some sage advice from that master Italian actor, Benito Mussolini. Therefore, on June 14-15, Hitler had some lengthy conversations with the Jews at Venice. According to Breckinridge Long, the American ambassador in Rome, Mussolini no doubt advised Hitler that it would be necessary to take drastic steps to maintain his authority and exert the power of the government over the members of his forces who were not disposed to adhere to his policies. Hitler left Italy with the firm determination to take action which up to that time had been foreign to his character. On June 28, Dodd confided to his diary that in Berlin the atmosphere was more tense than any time since I have been in Germany. On the following day he gave a luncheon which von Papen attended. After some discussion of the situation in Germany, von Papen left the luncheon with the significant remark, "Anyway, I shall not be torpedoed." Von Papen knew that a party purge was just around the corner, but he was certain that he was safe. The purge came on the morning of June 30, when Hitler, with a party of devoted adherents, raided a villa near Munich, and discovered Röhm and Heines in compromising circumstances. Heines was immediately shot, and later Röhm faced a firing squad in his own cellar. General von Schleicher and his wife were shot down in their residence in Berlin. Throughout the period, June 30, July 2, the executions continued until, as admitted by Hitler in his speech on July 13, some 77 persons had been slain. All the diplomats in Berlin paid particular attention to the fact that von Papen escaped this bloody purge. His parting remark to Dodd on July 29 took on additional significance, "I shall not be torpedoed." In the United States, many newspapers believed that Hitler would not be able completely to suppress the strong spirit of opposition that was rising in the Reich. A real showdown would soon come. Germany and the waiting world will soon see whether they have to do with another Bismarck or a punctured balloon. The Baltimore Sun saw in the events of June 30, July 2 the beginning of an elemental uprising by a people deceived and betrayed. 87, the Richmond Times-Dispatch was of the opinion that much blood will flow before the little Austrian paperhanger consolidates his position or is hurled from power, while the Buffalo Evening News capped the situation with the ominous remark, Hitler is sitting on a powder keg, and the fuse may be burning to an explosion that will skyrocket the whole Nazi plan of government. Drew Pearson and Robert Allen predicted a dark future for Hitler. The State Department has been receiving detailed reports on Hitler's purging of his Nazi party. These indicate that the Austrian house painter may not long remain in power. Paul Mallon, in his syndicated column, expressed the view that Hitler was copying the methods of the American underworld. It seems that big shot Hitler adopted A1 Capone's methods for the same reason that A1 did. His own gang was getting restless, and the radicals were trying to muscle in. Some American papers believed that the bloody purge in Germany would be the prelude to the adoption of more moderate policies by the Nazi leaders. The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle predicted that moderation of extreme Nazi policies may now be expected. 92, the New Republic thought that Hitler had turned to the right and had rejected the radical views of some of his former followers. 93, while the Literary Digest inclined to the view that the Chancellor had apparently embarked on a moderate political policy. Hitler's speech in the Reichstag on July 13 in defense of his party purge failed to win many converts in the United States. Although the Louisville Courier-Journal spoke of him as an almost pathetic figure who was pleading for support of his tottering regime, the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle thought he had not succeeded in wiping the blood guilt from his hands. 96, the New York Times regarded his speech as an indication that he was distinctly on the defensive, while Villard expressed the conviction that it was impossible to read Hitler's defense of his atrocious murders without taking heart. I cannot but feel that this orgy of bloodletting marks the beginning of the end of Hitler. The St. Louis Globe Democrat completely disagreed with Mr. Villard. It regarded Hitler's address on July 13 as one of his great oratorical successes. There need be no surprise if it should develop that he has by it not only regained the confidence of the people of Germany, but strengthened their faith in him. This view was shared by Arthur Brisbane, who believed that Hitler still retains his power in Germany and his grip on the German imagination. Brisbane was correct in his belief that Hitler still maintained a grip on the German imagination, but he did not seem to realize the extent and bitterness of the dislike in America for the Hitler regime. The party purge had removed from the Hitler entourage some persons he was glad to get rid of, but it had also removed from most American minds any lingering respect for the Nazi movement and its leaders. When Ambassador Dodd was invited to hear Hitler's speech, July 13, in defense of the purge, he promptly declined to be present at the ceremony. In explaining his absence to Sir Eric Phipps, the British ambassador, he remarked, "He is such a horror to me, I cannot endure his presence." Before June 30, Dodd had disliked Hitler and was out of sympathy with his objectives, but he had been glad to confer with him, and he had helped to prevent a repetition in Chicago of the mock trial of Hitler that had been staged in New York. After the purge, Dodd and a host of other Americans felt that Hitler was capable of any action that would further his selfish interests. It made little difference if this indictment were too harsh. Hitler was now a tremendous liability for the German people to bear, and the burden eventually broke them and the whole German way of life. XII, America views the Hitler regime with increasing dislike. As similarities between Nazi and American fiscal policies, the purge of the Nazi Party temporarily disrupted the ordinary processes of government in the Third Reich. It was obvious to the average statesman that important diplomatic problems could not receive due attention until administrative order was completely restored. But Secretary Hull refused to recognize the realities of the situation in Germany. He was determined to press the Nazi government with reference to financial obligations, even though he knew it was in no position to return a satisfactory answer. If he could keep this fiscal sore from healing, it might lead to a general inflammation that would spread over the whole body of German-American relations and lead to fatal results. It was somewhat surprising to see how this quiet lawyer from an agrarian state became so intensely interested in safeguarding the investments of Wall Street bankers. While the embers of the crisis in Germany were still brightly glowing, he sent an instruction to Ambassador Dodd directing him to register a strong protest against the announced decision of the Nazi government to discriminate in favor of British creditors. When this instruction reached the American embassy on July 6, Dodd hurried with it to the Foreign Office and had a conference with von Neurath. Both of us were embarrassed. He knew Germany had done wrong to promise the payment of English debts and not pay American. I knew the same. Both of us knew Germany could not pay even the English debt. He asked me to say that he was sorry and would pay if any reserves were available, but these are not at all probable. In his telegram to Secretary Hull recounting the interview with von Neurath, Dodd revealed a sympathy for Germany because of her desperate financial plight. Many other nations had passed through similar cycles, and America had been one of them. Washington, Jefferson, and Hamilton gave same excuses in 1790 for failure to pay unpayable revolutionary debts. English, French, and Spanish markets were closed to the United States. Between 1820 and 1850, our states borrowed $400 million when national wealth was 10 billions. Nearly all these states defaulted or repudiated. The federal government refused to act in any way. All these facts are known to competent officials here, if not to some of our eminent men. One cannot banish facts from one's mind, no matter how patriotic one may be. Despite Dodd's clear telegram of July 14, indicating financial chaos in Germany, Secretary Hull sent repeated instructions directing him to continue his protests against Nazi financial discriminations. On July 16, he called at the Foreign Office, and once more, both he and von Neurath confessed their embarrassment at the situation. But there was no remedy in sight, and no one knew this better than Secretary Hull. With Germany on the point of financial collapse, it was useless to continue a barrage of protests. Diplomatic vinegar attracted no flies of mutual understanding. General Johnson denounces the Nazi Party purge, while the threatened collapse of the Nazi financial structure was sending tremors through American banking circles and thereby causing evident uneasiness in the Department of State. Certain prominent Americans were widening the breach in German-American relations by their bitter denunciations of the Nazi Party purge. On July 12, General Hugh S. Johnson, the chief official in the National Recovery Administration, made a speech in which he vigorously criticized Hitler for permitting the murders that attended the cleansing of the party stables on June 30. These brutalities had made General Johnson not figuratively but physically and very actively sick. The idea that adult, responsible men can be taken from their homes, stood up against a wall, and shot to death is beyond expression. That such a thing should happen in a country of some supposed culture passes comprehension. When the German Chargé d'Affaires made a hurried visit to the Department of State to protest against this vitriolic denunciation of Nazi Germany, Secretary Hull called his attention to General Johnson's statement that he was speaking as an individual and not for the State Department or for the administration. After assuring Dr. Leitner that it was to be regretted that the position in the government occupied by the speaker made it possible for remarks uttered by him as an individual to be misconstrued as official, Mr. Hull brought the interview to an abrupt close. But this official explanation of General Johnson's heated remarks did not please the German press, which blazed into indignation. The following remarks from the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung were typical. The German protest was to be expected, as the remarks of General Johnson, the head of the NERA, concerning the events of June 30, was so monstrous that a sovereign state never could stand for such vilification of the head of its government. Secretary of State Hull's reply to the German protest appears to us to settle the incident in a most unsatisfactory manner. After looking around for some way in which to express its displeasure at the mild manner in which the Department of State had handled the Johnson incident, the Nazi government decided to give vent to its deep dissatisfaction by expelling from Germany Mrs. Sinclair Lewis Dorothy Thompson. On August 24, Mrs. Lewis had called at the American Embassy for a pleasant chat with Dodd. After her return to her hotel, she telephoned the embassy to announce the unpleasant news that she had just received an order from the secret police to leave Germany within 24 hours. Her offense consisted of some articles she had written 2 years earlier that contained some critical comments on Hitler. Dodd immediately bent every effort to prevent the expulsion of Mrs. Lewis, but all his efforts were in vain. Thoroughly angered by this action of the Nazi government, Dodd sent a strong telegram to the Department of State and inquired as to the position of our government with reference to expulsion of undesirable foreigners from the United States. He was promptly informed that the American government had always held that it is the sovereign right of our own country to determine exactly what aliens it may wish to deport from the United States. This government does not question the right of any foreign government to expel from its territory American citizens whom it considers undesirable. There was nothing that Dodd could do to stay the expulsion of Mrs. Lewis, but the solidarity of the Foreign Press Corps of Berlin in escorting Dorothy Thompson to her train of banishment was an unmistakable indication of the deep and widespread resentment that had been aroused by Nazi attacks upon the freedom of the press. See the assassination of Chancellor Dollfuss in the summer of 1934. There was a stream of incidents that awakened in the United States a feeling of sharp dislike for Nazi Germany. Some weeks before the expulsion of Dorothy Thompson from Germany, a group of Nazi sympathizers in Austria suddenly seized the Vienna broadcasting stations and then murdered the Chancellor Engelbert Dollfuss. Mr. Messerschmitt, the American Consul General in Vienna, telephoned at once to the American Consul General in Berlin, Mr. Geist, and told the details of the Nazi putsch. Dodd regarded this action by Messerschmitt as an indiscretion which would do both of us and our government harm. He had warned Messerschmitt to be especially careful about using the tapped telephones in Germany. It was evident to Dodd that the American press would be filled with bitter denunciations of the assassination of Dollfuss, and in this regard he was entirely correct. The Birmingham News was quick to remark that intuition pointed unwaveringly toward Adolf Hitler as the primary causative force behind the unspeakable crimes which have blotched the face of Europe this summer. The Cleveland Plain Dealer thought that it was clear that the movement behind the assassination was of Nazi origin. Professor Sidney Fay expressed the view that one of the causes contributing to the crime was the long-announced determination of Hitler and his followers to bring Austria under Nazi rule. The Seattle Daily Times dissented from the popular opinion which pinned the guilt upon Hitler. Hitler, the only ruler against whom suspicion might have been directed, has been as prompt as any to denounce the act, and in sending his conservative critic von Papen to Vienna, has spiked the chance to charge him with collusion in Austrian Nazi madness. The Albuquerque Journal believed that the assassination of Premier Dollfuss has brought down the wrath of other powers and wrecked Nazi hopes for sympathy and control of Austria. The Milwaukee Sentinel agreed with this viewpoint. One thing is fairly certain: the union of Austria and Germany is more remote than it has been at any time since it was proposed. The death of President Hindenburg. The death of President Hindenburg on August 1 was viewed with open dismay by most of the American press, which regarded him as a check upon the excesses of Hitler. Hindenburg had been regarded with warm favor in many American circles, and the Hoover administration had courted his goodwill. The Seattle Daily Times pronounced him one of the greatest of warriors. 17. The Richmond Times-Dispatch was certain that he was the idol of the German people, while the St. Louis Globe-Democrat looked upon him as one of the greatest men that Germany has ever produced. But there were some American newspapers that refused to join this chorus of praise. The Chicago Daily News complained that Hindenburg had lived too long. If he had died before Hitler became chancellor, his fame would have rested upon a more secure pedestal. The Milwaukee Sentinel saw much to criticize in Hindenburg. History presently will sit in judgment on Paul von Hindenburg, and the blame heaped upon his memory may exceed the praise. The onus of a Hitler is a heavy burden for any man to bear. The heavy burden Germany had to bear with Hitler as Chancellor was greatly increased when Hindenburg's death was made the occasion for Hitler to assume also the office of President of the Reich. This new responsibility seemed to sober him for a little while. On August 6, in the Reichstag auditorium, there was an impressive service in commemoration of the contributions Hindenburg had made to the fatherland, and Hitler delivered an oration on the military genius of the late president. On the following day, this ritual was repeated at Tannenberg, and it was noticeable that the Chancellor refrained from any remarks that could be regarded as challenges to the French or English or Americans. Hitler had his eyes upon the approaching Saar plebiscite in January 1935, and for the time being he wished to conciliate rather than anger public opinion in foreign countries. The American opinion of the Saar plebiscite in December 1934, the French government came to an agreement with Chancellor Hitler with reference to the implications of the Saar plebiscite. If the vote favored reabsorption into the Reich, the Nazi government would pay a large sum in settlement of French claims, 900 million francs. This payment would be made partly in cash and partly in future coal deliveries. On January 13, 1935, the plebiscite was held and 528,541 votes were cast. The results were 477,119 in favor of union with the Reich, 46,000. 613 were in favor of a continuance of the existing regime, 2,124 voted for union with France. In view of this overwhelming vote in favor of union with Germany, 90%, the formal transfer of the territory took place on March 1, 1935. Needless to say, the outcome of the Saar plebiscite was a resounding victory for Hitler. Many American newspapers were pleased with the outcome of the plebiscite because they regarded it as a form of peace insurance. They were particularly pleased by the fact that the League of Nations had handled the matter in a very efficient manner and had thereby increased its prestige. The Louisville Courier-Journal emphasized this aspect of the affair. The Saar plebiscite adds another accomplishment of far-reaching importance to the credit of the League of Nations. In every way it was a complete success. Some papers were impressed with the plebiscite as an indication of the strength of the principle of nationalism. The Boston Daily Globe regarded it as one of the most impressive barometer readings on nationalism available in recent European history, while the Omaha World Herald remarked that the Germans in the Saar seemed to care not for the risk but gaily, defiantly, enthusiastically follow the dictates of their hearts to become a part again of the fatherland. The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle voiced a warning that victory in the Saar plebiscite might merely whet Hitler's appetite for more territory. The peace of Europe still requires careful nursing. The Chicago Tribune was confident that the only way to preserve this peace was to give heed to the clear call of nationalism. The one-worlders with their accent upon internationalism were a disturbing factor in the delicate European equation. The Saar vote ought to remind them that the sentiment of race or nationalism is omnipresent and almost omnipotent in international affairs. Except for a very small and in Europe ineffectual minority, the sentiment of internationalism has little appeal, and experiments based upon it have no more chance of standing up against the deep and powerful sentiment of nationalism than a sapling has in a hurricane. The Anglo-French Declaration looks towards collective security. This rapidly developing spirit of German nationalism under Hitler had many disturbing implications for the statesmen of Europe. With no general agreement on disarmament in sight, the French government became increasingly worried over the situation. In January 1935, Laval visited Rome for conversations with Mussolini. As a result of his efforts, an agreement was concluded to the effect that the two powers would consult in the event of an aggressive act by a third power against Austria. This was the first step in a drive to ensure the preservation of peace in Europe. On February 3, a second step was taken when the Prime Ministers of France and Great Britain issued a declaration which was to form the basis for a general settlement freely negotiated among other powers, including Germany. It was in reality an invitation to Germany to join this proposed collective system and thereby give evidence of her desire to maintain peace. There would be a new agreement on armaments under whose terms the military provisions of the Treaty of Versailles would be cancelled. In addition to this repudiation of the settlement of 1919, there would be an Eastern Pact of Mutual Assistance, a Central European Pact for preserving the independence of Austria, and an Air Convention which would stipulate that the Western powers would provide immediate help to any of the signatory powers that were the victims of an unprovoked aerial attack. In the United States, this Anglo-French declaration aroused great interest. The Portland Morning Oregonian was frankly skeptical of the proposed pact. We dislike being derogatory towards agreements reached and announced in such an air of excitement, but they are very patently intended to trap Germany by offering her minor concessions. After bolting the League and rearming in the face of a hostile Western Europe, Germany is not likely to be drawn into a trap so thinly disguised. The Atlanta Constitution was hopeful that the proposed treaties would open the way for a sound readjustment of troublesome conditions, and the Cleveland Plain Dealer was favorable to them. The Nashville Banner believed that Hitler's often repeated declarations in favor of peace would now be put to the test. He has often proclaimed that he contemplated no aggressive action, but sought only security and peace. The sincerity of those protestations is now to be tested. On February 14, Hitler gave a conciliatory answer to the French and British ambassadors in Berlin and approved in principle an air treaty, but he showed no disposition to accept the proposed Eastern and Central European pacts. Instead, he suggested further discussion of the matters contained in these conventions. This suggestion greatly annoyed the Cleveland Plain Dealer. The German reply to the French-British proposals is an invitation to talk and more talk. The Detroit Free Press pointed out that the attitude of Berlin isn't precisely peace-breeding. While the New York Times was dubious about the sincerity of Hitler, the Third Reich now looks forward to a long period of negotiation, for her every delay is a gain. Herr Hitler has enjoyed the freedom he gained by withdrawal from the League and the Disarmament Conference. He is in no hurry to sign an agreement sealing Germany within her present boundaries. It was apparent that Hitler was endeavoring to arrange for a bilateral pact with Britain instead of a general European treaty, and his suggestion that the British government send a spokesman to Berlin was regarded favourably in London. On February 24, Sir John Simon, the British Foreign Minister, announced that he would visit Berlin on March 7, but this pacific gesture was premature. Suddenly, on March 4, the British government published a white paper which adverted to armament expenditures in other countries. Then, with special reference to Germany, it remarked that Hitler's plans for rearmament had the unfortunate effect of aggravating the existing anxieties of Germany's neighbours and had produced a situation where peace will be imperiled. This British blast at Hitler had a depressing effect upon the Chancellor's health. An announcement was made in Berlin that the Führer had contracted a severe cold. Apparently, in Germany, diplomatic negotiations could be conducted only when the top officials enjoyed the best of health. Sir John Simon's visit to the capital of the Reich was indefinitely postponed. Many American newspapers deprecated the publication of the British White. The Indianapolis News thought that it had considerably darkened the hopes for European peace and a general understanding with Germany. 40, while the Springfield Republican raised the point as to whether the British government is playing a deep game or is merely in the not uncommon position of having its right hand ignorant of what its left is about. The Christian Science Monitor expressed the belief that the British action makes the situation clearer and brings fear closer, but it does little to turn the thoughts of men and women toward the greater friendliness and understanding which must be the real foundation of peace. The Philadelphia Record was frankly critical of the British move. Is the fault all Germany's? What of the promises of the former Allied powers to disarm? And what of British and other armament firms which have aided Germany in this perilous rearmament? G. Hitler breaks another link in the chain of Versailles. European statesmen anxiously awaited Hitler's response to the British White Paper of March 4. It came on March 16 when he denounced the arms provisions of the Treaty of Versailles. After pointing out how France had recently broken these same provisions by enacting a law raising the term of service in the army to 2 years, he then referred to the Soviet Union's large army of 960,000 troops. Because of this Franco-Russian threat, Germany would have to increase its military strength to 550,000 carefully trained troops. He was aware that this number exceeded by 350,000 the estimate made by the Concert of Europe with reference to Germany's military needs. Hitler's defiance of Europe did not throw the American press into a panic. The Detroit Free Press scoffed at the widespread fears of war. The Dallas Morning News agreed with this reassuring verdict 46, and the Milwaukee Journal believed that the essential situation is not greatly different, but in order to maintain peace, Germany would have to be surrounded with a ring of iron. To the Richmond Times-Dispatch, it was evident that the real responsibility for Hitler's action rested upon the shoulders of the Allied statesmen because of the revengeful policies they had followed after the World War. This view was shared by the Portland Morning Oregonian, France and her associates, by their timidity toward post-war Republican Germany, and their lack of faith in the matter of disarmament gave us Hitler. The Cincinnati Enquirer inclined towards the opinion that neither Germany nor the Allies had a strong case, and it called attention to the fact that the British White Paper and the recent French legislation had definitely influenced the action of Hitler. The Raleigh News and Observer felt much the same way. As even the devil is entitled to his due, it should be pointed out that Hitler's repudiation of the Versailles Treaty prohibition against an armed Germany is not the only menace to peace in the modern world. Long before his announcement that Germany would arm again, walls of steel had grown in the increasing armaments of nations about Germany. Certainly, Germany had no reason to do otherwise than fear so heavily armed an ancient enemy as France. The Hearst press rejoiced that America had no European political ties and was free to mind her own business without obligations to anybody abroad, while the Philadelphia Record struck the same isolationist note. William Allen White assumed the role of prophet, and his words of warning revealed keen insight into the problems of Europe. The blunt announcement last week by Hitler was not a new departure, but only another milestone on the road to ruin, which Europe has been travelling for several years. In a few weeks, certainly not less than a year, Germany will announce that she is fortifying the left bank of the Rhine. Not even this will touch off the powder keg. but the fuse is sputtering. The hissing flame advances along the powder-dusted cord, notch by notch. A apparent agreement at Stresa on April 11, Mussolini acted as the host to representatives of Great Britain and France during an important conference at Stresa. After a brief period of discussion, the three powers issued on April 14 a communiqué which indicated a common front against Germany's plans for rearmament. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette took the Stresa Declaration quite seriously. The communiqué yesterday on the Anglo-French-Italian conference at Stresa indicates that a united front is to be maintained against Hitlerism. The situation demanded a firm stand in the face of the Hitler defiance, and it is the best hope of peace. The Detroit Free Press expressed a similar optimistic viewpoint, 58, but the Milwaukee Journal thought that the Stresa announcement was distinctly inadequate. Many other papers reflected this pessimism. The New Orleans Times-Picayune believed that the conference had left in the air most of the questions that were considered. 60, the Los Angeles Times critically remarked that the meeting at Stresa appears to have changed the situation in no material particular. While the Dallas Morning News was fearful that Hitler had won a diplomatic victory, France makes an important agreement with Russia. France was not content with the outcome of the Stresa conference. As the shadow of Germany began to darken the frontiers of France, the Laval government felt additional fright and hastened to sign on May 2, 1935, a pact with the Soviet government of Russia. Although this was a treaty of mutual assistance against aggression, this assistance could be extended only after consultations had been held with the Western Locarno powers and with representatives of the League of Nations. Hitler saw the weakness of this Franco-Soviet pact, and he denounced it, May 21, as decidedly dangerous because the ideology of the Russian leaders was fundamentally opposed to the concept of capitalism. Capitalism and communism had no common ground on which their representatives could meet with safety. He then indicated his willingness to negotiate treaties of non-aggression and consultation with neighboring powers. He was also ready to become a party to agreements for localizing conflicts and for isolating aggressor nations. After hinting that he would not oppose the re-entry of Germany into the League of Nations on the basis of equality, he stated that the Reich must have air parity with the strongest Western power and a naval force equal to 35% of the British Navy. To numerous American editors, this speech by the German Chancellor seemed so reasonable that it evoked a favorable response. The Christian Science Monitor thought it should be welcomed as tentatively opening several bridges over the chasm that has deepened so alarmingly in Europe in the last few months. 65, the Chicago Tribune regarded the speech as an even-toned discussion which declared clear purposes with which very little quarrel can be had. 66, while the Louisville Courier-Journal was fulsome in its praise of this Hitler gesture. Hitler's speech was a full and frank avowal of Germany's foreign policy. As a candid statement of the aims and aspirations of the Third Reich, nothing is wanting. As such, it offers a basis for reconciliation and understanding provided the other powers will accept the fatherland as an equal and not as an inferior. It offers the way to a just and lasting peace. The New York Times was distinctly skeptical of any promise that Hitler might make 68, and the Washington News delivered a sharp blast against the Chancellor and all his devious schemes. As usual, everybody is out of step, but Adolf. He proposes to open a systematic attack upon the poisoning of public opinion through the press. This from the arch-poisoner of the press of all time. Britain and Germany negotiated a naval treaty. Hitler's address of May 21, with its bid for a bilateral treaty with Great Britain, bore fruit in the Anglo-German Naval Agreement of June 18, 1935. In accordance with its terms, the strength of the German fleet was fixed at 35% of the total tonnage of the British Commonwealth of Nations. It was obvious that this agreement had far-reaching implications for the other naval powers. France and Italy were sharply critical of the British government for conniving with the Reich in a breach of the Treaty of Versailles. In Germany, the agreement gave great satisfaction because it not only permitted the Reich to have a navy 3 times as large as the naval armament allowed by the peace settlement of 1919, but it also granted eventual parity with Britain in submarines. In the United States, the Anglo-German Naval Agreement was received with general approval. The Cincinnati Enquirer was quick to give its blessing to the arrangement, wiser than their friends in Paris. The British have made a sane compromise with Germany and have thereby reached a satisfactory agreement on naval ratios without impairing their friendly relations. The Des Moines Register was pleased with any accord that curbed the Nazi craze for maximum armaments, while the Albuquerque Journal looked upon it as an important foundation stone in the rebuilding of the wreck which is now political Europe. There were some voices raised in sharp disapproval of the British desire to appease Hitler. The Washington News hoped that Britain's present quixotic course will not do more harm than good. 75, the New York Times deprecated the fact that Britain allowed itself to do what, in another, it condemns as a breach of international law. 76, while the Chicago Daily News regarded the agreement as an important German diplomatic victory. This agreement is the greatest triumph of German diplomacy since its successful repudiation of the disarmament provisions of the Versailles Treaty last March. Secretary Hull is fearful of the role of moral leadership. The tension in European diplomatic circles in the spring of 1935 made a deep impression upon American observers. But no matter how desperate the situation became in Europe, it was believed that America should abstain from taking an active role in an effort to better conditions. Ambassador Bingham in London was distinctly of this opinion. In a telegram to Secretary Hull, he remarked, "If a European meeting is called in which Germany is to participate, we are now of the opinion that the United States should not attend or send an observer. It is our opinion that if we mingle in the European situation, we must be prepared to accept the responsibilities therein entailed. We cannot participate merely on the basis of that specious form of moral leadership from which the present administration has thus far wisely refrained." Secretary Hull was not ready to assume any specious role of moral leadership in the early months of 1935. He knew only too well how badly Europe needed such leadership, but there was no possibility that European statesmen would respond to any clarion call. In order, however, to be ready for any emergency, he scanned with great care the dispatches from American embassies in Europe, and during March he became increasingly concerned over the danger of an outbreak of hostilities. On April 4, Ambassador Dodd received a telegram from Hull inquiring whether war in Europe is imminent. On the following day, Dodd sent a reassuring answer to the Department of State, but he confided to his diary that the irresponsible trio, Hitler, Göring, and Goebbels, might easily do a wild thing, knowing so little of past history. The negotiation of the Anglo-German naval pact appeared to Dodd as the first step in a German move to encircle Russia. Absolute control of the Baltic was the major point in the naval agreement. The other means of encircling Russia is the entente with Japan, which gives that country an almost free hand in Asia. Germany had to be cautious, however, because the Franco-Italian understanding and the Franco-Russian pact were major obstacles along the road to conflict. Thus, we have Europe stalled in a way which fairly guarantees peace for some years to come. The Bremen incident. The course of German-American relations was never permitted to run smoothly, even for a brief period. There was always some incident to provoke ill will. In this regard, it should be remembered that in 1934 the Communist Party in America was taking an active part in stirring the embers of American discontent with both Germany and Japan. Those powers were barriers against a red tide that might engulf Europe and Asia. If America could be needled into war with those Russian rivals, it would be a great victory for Soviet diplomacy. Nothing would suit the Kremlin better than to have the United States fight for Russian objectives. As one reads the diplomatic correspondence of the 30s, it is easy to see how communist agents worked untiringly to inject the poison of hatred into German-American relations. A good example of their technique was the Bremen incident. On July 25, the 3rd Division Office of the Police Department of New York City received a copy of a circular issued by the Communist Party which called for a demonstration on Pier 86 at midnight on July 26 on the occasion of the sailing of the SS Bremen. The wording of the circular is very interesting. It presumed a union of communists, Catholics, Jews, and anti-fascists against Nazi Germany. All Catholics must immediately come to the aid of their fellow Catholics in Germany. While you are at Mass today, the Hitler fascist government is launching the most brutal attack on religious liberty in modern history. The Communist Party is calling on all anti-fascist individuals and organizations to rally to the defense of the Catholic people of Germany. Those WHO talk against communism, want fascism, learn from Germany. We urge you to flood the pier with anti-fascist workers. On the evening of July 26, some communists were able to slip aboard the Bremen, and at 11:45 they began to assault the German sailors. When the New York police hurried to quell this disturbance, they were immediately attacked by the belligerent communists and firearms were freely used. During this pitched battle, some communists were able to reach the flagstaff of the SS Bremen and pulled down the German swastika, throwing it into the river. After a lengthy and spirited contest, the communists were finally subdued, and many of them were arrested. 3 days after this incident occurred, Dr. Rudolf Leitner, the Chargé d'Affaires of Germany, paid a formal visit to the Department of State to make a most emphatic protest against this serious insult to the German national emblem. In his note addressed to Mr. Phillips, the acting Secretary of State, Dr. Leitner expressed the expectation that the guilty persons may be duly punished. Dr. Leitner was not able to see Mr. Phillips, so he had a long conversation with Mr. James C. Dunn. Dr. Leitner, said that the combination of the La Guardia ruling against granting a masseur's license to a German citizen and the Bremen flag incident caused a great deal of resentment in Germany, and said that as far as he could see, whenever there is presented an opportunity to do so, all the American press fulminates against the German government, as if they were directed to do so by some superior authority. He handed me a page from the illustrated section of the Minneapolis Sunday Tribune of July 7, 1935, which is clearly an attack upon Hitler, stating that his father was a drunkard, mistreated his wife, and frequently beat his son. I told Dr. Leitner that we considered the Bremen flag incident as most unfortunate. I said, however, that the police of New York had acted promptly and efficiently. As far as concerned the article in the Minneapolis Sunday Tribune, there was nothing this government could do, as the press in this country was entirely free to express itself in any manner it desired to on any subject. On August 1, Mr. Phillips sent a formal note to Dr. Leitner which merely stated that it was unfortunate that the German national emblem should not have received that respect to which it is entitled. There was no assurance that communists would not be able to repeat their performance of July 26. As far as the Department of State was concerned, the incident was closed, but the German Foreign Office was far from pleased with this cool verbal settlement of the affair, and it remained in their minds as an important item of unfinished business, and American hostility towards the Hitler regime. Some officials in the Department of State were inclined to pass over the Bremen incident lightly because they hoped for an early collapse of the Hitler government. But Ambassador Dodd dashed these hopes in some of his telegrams. On August 9, he canvassed the strength of Nazi organization and came to the conclusion that there was nothing to warrant prediction of an early breakdown of economic or political regime. This view was partially confirmed by Mr. Clifton M. Utley, director of the Chicago Council on Foreign Relations. Mr. Utley had a conversation with Mr. R. E. Schoenfeld of the Division of Western European Affairs in the Department of State. During the course of this conversation, Mr. Utley voiced the view that the German people were strongly in support of the Hitler government. This fact was demonstrated in the recent elections. As for Hitler, personally, Mr. Utley felt that the two referenda held recently accurately represented the feeling of the people. Mr. Utley then made some interesting remarks concerning Himmler. Himmler was personally a completely honest and upright man. The concentration camp at Dachau was well organized. The discipline of the inmates was excellent, and their health was apparently satisfactory. These inmates were largely communists, and inasmuch as in Germany the officials regarded communism as Jewish-inspired, this fact had sinister implications for the large Jewish population. In the summer of 1935, there was a great deal of discussion in Nazi ranks about the advisability of issuing new decrees that would supplement the anti-Semitic Nuremberg laws. At this period, however, it was believed that Hitler was opposed to harsher measures. It is fairly well established that a sharp conflict has broken out in party and government circles respecting the scope of the application of the anti-Semitic legislation. According to good authority, Herr Hitler and Dr. Schacht, at a meeting of Gauleiters and Reichsleiters held immediately after the Nuremberg Congress, drove home to their hearers the necessity for discipline and the avoidance of excesses against the Jews. On the other hand, it appears that the concession was made to radicals that the class to be known as full Jews would be subject to severer restrictions. The very fact that supplementary anti-Semitic decrees were being projected in Germany helped to increase in the United States the deep-seated hostility that made it difficult to continue diplomatic relations with the Reich. The anti-Jewish rioting in certain German cities in July clearly indicated the insecure status of the Jews. Moreover, the projected supplementary regulations were already being enforced by the party against Jews and Jewish business concerns. American indignation over these repressive measures aroused the anger of Goebbels, who remarked on January 17, 1936, in a speech in Berlin that American public opinion defied understanding. Lindbergh, once a national hero, was now despised by many in America because he refused to ride the anti-German wave that was sweeping over America. We do not wish to be Pharisees, but a people who would let such a thing happen have every cause to attend to their own affairs. As regards the rest of the world, if it loves the Jews so much, let it take them. This defiant attitude towards world opinion presaged some new Nazi thrust for power. It was not long before the Führer startled Europe with another repudiation of treaty obligations. X3 Europe fails to find a substitute for Locarno A. Hitler liquidates the Locarno Pact. As tension in Europe increased as a result of the Italo-Ethiopian dispute, there was a fear in some quarters that Hitler would exploit the situation in order to gain some substantial concessions. Hugh Wilson, American minister at Geneva, wrote to Secretary Hull that it was the concern regarding Germany which is decisively influencing the action of all the European states today. There was no real fear of Italy, but many statesmen were profoundly afraid of Germany. One of the concessions that Hitler wished to extract from England and France was the return of the former German colonies. In June 1935, Bullitt wrote to Secretary Hull that he had just been told by a British diplomat that his government was ready to concede as just and reasonable Germany's claim to colonial territory. In January of the following year, he had a different story to report. The British ambassador in Paris had bluntly informed him that the Foreign Office would regard with displeasure the raising of the question of colonies. It was during this very month that Ambassador Davies had a conversation with Dr. Schacht, who confidentially remarked that his government had authorized him to submit proposals to England and France that would guarantee the peace of Europe, reduce armaments, and settle the question of international boundaries if the matter of colonies were satisfactorily adjusted. Schacht made little impression upon the British government, which was in the mood to ask rather than grant concessions. In December 1935, the Foreign Office instructed Sir Eric Phipps in Berlin to ask Hitler if he had any objections to the establishment of British air bases in northern France and Belgium. This point-blank question astounded the German Chancellor. It indicated either that the Foreign Office had lost all faith in the Locarno Treaty of October 1925, or that it regarded him as an easy mark. He told Phipps with considerable vehemence that he was entirely opposed to any indirect repudiation of Locarno, and Paul Schäfer in the Berliner Tageblatt devoted a long editorial to the inequitable features of any Franco-British mutual assistance arrangements vis-à-vis Locarno, and the general discontent and apprehension in Germany which these alleged arrangements inspire. When other German newspapers acidly commented upon this remarkable British proposal, the French ambassador objected to such a barrage, and it suddenly ceased. The German Foreign Office was also apprehensive concerning the Franco-British staff conversations, which seemed to indicate military preparations against Germany. Ferdinand L. Mayer, the American chargé in Berlin, had a long conversation with Jekov in the Foreign Office, and the latter frankly disclosed many doubts relative to the Franco-British attitude towards Locarno. Jekov said that while the British and French had given most solemn assurances that their recent staff discussions referred only to the Mediterranean, he must state frankly that the value of those assurances was somewhat diminished by the fact that similar assurances given in 1913 and 1914 with regard to staff discussions had proven valueless. Furthermore, these present assurances were weakened by the rather naive and amazing question Phipps had asked Hitler last December when he requested what would Germany's attitude be if England established air bases in northern France and Belgium. The public statements of British statesmen still expressed a determination to adhere to Locarno. In the House of Commons, February 12, 1936, Anthony Eden insisted that His Majesty's government would stand by those obligations and faithfully fulfill them. This meant that any German occupation of the demilitarized zone along the Rhine would be followed by prompt British action according to the terms of the treaty. In France, the situation was complicated by difficulties arising out of the debate upon the Franco-Soviet Pact. On February 11, this treaty had been placed before the Chamber for ratification. Flandin, the foreign minister, referred to the possibility of a German repudiation of Locarno, but he did not seem deeply concerned about such a On February 27, the Chamber approved the treaty by a large majority, and on March 3 it came before the Senate. British and French statesmen were carefully watching the diplomatic skies over Germany for storm clouds. They remembered Hitler's speech of May 21, 1935, in which he had promised scrupulously to maintain every treaty voluntarily signed by the German government. But they also recalled his reservation to the effect that German adherence to Locarno would last only so long as the other partners are on their side ready to stand by that pact. It was known that Hitler regarded the Franco-Soviet Pact as a violation of Locarno, and in February 1936 the German press had expressed bitter resentment over its possible ratification by the French Parliament. The British and French ambassadors, therefore, should not have been greatly surprised when on March 7 they, along with the ambassadors from Belgium and Italy, were summoned to the Wilhelmstrasse, where Neurath informed them that German military reoccupation of the demilitarized zone had already begun. He then handed them a memorandum which explained the reasons for this action. At noon, Hitler addressed the Reichstag and then read to it the memorandum that had been handed to the ambassadors representing the Locarno powers. Emphasis was placed upon the need for some new political alignment that would restrain the red tide of Russia. The best way to erect a strong dike against the Soviet tide would be the prompt ratification of 4 agreements. A multilateral treaty which would provide a new demilitarized zone along the frontiers of Belgium, France, and Germany, a 25-year non-aggression pact between Belgium, France, Germany, and the Netherlands, an air pact which would ensure Western Europe against a surprise attack, a series of bilateral non-aggression treaties with the countries on the eastern frontier of Germany, B. American press opinion relative to the Rhineland. In the United States, the news of the Nazi occupation of the Rhineland evoked nationwide interest. The Baltimore Sun 12 and the Louisville Courier-Journal 13 were suspicious of Hitler's proposals, and the San Francisco Chronicle was confident that anything that emanated from Hitler was counterfeit. The world does not trust him at all. The Oklahoman City Daily Oklahoman feared that a general European war was imminent. After this Hitler coup, war would ensue inevitably. The Emporia Gazette shared this view. The danger of a European war draws nearer. The Portland Morning Oregonian refused to be frightened by the spectre of War 17, and the Hearst Press put on a similar brave front. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch was inclined to look with favor upon Hitler's peace proposals. It was high time for a new deal in Europe. The Omaha World Herald expressed a similar opinion. One can only wait and see and hope. Hitler presents the possibility that he may become the post-war peacemaker. The Versailles Treaty could well be sacrificed for such positive gains. The Cincinnati Enquirer went so far as to defend Hitler's bold move into the Rhineland. Great Britain and France, not to mention Russia, Japan and the United States are at work building unprecedentedly great military machines. The powers, therefore, have no logical objection to Chancellor Hitler's newest move into the Rhineland. See Europe views the Hitler coup with alarm. Immediately after the news of Hitler's occupation of the Rhineland, the French government favored a call upon the other signatories of Locarno to implement their obligations. After a cabinet meeting on the evening of March 7, it was decided to follow a more cautious line of action. An appeal would be made to the Council of the League of Nations. If the Council should find that Germany was guilty of a violation of Locarno, the signatory powers could rush at once to the assistance of France. While this procedure was being followed, some nations like Russia and Czechoslovakia were giving France assurances of support. In Moscow, Ambassador Bullitt talked with Litvinov, whose excitement can be read between every line of the dispatch to Secretary Hull. Litvinov displayed almost violent rage in his comments on Hitler. I asked him if he would not welcome the German-Lithuanian pact of non-aggression proposed by Hitler. He replied that the promise of a dog, liar and blackguard like Hitler was worthless to Lithuania or any other country. I asked Litvinov if he hoped that France would march troops into the Rhineland. He replied that he did not, as that would mean immediate war. He said that he was disgusted by the proposal of Hitler to re-enter the League of Nations. and even more disgusted by the fact that the British would welcome the re-entry of Germany. Ambassador Dodd in Berlin regarded Hitler's speech before the Reichstag as impressive, and he noted the great spontaneous applause which greeted the statement concerning Germany's willingness to re-enter the League of Nations. Some American newspapermen in Berlin were of the opinion that Hitler's move may not have been unwelcome to the British, particularly as it made such striking concessions with regard to international cooperation with the League. It was soon evident that Belgium and Italy would take no action that would anger Hitler, and Poland was equally cautious. The British government held the key to the future. Eden quickly indicated that he was strongly opposed to any hasty action, and in this course he was supported by a large section of the British press. The Observer counseled the British public to keep cool heads and just hearts. The first need for Britain was to repair her defences. The second is to consider Herr Hitler's proposals in a spirit of sympathy and goodwill. The Sunday Despatch made a comment which expressed the sentiment of multitudes of British: the Locarno Pact is dead. It was a commitment to which the people of Britain never gave their sanction. The British Foreign Office adhered to the belief that some deal could be made with Hitler that would at least temporarily quiet the situation. It was clear to the American chargé in London that Eden hoped to handle this Rhineland muddle in a realistic manner. Eventually the Foreign Office could find some satisfactory formula in which France would have to acquiesce. In France, there was some feeling, even in official circles, that the Premier had been too abrupt in dealing with Hitler. There was definite skepticism about any prompt British assistance under the terms of the Locarno Pact. It was obvious from Eden's speech in the House of Commons that Britain would go to France's rescue only in case of invasion of or attack on French territory. The cautious attitude of the British Foreign Office had its effect upon France. On March 10, Flandin assured Eden that French policy was 100% pacific and was not intended to lead to a conflict. But France was eager for British support of economic and financial sanctions against Germany, and Russia was pressing hard for action that would foster the further encirclement of Germany through the most resolute action by the League Council. When the Baldwin ministry insisted upon following a conservative course, the French press reflected a growing bitterness towards Hitler and Baldwin, tabouis in Loire, claimed that a strict liaison had been established between London and Berlin, and claims to know from an authorized source that it was during Lord Londonderry's trip to Berlin after King George's funeral that Hitler made known to him that the military occupation of the demilitarized zone would be accomplished early in March. Ambassador Strauss then added this confidential item: "The embassy has reason to believe that Madame Taboui's information is in the main correct." While Belgium and France were showing their deep concern about the final result of the German occupation of the Rhineland, other nations were equally worried over the re-entry of Russia into European politics. In Budapest, the Hungarian Foreign Office was particularly concerned about the construction of air bases in Czechoslovakia, especially one near the Hungarian border. Eckhart told the American minister that he would soon speak on this subject in Parliament, and added, "If Germany should offer to assist Hungary to combat this danger, could any prime minister take the responsibility of refusing such an offer?" In Hungary, it was apparent that the re-entry of Russia into Europe is generally considered a new communist menace. In view of this threatening international situation, Eden anxiously sought some solution that would prove satisfactory. On March 11, he asked the German ambassador in London if he would not immediately inquire if his government would be willing to withdraw from the demilitarized zone all but a symbolical number of troops, and also to give a promise not to erect any fortifications there during the present emergency. The Nazi government responded by giving assurances that the number of German troops in the zone would not be increased and would not be stationed near the border. This small concession led the League of Nations on March 14 to invite the German government to send a representative to sit with the League Council during its consideration of the Rhineland question. Germany accepted this invitation, and on March 19, Herr von Ribbentrop presented Germany's case. It was too big a task for a man whose brain was usually on the tip of his tongue. The Council adopted the Franco-Belgian resolution declaring Germany guilty of a breach of the Versailles and Locarno treaties. Inasmuch as the Council made no recommendation for the application of sanctions, this victory for France had little practical value. Although the British representative on the League Council had voted in favour of the French-Belgian resolution of censure, public opinion in France held to the view that the tentative London Accords were quite fragile and that the importance of the results so painfully obtained by the French delegation were only relative. In order to dissipate these French fears, Eden made a speech on March 26 in which he stated that Britain would stand behind her obligations under Locarno. This assurance displeased some of the British newspapers like the Daily Mail, which expressed the opinion that Eden's promises would not satisfy this country which is fearful of the possibilities of war. In France, the language of Eden was criticized as too moderate and open-minded. The general conclusion, drawn by the majority of the press, is that France must henceforth count upon herself only and the strengthening of her own forces. While the League Council was giving careful consideration to the problem of Germany's violation of the Locarno Pact, Hitler ordered a plebiscite to be held on March 29, with reference to German occupation of the Rhineland. The top Nazi leaders worked feverishly to get an overwhelming affirmative vote. Goebbels spoke 7 times in Berlin and vicinity, Göring in the Rhineland and Hesse in Stuttgart, while Hitler made an impassioned address at Frankfurt. Hitler's tone is increasingly messianic. The German people are his people, and he takes God as his witness and asks to be struck down if he is doing wrong. Thanks to these strenuous efforts, the plebiscite was a one-sided victory for Hitler. Approximately 98% of the votes were cast in favor of the march into the Rhineland. This fact gave Hitler at least the appearance of complete support for his present policy, and it represented a record vote in his favor and a correspondingly strong springboard for his next international move. The Hitler offers a new formula for peace. Hitler's next move was the submission to Britain on March 31 of a far-reaching peace plan. In the United States, the majority of press comments upon this plan were unfavorable. The Los Angeles Times believed that Hitler was trying to drive a wedge between France and her allies. She cannot accept these terms without abandoning her allies to the east. The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle was of the opinion that Hitler had assumed the power of dictating terms of peace to the rest of Europe, and he appears in the phrase of the day to get away with it. The Salt Lake City Deseret News expressed a spirit of pessimism. If Europe endeavors to check Hitler, it will mean war. If Europe fails to do so, it will mean unrestrained dictatorship. The New York Times breathed a spirit of optimism. Europe has been granted an interval in which the forces of peace may be brought into play with promise of greater success than has for months past seemed possible. The Springfield Republican was even more hopeful. The new proposals, largely based upon the principles of Woodrow Wilson, give a splendid opportunity to force Germany to declare itself for a settled peace on all fronts. Now that the immediate crisis has been passed, it was up to the other powers, and especially for the Locarno group, to decide whether they will meet Hitler halfway and attempt to give Europe more security and goodwill than the present generation has known. The religious press appeared to view the Rhineland crisis with an open mind. America thought it was hard to condemn the desire of the German people to hold the Rhineland as their own. The Christian Century expressed similar sentiments. Versailles was fundamentally wrong. Permanent peace could not be built upon the theory that one of the nations of Europe occupies a lower status and enjoys a smaller degree of independence than any of the others. The Catholic world, after an extended critique of Versailles, turned its guns upon Hitler, who was denounced as a cold-blooded, calculating murderer. Eden turns with each new diplomatic breeze. The French government would have agreed with the Catholic world concerning Hitler, and it was convinced that it would do no good to give his proposals any serious consideration. On April 6, the French cabinet approved 2 documents that had been drafted by the Foreign Office. They constituted a detailed critique of the Hitler program. After presenting a long bill of indictment, they finally produced the outline of a plan that would make the League of Nations more effective in preserving the peace of Europe. On April 8, the Committee of 13 met at Geneva to consider the Italo-Ethiopian dispute. The French members of the committee took this occasion to present the French case with regard to the Rhineland problem, and they insisted that all efforts to conciliate Germany should cease. Eden refused to accept the thesis that negotiations with Hitler had broken down, and he secured approval of the idea that the British government should inquire what was the meaning attached by the German government to the bilateral treaties which it proposed, and how these treaties would fall into the framework of collective security. On April 15, Ambassador Strauss informed Secretary Hull that the French government did not know the exact form in which the British inquiries would be put to the German government, but he supposed that he would soon receive the text of the document. He had learned that the British Foreign Office had received assurances in principle from Germany regarding the non-fortification of the Rhineland during the proposed 4-month period of negotiations. From London, Ambassador Bingham made a brief report on the indecision that marked the efforts to settle the Rhineland deadlock. During the course of my interview with the Under-Secretary of State this afternoon, he said that in view of the insistent demand of the French that the German forces should withdraw from the heretofore demilitarized zone of the Rhineland, it had been necessary to make such concessions to the French government as would induce them to arrive at a position where negotiations were possible. It was on this basis that conversations among the general staffs were agreed to by the British government. As a result, the French had moved from an extreme position to a middle ground where negotiations were possible. The German government apparently felt that they had won a great success and had assumed a completely recalcitrant position. If Hitler would not recede from this stand, the negotiations had no hope of success. In Berlin, Ferdinand L. Mayer, the American chargé d'affaires, had a talk with the French ambassador and found him quite pessimistic about arriving at a satisfactory settlement of the Rhineland question. This pessimism was well founded. On May 7, the British ambassador in Berlin submitted to the Foreign Office a detailed questionnaire which reflected a strong inclination towards the views expressed in the French memorandum of April 6. Eden knew very well that Hitler was not prepared to give a pledge to respect all the remaining operative clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. He was also aware of the fact that the German Foreign Office would not agree to any real limitation of air power and would refuse to enter into a non-aggression pact with Soviet Russia. British policy had suddenly changed from conciliation to challenge. There was no expectation that this challenge would soon be answered. The attitude of the German Foreign Office towards Eden's vacillations was clearly revealed in a conversation between Ambassador Bullitt and von Neurath, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. He assured Bullitt that the deepest desire of Hitler was to come to a real understanding with France, but every attempt he or Hitler had made to draw closer to the French had resulted in either no reply from France or a rebuff. With regard to England, he said that he regretted greatly that no really friendly contact had been established between the German and British governments. I asked him if he meant that he did not talk and could not talk with Eden or the British ambassador in Berlin as simply and directly as he was talking to me. He replied that he absolutely could not, and that it was totally impossible. He went on to say that the entire matter of the British note of inquiry had been mishandled grossly by the British Foreign Office. He said that Sir Eric Phipps had brought him the note with the request to keep its contents absolutely secret. He von Neurath said that, to his utter astonishment, Sir Eric Phipps had then telephoned to him and said that he regretted greatly to inform him that there had been a leak as to the contents of the note and that it would be essential for the British government to publish it the following morning. Eden's reversal of policy towards Germany came in the face of certain knowledge that German military strength was the main barrier that held back the tide of Bolshevism that constantly threatened to inundate Europe. In this regard, the conversation between Bullitt and von Neurath assumes additional importance. We discussed relations between Germany and the Soviet government. Von Neurath said that he considered the hostility between Germany and the Soviet Union absolutely irremovable. He asserted that the Soviet Union believed that Nazi Germany was the one obstacle to the conquest of Europe by communism. This, incidentally, is the view of the Soviet government. The German Foreign Office did not bother about making a formal reply to the British memorandum, and Prime Minister Van Zeeland of Belgium confided to Ambassador Bullitt that he regarded the future most pessimistically. In order to banish this pessimism, representatives of Belgium, Britain and France met at London on July 23 and issued a communiqué setting forth their views. The three powers were now ready to meet Germany in conference as soon as possible in order to endeavour to find some formula that would replace Locarno. Germany did not respond to this overture, so the King of Belgium on October 14 made a speech to his cabinet which clarified the situation as far as his country was concerned. He was anxious for Belgium to return to her pre-war status of guaranteed neutrality. Her policy should aim resolutely at putting us outside the conflicts of our neighbours. Locarno was dead beyond any hope of revival. Over the ashes of Locarno hovered the shadow of Bolshevism. It carried increasing consternation to European minds because of the collapse of collective security. To Ambassador Dodd in Berlin, this collapse was largely the fault of France. Under French leadership, the League itself became partisan and only emphasized the duration of the dictated Peace of Versailles and divided Europe into opposed camps. Germany's refusal in March 1935 longer to endure this situation shattered the delicately poised artificiality, and thereby all of Europe was thrown into a ferment and a scramble for adjustment. Heretofore, the Bolshevik menace in Europe has been typified by the subterranean activities of the Third International rather than by Russian nationalistic militarism. Latterly, however, there seems to have been a significant and aggressive change in Russian sponsorship of world revolution. We incline to feel that this may have reached a point where the prospect for this revolution, as far as Europe is concerned, has persuaded Stalin and his advisors of the desirability of coming out into the open and aggressively combining Russian militant imperialism with Russian communism. Through the Franco-Soviet alliance, through the apprehensions felt in many quarters in Europe over Germany's renaissance, and through Russia's adroit diplomatic maneuvers, the Soviets have been able to pose as the savior to those states in Europe most fearful of the rebirth of a powerful Germany. Hitler and Mussolini reach an important accord in order to meet this mounting menace of communism and at the same time strengthen their position in Europe. Hitler and Mussolini, through the summer of 1936, moved towards an accord. The revolution in Spain and the fateful Austro-German agreement of the same month accelerated this movement. On July 25, Hitler closed the German legation in Addis Ababa, thereby announcing his readiness to recognize the Italian conquest of Ethiopia. The visit of Lloyd George to Berchtesgaden during the summer of 1936 slightly delayed the German drift towards Italy. For a brief period, Hitler revived his interest in a real rapprochement with Britain. Conversations with Lloyd George confirmed his belief in the rising power of Germany and led him to discount the possibility of American intervention in a Second World War. But the German Foreign Office was suspicious of Eden, who never seemed to know just what his attitude towards Nazi Germany should be. With London hesitant about improving relations with Hitler, Rome showed a spirit of friendship which led the Foreign Office to send Hans Frank to survey the situation. Frank's visit to Rome was followed by Ciano's trip to Berlin. In his portfolio, Ciano carried 2 documents that had fallen into Mussolini's hands. When Ciano showed Hitler a telegram from Sir Eric Phipps to the British Foreign Office in which the German government was criticized as one of dangerous adventurers, Hitler flew into the expected rage. He was eager for a pact with Italy against the inept creatures who formulated British foreign policy. In America, the Hitler-Mussolini pact evoked little comment. The Baltimore Sun feared that the understanding between Ciano and Hitler had far-reaching significance, for it reveals that the 2 fascist dictators have agreed upon a common plan of action in their future diplomatic relations with the other Western European powers. The Richmond Times-Dispatch looked upon the pact as an exceedingly ominous portent for the future 62, but the Christian Science Monitor hoped that sound economic adjustments between these 2 countries might improve rather than endanger the peace of Europe. Versailles undergoes another attack. Shortly after the announcement of the Hitler-Ciano Pact, Hitler produced another tremor throughout Europe by repudiating those clauses in the Treaty of Versailles which placed important German waterways under the control of an international commission. The main question that now plagued American minds was whether he would soon attack the territorial clauses in the dictated Pact of Versailles. The Los Angeles Times feared that a war of revenge at Germany's earliest opportunity is now almost inevitable, and the Chicago Daily News was deeply concerned over the effects of the Nazi unilateral denunciation of important treaties. The Springfield Republican expressed a very different viewpoint. The signatories to the Treaty of Versailles should have remedied the situation long ago and thus prevented the development of the fierce nationalism that was splitting Europe into badly damaged fragments. The Providence Journal thought that the whole difficulty stemmed back to the short-sighted statesmanship that produced the impractical Treaty of Versailles. Germany and Italy recognized Franco when Hitler and Mussolini recognized the Franco government. November 18, the Portland Morning Oregonian remarked that the situation in Europe is daily more dangerous. The Birmingham News was apprehensive that Russia would soon take some action that would bring on a general war. The Atlanta Constitution took a more hopeful view. It is more probable that the strengthened alignment against communism will act as a powerful deterrent against aggressive steps by Russia. The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle was able to distill some sunshine from the grey wash of the news from Europe. There are too many points of rivalry between Italy and Germany to permit a real military alliance between them. Neither can get along without the cooperation of France and Britain. Together, however, they may help to bring about a four-power pact that will serve the interests of all, i.e. the German-Japanese Anti-Comintern Pact, November 25, 1936. The Baltimore Sun was gravely concerned about the implications of the Anti-Comintern Pact. There is no use in denying that most of the world powers are rushing pell-mell towards war. The Cleveland Plain Dealer feared that the pact might become the opening wedge of the next war. The Des Moines Register believed that the new German-Japanese treaty was a distinct threat to the historic American position in the Far East. Shall we abandon, lock, stock, and barrel our whole basic policy as to the far side of the Pacific, or shall we continue to play the balance of power game in the far Pacific? The business press had few comments to make on this accord between Germany and Japan, but Barron's thought that its purpose was evident. While the German-Japanese understanding is aimed at communism and ostensibly has nothing to do with Soviet Russia as a country, the mask is so obviously thin as to be almost deliberately transparent. In effect, these countries are saying to the Spanish leftists and to the world, we now show our strength. If any country wishes to interfere with our plans, that country must take the consequences. Europe tries to replace Locarno. The increase in German military strength through the creation of accords with Italy and Japan aroused great concern in the minds of many European statesmen. Georges Bonnet had a conversation with Ambassador Bullitt during which he stressed the importance of a reconciliation between France and Germany. He felt that an effort should be made to achieve that objective, but he was certain that the blessing of the United States would be necessary. Bullitt hastened to assure him that any effort to reach such a reconciliation would have the full benediction of the United States. Later that afternoon, the German ambassador called at the American embassy in Paris and confided to Bullitt that he had been instructed by Ribbentrop to discuss the matter of effecting a full understanding between France and Germany. His government ardently desired such an understanding and wished to know if Bullitt could propose some steps towards that end. Bullitt assured the ambassador that the French government desired intensely to reach an understanding with Germany. The best way to ensure this objective would be through discreet conversations between representatives of the two countries. The ambassador then said that he had initiated such conversations by bringing Schacht to Paris, that Schacht's conversation with Blum had been most promising, but that the French had then conferred with the British, and because of British opposition had not followed up the initiative of Schacht. He then pointed out that England, the Soviet Union, and Italy were all opposed to Franco-German reconciliation, and that the United States was the only great power in the Western world which would regard such reconciliation favorably. I told him that our government would certainly favor such reconciliation. I asked him what would be the attitude of the German government if Delbos would say to him that France would like to enter into such a global negotiation. He replied that the German government would accept with enthusiasm. On this same afternoon, Bonnet discussed with Bullitt the possibility of creating a close collaboration between France, England, and the United States. The three great democracies should first agree upon some plan for world peace and then offer it to Germany. If Germany could be convinced that the great democracies were standing shoulder to shoulder, she would not dare attack in the next 18 months. Bullitt bluntly informed Bonnet that he felt that there was not the slightest chance that the United States would participate. I explained to him that while we were deeply and sincerely interested in the preservation of peace, not only in the Western Hemisphere, but also in Europe and the Far East, there were certain absolute limits beyond which we could not go. He and all other French statesmen must realize that the United States would not send troops, warships, and money to Europe again to support France and England. He should also realize that we would not become involved in the political difficulties of Europe. But despite Bullitt's blunt words, the French statesman continued to place before him different variations of a plan for the settlement of the difficulties of Europe. Great international corporations should be established with capital drawn chiefly from England. France and the United States, but with representation on the board of all the leading nations of the world. These corporations would be world clearing houses for the exchange of raw materials for manufactured goods. Coupled with this proposal, which was designed essentially to relieve Germany of her present economic difficulties, would be a proposal for limitation of armaments. French statesmen hoped that President Roosevelt would take the lead in making a proposal of this sort. Although Bullitt had warned the French Foreign Office that the President would not take the initiative in any search for a formula that would ensure the peace of Europe, there was still hope in Paris that America would abandon her policy of isolation and assume the burdens of leadership. Dr. Schacht had an important conversation with Ambassador Davies, who was passing through Berlin en route to Moscow. He stated that the present condition of the German people was intolerable and that he had been authorized to submit to England and France significant proposals that might save the situation. He had found Prime Minister Blum surprisingly agreeable, but England had flatly rejected the proposals and had refused even to have informal discussions on the subject. Schacht thought the only way out of the existing dead-end street was for President Roosevelt to call an international conference that would discuss the abolition of the numerous barriers to world trade. Davies was slightly more encouraging than Bullitt. He told Schacht that the president would be indisposed to become entangled in these matters unless there was some assurance of success. It would, in the meantime, be wise for German leaders to tone down the aggressive spirit that was so manifest in the recent speeches at Nuremberg. While Schacht in Berlin was putting out peace feelers, Blum in Paris was doing the same thing. He told Bullitt that the French ambassador had just reported a most amicable conversation with the German foreign minister, who had been profuse in his assertions that Germany desired nothing but peace. Blum agreed with von Neurath's opinion that any real conciliation between France and Germany must be prefaced by a settlement of the Spanish conflict. When this was effected, there could then be conversations that would explore the possibilities of economic cooperation on a large scale. It was apparent that Blum was in favor of definite concessions to Germany in the hope of building some bridge of understanding between France and the Nazi government. This inclination towards appeasement was abruptly halted by Anthony Eden, who made a visit to Paris for the purpose of giving Blum some blunt advice. On January 19, Eden made a speech in the House of Commons in which he stressed the opinion that economic collaboration and political appeasement must go hand in hand. He then referred to Germany as a nation that had exalted race and nationalism into a creed which is practiced with the same fervor as it is preached. All the world is asking whether these doctrines are to lead Germany, whether they are to lead all of us. On January 24, Prime Minister Blum, in a speech at Lyons, underlined the British thesis that peace in Europe was indivisible. It would not be preserved by a series of bilateral treaties. No engagements limited to France would guarantee the security of France. K. Hitler's soft answers stir new hope in Europe. On January 30, 1937, Chancellor Hitler gave his answer to the speeches of Eden and Blum. First, he denounced the war guilt clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. Next, he expressed a desire for cooperation with other nations and cited as proof of this statement the German agreements with Austria, Italy, Japan, and Poland. Assurances were given of a disposition to guarantee the neutrality of Belgium and Holland. He once more asserted that the Nazi government had no quarrel with France. His sharp shafts were feathered for only one nation, Soviet Russia. In this regard, he referred to the untenability of the British thesis that European peace was indivisible. In fact, Europe was divided into two camps, and this division had been brought about by the proclamation of the Bolshevist doctrine, the chief feature of which is to enforce itself on all peoples. Peace could be preserved only by preparation against the Red Menace. In America, about one-half the newspapers received Hitler's words with suspicion as to his underlying motives. The Omaha World Herald saw no promise of peace in the speech of January 30. Europe must wait for more pacific assurances from Germany's leader. The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle thought that the conditions on which Hitler would deal with other nations are impossible unless the world is willing to carry civilization back 1,000 years. The Memphis Commercial Appeal was certain that Hitler's attack upon Russia was for the purpose of inflaming the French conservative and peasant opposition to the pink and red Blum. Government. The San Francisco Chronicle attacked Hitler as still unregenerate. He had offered to join any sort of a peace movement in Europe that left Russia out. So far, so bad. There can be no peace in Europe unless it includes everybody. Some American newspapers saw Hitler as a herald of peace. The Boston Evening Transcript regarded the speech of January 30 as reassuring. What the Führer said was conciliatory in tone. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch insisted that it was an amiable Hitler the Reichstag listened to, while the Des Moines Register called attention to his generally conciliatory tone. The Brooklyn Daily Eagle made similar comments. Hitler was surprisingly conciliatory on all of those matters which might add to the tension in Europe. Louis Einstein in London believed that Hitler's speech was principally designed to influence British opinion towards exercising a greater forbearance in regard to future German expansion eastward in Paris. Prime Minister Blum told Bullitt that he had heard from the French ambassador in Berlin to the effect that Hitler had prepared his speech under the influence of Neurath and Schacht, but that Göring on his return from Italy had persuaded the Führer to make it much less positive and conciliatory than the first draft. Hugh Wilson in Bern thought that he saw in Hitler's speech some evidence of a slow evolution in favor of a better understanding with his neighbors. This may eventually make possible a meeting point, although I do not believe that the meeting point is yet reached, whether in respect to limitation of armaments economic cooperation or colonial aspirations. It was obvious to Ambassador Davies that the Soviet government was concerned about the effect of Hitler's speech upon the British and French governments. Litvinov complained to Davies that he failed to understand why England and France were continually making overtures to Hitler. Hitler's policy was still that outlined in his book Mein Kampf, and he continued to be dominated by a lust for conquest. After listening to Litvinov's acidulous remarks, Davies gained the impression that the Russian Foreign Office was apprehensive lest there should be some composition of differences between France, Great Britain and Germany. L'Aile France is hopeful of American support. The French Foreign Office thought there might be some basis for this Russian fear that Britain, France and Germany would compose all their difficulties. Since January, the Nazi government had definitely inaugurated a more moderate policy. The French ambassador in Berlin had just sent word that Schacht and the businessmen of Germany once more had rather more influence with Hitler than the leaders of the Nazi Party. Delbos, the French foreign minister, thought this information so significant that he was sending the experts of the Ministry of Commerce to Berlin tomorrow to conduct the negotiations for the renewal of the Franco-German Treaty of Commerce. He had given them orders to act with the greatest liberality. One important barrier to a Franco-German accord was the opposition of the British Foreign Office. Delbos was certain that Eden was a good European and would really like to see France and Germany get together. Unfortunately, however, Eden often did not control British foreign policy. The ground was cut from under him by other members of the British cabinet and even by the permanent officials of the British Foreign Office. He believed that the British would pretend to desire Franco-German reconciliation, but would continue to follow their old policy of keeping France and Germany hostile to each other, though not at war. This official French suspicion of Britain did not extend to the United States. In America, the working of the radical leaven in France was viewed with sympathetic understanding. Prime Minister Blum confided to Bullitt that he wished to extend his most profound thanks to President Roosevelt for the support he was giving to the forces of democracy in France. America alone of the great powers was genuinely interested in the same policies that Blum was trying to put through. The British government was conservative and it disapproved highly of Blum's radical domestic policy. Moreover, the British Foreign Office was always reluctant to see France and Germany begin to approach each other. It was evident, said Blum, that France counted greatly upon American goodwill for the preservation of peace in Europe. No matter how strongly Bullitt admonished French statesmen not to expect American assistance in the event of a European war, Blum and the Foreign Office continued to cherish a hope that President Roosevelt would soon take an active role in world affairs. The president was loath to disappoint those hopes. XIV, the shadow of dictatorship begins to darken the American landscapes. A European statesman fumble for a peace formula. When it became apparent to British and French statesmen that President Roosevelt would make no effort to point a path to peace, they merely continued their policy of drifting towards the rim of the abyss. Eden mournfully confided to Ambassador Bingham that he saw little prospect of a Western Locarno Pact in the near future, although he felt such a pact necessary as a beginning towards restoring any basis of confidence in Europe. The crux of the whole European situation was Germany. The Nazi Foreign Office kept digging up the old issue of colonies which Britain and France had hoped was safely buried in the clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. Ribbentrop had recently stressed the importance of concessions in this regard, but Eden had abruptly informed him that the British position was unchanged. This curt reply had drawn from Ribbentrop the rejoinder that such news would be badly received in his country and would be a strong influence against any cooperation towards peace by Germany. French statesmen did not follow this policy of drift with the calm demeanor affected by Anthony Eden, and they kept trying to pry out of the Department of State some slight assurance of American support. On March 18, the French ambassador in Washington, Georges Bonnet, had a long conversation with Secretary Hull, during the course of which he remarked that he would be happy to learn of any plans the American government had in mind relative to a peaceful settlement of the chief international problems which were clamoring for a prompt solution. Hull answered this provocative thrust by recourse to his usual platitudes. The American government was keenly aware of the numerous problems of an international character, which in many respects were now growing more acute and dangerous. It should be kept in mind, however, that any definite concrete steps which the President had in mind towards the solution of these problems were the President's own business, and the Secretary of State could not disclose the slightest information concerning them. The ambassador felt that he had been firmly put in his place, so he merely murmured that he would continue to look for opportunities to cooperate with the Department of State, and the conversation closed with the usual amenities of diplomatic discourse. But these amenities did not hide the fear that was always present in British and French hearts with reference to the rising power of Germany. In London, the Foreign Office still regarded the Nazi government as the greatest threat to European peace. It was this fact that made Britain ready to appease Italy by refusing to take any steps that would effectively check Italian intervention in the Spanish Civil War. This Spanish factor in the international equation seemed particularly significant to Anthony Eden, who suddenly informed Norman Davis that the best way to arrive at a satisfactory answer was for the United States to take the lead or act as mediator. Davis immediately replied that President Roosevelt had no desire or intention of interjecting himself in the European political situation. It would be futile to attempt anything until Europe makes up its mind that it wants peace, and until the British are prepared to get behind any efforts that may be made by anyone to achieve such a result. The British government should at once take steps in the direction of close economic collaboration with the United States. When Eden expressed the view that Chamberlain wished to achieve this objective, Davis dryly remarked that he hoped British statesmen would not wait until they missed the boat. The uneasiness in British and French minds caused by the Spanish Civil War was aggravated by the implications that lay underneath the Belgian situation. The Belgian ambassadors in London and Paris had made it crystal clear that their government was determined not to permit her soil to become the battleground of the next war, not to permit either the foot of a German, British or French soldier to be placed on her soil. This neutral position had profoundly disturbed the Polish Foreign Office, which quickly informed France that the Franco-Polish alliance was now virtually useless. The position of Czechoslovakia was also adversely affected by this sudden change in the European diplomatic picture. When Bullitt asked Lager in the Foreign Office about possible French aid to the Czechs in case of need, he received the fantastic answer that French troops would pass through Romania and Yugoslavia. At the same time, Bullitt learned from another source that Russia would not support Czechoslovakia in case of a German attack upon that country. In summing up the situation in Europe, Bullitt remarked that it was generally felt that there would probably be no war before next spring, but that during that period French influence will diminish and German influence will increase throughout Central and Eastern Europe. As an offset to this increasing German influence on the continent, some statesmen like Prime Minister Van Zeeland of Belgium believed that British power was constantly growing to a point where in a few years Great Britain would very nearly control the trend of international affairs, but the British were now unfortunately retreating within the economic walls of their empire and subjecting other nations to increasing tariff restrictions. For this reason, Van Zeeland had determined to go on a mission to the United States in an effort to get President Roosevelt to take some effective action in breaking down some of the barriers to world trade. If America would take the lead in this matter, Britain would be compelled to follow her. Bullitt then warned Van Zeeland that the United States would not make any political commitments and that it was almost inconceivable that European countries would be allowed to float loans in the United States. But despite these pointed admonitions by Bullitt, Van Zeelen still hoped that during some utterly frank conversations with President Roosevelt and Secretary Hull, some new avenue to unrestricted world trade could be opened. Belgium breaks her bonds with Britain and France. The announcement of the Belgian government that it would follow a policy of neutrality in the event of a new European war fell like a bombshell in many foreign offices. Czechoslovakia, France and Poland immediately began to resurvey the situation. On April 30, Bullitt lunched with Delbos and Sir Eric Phipps, who had recently been transferred from Berlin to Paris. Delbos frankly admitted that the ability of France to come to the assistance of Czechoslovakia had been diminished greatly by the new policy of Belgium. In order to give the Czechs adequate support, it would now be necessary for the British government to make it clear that in case of a German attack on Czechoslovakia, she would rush at once to her assistance. The Czech Foreign Office remembered with gratitude the statement of Britain that she was not disinterested in the fate of Czechoslovakia. But Delbos considered this statement insufficient, and he urged Phipps to secure from his government a definite promise to support Czechoslovakia. The British ambassador quickly replied that his government could not make any such promise in advance. The only formula either Britain or France could rely upon was for both powers to show their teeth to Germany and have behind them the benevolent neutrality of the United States. On the same afternoon, April 30, Bullitt had an intimate conversation with Sir Eric Phipps, who exhibited a deep-seated hostility towards Germany. He was particularly annoyed to find in Paris some statesmen who still believed that it might be possible for France to come to terms with Germany. He considered such a rapprochement totally impossible. After listening to the acrid remarks of Phipps, Bullitt came to the conclusion that the British ambassador had been instructed to prevent the French from having any tete-a-tete conversations with Germany, that the policy of Great Britain is still to keep the continent of Europe divided, and that little or nothing is to be expected from Great Britain in the way of support of the policy of reduction of barriers to international commerce and restoration of the economic life of the world. This refusal of Britain to take any real step that would ensure the maintenance of the political structure of Europe was deeply discouraging to Delbos. The French foreign minister, he had suggested to the governments of Austria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia to take a more decided attitude of opposition to Germany, but they had replied that it was first necessary to secure from Britain definite promises of support. When Phipps had been sounded out in this regard, he had made it entirely clear that Great Britain would not guarantee either Czechoslovakia or Austria, to say nothing of Romania. Phipps had also revealed that Britain would do nothing towards making Van Zeelen's mission to the United States a success. When Delbos inquired whether Britain was prepared as France was prepared to make concessions to Germany on the colonial field, Sir Eric had tersely answered that France might do what she pleased, but Great Britain would not give Germany 1 inch of the territory of the British Empire, including mandated territory. With reference to Austria, Delbos confided to Bullitt that France could make no promise of aid in the event of invasion. Mussolini had made it clear to Schuschnigg that he would do nothing to keep Austria from falling into Germany's hands. Delbos believed that Schuschnigg would hold out to the end against absorption by Germany, because he knew that the Pope was doing everything he could not only to support Schuschnigg against the Nazis, but to influence him to maintain Austrian independence. Delbos concluded his conversation with an assurance to Bullitt that if Germany should attack Czechoslovakia, France would immediately declare war on Germany, but his voice carried such a note of irresolution that Bullitt suspected that after Delbos paid his visit to Brussels, the decision of the French government to go to war on behalf of Czechoslovakia may weaken. It should be obvious to most statesmen that France could take a strong position only if she should have the absolute support in England. By the middle of May, it was obvious that the search for a new agreement that would replace Locarno had been entirely fruitless. Prime Minister Blum sorrowfully admitted that the net result of all the recent political conversations in London and Paris would be very small. Litvinov had given assurances that if Germany should attack Czechoslovakia, and if France should go to war with Germany to defend the Czechs, the Soviet Union would make war on Germany at once. But Bullitt pointed out that the aid of Russia could not be very effective in view of the fact that Soviet planes and armies could not cross Poland or Romania. Blum admitted that Hitler had the political initiative on the continent of Europe at the moment, and he did not see any way to take this initiative out of the hands of Germany. Their single chance of preserving the peace in Europe would be through the creation of a close entente between England, France, and Russia. When Bullitt expressed the opinion that it would not be easy to convince the British government to have intimate relations with Soviet Russia, especially in view of the recent wholesale exilings and shootings, Blum ruefully remarked that there was no alternative. Litvinov had asked him to do his utmost to bring about a rapprochement between England and the Soviet Union, and under the circumstances he would work towards that end. See Mayor LaGuardia hurls a verbal bomb at Hitler, while European statesmen were groping through the dusk that was settling over the continent. American relations with Germany were disturbed as a result of some vituperation that Mayor LaGuardia hurled at Hitler. On March 3, in an address before the Women's Division of the American Jewish Congress, LaGuardia proposed that the 1939 World's Fair in New York should feature a temple dedicated to religious freedom, but within that temple I'd have a chamber of horrors, and as a climax I'd have a figure in it of that brown-shirted fanatic who is now menacing the peace of the world. Joseph Goebbels countered with the Bowery invective of which he was such a master. After calling LaGuardia a ruffian and a gangster, he then opened a barrage against the Roosevelt administration. One would think the White House would have sufficient power to curb procurers. It seems, however, that the men of the government are afraid of New York's underworld guns, which obey the chief gangster master as he whistles. They let the Jewish lout utter his abuses as suggested to his dirty mind. A majority of American newspapers criticized the LaGuardia attack upon Hitler as an example of bad taste on the part of an important municipal official. The Milwaukee Journal thought that all decent sentiment in the nation would regret the mayor's words. The Brooklyn Daily Eagle condemned the mayor's outburst as an exhibition of atrocious bad taste. 15. The Detroit Free Press regarded them as a wretched example of bad manners, while the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle deprecated the mayor's effusion as foolish and ill-considered. There were some papers and periodicals, however, which supported the exuberant mayor. To the New Republic, the mayor's words were an expression of honest and indignant opinion. The New York Daily News agreed with the mayor's general criticism of Hitler, and the Boise, Idaho Daily Statesman concurred in the sentiment without apology. The pungent pen of Westbrook Pegler rushed into words of approval. The little inconvenience to the State Department occasioned by LaGuardia's remark that Hitler belongs in a chamber of horrors probably was worthwhile after all. Secretary Hull regrets the action of LaGuardia on March 4. The counselor of the German embassy presented to the Department of State a protest against Mayor LaGuardia's verbal assault upon Hitler. Mr. Dunn, chief of the Division of Western European Affairs, assured the counselor that he had no doubt that Secretary Hull considered it most unfortunate that a city official should express himself in terms which might cause offense to a foreign government. In addition to this assurance, Dunn stated that the Secretary would also pursue the matter in any manner in which he properly could within the limitations of the lack of authority which existed here to repress or control any free expression of opinion. On March 5, Secretary Hull made a statement with reference to the LaGuardia remarks. After stressing the right of freedom of speech, the Secretary then remarked that this fact did not lessen the regret of the government when utterances either by private citizens or by public officials speaking in an individual capacity give offense to a government with which we have official relations. I very earnestly deprecate the utterances which have thus given offense to the German government. In Germany, the mayor's caustic remarks let loose a flood of abuse directed not only against LaGuardia, but against America as well. Ambassador Dodd was greatly surprised at the language with which the attack was implemented, but he also noted that the Foreign Office held a conference with the Propaganda Ministry with a view to muzzling the Angriff on its American publicity. After receiving the Dodd dispatch, Secretary Hull instructed the ambassador to make a formal protest against the coarse and wholly indecent character of the German press attacks upon American womanhood and American institutions. There could be no human provocation which would justify such language. Dodd immediately sought an interview with von Neurath, who informed him that he had already discussed the matter with Goebbels, who had rebuked the editor of Der Angriff. When Dodd pressed the matter further, Neurath said that he could not state that any other paper had been rebuked, or that retraction had been published. While not expressing any formal regret, Neurath's attitude was distinctly understanding and sympathetic. But von Neurath's understanding attitude completely changed when Mayor LaGuardia, on the evening of March 15, made a fresh attack upon Chancellor Hitler. 2 days later, the German ambassador called at the Department of State and requested that Secretary Hull make a strong and definite apology for this new outburst and offer new and special regrets. Hull first remarked that the mayor of New York was denouncing Hitler as a means of building up political capital to help in his race for re-election. This capital would grow much larger if the German government continued to take formal notice of the mayor's insulting comments. He assured the ambassador that the president was deeply anxious to preserve suitable relations between our countries and our governments, but that it presented an impossible situation when the German government took seriously every objectionable utterance of politicians and others of this country who were not under the control of the federal government. The ambassador seemed satisfied with this explanation of Secretary Hull and said that he would do his very best to induce his government to view the matter with an understanding heart. Ambassador Luther was apparently successful in persuading the Foreign Office to overlook the insulting remarks of Mayor LaGuardia, although on March 18, Deckhoff asked Dodd if he could recommend that the President or the Secretary of State stop the mayor's talk about Germany and the Chancellor. It was difficult for the Nazi government to appreciate the fact that the American federal government is one of definitely limited powers. Cardinal Mundelein creates tension between the Vatican and Germany. The last echoes of the LaGuardia incident were slowly dying away when certain critical remarks of Cardinal Mundelein concerning Hitler aroused such a storm of indignation in Germany that the relations between the Vatican and the Nazi government were seriously strained. On May 18, 1937, at a meeting of the Catholic clergy of the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Mundelein gave a review of the situation in Germany and then referred to Hitler in the following language. Perhaps you will ask how it is that a nation of 60 million intelligent people will submit in fear and servitude to an alien, an Austrian paper hanger, and a poor one at that, and a few associates like Goebbels and Göring, who dictate every move of the people's lives. Ambassador Deckhoff in Washington refrained from filing a formal protest against these remarks because the cardinal held an office that had no connection with the United States government, and therefore he was regarded merely as a private person, but the ambassador did send Herr Thomson, counselor of the embassy, to the Department of State to protest informally against the cardinal's strictures. Thomson talked the matter over with Mr. Dunn, chief of the Division of Western European Affairs, and endeavored to impress upon Mr. Dunn the unfortunate effect of the cardinal's outburst upon German-American relations. Although the Nazi government refrained from filing a formal protest against Mundelein's biting words, it immediately shifted the attack to another quarter. The German ambassador in Rome was instructed to discuss the matter with the Papal Secretary of State. Rome, and not Washington, was to be held responsible for the cardinal's verbal assault. The Cardinal Secretary of State was not seriously disturbed by this German barrage. In his studiously cool reply, he first noted that he was not in the habit of commenting upon speeches until he had before him the absolutely correct text of the speech in question. After this thrust, he asked some very pertinent questions of his own. What has the German government done, and what does it intend to do in the future against the malicious slander and defamation, against the disgraceful calumnies directed at churches, ecclesiastical institutions, the Pope, the cardinals, priests, etc., which appear in German newspapers and in the speeches of prominent personages? After recovering from his astonishment at such a tart reply, the German Foreign Secretary instructed the ambassador in Rome to inform the Cardinal Secretary of State that the unexpected and incomprehensible conduct of the Holy See in this matter had eliminated the conditions necessary for a normal state of relations between the German government and the Curia. The full responsibility for this development rests solely with the Curia. The German Foreign Office waited for some break in the attitude of the Curia, and on June 9 the Chargé d'Affaires in Rome reported that there was a certain inclination towards conciliation in Vatican circles. Avenir d'Italia had carried an article by a well-known Jesuit priest, Father Yves de la Brière, which had characterized Cardinal Mundelein's words as somewhat violent and lacking in diplomatic finesse. On June 24, the Cardinal's Secretary of State addressed a long note to the German embassy in Rome. The Holy See had now received the complete text of the Mundelein remarks and was therefore able to comment upon them. In the first place, it should be remembered that the German ambassador in Washington had presented a protest to the Department of State and had been content that no formal reply had been made to this protest. This official silence on the part of the Department of State had not adversely affected German-American relations. Apparently it was quite different with regard to the relations between the Vatican and the German government. When the Holy See made no formal reply to a German note of protest, the silence in this case led to a second German note, which stated that papal non-action had eliminated the conditions necessary for a normal state of relations between the German government and the Curia. The application of such a double standard was more than unusual. This was particularly true in view of the fact that Cardinal Mundelein was an American citizen who made use of the right guaranteed him by his country's constitution to express opinion freely in the sphere of publicly known facts. It should also be kept in mind that the Cardinal's remarks were made on the assumption that they were not intended for the public. Their publication was not according to his intention, although the Cardinal of Chicago, as a bishop, was under the authority of the Holy See. He was not an official of the Holy See, such as a nuncio. The Holy See itself and its representatives were always scrupulous in observing the line between objective controversies and those colored by personal factors. This note from Cardinal Pacelli gave little satisfaction to the German ambassador to the Holy See, who noted 4 days later that the mood of the papal Secretary of State was more irritated than ever. This irritation was soon transferred to the ambassador himself when Pope Pius II, on July 17, received a group of American Catholics from Chicago. On this occasion His Holiness had words of praise for Cardinal Mundelein, who was so solicitous and zealous in the defense of the rights of God and of the Church and in the salvation of souls. Cardinal Pacelli tried to assure the German ambassador that the Pope's words of praise of Cardinal Mundelein carried no implication of approval of the Cardinal's critical remarks concerning Hitler 37, but the Reich and Prussian Minister for Ecclesiastical Affairs was not impressed with this explanation. He suggested to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that all diplomatic business with the Curia be suspended. Von Neurath refused to accept this suggestion, 38, but he did veto any thought of making a visit to Rome for the purpose of discussing with Cardinal Pacelli the existing difficulties between the Church and the Nazi government. Such a visit would have to be postponed until after a settlement of the Mundelein case satisfactory to us has been made by the Holy See. It was impossible for the Vatican to settle the Mundelein case in a manner satisfactory to the Nazi government, so the rift between Rome and Berlin widened. The effect of this friction upon American Catholics was clearly depicted by Ambassador Dekhoff in a dispatch to the Foreign Office. After referring to the close ties between the Vatican and American Catholics, he remarked, "American Catholics formerly were among the Americans who understood Germany best, and many of them up to 4 years ago sympathized with Germany as the champion in the struggle against communism. We cannot ignore the regrettable fact that they have gone over to the enemy camp in increasing numbers during the last few years. The American press is critical of the bombardment of Almeria." The American press was not too deeply interested in the case of Cardinal Mundelein, but it flared into hot indignation over the news that Almeria had been bombarded in reprisal for the bombing of the German pocket battleship Deutschland by a loyalist airplane. The partial destruction of this small Spanish town by a squadron of German warships evoked numberless bitter comments in the periodical and daily press. The Providence Journal was certain that the shelling of Almeria had brought all Europe, indeed the world, face to face with one of its gravest crises in many years. The Spokane Spokesman Review believed that the action against Almeria would revive reluctant memories of German submarine atrocities in the World War 42. The Atlanta Constitution feared that the Almeria incident had precipitated the most serious crisis in Europe since the dawn of the World War, while the Seattle Daily Times felt that nothing short of diplomatic miracles can avert a full-powered descent of Germany and Italy upon Spain. Many papers believed that the dangerous implications of the Almeria incident had been exaggerated. The Richmond Times-Dispatch expressed the opinion that the crisis would soon subside. No European government wants war now. The Springfield Republican was hopeful. The chances seemed to be that not even yet has the edge of the precipice been reached. The Kansas City Journal-Post thought that if England and France followed a parallel policy, they could make Hitler be nice about Spain. As far as German-American relations were concerned, the shelling of Almeria was distinctly unfortunate because it convinced many Americans that Hitler's Germany was reviving all the brutal practices of former years. The Los Angeles Times condemned the German action as outright savagery, while the Portland Morning Oregonian directed a heavy blast against German cruelty. May God have pity on a generation of men which has committed itself in the prosecution of war to the use of terrorism. It is obviously the purpose of the war and naval colleges to make the civilian populations the chief victims of the next general war. 3 points of friction along the economic front. This rising tide of American dislike for Nazi Germany was not contained within strong dikes of mutual economic interest. The foreign commerce between Germany and the United States was seriously affected by different theories of international trade. Under the terms of the Trade Agreements Act of 1934, Secretary Hull pushed a program which emphasized the principle of equality of treatment as the basis of commercial relations. He was insistent that the idea of equality should not be defeated by the imposition on the part of other nations of exchange controls, government monopolies, and quotas. He was particularly opposed to barter deals. In 1934, President Roosevelt named George N. Peake to the office of Foreign Trade Advisor, and Peake lost no time in negotiating with Germany a barter agreement whereby the Nazi government would buy 800,000 bales of American cotton through the facilities of the Export-Import Bank. Payment for this cotton would be arranged so that 1/4 of the price would be paid in American dollars and 3/4 in German currency, plus a premium of 22.12%. The banks would sell this currency to American importers of German goods who could use it for their purchases. Secretary Hull voiced vehement opposition to this barter deal and was able to secure not only its defeat, but also the abolition of the Office of Foreign Trade Advisor. Needless to say, this action was a blow to everyone who had hoped that the development of economic ties with Germany might lead to better political relations. The difficulties of 1934 expanded into further friction in 1936. Under the terms of a ruling by the Attorney General, the German plan for subsidizing exports was classified as a discriminatory trade practice. The Treasury Department then applied the anti-bounty provisions of the Tariff Act of 1930, with countervailing duties ranging from 22 to 56% on about a dozen German commodities. The German government at once sent a group of experts to Washington in an effort to obtain the removal of these high duties. Failing in this endeavor, it then tried to conciliate the Treasury Department by issuing a decree which forbade the use of ASCII marks and barter deals in German-American trade. The Treasury Department refused to look with favor upon these gestures of accommodation. Instead, it struck another blow at German-American trade by instructing American consular officials in Germany to require that every invoice of exported German goods should be accompanied by a complete declaration of any benefits or privileges, including marks subject to special exchange which had been extended to the shipper by his government. Since under German law the revelation of business secrets to foreigners was strictly forbidden, the new regulation by the Treasury Department was highly effective in depressing the volume of trade between the Reich and the United States. On August 13, the German government announced that subsidies on exports to the United States would be discontinued. The Treasury Department cautiously replied that the countervailing duties would be revoked when satisfactory assurances were received that German exports actually did not receive any artificial stimulation. To conserve the small volume of trade that continued despite all these difficulties, the Continental Export and Import Company was established to act as a clearinghouse for German-American commercial exchanges. Exporters of American raw materials were brought into contact with American importers of German goods, and a balance was struck between the respective debits and credits. It was a condition of trade upon weak crutches with the probability that either might slip or break at any moment. H. The Department of State authorizes attendance at Nazi Parteitag. In 1937, Ambassador Dodd was determined to follow his usual practice of refusing to attend the Nazi Party celebration at Nuremberg. In order to ensure his non-attendance, he made a special trip to the United States with the expectation of staying several months. Shortly after his departure from Berlin, the French ambassador called to see Mr. Mayer, the American charge d'affaires. He frankly informed Mayer that it appeared to his government that it would not be desirable any longer to continue to boycott the Nuremberg Party rally. To adhere to the past practice would be conspicuous if not antagonistic. The Nazi Party had now become the state, and to refuse the invitation would be acting out of accord with realities. The French and British ambassadors had agreed to attend the celebration on September 10, and on the morning of the following day, American agreement on this point would be welcomed as continuing the identical attitude which the three governments had pursued in the past. After this conversation with the French ambassador, Mayer cabled to Secretary Hull and asked for a specific instruction relative to attendance at the Nuremberg rally. The secretary replied that the matter should be left to the discretion of the embassy in Berlin. In the end, the American chargé in Berlin accepted the invitation of the Nazi government and attended the Nazi Party celebration in Nuremberg. This action evoked a strong protest from Congressman Emanuel Seller, who protested that this attendance would subject the Department of State to severe criticism. But Secretary Hull remained firm and informed Mr. Seller that the American government was merely following the practice of other governments that maintained relations with Nazi Germany. On September 4, Ambassador Dodd was surprised to read in the New York Herald Tribune a paragraph taken from his confidential letter to Secretary Hull advising against having an American representative at the Nazi Party celebration in Nuremberg. There was also a reference to a telegram he had recently sent to the Department of State repeating his former advice. The fact that the department permitted the publication of these communications was an indication that the opinions of Ambassador Dodd were not highly regarded in official circles. Secretary Hull is critical of Ambassador Dodd. When Ambassador Dodd landed at Norfolk on August 4 for an extended vacation in the United States, he made a statement to the effect that the basic objective of some of the powers in Europe was to frighten and even destroy democracies everywhere. These pointed remarks led Ambassador Dyakoff to pay a prompt visit to the Department of State, where Secretary Hull assured him that Dodd's pet hobby was known to be ideal Jeffersonian democracy. On this subject, Dodd was somewhat insane. Hull was also certain that Dodd, in making his statement, had no particular country in mind. On August 31, Dodd wrote to the German Foreign Office and explained that his remarks on August 4 had no reference to Germany at all. If there was any criticism at all, it was of certain things done in my own country. A few weeks later, Ambassador Dyakoff had a conversation with Sumner Welles. When the subject of Dodd's remarks came up, Welles frankly confessed that Dodd was as incomprehensible to him as to us. On October 1, Welles informed Dyakoff that the president had decided to recall Dodd as ambassador to Germany. He would soon return to Berlin, but only to arrange his affairs there. Dodd himself urged the president to appoint Professor James T. Shotwell as his successor because of his university connections, as well as his national reputation as a scholar. Dodd seemed confident that only professors could fill satisfactorily the position of ambassador to Germany. The president advocates a quarantine of aggressors. It is an age-old axiom that rulers often in periods of dire economic distress seek by a bold foreign policy to divert attention from the home front to distant stormy horizons. Some historians believe that in 1937 President Roosevelt followed this axiom with regard to his famous quarantine speech delivered in Chicago on October 5, 1937. There is no doubt that he was deeply concerned over the severe economic recession in the United States, which became manifest in the late summer of 1937. After a conversation with the president on August 11, Ambassador Dodd recorded in his diary that the chief executive was greatly troubled about the danger of war and also the continued depression in the United States. Between August and December 1937, the index of industrial production declined about 27% and stock market averages about 37%. In the last 2 months of the year, more than 850,000 factory workers lost their jobs. The transition from prosperity to economic distress was the most severe the country had ever experienced in so brief a period. According to Professor Beard, the shock of the economic collapse was startling to President Roosevelt and his advisors. But the economic factor was not the only one that disturbed the domestic equation. The appointment of Hugo Black to the Supreme Court and the widespread and bitter opposition that arose when it was discovered that at one time he had hidden beneath the robes of the Ku Klux Klan made many of the president's advisers look with alarm at the evident dangers that lurked along the political front. These facts do not prove, however, that the president decided to file a vigorous indictment against aggressor nations in order to divert public attention from the home scene. It should be kept in mind that as early as January 1933, he had regarded with favor the Stimson theory of non-recognition as applied to Japanese expansion in North China. In October 1937, Japan had once more moved ahead in Manchuria, and in Ethiopia the legions of Mussolini had conquered an empire. The Stimson stop sign was applicable in both situations, and there were many moralists in America who wished the president to plant it boldly along those far-flung horizons, and to call upon the world to stand behind it. Even if the domestic scene had remained perfectly calm, there was still a possibility that the chief executive would have directed a blast against aggressor nations. At any rate, on October 5 at Chicago, the president delivered a sonorous denunciation of all wicked nations who were disturbing the peace of the world. After referring to the destruction of life and property resulting from wars abroad, he then endeavored to show that if these conflicts continued, their sparks would fly to America and cause similar havoc here. Let no one imagine that America will escape, that this Western Hemisphere will not be attacked. The world could not be safe from aggression until moral standards were adhered to by all. Apparently these standards would be widely accepted if some structure of collective security could be created to enforce them. The easiest measure of enforcement would be an international quarantine against aggressors. American opinion of the quarantine speech. Raymond Leslie Buell, head of the Foreign Policy Association in New York City, promptly praised the president's speech as a rejection of the isolationist philosophy which he had followed since 1933. He then expressed a fervent hope that the Department of State would adopt a positive foreign policy. Oswald Garrison Villard thought that the president had rendered a tremendous service to the world. The time had come when he should reassume the moral leadership of the world which Woodrow Wilson abandoned when he surrendered to the peacemakers at Paris. Nicholas Murray Butler warmly commended the president's strong words and hoped they would be followed by the creation of an international police force that could maintain world order. The folly of an isolationist policy was exceeded only by its immorality. A large section of the American press echoed these sentiments of Villard and Butler. In New York, the World Telegram regarded the president's words as a reminder and a warning. They reminded us that we cannot live unto ourselves alone, and they warned us that mere wishing will not suffice to keep us safe. The New York Daily News had already on October 3 advocated a long-range naval blockade of Japan in the event she were to threaten the position of the Western powers in China. On October 6, the quarantine speech was given strong endorsement, and the principal editorial had the significant heading, "Shall we take them now or try it later?" The Washington Post joined this chorus of approval. The president had enormously strengthened his reputation as one of the great leaders of mankind. The Washington Evening Star added its voice to this acclamation. Not since Woodrow Wilson's message to Congress in April 1917 have more prescient words fallen from the lips of the President of the United States. They are the words that needed to be uttered from such a place at this critical hour. In the Middle West, the Chicago Daily News had nothing but praise for the broad generalities of the quarantine speech. The St. Louis Globe Democrat praised the president's words of warning and was certain that Secretary Hull could be depended upon to steer a safe course. The Cincinnati Enquirer gave its support to the idea of collective pressure in applying sanctions against aggressor nations, but was opposed to unilateral American action. Along the Pacific coast, the San Francisco Chronicle had strong and laudatory words for the soundness of the views of the chief executive on foreign affairs. The Los Angeles Times took a similar stand. This Chicago utterance says forcibly things which need saying and utters warnings which should be uttered. The Portland Morning Oregonian believed that the United States should not shirk its responsibility if the great powers decided upon sanctions to curb aggressors. In these same sections of the country there was a larger number of papers that dissented from these favorable views of the president's speech. The New York Herald Tribune sharply criticized any thought of applying sanctions in an effort to stop the so-called aggressor nations. Presumably we shall soon know what the president intends. One can only hope that the public will, at the same time, realize the full meaning of whatever course his restless and adventurous nature may now be leading him to adopt. The New York Sun belabored the president with its heaviest sticks of type. If Mr. Roosevelt had no further thought than to give voice to moral indignation, he chose an unfortunate manner and time. The note he struck was hectoring and supercilious. Surely he does not suppose that the United States can impose its own standards of political morality on other nations by the simple process of slapping them rhetorically on the wrist. In its criticism of the president's speech, the Boston Herald struck a loud isolationist note. Americans must not knowingly or unknowingly, jointly or alone, embark on another costly attempt to reform the world. The Boston Post feared that the road of collective security was a dangerous one for us. 86. The Philadelphia Inquirer warned that the path of an aggressive peacemaker is beset with pitfalls, while the Philadelphia Evening Bulletin felt that any boycott of Japan would be imprudent and unsuccessful. In the Middle West, the Chicago Tribune led the assault. Does not Mr. Roosevelt's policy invite the coming of the day when he too may have no alternative but to resort to arms? The Detroit Free Press was vehement in its opposition to the president's viewpoint. Certainly at best, the president's words are likely to accomplish nothing good that could not be accomplished as well and far less dangerously by the use of quieter methods. The Minneapolis Tribune was apprehensive that the quarantine speech might lead to war. If we do not intend to fight for the underdog, we would do well to avoid the dangers which lie in the persistent dramatization of the underdog's predicament. The Spokane Spokesman Review ominously remarked, that disquieting pronouncement approximates a declaration of war 92, while the San Francisco Examiner, representing the Hearst press, published a strong warning against warlike gestures. Don't stick out your neck, uncle. The religious press failed to see any moral imperatives in favor of taking a strong stand against aggressor nations. America insisted that the people of the United States positively are opposed to foreign imbroglios. The Catholic world thought it was ridiculous for the president to imagine that he could frighten Germany, Italy, and Japan with a few explosive phrases. His language had belligerent overtones, but it should be remembered that Uncle Sam was no longer a fool in international relations. The Allied powers had lured him into one war to make the world safe for democracy, but Sam would not fall for that stale bait another time. Ave Maria was equally critical of any drift towards war and alluded to the fact that we had gained nothing from the World War. We have only unpaid foreign debts to add to our own ones to show for our sacrifices offered in France to bring victory to the Allies. The Christian Century, the influential voice of American Protestantism, expressed deep suspicions of the president's policy, and it made the remarkable prophecy that in the event of war, a victory for China would also result in a victory for Russia. Two important journals representing the business press were outspoken in their opposition to war. The Wall Street Journal printed a leading editorial under the arresting headline, "Stop Foreign Meddling, America Wants Peace," and the Commercial and Financial Chronicle sounded the same note. There should be stern repudiation of any steps that would lead us into another conflict. The Nazi regime is placed upon an uneasy defensive. On October 11, the German ambassador called to see Sumner Welles, the acting Secretary of State. After discussing some aspects of the civil war in Spain, the ambassador directly inquired as to the exact interpretation which his government should give to the president's quarantine speech. Welles replied that it seemed to me hardly necessary for me to attempt to interpret the president's speech, inasmuch as it was in my judgment a speech which spoke for itself. I said that the president sincerely believed that all of the difficult problems with which the countries of the world were today confronted could be solved through a spirit of friendly cooperation and by recognition of each other's difficulties, and that permanent solution could never be found through force. The ambassador then remarked that this was exactly the view which he himself had taken of the speech, and that he had to express his regret that the press in Germany, as well as a portion of the press in the United States, should, through erroneous and exaggerated interpretations of the president's statements, endeavor to create further ill will between the two people. In his dispatches to the Foreign Office, Ambassador Dekhoff stressed the viewpoint that the Chicago Address was mainly, if not exclusively, directed against Japan, and that the possibility of assuming a more active role in European questions was not contemplated. A week later, Dekhoff reported that the sharp tone of the quarantine speech had greatly surprised Secretary Hull himself. The first draft of the speech had not contained any quarantine threat. This passage originated with the president himself and was not incorporated into the text of the speech until immediately before his arrival in Chicago. The reason for this sharp tone and the incorporation of the quarantine threat was the intensification of the Far Eastern conflict. It is certain that the Chicago speech was aimed principally at Japan. The reception of the speech in the United States was overwhelmingly negative. The war cry, which was immediately sounded by some groups, caused considerable reaction, and meanwhile things have become rather quiet. The ambassador's reports from Washington, stressing the unfavorable reaction in the American press to the president's speech, aroused such a deep interest in Hitler's mind that he suddenly determined to send one of his personal friends, Fritz Wiedemann, on a brief American tour. According to Ambassador Dykhoff, Wiedemann looked around very thoroughly and returned to Germany with very deep impressions of America. According to Prentice Gilbert, who talked with Wiedemann in Berlin after his return, Hitler's special agent had been appalled by his observations of anti-German sentiments throughout the United States, and he was at a loss what to suggest to the Chancellor, to whom he would report directly. Respecting steps Germany might take looking to a betterment of the situation. M. Mussolini pays a momentous visit to Berlin. One of the reasons for these anti-German sentiments in the United States was the fear that Mussolini and Hitler were plotting against the peace of the world. In the event that a second world war would break out, there was always a strong possibility of American involvement, with its consequent heavy loss in life and mounting national debt. Pacifism was close to the hearts of most Americans, who watched with anxious eyes the movements of the restless European dictators. On September 4, an announcement was made in Rome of an imminent visit of Mussolini to Berlin. On September 23, the Deuce began the first stage of his journey, flanked by 3 ministers and a retinue of about 100 persons. On September 28, in Berlin, a crowd of some 800,000 gathered on the Maifeld to listen to Hitler and Mussolini exchange courtesies. Halfway through Mussolini's speech, a tremendous thunderstorm burst upon the scene of festivities, and the Deuce made his disconsolate way to his car, almost unescorted, soaked with rain, and on the point of collapse. 5, the Berlin adventure already showed its ominous side. Mussolini and Hitler had been too busy with social activities to pay much attention to political affairs. No treaties or agreements were negotiated, but a rapprochement had been confirmed with all its dangerous implications. It was probably this fact that disturbed President Roosevelt and sharpened the tone of his Chicago address on October 5th. The American press took this meeting between the two dictators very seriously. The Albuquerque Journal thought that the world might be witnessing, in the meeting of these two strong men, one of the important events of contemporary history. The Los Angeles Times was fearful that catastrophe might follow this meeting of dictators. No one knows what has gone on behind the scenes in Berlin. It may be new war, new conquest, new centralizing of power. The Birmingham News expressed its evident apprehension of sudden war. These two blatant gentlemen are today the greatest individual enemies of peace. They are today the greatest threats to the peace and security of Europe and the world. In Chattanooga, the Daily Times remarked that if Hitler and Mussolini did not enter into a military alliance, Mussolini achieved a working agreement for any emergency. In the Middle West, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, in a vitriolic editorial entitled "As the Gods Laugh," went to the limit in an invective against Hitler. The gods must rock with ironic laughter as they hear Benito Mussolini refer to Adolf Hitler as the herald and defender of European civilization against subversive activities. Hitler is defending his country against the poetry of Heine and the music of Mendelssohn. In the name of European civilization, he has crushed the twin heresies of democracy and liberty. He has wrecked the universities and sent their greatest men into pitiful exile. Yes, Hitler is the defender of European civilization, the civilization of the thumbscrew and rack, the civilization of ignorance and bestiality or zero. It was no wonder that Fritz Wiedemann was appalled at these extreme expressions of American opinion of Nazi Germany. A large portion of the American public was filled with deep suspicion and strong dislike of Hitler and all his works. This hostility reached a peak after Munich, and it gave ample support to the Roosevelt policy of moving down the road to war, while talking loudly about the importance of peace. XV Britain blocks an effort of Roosevelt to find a path to peace, while Ambassador Dykhoff was trying to convince the German Foreign Office that Roosevelt's quarantine speech of October 5, 1937 was aimed at Japan and not at Germany, Secretary X was striving desperately to prove to suspicious Nazis that America was definitely hostile to the Hitler regime. As Secretary X widens the breach between the United States and Germany in the early months of 1937, the Department of Commerce became deeply interested in promoting commercial travel by airships. This type of travel had been developed to a point of high efficiency by German scientists, with the Hindenburg as the test dirigible. On February 2, 1937, Colonel Johnson, the Assistant Secretary of Commerce, wrote to Walton Moore, the Assistant Secretary of State, to inform him that the matter of additional flights for the Hindenburg to and from the United States has been discussed at the White House. The reaction there is favorable. In view of this fact, the Department of Commerce was willing to grant a German request for a reasonable number of flights, say 10 or 12. On February 17, the department granted permission for not to exceed 18 round-trip flights by the Hindenburg between Frankfurt on the Main, Germany, and Lakehurst, New Jersey. The Hindenburg was making its first flight under this permission when it exploded and burned on May 6. Secretary Roper was deeply shocked by this disaster, and on May 12 he issued a statement to the press in which he remarked that some well-guarded plan will be worked out whereby helium gas from our reserves can be made available for world commercial needs without any sacrifice whatever of our peace policy. The following day, Colonel Johnson expressed the opinion that Americans could look forward to a modification of our national policy with respect to the release of helium for use beyond our own frontiers. President Roosevelt acted promptly in this matter and appointed a 5-member inter-cabinet committee to formulate and recommend a policy for the sale and exportation of helium gas. On May 25, this committee, consisting of the Secretaries of State, War, Navy, Commerce, and Interior, sent a letter to the President stating that the helium reserves of the United States were adequate for many years. It therefore recommended that the government be authorized to make both domestic and export sales for operation of commercial lighter-than aircraft plying between the United States and other countries. It was believed that these sales could be surrounded with safeguards that would prevent the use of helium by foreign countries for military purposes. Congress responded to this executive pressure by passing the Helium Act of September 1, 1937, which permitted the exportation of helium gas for use in commercial airships operating between the United States and a foreign country. Sales of this gas would have to be approved by the National Munitions Control Board, consisting of the Secretaries of State, Treasury, War, Navy, and Commerce. The concurrence of the Secretary of the Interior was added as an extra precaution against any unwise sale of helium gas. Regulations governing the exportation of helium were promulgated on September 3. In accordance with the terms of these regulations, the German Zeppelin Company, through its agent American Zeppelin Transport, Inc., applied to the Secretary of State for an allotment of 17,900,000 cubic feet of helium gas. On November 23, 1937, this application was granted by the Secretary of State with the unanimous approval of all the members of the National Munitions Control Board and the Secretary of the Interior. On January 31, 1938, a license was issued to the American Zeppelin Transport, Inc. to export 2,600,000 cubic feet of helium gas. The company then submitted to the Secretary of the Interior a contract for the purchase of 10 million cubic feet of helium gas, and deposited with him a check for $76,850 as required by the sales regulations. All formalities had now been fulfilled, and the company was informed by officers of the Interior Department that the contract would be ready for signature within a few days. After receiving this assurance, the American Zeppelin Transport, Inc. sent a vessel to Houston, Texas, with empty gas containers for the promised supply of helium gas. But this matter of the sale of helium gas assumed a political aspect in the early months of 1938, when it became apparent that Germany had aggressive intentions towards Austria. Representatives Bruce Barton, John M. O'Connell, Donald L. O'Toole, Alfred N. Phillips, James G. Polk, and Mark Wilcox voiced objections to the sale of helium to any German agency, their main argument being that such a sale would exhaust for a year the available supply of helium and thus jeopardize the national defense. The Secretary of War, Admiral Leahy, and a series of experts in the War and Navy departments testified that it was almost inconceivable that the German government could contemplate the use of this helium for bombing purposes, or that it could carry out such an intention. After reviewing these facts, the Executive Secretary of the National Munitions Control Board remarked that recent developments in the European situation do not affect the fundamental issues involved in this case. This government would lay itself open to a charge of bad faith if it were now to refuse to permit the proposed exportation or to employ indirect means such as the requirement of an exorbitant bond from the purchaser in order to make the proposed exportation impossible. This charge of bad faith was given definite substance by the very indirect means that Mr. Green had feared. On March 31, a new set of regulations was issued which provided both for the posting of a bond to guarantee the non-utilization of helium for war purposes and for control within Germany by American officers of the disposition of helium. The German Foreign Office complained to Ambassador Hugh Wilson that both of these conditions were impossible of acceptance for the reason that they cast doubt upon the good faith of the German government. Wilson himself expressed to Secretary Hull the opinion that the German government was sincere in its belief that the new regulations would constitute an unfair departure from the original understanding. He was afraid that they would arouse so deep a resentment in the Foreign Office that it would be difficult thereafter to obtain effective protection and fair treatment for American individuals and interests in Germany. As soon as Hugo Eckener, the genius behind the German Zeppelin Company, heard of the regulations of March 31, he sent a telegram to President Roosevelt in which he emphasized the fact that it was the unanimous opinion of all experts in Germany that it was absolutely impossible for a helium-inflated airship to conduct military operations. He therefore begged the President to take immediate favorable action upon the pending application for the export of helium gas. It was obvious that a crisis in German-American relations was inevitably approaching, and many important German leaders were apprehensive of what might happen. According to a competent American observer who had recently visited Germany, Hitler was exceedingly perturbed at the relations between Germany and the United States and the extent of the feeling in America against him personally and to the Nazi regime in general. Secretary Ickes shared this feeling of deep dislike for Hitler, and it was his refusal to approve any contract for the sale of helium gas to Germany that shattered the hope of Dr. Eckener. Many Americans regarded the action of Secretary Ickes as unfortunate. The periodical American Aviation published an editorial which commented upon the new regulation which required the posting of a bond to guarantee the non-military use of purchased helium. How any domestic bonding agency can guarantee that a foreign government would not confiscate helium in time of war is one of those matters beyond human conception. The irony in the whole helium business is that Secretary Ickes is going on the assumption that helium for lighter-than aircraft is of military value. On the other hand, the Navy Department has refused to recognize any military value in the dirigible. We fear that Secretary Ickes has acquired another one of his publicity phobias. On April 27, the Office of the National Munitions Control Board prepared a memorandum which frankly stated that all the evidence available to the board indicated that neither the German Zeppelin Company nor the German government had any intention whatever of using any of the helium to be exported under the allotment mentioned above, otherwise than for the inflation of the airship LZ-13 in commercial operations between Germany and the United States. During a conversation with Ambassador Wilson on April 28, General Goring spoke with deep emotion and bluntness about the helium matter. The American reversal of policy concerning the sale of helium gas to the German Zeppelin Company could only mean deliberate unfriendliness on the part of the American government. Relations between Germany and the United States had been brought to the lowest possible point, and this over a matter of minor importance to both nations. He said, "I cannot understand what leads a nation to earn the enmity of another over such a little thing. If it was impossible to get helium, the German people would not forget America's attitude." In a final effort to secure the delivery of helium gas, the German government, in May 1938, sent Dr. Eckener to the United States to talk with American officials. On May 21, Ambassador Deckhoff and Dr. Eckener were received by President Roosevelt, who was plainly embarrassed. He greeted them in an excessively friendly manner and said that he was firmly convinced that helium should be delivered to us. Regret was expressed that the stubborn opposition of Secretary X had delayed any decision in the matter. Nothing could be done without his approval. But the question of the sale of helium to Germany was still under consideration, and there was hope that it would finally be settled to the satisfaction of the German Zeppelin Company. These hopes were never realized, and the helium gas was never shipped to Germany. On May 14, Ambassador Wilson reported that hostile feeling was running exceedingly high in German circles among those who were aware of our decision respecting helium. It was apparent, however, that restraint had been exercised on the German press, and the Foreign Office was seemingly anxious to cultivate American goodwill. A week later, Wilson informed Secretary Hull that Hitler was making a personal study of the current strain in German-American relations, in the hope of finding a basis for a rapprochement. In this regard, it was said that the Chancellor was considering approaching the President directly, proposing a joint effort to liquidate outstanding controversies. Before making such a proposal, he would have to take steps to curb the activities of certain German societies in the United States. He was ready to take these steps. B. Hitler repudiates the German-American Bund in 1937. The Roosevelt administration became increasingly concerned over the activities of the German-American Bund. On October 2, the American Charge at Berlin called on Baron von Weizsäcker, the head of the political department of the Foreign Office, to discuss with him the serious and disturbing effects upon German-American relations caused by the conduct of Germans in the United States. Parades by Germans in brown uniforms and anti-democratic statements made by German nationals or German Americans were creating much uneasiness, and there was widespread alarm at the possibility of German meddling in American domestic politics. This was not the first protest against the activities of German nationals in the United States. In 1935, the Friends of the New Germany had taken a conspicuous part in promoting a closer understanding between German Americans and the New Germany under Hitler. Their efforts towards this goal had drawn a protest from the Department of State, with the result that German nationals were instructed to resign their membership in that society in order that it might appear to be a purely American organization. After this action, the Friends of the New Germany dissolved their organization and established another one under the title the German American. The question before the German Foreign Office in 1937 was whether instructions should now be issued to German nationals in the United States to withdraw from the Bund. The North American division of the Foreign Office prepared a memorandum on October 11 which answered this question in the affirmative. The Bund should be replaced by an organization with purely cultural aims, like the Italian Dante Alighieri Society. This suggestion to dissolve all ties between German nationals and the German-American Bund was supported by Jacob G. Schurman, former American ambassador to Germany. In November 1937, Schurman had a long conversation with Ambassador Dieckhoff, during the course of which he expressed the fear that the activities of German nationals in the United States would lead to strained relations. Dieckhoff immediately assured him that the German government was taking the utmost pains not to interfere in any way whatever in the political concerns of American citizens, including American citizens of German descent. All that we expected from American citizens of German descent was interest in their German cultural heritage, especially in the German language. Schurman promptly replied that he did not think the German-American societies in the United States limited themselves to purely cultural matters. In some cases, they had become the self-styled champions of German political philosophy on American soil, and had given the impression that they were acting under German orders. Any American, regardless of where he stood politically, had to resist such interference. In reporting this conversation to the Foreign Office, Dieckhoff sharply criticized the stupid and noisy activities of the German-American Bund. Unless the German government clearly indicated that it did not sponsor these activities, the relations between Germany and the United States would be seriously impaired. On December 20, Ambassador Dieckhoff wrote again to the Foreign Office concerning German-American relations which had not improved during the last 7 months. One of the main reasons for this coolness was the fact that in the United States many people were suspicious of the increasing activity of the German-American Bund. He thought that it was incontestable that American dislike of this organization had made relations between the two countries more difficult. Von Mackensen assured Ambassador Dieckhoff that the Foreign Office was following with great concern the attacks of the press and of American authorities which are directed against alleged German interference in the American domestic situation. All correspondence between governmental or party officers and the German-American Bund had been stopped, and the ambassador's unfriendly attitude towards the Bund was approved. In the early part of January 1938, Ambassador Dieckhoff again adverted to the question of the unfortunate influence of the German-American Bund upon diplomatic relations. By its program, by its uniformed parades, by its flag, identical with that of the German Reich, by its summer camps, and by numerous other activities, the Bund had given numerous Americans the impression that it is trying to introduce an authoritarian regime in America. The so-called cultural program of the Bund could not achieve any unification of German Americans to the point where they could be an important political asset for Germany. Indeed, any political connection between any authorities in Germany and the German-American element, if any such exists, must be broken off. The methods of the Bund were likely to cause difficulties and discord between the United States and Germany, and its role in German-American relations should be carefully reviewed by the Foreign Office. In response to these dispatches from Ambassador Dieckhoff, the Foreign Office, through the head of the Auslands Organization, decided to tell Reich Germans and party members living in America immediately to renounce their membership in the Bund. It was hoped that this action would prove to the American government and the American public that Germany had no intention whatever of interfering in America's domestic affairs. On February 10, the Foreign Office instructed Ambassador Dieckhoff to inform Reich Germans that they could not be members of the German-American Bund or of any substitute organization. This was regarded as an important gesture of friendship which should win American goodwill. In the meantime, Prentice Gilbert, the American chargé in Berlin, had a lengthy conversation with Dr. Schacht. Schacht prefaced his remarks with some words of high praise for Hitler, whom he described as a man of sound principles on whom the German people should pin its entire faith. He then professed great surprise that the activities of members of the German-American Bund should arouse so much concern in the United States. Von Neurath had definitely stated at Stuttgart that the German government was only interested in German citizens abroad. Gilbert replied that the American people were not convinced that the activities of the Auslands Organization were confined to German citizens. It would be expedient for the Nazi government to clarify this situation. Shortly after this conversation with Dr. Schacht, Gilbert attended a dinner given by the Foreign Office and was surprised to find that he was sought out by Dr. E.W. Bowley, the head of the Auslands Organization in the Foreign Ministry. Bowley expressed his concern at the hostility of American public opinion toward Germany and stated that because of this he was insistent that German citizens should refrain from National Socialist agitation in the United States. Gilbert believes that this action on the part of Dr. Bowley revealed an anxiety on the part of German officials to have better relations with the United States. The new four-year plan of Hitler to strengthen the national economy of Germany was partly dependent upon a larger volume of trade with the United States. This objective could be achieved only on the basis of a friendly accord between the United States and Germany. But this accord was not possible unless there was a profound change in American opinion of Germany. Ambassador Dieckhoff wrote to the Foreign Office on April 14 that anti-German sentiment in the United States was still strong and that the German government should make greater efforts than ever to give it a more favorable turn. While Ribbentrop was studying this problem, he had a conversation with Ambassador Wilson on April 29th. When Ribbentrop complained of the hostility of the American press, Wilson said that this animosity was largely confined to the press on the East Coast, which was dependent on banks and trusts. Among the American people as a whole, there was still much sympathy for Germany. This evoked from Ribbentrop the remark that the American people were regarded with respect and sympathy by Germans. Ambassador Dieckhoff found little sympathy in America for Germany. In July 1938, on the eve of his departure for Germany, he paid a visit to the Department of State and sadly confessed to Secretary Hull that relations between the United States and the Reich had grown worse since his arrival as ambassador. Hull pointedly remarked that relations would be better if Germany would adopt the high-level program followed by the United States: equality of opportunity for all nations, fair play and fair dealing, and non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. In contrast with American fair play, the German government had recently announced that it did not recognize any liability for the payment of Austria's external indebtedness. This meant that Germany, after absorbing Austria, was repudiating rather than paying Austria's debts. This example of lack of fundamental principles, coupled with other examples of bad faith, had produced such a strong tide of disapproval in the United States that it was difficult for him and the president to hold it back in the hope that amicable relations between the two nations could be established. It was apparent to Diekhoff that the German gesture of conciliation concerning the activities of the German-American Bund had not created a friendly climate of opinion in the Department of State. Germany, if she wished to win American friendship, would have to abandon all hope of expansion through military force or by interference in the internal affairs of other countries. The Treaty of Versailles had frozen the political structure of Europe. Any attempt to thaw this structure by the friction of armed pressure would awaken strong American disapproval. Peace was the president's passion, and he expected other nations to express some of his fervor. He would regard with deep dislike any design for aggression. In November 1937, Hitler had prepared a detailed plan for Austrian absorption. The successful execution of that plan profoundly affected German-American relations. See Austrian independence hangs in the balance. Hitler's plan for the absorption of Austria was disclosed on November 5, 1937, in the Reich Chancellery to an important group of trusted counselors: Field Marshal von Blomberg, Colonel General Baron von Fritsch, Admiral Dr. Erich Raeder, Colonel General Hermann Göring, Baron von Neurath, and Colonel Hossbach. In his discussion of the problems facing Germany, Hitler stated that the future of the Reich could not be assured either by autarky or by a wider participation in world economy. There was pressing need for Lebensraum, and this could be secured only through the conquest of desirable territory. The German question can be solved only by way of force. The latest period when this war of aggression should be waged was during the period from 1943 to 1945. It was quite probable that war would come long before that date. In the event that social tensions in France should seriously reduce the efficiency of the French army, or if France were engaged in a conflict with another state, Germany could then put her plan for expansion into effect. The direction of this military thrust was clearly indicated. It must be our first aim to conquer Czechoslovakia and Austria simultaneously, but this directive was flexible. When the time for action arrived, the absorption of Austria was given priority, although Czechoslovakia was regarded as the richer prize. The opportunity for conflict might develop from an Anglo-French attack upon Italy because of her intervention in the Spanish Civil War and her continued occupation of the Balearic Islands. In this regard, Hitler stated that the date which appeared to him as a possibility was the summer of 1938. The Ambassador Bullitt has some important conversations a few days after this important conference in the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. Ambassador Bullitt decided to pay a visit to Poland and Germany in order to discover if the ship of European peace were likely to founder upon some hidden rock of misunderstanding. During his visit to Warsaw, November 14, 1937, he had some extended conferences with important Polish leaders. Colonel Beck, the Polish foreign minister, confided to him that he believed that Germany in the near future would take some action against Czechoslovakia. He and Marshal Smigli writes both expressed the opinion that France would not intervene to save Czechoslovakia. I, Bullitt, disagreed with this opinion, as I believe that at the present moment the French would mobilize at once in case of a German attack on Czechoslovakia, either direct or through the Germans of Bohemia. I do not know how long this state of mind on the part of the French government will prevail. I asked Beck what Poland would do in case France should become involved in war with Germany because of a German attack on Czechoslovakia. Beck replied that in the hypothetical case I had presented, Poland positively would not march. Under no circumstances would Poland become involved in protecting French satellites in Central Europe, especially Czechoslovakia. In discussing the question of Danzig, Beck said that Hitler personally had given Lipski, the Polish ambassador in Berlin, the most absolute assurance that he cared too much about Germany's good relations with Poland to permit the Germans of Danzig to do anything which would be totally unacceptable to Poland. From Warsaw, Bullitt went to Berlin, where he had several conversations with German officials. He found Baron von Neurath, the foreign minister, to be supremely self-confident, and the atmosphere of the Wilhelmstrasse was as cocky as before the war. Neurath gave assurances that Germany certainly desired peace. So far as France was concerned, there was absolutely no outstanding question whatsoever between Germany and France. The national economies of the two countries supplemented each other perfectly, and there was no reason why their trade should conflict. Furthermore, the French had made it clear that they were ready to return the German colonies they had been given by the Treaty of Versailles, provided that England should take a similar course. He feared that the British were going to be extremely stiff-necked on the subject of the German colonies. In conclusion, Neurath said to me, "Tell your French friends that we are quite ready to establish the best possible relations with them." Bullitt found that Dr. Schacht was rather cautious in his comments. He did feel impelled to speak of the absolute necessity for doing something to produce peace in Europe before the outbreak of war toward which the continent was drifting. Hitler was determined to have Austria eventually, and to obtain at least autonomy for the Germans of Bohemia. The one way he could see peace was through direct negotiations between France and Germany. General Göring was quite voluble. He repeated Dr. Schacht's opinion that there was no real quarrel between France and Germany. With regard to many of the problems that faced Germany, Göring expressed himself in great detail. I asked Göring if Germany was absolutely determined to annex Austria to the Reich. He replied that this was an absolute determination of the German government. Germany would tolerate no solution of the Austrian question other than the consolidation of Austria in the German Reich. I asked Göring if the German government was as decided in its views with regard to the Germans in Bohemia as it was with regard to Austria. He replied that there could be only one final solution of this question. The Sudeten Germans must enter the German Reich as all other Germans who lived contiguous to the Reich. Göring then went on to say that he deplored greatly the present state of trade relations between Germany and the United States. The trade between the two countries was ceasing to be of any importance, which was contrary to all reason. He then asked me why I believed there was such hostility to Germany in the United States. I replied that there were many sources of this hostility. All Americans were devoted to the ideal of democracy. There has been a democratic government in Germany which had been destroyed and replaced by Nazi dictatorship. Furthermore, the German government had at the same time attacked with the utmost violence the Jews, the Catholic Church, and the Protestant Church. He thought that the violence of the reaction in the United States probably was due to the Jews. I replied that in some measure it was due to the Jews, as was only natural. I then added that it appeared that the Nazi government was engaged in forming Nazi organizations in the United States. Neither the government nor the people of the United States could tolerate the formation on their soil of any national group directed by any foreign country. Göring said that he considered this entirely reasonable and understandable. The German government had forbidden any German citizen to participate in any way in the formation of such groups. Göring then said that he hoped I realized there was an intense desire on the part of the German government to develop better relations with the United States. Hitler plays host to Lord Halifax. Germany desired better relations not only with the United States but also with Great Britain. Göring had been very frank with Ambassador Bullitt with regard to the absorption of Austria. This same candor might pay big dividends with some important British statesmen. Göring felt that he and Lord Halifax had a common denominator of understanding that was created by a mutual love of hunting. In the autumn of 1937, Göring, as Game Warden of the Reich, invited Halifax to Berlin to attend the International Exhibition of Hunting. As a well-known master of foxhounds, Halifax had never accepted Oscar Wilde's tart description of fox hunting, the pursuit of the uneatable by the unspeakable. Before Halifax reached Berlin, the German government made a quick survey of the situation. Franz von Papen had left Vienna for a brief visit to Paris, where he discussed with French statesmen some of the important problems that required prompt settlement. He was a more devious person than Göring and did not speak as frankly of Hitler's ultimate aims. In a conversation with the French Minister of Finance, he expressed the hope that France would stop calling every extension of German influence in the Danube region a threat to French interests. When Bonnet inquired as to the real objectives of Germany in that region, von Papen answered with the glib lie that Germany wished merely the clotest community of economic and intellectual interests, with the preservation of Austrian independence. Later, when talking with Premier Schotems, von Papen repeated this exercise in mendacity. He did not reveal Hitler's determination to absorb Austria. The Führer desired a marked extension of German influence in Austria obtained through evolutionary means. When Schautemps heard von Papen's assurance that Hitler's policy in the Danubian region was evolutionary rather than revolutionary, he was so overcome with emotion that he impulsively embraced the Nazi diplomat and exclaimed with delight, "Tell the Führer it would be a milestone in world history if we too were to place European politics on a new and healthier basis." In London, Halifax had a brief talk with Ambassador Ribbentrop with reference to his approaching visit to Berchtesgaden. It was apparent that his conversations with the Führer would deal mainly with the Austrian and Czech questions and with the important matter of the restoration of German colonies. Halifax stressed the viewpoint that a war between Britain and Germany would mean the end of civilization. Ribbentrop agreed with this dire prediction and then observed that not a single German desired such a conflict. On November 10, Halifax arrived in Berlin and soon had a talk with General Göring, who confided to him that the German government was bent upon incorporating Austria and the Sudetenland into the Reich. He made the further statement that Hitler also wished the return of Danzig to Germany and a reasonable solution of the Polish corridor problem. After hearing Göring's candid statements concerning the aims of the Nazi government, Halifax went to Berchtesgaden to match wits with Hitler. On November 19, he had his momentous conversation with the Führer. There are 4 versions of this conversation, 3 of them from the German Foreign Office, 33, the 4th from the unpublished report, Lord Halifax made to the British Foreign Office. A copy of this Foreign Office version was sent to the Department of State in order that President Roosevelt might have an inside picture of the European diplomatic crisis. After the conversation had been formally opened by Lord Halifax, Hitler remarked that an agreement between Britain, France, Germany and Italy would not be worth much unless it took account of realities, however unpleasant. The status quo could not last forever. Changes could be brought about by 1. The play of forces which meant war settlement by reason. We had had experience of 1, and it was therefore imperative to turn to 2, the way of reasonable solution. Hitler then complained that democracies were difficult to do business with owing to the party system and freedom of the press. All his previous efforts, except the naval agreement, had failed owing to this difficulty of doing business with democracies. Lord Halifax dryly replied that if agreement had to wait upon the abandonment of democracy by Great Britain, it was a waste of time to talk of an agreement. Hitler then hurriedly remarked that his reference had been mainly to French democracy. Halifax then remarked that in England it was believed that it was perfectly possible to clear out of the way the misunderstandings which existed at the present moment between Britain and Germany. The solution sought for might be found in an open exchange of views. These views could possibly lead to an agreement that would include not only Britain and Germany but also France and Italy. Hitler thought that such an agreement should go much farther than merely mutually polite relations. Germany should first of all be treated as a nation that no longer bore the moral or material stigma of the Treaty of Versailles. The nucleus of the problem was the question as to what active political cooperation could be accorded by a country which in other respects was not even accorded the most urgent necessities of life. Halifax quickly replied that everyone in England respected Germany as a great and sovereign country, and that it was only upon this basis that she would be treated. The British government did not necessarily believe that the status quo must be maintained under all circumstances. Changes, however, should take place only upon the basis of reasonable agreements, reasonably reached. But Hitler expressed the fear that it would be difficult for democracies to negotiate reasonable agreements because of the pressure exerted by demagogues. In the matter of restoring the colonies taken from Germany at the close of the World War, he knew that the British conservatives would vigorously oppose such a measure. The same was the case in France. Political parties, with their constant need to build political fences, would erect high barriers along the road to realism. Lord Halifax sharply challenged the view that the British government was the slave of politicians with demagogic views. In England, no government which was worthy of the name was under the domination of outside parties. He wished also to make it clear that Britain did not take the position that the question of the return of German colonies must not be discussed. British statesmen, however, were firm in their belief that it was a problem that required a general settlement, and therefore negotiations between Britain and Germany should be merely of a preparatory character. The conversation shifted to the League of Nations, and Halifax asked Hitler if he saw any possibility of leading Germany back to a closer cooperation with the other nations in the League of Nations. In what respect would Hitler want the League to be altered before Germany could once more become a member? Hitler expressed the view that the League without Germany, Italy, and Japan was not a real League of Nations. Whether Germany would ever return to Geneva was a question which could not at the moment be answered. With reference to the disarmament question, Hitler confessed that he had no idea how it could be brought within the realm of practical possibilities. In any case, he did not believe in conferences which were doomed to failure from the start. As far as Austria was concerned, Hitler referred to the Austro-German Agreement of July 11, 1936, and expressed the hope that it would lead to the removal of all difficulties. In the case of Czechoslovakia, the Czechs themselves were in a position to clear away any existing difficulties. Germany set great store by good relations with all her neighbours. In his report to the British Foreign Office, Lord Halifax remarked that the atmosphere at Berchtesgaden and the whole conversation was quiet and friendly, although the Chancellor showed a certain reserve due perhaps to tiredness, or perhaps to a feeling that his outlook has so little in common with that of democratic governments. Herr Hitler said that he hoped we might get away from the atmosphere of imminent catastrophe. The situation in Europe was not dangerous, and of all the nations only Russia might think of war today. The German Chancellor and others gave the impression that they were not likely to embark on adventures involving force, or at least war. Lord Halifax formed the view that they would pursue their objectives in Central or Eastern Europe in a fashion that would be perhaps unlikely to give other nations cause, or at least the opportunity for intervention. On November 29, Prime Minister Chamberlain and Lord Halifax had a conference in London with the French Premier and the French Foreign Minister. Lord Halifax reviewed his conversation with Hitler and expressed the general conclusion that Germany thought that it was now up to Britain and France to propose a solution of the colonial question if they wanted one. In this regard, Germany believed that all her former African colonies should be restored. Halifax then gave his personal impressions of Hitler and of the European situation. His main impression was that the Germans intended to press their colonial claim, but that they would not press it to the point of war. Unless the claim could be met in some form, it would be impossible to improve relations in such a way as to make an advance towards the object which we all had in view. The question we had to ask ourselves, therefore, was whether it was possible to use this problem as a lever for getting some of the things both the French and British governments wanted, such for example as a contribution by Germany towards European peace. His Lord Halifax's broad impression was that Germany was extremely anxious for friendly relations with us. The Germans to whom he had spoken were also anxious to convince him that Germany had no direct cause of difficulty with France. At the same time, while Hitler desired to be friendly with us, the Chancellor was not prepared to run after us and was conscious of his own strength. He was not bent on early adventures, partly because these might be unprofitable, and partly because he was busy building up Germany internally. General Göring had assured him that not one drop of German blood would be shed in Europe unless Germany was absolutely forced to it. The Germans gave him, Lord Halifax, the impression of being convinced that time was on their side, and of intending to achieve their aims in orderly fashion. Premier Schotemps broke into the Halifax discourse and asked about the sincerity of Hitler's reassuring words about Czechoslovakia. Halifax replied that he had been surprised at the moderation of Herr Hitler's remarks on this point. He could only suppose the degree of permanence would in part depend on Germany's general international position and on the influence which we might exercise on the later developments of German policy. It was obvious, he believed, that Hitler was awaiting for some concrete proposal on the colonial issue before engaging in a discussion of other issues. Shortly after Premier Schotemps returned to Paris, Ambassador Bullitt had a long talk with him concerning the European situation. Schotemps stated that he believed any immediate practical developments would be impossible due to the unwillingness of the British to make any concessions in the colonial domain to Germany. During the conversations in London, his Chamberlain's government had begun to approach delicately the question of whether France might be disposed to hand the Cameroons to Germany at once without any quid pro quo. Chamberlain had not made any direct statement on this subject, but he, Shortums, had perceived what was in Chamberlain's thoughts, and had therefore said at once that France could not place herself in the position of being the only country to make concessions to Germany in the colonial domain, and would do so only if England was prepared to make similar concessions, and if such concessions should be a part of a general settlement. Shortums said that his declaration had stopped all suggestions which might conceivably have come from the British to satisfy Germany's colonial ambitions by giving her Portuguese, Belgian or French colonies. Shortums went on to say that Halifax had made one blunder of the first water in his conversation with Hitler. He had begun by saying to Hitler that he had not come to discuss matters in Central Europe, and had accepted without protest Hitler's reply that Great Britain was indeed very little interested in what might happen in Central Europe. I asked Shortums if he saw any possibility of using the London conversations as the basis for an improvement in relations between France and Germany. Shortums said he felt there was a genuine desire in Germany at the present time to develop closer relations with France. It was, of course, impossible for France to rush into the arms of Germany and form overnight an offensive and defensive alliance, but it might be possible to inaugurate a period of genuine search for friendship. Shortums went on to say that both he and Chamberlain believed that the Germans were entirely right in their view that Article 16, dealing with the imposition of sanctions, should be eliminated from the Covenant of the League of Nations. He scarcely dared to say this above his breath, because Delbos did not agree with him, and Harriet and Paul Boncourt were still quite unaware that their god had died. They were on their knees in front of the altar of the League, from which the deity had long since been removed. Shortums said he would also say something else to me, which was highly indiscreet. So far as he was concerned, he looked with considerable equanimity on the possibility that Germany might annex Austria, because he believed that this would produce an immediate reaction of Italy against Germany. In December 1937, the French Foreign Minister, Delbos, made a hurried trip to Poland and to the countries of the so-called Little Entente. He assured Ambassador Bullitt that he was well satisfied with the results of this brief survey. He had been able to ascertain by personal contact that the Little Entente and Poland were determined to continue to occupy their positions within the orb of French policy. He was fearful, however, of a German movement against Austria which would meet with little resistance either within Austria or from outside powers. He had no constructive plans for the future, but felt compelled to follow a policy of wait and see. Fifth Britain blocks a presidential program for peace. President Roosevelt did not accept the Delbos policy of wait and see. Shortly after his quarantine speech of October 5, he decided to launch a real peace offensive. As President of the United States, he would issue an appeal to the nations of the world to attempt to find some path to peace. He would emphasize the necessity for a close adherence to basic principles of international conduct. A suggestion would be made with reference to the problem of disarmament, and he would call attention to the importance of breaking down the main barriers to world trade because of the horrors of modern warfare. He planned to ask the nations of the world to adopt far-reaching regulations that would conserve the safety and welfare of civilian populations. The detailed plan for carrying out these suggestions should be entrusted to a committee of 10 nations whose membership would be representative of all parts of the world. The President had planned to issue this appeal on Armistice Day at a White House meeting of all the diplomatic corps, but he ran into the almost hysterical opposition of certain of his closest advisers. He finally decided to take the matter up first with the British Foreign Office and get their reaction to it. When the Roosevelt proposal arrived at the Foreign Office on January 12, 1938, Anthony Eden was in France enjoying a brief vacation. Prime Minister Chamberlain read the proposal with surprise and immediately sent a strong negative. The British government was ready to present an appeasement plan to Germany and Italy which might be adversely affected by any American diplomatic intervention. Prime Minister Chamberlain sent a letter to President Roosevelt in which he remarked that the American government was well aware of the efforts which His Majesty's government for their part are making to bring about a measure of appeasement with reference to Germany and Italy. He, the President, will be interested to know that recently His Majesty's government received an inquiry from the Italian government as to when conversations could be reopened with His Majesty's government, and that in the last few days I have agreed with the Secretary of State that the latter should, on January 16th, discuss with the French Minister for Foreign Affairs in Geneva the possibility of making a fresh approach towards reconciliation with Italy that might bring appeasement to the Mediterranean region, at least our plan. Both as regards Germany and Italy rests upon the view that we and they are both in a position each to make a contribution towards the objective we both desire to obtain. There would be no need to discuss whether our contribution were greater or less than theirs. I mention these facts so that the President may consider whether there is not a risk of his proposal cutting across our efforts here. It is probable that the Italian and German governments, of whom we should have to ask a contribution, will be none too ready to give, on the ground that the subjects under discussion, which for the most part will be specific and concrete in character, seem all merged in the wider problems which the President contemplates tackling as a whole. It would, I feel, be regrettable if what I am sure the President intends to be action taken by him parallel to the efforts which we are making were found to be capable of being used to block progress in the directions which over recent months we have laboriously worked, and for which we feel the stage has at last been set in not too unfavorable a manner. This leads me to ask the President to consider whether it would not be wiser to consider holding his hand for a short while to see what progress we can make in beginning to tackle some of the problems. See my letter of May 23rd. In response to this appeal from the Prime Minister, the President abandoned all thought of taking the initiative in proposing to the nations of the world a plan that might ensure peace. In his reply to Mr. Chamberlain, the President made the following comments. In view of the opinions and considerations advanced by the Prime Minister, I readily agree to defer making the proposal I had intended to make for a short while, as he suggests, in order that His Majesty's government may see what progress they can make in beginning the negotiations they are contemplating. I will express the hope that he may be good enough to keep me advised of developments with regard to some aspects of the direct negotiations with Germany and Italy. With regard to the political features of these negotiations, this government of course has no connection. I feel, however, that it would be most helpful to this government to be apprised of those features of the negotiations which would have a material effect upon the maintenance of those international principles and upon the policies of world appeasement which this government endeavours to support. Anthony Eden was an ardent advocate of working in close cooperation with the United States. When he heard that Prime Minister Chamberlain had rejected the President's proposal of January 12, he returned at once to England and voiced strong disapproval of this action. As a result of this pressure, the Prime Minister soon sent a second letter to the President in which he declared that he would welcome the President's initiative and that the British government would do its utmost to contribute to the success of the scheme whenever the President decided to launch it. But President Roosevelt now thought that it was too late for him to embark upon a major adventure on the seas of diplomacy that were growing constantly more rough as the Ides of March approached. It would be expedient for him to follow a policy of watchful waiting. His proposal of January 12, therefore, remains as one of the great might-have-beens of world history. In this regard, Sumner Welles remarks, "In November 1937, the European situation was still fluid. While Hitler had undoubtedly already fully formulated his plans in cooperation with the German General Staff, the policies of Italy were far from crystallized. The full participation by the United States in such a worldwide effort to keep the peace as that envisaged by the President might have given Italy pause. It might have resulted in a radical modification of Japanese policy, with the annexation of Austria, and with the threatened attack upon Czechoslovakia in the spring of 1938, the President had no longer any real opportunity to arrest impending calamity. The vacillations of Chamberlain were so profoundly disturbing to Anthony Eden that he resigned his office as Foreign Secretary on February 20. Lord Halifax and Chamberlain could now carry on their policy of appeasement, which ended abruptly when Hitler's legions made their long-feared entry into Prague. Ex-Vi Hitler takes over Austria as a long-delayed step towards Anschluss. The plans of President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Chamberlain for effecting some sort of agreement with Chancellor Hitler were merely expressions of wishful thinking. The Chancellor had plans of his own which partial appeasement would not satisfy. The Viennese waltz takes on macabre. Austro-German relations from 1936 to 1938 afford an excellent example of the devious procedures of Nazi diplomacy. The agreement of July 11, 1936 was the opening wedge in the process of Austrian disintegration. Behind a facade of friendly phrases, the Nazi propaganda machine was duly installed, and with the aid of numerous buns, the gospel of National Socialism was spread far and wide. The agreement explicitly stated that both countries belonged within the German cultural orbit, and all existing restrictions on cultural exchanges were to be promptly removed. Both nations should influence their respective press so that its objective criticism of conditions in the other countries should not be offensive. The Austrian government should conduct its foreign policy in the light of the peaceful endeavors of the German government's foreign policy. It should also appoint in the near future representatives of the so-called national opposition in Austria to participate in political responsibility. Between every line of this agreement stalked the grim fact of eventual Nazi absorption of Austria. Political pressures in Europe would not permit any long postponement of this union. Franz von Papen and other diplomats might indulge in double talk that evaded any clear statement of this fact, but General Göring was quite frank in expressing the real implications of Nazi policy. In October 1936, he had an important conversation with Kurt von Schuschnigg, the Austrian Federal Chancellor, and after sounding him out on the Austrian situation, he reported that he had a certain confidence in the aims of Schuschnigg. But Schuschnigg destroyed a large part of this confidence when, on November 26 at Klagenfurt, he delivered a speech which opposed any further advance of National Socialism in Austria. Von Neurath instructed the German legation in Vienna to express astonishment at such a tirade. Did the Federal Chancellor really believe that he could continue ruthlessly to take measures against National Socialism? This hostile attitude of Schuschnigg led Hitler in January 1937 to send a protest to the Austrian government with special reference to the punitive action that had been taken against persons who were members of a National Socialist organization. The explanation of the Federal Chancellor was not entirely satisfactory to the German Foreign Office. It was now entirely clear to Hitler that he could not count upon Schuschnigg to lend any support to Nazi plans for expansion. The Federal Chancellor would have to be eliminated, but it would be expedient first of all to see how close the ties were between Mussolini and the Austrian leaders. In January 1937, Göring was sent to Rome to explore the situation. In his usual blunt way, he inquired if the Deuce was willing to admit that Austria was within the German sphere of interest, and therefore even an Anschluss could be carried out if Hitler desired it. Mussolini did not rush to grab this bait. He did, however, finally assure Göring that he would exert pressure upon the Austrian government so that the agreement of July 11 would be faithfully executed. Also, in the event of a conflict in Austria, Italy would not resume the watch on the Brenner against Germany. Göring realized that Mussolini had been too wary to underwrite Nazi schemes for aggression unless he received a substantial quid pro quo. This could be given in the form of potent German support of Italian ambitions in Ethiopia. In the face of strong League opposition, this action would soon convince the Deuce that German friendship was worth far more than Austrian independence. When he arrived at this point of view, the German army could move into Vienna with confidence. Germany was careful not to press this matter on Mussolini with too much haste. In May 1937, von Neurath visited Rome and reassuringly told the Deuce that Germany still honored the Austro-German agreement of July 11, 1936, and did not intend any surprises or rash actions, but Schuschnigg became increasingly hard to handle, and von Papen soon confided to the Italian minister in Vienna that the actions of the Federal Chancellor were so disturbing that, unless the tension were relieved, we might easily find ourselves in a situation highly detrimental to the interests of the Berlin-Rome axis. It was soon evident to the German Foreign Office that time and British ineptitude were on the side of Hitler. The Ethiopian adventure and the civil war in Spain had thrown Mussolini deeper and deeper into Hitler's arms, while Anthony Eden was lecturing him on the sins of aggression. When Germany moved ahead and recognized the Italian conquest of Ethiopia, while also sending armed assistance to Franco, the Deuce completely forgot his former interest in Austrian independence. Realpolitik became the watchword of the hour in the Wilhelmstrasse. In London, British diplomats regarded with deep concern this Italo-German rapprochement, and some of them believed that British acquiescence in Hitler's demands for expansion in Central Europe might weaken these recent ties. One of these apostles of appeasement was Sir Neville Henderson, the British ambassador to Germany. Shortly after he arrived in Berlin, he received an invitation from von Papen to visit Austria. In Vienna, he quickly exchanged intimate confidences with the Nazi ambassador. He entirely agreed with the Führer that the first and greatest danger to the existence of Europe was Bolshevism, and all other viewpoints had to be subordinated to this view. After von Papen outlined the Nazi way of looking at the Austrian problem, he remarked that he was convinced that England fully understood the historical need for a solution of this question in the Reich German sense. He was entirely opposed to the efforts of the British ambassador in Vienna to preserve Austrian independence, and he was certain that his own opinions in that regard would prevail in London. He hoped, however, that Germany would not rush the solution of this problem. Hitler had no intention of seeking an immediate answer to the problem of Austria. During a conversation with General Göring and Foreign Minister von Neurath, he stressed the belief that Germany should refrain from causing any explosion in Austria in the foreseeable future. We should continue to seek an evolutionary solution, but the processes of evolution soon proved too slow to suit the Nazi program of expansion. In December 1937, von Papen warned Schuschnigg that the relations between Austria and Germany were not developing favorably. The Federal Chancellor should realize that the German Reich was embarked upon a movement of the greatest historical significance. Austria, with heart and soul, should support this struggle of the German world for its existence. In order to ensure victory in this struggle, the Führer decided to make some changes in important official positions. At the historic meeting in the Reich Chancellery on November 5, 1937, when Hitler's plan of aggression in Central Europe had first been broached, opposition had been voiced by Marshal von Blomberg, Reich War Minister, Colonel General von Fritsch, Commander-in-Chief of the Army, and Baron von Neurath, the Foreign Minister. On February 4, 1938, an announcement was suddenly made in Germany that all three of these important leaders had been removed from office. Hitler himself became the chief of the High Command. Ribbentrop replaced von Neurath. Colonel General Walther von Brauchitsch assumed the office recently held by Baron von Fritsch, while Göring was promoted to the office of Field Marshal. The American Chargé, in commenting upon these changes, indicated that the underlying causes of these changes went much deeper than the much-discussed unfortunate marriage of Marshal Blomberg to the notorious Eva Grün. The sudden shift in personnel might well mean the beginning of a more radical tendency in the conduct of German foreign affairs. In some quarters there were strong apprehensions concerning some immediate move with especial reference to Austria. The German ambassador in Washington assured Sumner Welles, the Under-Secretary of State, that the recent replacement of von Neurath by Ribbentrop implied no change whatever in German foreign policy. He admitted that Ribbentrop was young and impulsive, but he would have the experienced von Neurath available for consultation on difficult problems that demanded careful consideration. From Berlin, Prentice Gilbert, the American Chargé, expressed the opinion that the influence of Ribbentrop will be largely dominant in the advices in foreign affairs given to the Chancellor. He then alluded to the fact that Ribbentrop's character and the past expressions of his policy suggested that Germany had turned to a more radical, a more active, and thus a more dangerous policy. Ambassador Wilson's first interview with Ribbentrop was brief and not very illuminating. The new foreign minister complained that the hostility of the British and French press made it difficult to carry on satisfactory relations with those countries. With von Neurath, it was a very different story. The former head of the Foreign Office was friendly and loquacious. He spoke of his desire for retirement and Hitler's refusal to permit him to leave office. This situation had been completely changed by von Blomberg's marriage to Eva Grün, who had loved too much and too often. When Hitler learned that the door of Eva's heart had been opened to many men long before von Blomberg had rapped his aged knuckles upon its well-worn portals, he summoned von Neurath to the Chancellery. Neurath found the Führer in tears, very much cut up by the fact that von Blomberg had misled him as to the wedding and put Hitler in a disgraceful position. Von Neurath says that Hitler is extremely sensitive, especially as to what he considers anything that looked like betrayal of his friendship by his friends. He had been deeply fond of Blomberg and felt that the latter had let him down badly. He then said to von Neurath that he needed his post. Von Neurath said, "It is, of course, at your disposition." Hitler went on to say that he wanted to keep Neurath near him, nearer than before, and nearer than was possible when von Neurath was charged with an administrative position, but that he, Hitler, felt that something had to be done to divert public opinion, especially abroad, from the shameful position in which the Blomberg wedding had placed the Chancellor. B. Schuschnigg pays a visit to Berchtesgaden. Sir Neville Henderson makes much of the von Blomberg affair and states that it precipitated a fit of uncontrolled rage on the part of Hitler, which darkened the atmosphere in Berlin for a long period. It was convenient to find a scapegoat on whom much of the load of the Führer's wrath could be unloosed. The sinister von Papen suggested that Schuschnigg would be just the victim for such an ordeal by verbal fire. The Austrian Federal Chancellor was at once summoned to Berchtesgaden to meet Hitler in one of his nastiest tempers. Schuschnigg arrived on February 12 and was immediately subjected to a long ritual of indignities. He was always addressed as Herr or Doktor, and not by his official title. Although he was an inveterate smoker, he was not permitted to indulge in this habit in the presence of the Führer. He was first scolded because Austria had not left the League of Nations, and his whole policy was condemned as a long betrayal of Germany's interests. It would be well for the Chancellor to realize that Austria's puny armed forces could not stem the advance of Hitler's legions if they should be ordered to march. I may be in Vienna overnight like a storm in the spring. Then you will experience something. He was warned that after the entry of German troops in Vienna, the SA and the Austrian Legion would take over and no one would be able to prevent their revenge. It should be obvious to most Austrians that no power in the world could impede Hitler's progress. After some 11 hours of such pressure, Schuschnigg broke down and signed an agreement that was the prelude to the absorption of Austria by Nazi Germany. First of all, it was agreed that Dr. Arthur Seyss-Inquart would be taken into the Austrian cabinet as Minister of the Interior and Public Security. Under his constant supervision, it would be possible to develop a National Socialist program that would eventually put Austria under German domination. Other items in the agreement had similar implications. Schuschnigg's return to Vienna marked the beginning of twilight in the Austrian capital. This was apparent to Mussolini, who did not approve of the abrupt manner in which Hitler had treated Schuschnigg, and he resented the fact that Italy had not been consulted in the whole affair. Ciano read Philip of Hesse a lecture on German neglect of simple diplomatic courtesy, and Mussolini sent some meaningless assurances to Schuschnigg. But it should have been obvious to most Austrian officials that the sands of their country's independence were fast running out. President Miklas made a brief, futile stand against the Nazi demands, but he was finally forced to agree to a new cabinet that contained not only Dr. Seyss-Inquart, but 3 other members friendly to Germany. On February 20, Hitler made a speech to the Reichstag that sounded like a requiem for Austria. There was no assurance of Austrian independence. Instead, Hitler merely expressed his sincere thanks to Schuschnigg for his great understanding and the warm-hearted willingness with which he accepted my invitation to Berchtesgaden and worked with me so that we might discover a way for serving the best interests of the 2 countries. The real meaning of his words was disclosed by his fervid statement that it was intolerable for a self-respecting world power to be permanently deprived of its entity, and to know that across the frontier are kinsmen who have to suffer severe persecution simply because of their sympathy with the whole German people. See, Lord Halifax learns the price of appeasement in London. There was great indecision concerning the best method of handling Hitler. In December, Chamberlain told Ribbentrop that Britain would be ready to make some proposals to the German government in February or March with special reference to the colonial question. Ribbentrop then remarked that only a very generous attitude toward German interests could finally lead to an understanding. Chamberlain, after weighing this statement, remarked that he would give his full support to a German-British understanding. Chamberlain's conciliatory assurances led the German Foreign Office to prepare a memorandum which summarized British policy as follows. British policy today proceeds on the thesis that it is possible to do complete justice to German grievances by peaceful means. Ribbentrop, however, disagreed with this Pollyanna interpretation of the situation. In January, he prepared a memorandum of his own in which he frankly stated that he placed little faith in Britain's desire for a real understanding with Germany. Britain was merely wearing a mask of friendship so that she could gain time for the preparation of a large armament. It would be unwise to put any dependence upon an understanding with England. In reality, she was Germany's most dangerous enemy. Hitler probably had this memorandum in mind when, on March 3, 1938, he had a fruitless conference with Sir Neville Henderson. Henderson struck a high note that must have sounded a little ridiculous to Hitler. The British government, Henderson remarked, believed that any understanding with Germany could be reached if the negotiations proceeded on the principle of higher reason as distinct from the use of mere force. Hitler listened to this high-level talk with a ferocious scowl on his face, and then broke out into an impassioned harangue about the sad fate of Nazi-loving Germans in Austria. After 2 hours of discussion, which covered a multitude of topics, Henderson left the Reich-Chancellery without having accomplished anything. A week later, March 9, the uneasy solution in the Austrian test tube was precipitated by an announcement of Schuschnigg that on the following Sunday, March 13, a plebiscite would be held on the issue of Austrian independence. His announcement was the death knell of Austrian sovereignty. Hitler was thoroughly angered by any thought of a plebiscite in Austria, and he at once began to exert pressure to prevent it. These tactics were regarded with deep disapproval by Lord Halifax. During a conversation with Ribbentrop on March 10, he indicated that His Majesty's government was greatly disappointed at the attitude of Herr Hitler towards their conciliatory and constructive approach, but at the same time he pointed out that this disappointment made no difference to our firm desire for a better understanding with Germany. But if we were to succeed, that could not be by unilateral effort on our part, and all must make their contribution. With regard to Central Europe, we had not tried to block up Austria, but had rather tried to steady European opinion, shaken by the Berchtesgaden interview, February 12. But we should be less than frank if we did not make it clear to the German government the danger we saw in the expression that responsible leaders in Germany were giving in public to German policy and to the spirit in which that policy was being pursued. The last thing we wanted was to see a war in Europe, but if once war should start in Central Europe, it was quite impossible to say where it might not end or who might not become involved. Lord Halifax then expressed the opinion that the Austrian plebiscite scheduled for March 13 should be carried out without interference or intimidation. Herr von Ribbentrop said that he thought the most useful contribution we, the British government, could make would be to use our influence with the Austrian Chancellor to cancel it. I replied that it seemed astonishing to me to assert that the head of a state should not have a plebiscite if he wanted one. Subsequently, at 5:15 p.m., I myself saw Herr von Ribbentrop again and spoke to him more strongly. Our approach to Germany was not encouraging, their brutal disregard for any argument, but force shows the difficulty of reasoning with them and must cast doubt upon the value of agreements reached with them. The world has been faced with a fait accompli. It is extremely doubtful if any threat could have averted it, and certainly no threat which those making it were prepared to support by force. On this same day, March 10, Lord Halifax sent 2 telegrams to Sir Neville Henderson in Berlin, in which he used much the same language that he employed in his letter to President Roosevelt. Henderson replied that he thought that German methods were indefensible, but Schuschnigg's action in calling for a plebiscite was precipitous and unwise. With reference to the plebiscite, Schuschnigg at first refused to bend before Nazi pressure, and he turned to Britain and asked what he should do. Halifax replied at once that the British government could not take the responsibility of advising the Chancellor to take a course of action that might lead to war. All that Britain could do in this matter was to file a protest in Berlin against undue Nazi pressure. A mere British protest to Berlin was too slender a reed for Schuschnigg to lean upon, so he resigned his office as Federal Chancellor. When this news reached London, Ribbentrop blandly remarked to Halifax that this action was really much the best thing that could have happened. Surely the British Foreign Office would agree that it was the object of us all to see peaceful solutions arrived at. Ribbentrop had no doubt that Schuschnigg was guilty of bad faith and had completely gone back on his word from the Berchtesgaden arrangements. This reprehensible conduct had made the situation in Austria quite impossible. Lord Halifax refused to look at matters through Nazi eyes. What the world had seen in Vienna was an exhibition of naked force, and it should be obvious that such a dubious procedure would seriously prejudice Anglo-German relations. Ribbentrop regarded this Halifax statement as wide of the mark. He was confident that British opinion could be guided to take a realist view of what had passed and not be unwilling eventually to welcome it. On the following day, Chamberlain had Ribbentrop as a luncheon guest, and this meeting afforded another opportunity for conversation. Chamberlain very emphatically requested Ribbentrop to inform Hitler of his most sincere desire for an understanding with Germany. At this point, Viscount Halifax brought several telegrams to the Prime Minister. They indicating increasing tension in Vienna, and Halifax excitedly remarked that the Nazi threats of force constituted an intolerable method of exerting pressure upon Schuschnigg. He then inquired if a plebiscite along the pattern of the Saar plebiscite would be held in Austria on a later date. Chamberlain at once interjected the opinion that this procedure did not seem to be required by the situation. This negative observation had a sedative effect upon Halifax, who declared that he did not insist upon his suggestion concerning a plebiscite. Ribbentrop noted that the usually very calm Lord Halifax was more excited than Chamberlain, who outwardly at least appeared calm and cool-headed. At the close of the conversation, even Halifax was calm again. The British appeasement of Italy is too little and too late. The formula of appeasement which Chamberlain worked out in the early months of 1938 was so dear to his heart that he clung to it with tenacity when the rest of the world saw that it could not solve the problems that threatened the peace of Europe. Anthony Eden did not share the enthusiasm of the Prime Minister in this regard, and this fact put a strain upon their personal relations. The crisis came on February 18, when Chamberlain and Eden had two detailed conversations with Dino Grandi, the Italian ambassador in London. According to Grandi, Chamberlain had already entered into an intrigue to oust Eden from office. During these important conversations among Chamberlain, Eden and Grandi, the Italian ambassador denied that an understanding had been reached with Germany whereby Hitler had been given a free hand in Austria in return for a promise of German support in the Mediterranean and in Europe. He did admit, however, that the Italian Foreign Office believed that a friendly intimacy and close collaboration between Germany and Austria was essential to the peace and tranquility of Central Europe. Grandi also insisted that British recognition of the Italian conquest of Ethiopia be expressly granted as a preliminary step in the direction of an eventual Anglo-Italian rapprochement. The London Times showed that it was in complete agreement with the Italian thesis that close collaboration between Austria and Germany was essential to the peace of Central Europe. In an editorial on February 17, the argument was advanced that Britain should not attempt to block German expansion eastward, and 4 days later the assertion was made that Britain had no real concern with events in Central and Eastern Europe unless they should develop into a catastrophic conflict. With the London Times preaching a policy of appeasement, Hitler on February 20 delivered a speech that attacked Anthony Eden with all the fury of long-suppressed hatred, with Chamberlain convinced that appeasement was the only way to quiet the turmoil in Europe, and therefore in no mood to resent this Hitler harangue. It was evident that there was no real place for Eden in the British cabinet. On February 20 he felt constrained to resign as foreign minister, and his office was filled by Viscount Halifax, who was willing to follow Chamberlain's directions. With Eden out of the cabinet, Chamberlain had even stronger hopes for the creation of an Anglo-Italian understanding. He was ready, of course, to pay the price. In a letter to Grandi, he made the observation that he had never had the slightest intention or plan to do anything that might weaken Italian-German solidarity. On the contrary, I consider the Rome-Berlin axis as a reality which might represent the most valuable pillar of European peace. This conviction of mine, I am happy to confirm, is shared by my friend Lord Halifax. I want the Deuce himself to know that while my immediate aim is a strong and permanent treaty with the Deuce and fascist Italy, my long-range aim is a permanent and as strong as possible a treaty with the Führer and National Socialist Germany. But these conciliatory words made no deep impression upon Mussolini, who had now climbed with great agility upon the Hitler bandwagon. There would be no Anglo-Italian understanding that would serve in any way to halt Hitler's march into Austria. The Deuce had decided that Austria should be delivered into the Führer's eager arms as the price for German recognition of Italian conquests in Africa. Schuschnigg was slow in grasping this fact. In order to keep alive Italian dislike for German expansion in Austria, he sent his military attaché, Colonel Liebitsky, to Rome to recount to Mussolini all the contemptuous remarks that Hitler had poured out against Italy during the famous Berchtesgaden conversations on February 12. but the Jews shrugged them off and began to make elaborate plans to welcome Hitler when he arrived in Rome. The Austrian plum was nearly ready for the picking, and Mussolini realized that no European power could hold back Hitler's hand. Hitler marches into Vienna before Hitler moved into Austria. He was careful to extract from Mussolini assurance that this action was fully approved. On March 11, he sent Prince Philip of Hesse to Rome with an urgent letter to Mussolini concerning the Austrian situation. This letter stated that the Austrian government had in recent months established a close relationship with Czechoslovakia, which was a most serious threat to the security of the Reich. The Austrian government was gradually arming all the frontiers with fortifications to bar the progress of German military forces. In the event that war was imposed upon Germany, the Austrian and Czech soldiers could attack Germany's flank. The absorption of Austria by Germany had therefore become a national imperative. After delivering this letter to the Deuce, the prince telephoned to Hitler from Rome and announced the glad tidings that Mussolini had accepted the whole thing in a very friendly manner. The impact of these reassuring words upon Hitler was so great that he became hysterical. He asked the prince to tell the Deuce that he would never forget his assistance in this hour of need. If he should ever need any help or be in any danger, he can be convinced that I shall stick to him whatever may happen, even if the whole world were against him. In Berlin, Göring telephoned to Seyss-Inquart and other Nazi sympathizers in Vienna in order to put pressure upon President Miklas. When Miklas finally succumbed to this pressure and appointed Seyss-Inquart as chancellor, the last hour of Austrian independence was at hand. German troops crossed the Austrian border on March 12, and 2 days later Hitler entered Vienna in triumph. Pfeff American reaction to Anschluss, American reaction to the absorption of Austria by Nazi Germany, was recounted in considerable detail in the dispatches of Ambassador Deckhoff. On March 12, the ambassador called at the Department of State to discuss the situation in Austria. Although Secretary Hull asked a number of questions, he did not express any critical or even disapproving attitude. This was also largely true of the American press on March 12 and 13, but the next day a sudden change took place. The absorption of Austria was now stigmatized as a breach of treaty, as militarism, as the rape of defenseless little Austria by her big neighbor bristling with arms. As far as the shaping of the opinion of the American government was concerned, the ambassador believed that the president himself had intervened personally and gave instructions to both the State Department and the press. In the Department of Strategy were probably from the very outset thinking less of Austria than of Czechoslovakia, with all the possible complications. On March 14, Diekhoff had another conversation with Secretary Hull, who maintained a calm and courteous demeanor, but Sumner Welles received the German ambassador with a sour expression. Indeed, in a dispatch to the Foreign Office on March 15, Diekhoff complained that Welles gave expression to a sort of malevolent bitterness when he alluded to the Nazi absorption of Austria. In the Department of State, there is a copy of the conversation between Diekhoff and Welles on March 14th. After the ambassador had turned over to the Undersecretary of State the texts of the decrees incorporating Austria into the Reich, he evidently expected Welles to make some comments upon them. When Welles remained silent, Diekhoff, with a show of very considerable degree of nervous excitement, broke out with the exclamation, "This is a great day, a wonderful day for Germany." When Welles continued to remain silent, Diekhoff then embarked upon a tirade against the critics of the recent Anschluss. He was particularly disturbed over the comments in the American press, which he condemned as outright lies. Next, he sharply attacked the Jews and asked Welles why they were permitted to dominate the press and public opinion. The Undersecretary denied the truth of such a statement and then remarked that the Jewish element in the population of the United States was only a small percentage of our total population. Nevertheless, the people of the United States felt that that element among them was as much a part of the United States as any other element of the population. Most Americans had Jewish friends whom they regarded highly and whom they admired as fellow citizens. The unjust treatment meted out to them in Germany had aroused strong indignation against the Nazi regime. When Welles finished his remarks, Ambassador Diekhoff hastily concluded the conversation with another brief diatribe against the malignant and malicious falsehoods of the American press. Dr. Goebbels in Berlin was also greatly perturbed over the hostile attitude of the American press. He thought that it was lamentable that this campaign of hatred should be carried on. He did not in any way expect that Germany would escape criticism, but what he did not expect and what he deeply deplored were willful misstatements of fact and slander and libel against the persons of the Reichschancellor and those immediately around him. He said that the person of the Führer was venerated by every German. Therefore the Germans deeply resented the personal attacks upon him. He was sure that in the coming months I would have frequent opportunity to talk with and know the Führer, and I could not but be impressed with the singleness of purpose and the undeviating honesty of the man's character. Many people in Germany felt that relations with America were so bad through the press that there was no use trying to do anything about it, but he was not one of those, and such a point of view was to him a stultifying attitude. He thought there were possibilities of making it better, and believed that if we could work with some measure of confidence we could bring about an improved relationship. Ambassador Wilson expressed the opinion that the most crucial thing that stood between any betterment of our press relationship was the Jewish question. Hatreds so deep as those which existed in my country on this question could not be mitigated in weeks or even months. It was a matter of years before such hatreds would lessen or be forgotten, and then only if new incidents did not give fresh fuel to the flames. Turning from this outstanding question, Ambassador Wilson then remarked that much of the existing American hostility towards Germany was the result of a Freudian complex, by which deep affection which is shattered turns inevitably to hatred. Americans of my age and generation had been accustomed to see the best intellectuals in our country go to Germany for education in medicine, technical matters, arts, and so on. That 10,000s of families had German relatives. Thus the bonds between the two lands went so deep that we could not regard what happened in Germany with indifference. Goebbels confessed that this was an entirely new and interesting point of view, and he voiced the hope that the American ambassador would come often to talk over matters of common interest. There was little doubt that Goebbels was anxious to explore the reasons that lay behind German-American hostility. He had uncovered one of the important causes for friction when he referred to the German veneration for Hitler and the ceaseless attacks in the American press upon the Führer. It was obvious to many close observers of the scene in Germany that Goebbels himself had been indefatigable in his efforts to create this veneration for the Führer. His speech on April 20 in honor of Hitler's birthday was a typical example of the Goebbels rhetoric in this regard. He was certain that an air of divinity surrounded the Chancellor. He recounted that after Hitler entered Austria, his attendants saw a man rush up to the Führer's car with his hands uplifted in prayer. And we had the feeling that here the emotion of the human soul had found its consummate expression. With vast numbers of Germans sharing this viewpoint, it became more and more difficult to maintain friendly relations between the two countries when the American press continued its campaign of criticism and ridicule. This matter of the hostility of the American press continually thrust itself into the diplomatic picture in Berlin. At the end of April, Ambassador Wilson had a long talk with Foreign Minister Ribbentrop, and the familiar topic of press criticism inevitably came up for discussion. Ribbentrop said that he had just been looking through a mass of clippings from American newspapers, and they showed a depth of hostility which had startled and shocked him. There was a lack of comprehension of everything that Germany had done, and an immense proportion of complete misstatement of fact. These reports could only be based upon gossip and rumor, and usually originated from those who by race or politics were hostile to the regime, and therefore inclined to distort fact. He then observed that he had spent a long and happy time in the United States as a boy, as well as in Canada, that he had numerous American friends with some of whom he still corresponded, that no one could spend a portion of his youth in a country without leaving a bit of his heart there. Hence it was doubly depressing to him that this outpouring of wrath should take place against his country. Wilson interrupted this discourse to venture the opinion that this American hostility to Germany had many causes: the persecutions of Protestants and Catholics, the intimate relations between Germany and Japan, the Jewish question, and the manner in which the Nazi government had absorbed Austria were important factors in creating a widespread dislike in America for the Nazi government. Ribbentrop then commented upon this factor of German absorption of Austria. Britain and France were far more concerned with the Austrian question than the United States, yet the press in those countries had taken a much more objective attitude than the American press. When the German editors read the vehement criticisms in American newspapers, they promptly plead for the right to reply to them in their press. So far the German government had refused to permit it. He defied me, Wilson, for instance, to find a personal criticism of President Roosevelt. Wilson made no attempt to disprove this statement. He merely confessed that he was afraid that the hostility in the American press would not disappear for some years. In the meantime, it was obviously the part of those dealing in foreign affairs to try to hold their countries in normal and friendly relationships. Ambassador Wilson was entirely correct in his belief that the criticisms in the American press of Nazi Germany would not disappear for some years. As they continued, the reaction in Germany became more pronounced. On the night of August 10, a reception was given in the Italian embassy in honor of Marshal Balbo. During the course of the evening, Mr. Rittelberger, a member of the staff of the American embassy, had a talk with Marshal Goering, who immediately ascribed much of the hostility in America towards Germany to the machinations of the Jews, and then launched into a discussion of the Jewish problem. He predicted that within 10 years from this night, the United States would have become the most anti-Semitic country in the world. I, Mr. Rittelberger, said to General Goering that this statement respecting the possibilities of anti-Semitism in the United States had interested me, although I naturally did not agree with his prediction. I said that without going into a discussion of German policy with respect to the Jews, I was sure he would understand how this policy had caused grave concern to our and other governments within whose jurisdiction the German Jews were seeking refuge. General Goering made no answer to this, but went on to declare that the Jews must be eliminated from German economic life. Returning again to the problem of German-American relations, General Goering said that although they were none too harmonious, it was not necessary to despair, and that we must hope for better days. He ended his remarks by stating that the combination of Negroes and Jews in the United States, with the latter furnishing the leadership, was a matter that should give rise to considerable anxiety as to our future. It was apparent to Ambassador Wilson that while the German government cordially disliked the American press, it was nevertheless quite anxious to remain on friendly terms with the Department of State. For this reason, Wilson accepted the invitation to attend the Nazi Party celebration in September at Nuremberg. He made plans to be present during approximately the same period as the French and British ambassadors. This decision evoked from the B'nai Israel Jewish Center of Brooklyn, New York, a spirited protest. Attendance at the Nuremberg celebration would be a tacit condonance of the Nazi program of racial and minority persecution. The Department of State refused to accept this viewpoint. 51, and Ambassador Wilson went to Nuremberg with his British and French colleagues. It was the last Nuremberg celebration that any American ambassador would attend. Underneath the surface of German-American relations, there were many points of difference that constantly threatened to pierce the thin texture of political accord. The American press was unceasing in its attacks upon the German way of life, and in many parts of the United States there were gestures of contempt that must have infuriated the Nazi leaders. On the amusement pier at Venice, California, there was an archery stand that used a life-size painting of Hitler as a target for a patronage that was mostly Jewish, Italian, and German. In other cities, Hitler was depicted on toilet paper and on other articles of toilet use. These forms of vulgar ridicule were infuriating to multitudes of Germans, and they created a background for eventual war. Hatred is one of the heralds of conflict, and already in the summer of 1938 he was busily blowing upon his trumpet all along the German-American front. After Munich, his blasts would gain in volume and in tempo, but most Americans closed their ears to his din and continued to cherish the hope that President Roosevelt would keep them out of war. They did not realize that, like Lincoln, he was so fond of peace that he was ready to fight for it. XVII President Beneš postpones too long a policy of appeasement. At Czechoslovakia precipitates the May crisis. Hitler's absorption of Austria made a fundamental change in British and French plans to appease Germany by restoring some of the colonial domain that had been taken away from her by the Treaty of Versailles. France had long been favorable to the return of some of the German colonies as one means of satisfying the demands of the Nazi government for Lebensraum. In September 1937, Schoutams had informed Ambassador Bullitt that for France the question of colonies was not insurmountable, but he believed that Britain would resist to the utmost any colonial settlement satisfactory to Germany. British opposition to any deal with Germany concerning colonies was given vehement expression by Anthony Eden. The British answer to Germany in recolonies should be a vast increase of Britain's armament program. France thought that this British position was too extreme, and Foreign Minister Delbos had tried to argue the question with Eden. He discovered, however, that the British Foreign Minister was adamant in his opposition. The British government was fully determined not to permit the clauses of the Treaty of Versailles with regard to colonies to be changed. Some weeks later, Delbos remarked to Ambassador Bullitt that he believed the best chance of beginning negotiations which might lead to a peaceful settlement of the situation in Europe, or at least postponement of war, would be in the colonial domain. France and England could not offer Germany concessions in Austria and Czechoslovakia, but in the colonial domain France and England had something to give and could therefore demand something in exchange. He felt therefore that through the door of colonial concessions it might be possible to enter into fruitful negotiations. He believed that if some progress could be made in the colonial field, it might not be impossible to begin conversations for a new Locarno. Delbos said that as far as he was concerned, he favored making concessions to Germany piecemeal in order to stave off war, but in a democracy it was intensely difficult to make piecemeal concessions. Public opinion would very much prefer to submit to a fait accompli rather than make a concession. This conciliatory attitude on the part of France continued during the spring of 1938. In March, Flandin, former foreign minister, told the German ambassador in Paris that from the French standpoint, the solution of the colonial question was not a serious matter. For a while, Britain also seemed in the mood for some concessions. With Eden out of the British cabinet, Chamberlain was ready to discuss the colonial question. In his conference with the Führer, March 3, Sir Neville Henderson had indicated that Britain might be prepared to transfer some colonial territory in Africa to Germany. Hitler had replied to this cautious statement by insisting that all German colonies must be returned. Henderson could give no definite answer to this sweeping demand, so the subject was postponed for future discussion. Lord Halifax kept the matter open by assuring Ribbentrop that Britain had in mind returning colonial territory to German sovereignty, but he insisted that the British government could not settle the colonial problem in isolation from other problems. Some solution was necessary for the questions that constantly threatened the status quo on the continent. Hitler's sudden absorption of Austria disturbed Halifax and postponed for a while all further conversations concerning colonies. British interests shifted to Italy, and plans were made to entice Mussolini back into the arms of British and French statesmen. In order to sound out Italy in this regard, Churchill was sent to France to survey the situation. He was surprised that the French government would place no confidence in an Anglo-French tie-up with the Soviet because of France's doubts as to the value of the Soviet as an ally. Finally, after talking matters over with the French statesman, Churchill frankly asked Blum a series of questions as to whether the French government would be willing to enter into close relations with Britain and Italy for the purpose of negotiating a Mediterranean Locarno. The recognition of Franco's government in Spain was an important item in this proposed three-power accord. After carefully studying all the implications behind these questions, Blum was said to have told Churchill that he was in favor of proceeding with the preliminary discussions leading to a new Locarno Treaty. While France would be engaged in the first stages of these discussions, Britain was to initiate negotiations with Germany for a pact that would settle not only the question of colonies, but would also extract from Hitler some general guarantees of security for the status quo in Europe. Chamberlain was said to be ready to inform Daladier and Bonnet that if the French would agree not to put obstacles in the way of British direct bilateral talks with Germany, and if the French would complete their deal with Mussolini, the British would be prepared to make a defensive alliance with France, be the Sudeten Germans formulate demands which they know cannot be fulfilled. It was difficult for Chamberlain or Halifax to realize the impossibility of negotiating a satisfactory treaty with either Germany or Italy. The European structure built upon the Treaty of Versailles was already tottering, and Hitler was determined that it should not be repaired by any mortar of appeasement. He was bent upon its destruction, and out of the ruins he expected to erect an edifice with the new Germany as the keystone. Such a task would require diplomacy with just the right flavor of force. Needless to say, there would also be the proper amount of deceit, which through the centuries has earned for diplomacy the apt description of the craft sinister. The assurances that General Göring gave to M. Mastny, the Czech minister in Berlin, on the night of March 11 were too transparent to be deceptive. The Nazi leaders had worked out a blueprint of aggression that looked towards the absorption of Czechoslovakia as well as of Austria. They would first split the Czech state along the line of the Sudetenland, and the remaining portion would inevitably fall into German hands. The demands for Sudeten autonomy could be given a reasonable appearance, but they would really serve as a screen behind which the drive for the absorption of the Sudetenland could be organized and carried out. This fact was made clear during the conversation between Hitler and the leaders of the Sudeten German Party, Konrad Henlein and Karl. The Führer stated that he intended to settle the Sudeten German problem in the not-too-distant future. He could no longer tolerate Germans being oppressed or fired upon. Hitler then turned to Henlein and remarked, "I will stand by you. From tomorrow you will be my viceroy." The purport of the instructions that the Führer gave to Henlein indicated that no compromise with the Czechs was acceptable. Demands should be made by the Sudeten German Party which are unacceptable to the Czech government. Henlein replied, "We must always demand so much that we can never be satisfied." The Karlsbad program issued by Henlein on April 24 was prepared in the spirit of Hitler's instructions and was far-reaching in its implications. In the meantime, on April 21, Hitler had an important conversation with General Keitel, in which a plan of operations for an attack upon Czechoslovakia was discussed in detail. Hitler's policy of planned aggression left little to chance. While Britain and France nursed hopes of finding some formula of appeasement that might lead to a new Locarno, Germany was thinking of peace only upon her terms, and those terms meant Nazi dominance in Europe. C. Chamberlain says Britain will not fight for Czechoslovakia. It was obvious to France that German dominance in Europe would soon be ensured unless some way were found to defeat the schemes of Nazi leaders. But any plan that had any real promise of success in checking Hitler would presuppose an intimate association between Britain and France and an evident readiness to meet a Nazi challenge with the answer of immediate mobilization. But Chamberlain feared that such an answer might lead to the outbreak of hostilities. On March 14, he momentarily laid aside these fears and boldly denounced the use of violent methods in solving the problems of Europe. Further aggression could not be regarded by His Majesty's government with indifference or equanimity, but this show of courage soon disappeared. On March 24, he was much more cautious in his comments. Now he declared that Britain was not prepared to defend Czechoslovakia against unprovoked aggression. 2 days earlier, Viscount Halifax had instructed Sir Eric Phipps in Paris to inform the French government that Britain recognized its obligations under the Covenant of the League of Nations and under the terms of the Treaty of Locarno, but the Foreign Office had no intention of enlarging the scope of its responsibilities. A German attack upon Czechoslovakia would not, therefore, bring a British army into the field to defend Czech frontiers, although it was always possible that political pressures might compel the British government to join a crusade against oppression. Halifax realized that this statement would be cold comfort to the French Foreign Office, but he was apprehensive about being more specific. His objection to the use of threats arose from his doubt of the ability of Britain, or the ability of France and Great Britain combined effectively to enforce them. Henderson, in Berlin, agreed with Halifax about the futility of forcible protests unbacked by force or the fear of force. Moreover, one should not underestimate Hitler. He might be a pathological subject, an introvert, a mystic, or anything else which one may choose to call him, but in addition to all that, there is no doubt that he is a constructive genius. With Hitler a big question mark and his policy a threat to the peace of Europe, British and French statesmen decided to hold some conversations in London on April 28-29. During the course of these talks, Halifax repeated the warning that Britain's specific commitments of aid were limited to the conditions laid down in the Covenant of the League of Nations and in the terms of the Treaty of Locarno. The British government was not ready to assume fresh military commitments. It was therefore extremely important for the Czechoslovak government to realize the gravity of the situation and make a supreme effort to reach a settlement with Germany with reference to the autonomy of the Sudetenland. In order to conciliate Germany, Halifax sent word to Henderson that the Nazi government should be advised that Britain had no desire to interfere in what they, the Germans, regard as their own domestic sphere. We are fully prepared to recognize that they have a special interest in the Sudetenland problem, but it should be kept in mind that the British government was not disinterested in a question that may involve an outbreak of war. Chamberlain apparently had some misgivings about these final words of warning to Germany. In order, therefore, to show a most sincere spirit of appeasement, he made some revealing statements at an informal luncheon party given by Lady Astor to American and Canadian newspaper correspondents. He was reported to have said that neither France nor Russia, and certainly not Britain, would fight for Czechoslovakia in the event of German aggression, and that the Czechoslovak state could not continue to exist in its present form. Detention in Czechoslovakia. Despite the excessively conciliatory attitude of Chamberlain, Halifax continued his efforts to exert some pressure upon Germany in favor of the acceptance of a reasonable compromise of the Sudetenland problem. He instructed Henderson to convey an indirect warning to the German government not to be stiff in its attitude towards Czechoslovakia. Ribbentrop should be impressed by the fact that it would be impossible for Britain to be disinterested in any issue on which the future of European peace might one day be found to depend. This warning appeared to have some effect upon the Nazi foreign minister, who discussed the problems of Europe with Henderson in an unusually temperate manner. He was obviously impressed both by the dangers of the situation if it were allowed to drag on, and by the necessity of finding peaceful solution in this last opportunity for cooperation with Great Britain. As the period of tension in Czechoslovakia did drag on without any real solution in sight, Henderson expressed to Halifax the fear that in the event of any serious bloodshed arising out of clashes between Germans and Czechs, it was certain that Germany would intervene. It should be remembered that the Nazi government regarded Henlein's demands for Sudeten autonomy as reasonable. It would therefore be a grave mistake for the British government to count upon its moderating counsels at Berlin proving effective, even if backed by threat of war if we support Czech proposals which fail approximately to satisfy Henlein's demands. As the crisis grew more threatening, there were rumours, May 20, of partial German mobilization. Although these were promptly denied, there was increasing anxiety about the imminence of war. This deepened when the Czech government itself, May 20, suddenly decided upon partial mobilization. Matters were made worse when a Czech policeman fired upon and killed 2 Sudeten German motorcyclists who refused to answer his challenge. Karl Frank, one of the Sudeten leaders, had an audience with Prime Minister Hodja with regard to this incident, and when asked what he wished as a final solution of the Sudeten problem, he replied, complete federalization, and in the event of its failure, a plebiscite. Hodja agreed unreservedly and declared that he intended to resign if Beneš did not side with him. While things in Czechoslovakia remained unsettled, the tension in Berlin rose to such a height that Sir Neville Henderson found Ribbentrop in a highly excitable and pugnacious frame of mind. He warned Henderson that Germany would not wait much longer, and if provocation continued, her 75 millions would act as one man. Halifax responded to this threat by advising Germany to have patience. Britain was exerting all possible pressure upon the Czech government in order to promote a peaceful solution of the Sudetenland question. The Foreign Office in Berlin should remember that, in the event of German aggression upon the Czechs, France would be compelled to intervene at once. In such circumstances, His Majesty's government could not guarantee that they would not be forced to become involved also. On the following day, Halifax was more precise and more threatening. He informed the German ambassador in London that in the case of a German entry into Czechoslovakia, in whatever circumstances, even in the event of serious acts of provocation by the Czechs, the French would march against us, the Germans. In the event of a European conflict, it was impossible to foresee whether Britain would not be drawn into it. After sending these clear warnings to Berlin, Halifax then tried to exert a restraining influence upon the French government. He assured the French Foreign Office that His Majesty's government would always honour their pledge to come to the assistance of France if she were the victim of unprovoked aggression by Germany. But the French government should not assume that the British government would at once take joint military action with them to preserve Czechoslovakia against German aggression. These British warnings to Germany had some influence upon Hitler, who was always willing to revise his timetable if some compelling necessity dictated it. The evidence that France was ready to lend armed support to Czechoslovakia, together with the partial mobilization of Czech troops, were additional factors that led Hitler to abandon any thought of ordering his armies to cross the Czech border. On May 23, the Czech minister in Berlin received assurances as to German intentions towards his country. On the same day, Henlein was ordered to return to Czechoslovakia and resume negotiations for the peaceful settlement of the Sudetenland problem. Czechoslovakia had won a diplomatic victory, but her success would be short-lived. Hitler was now bent upon her destruction. He particularly resented the Czech rumors of German mobilization. The British military attaché in Berlin, Colonel Mason McFarlane, had been permitted to ride along 1,100 kilometers of frontier roads and had seen no signs of troop activity. This negative report had been confirmed by certain consular officials, and at Nuremberg, Generals Jody and Keitel testified that they had not moved a single soldier towards the Czech border. To be falsely accused by Czech officials was to Hitler the supreme insult. It is significant to note that Beneš had decided upon mobilization without first informing France of his decision. He had then suddenly left for his country estate, and thus isolated himself from events in Prague. High army officers had seized their cue and had taken over the situation. This action had so disturbed the Czech cabinet that it had been decided to summon Beneš to return to Prague and choose between the civil government and the general staff. It was apparent to Hitler that Beneš had precipitated a crisis in order to humiliate Germany. Such tactics could never be forgiven or forgotten. On May 30, he issued a directive for Operation Green. The execution of this operation was to be assured by October 1, 1938 at the latest. The first two paragraphs reveal the Führer's deep hatred for the Czechs and his determination to destroy their country. It is my unalterable decision to smash Czechoslovakia by military action in the near future. Some unavoidable development of events within Czechoslovakia or other political events in Europe providing a suddenly favorable opportunity which may never recur may cause me to take early action. This action was now inevitable. Germany prepares a list of political imperatives to a French statesman like Bonnet. The approaching Munich crisis was expected and welcomed. He constantly breathed the spirit of defeatism and was entirely ready to acquiesce in German domination of the European continent. He was cordially disliked by Prime Minister Daladier, who lacked the courage to dismiss him from office. Daladier's experience in the World War had made him an ardent pacifist. That long conflict had served as a grindstone that ground him down rather than polished him up. The bull of Auvergne had grown weary of conflict and was longing for peaceful pastures. In a conversation with the German ambassador in Paris, he stressed the horrors of the last war and feared that a second world war would end in a Russian triumph that would mean that Cossack and Mongol hordes would bring to Europe a hideous new design for living. With France ready for acquiescence and Britain bent upon appeasement, the future looked bright to Hitler. He was particularly pleased over the rift between Poland and Czechoslovakia. In Paris, Ambassador Biddle talked with the Czech minister to France, Emil Zuski, and was shocked at his bitterness towards Poland. He was very fearful that there was little hope of ameliorating Polish-Czech relations on a durable basis. Hitler could make good use of this bitterness. But the Führer would have to be more careful of appearances because in the United States there was a fast-growing suspicion of Nazi motives. On the last day of May, Ambassador Dekhoff sent to the Foreign Office a long summary of American opinion of Germany, in which there was a curtain line of warning. I repeat on this occasion too, that if, as a result of the Czech affair, a large-scale conflict should arise in which Britain became involved, the United States would not permanently stand aside, but would enter the conflict against us. Feeling here has become much more acute and bitter in recent months, and the few friends we still have are so timorous and dumb that there is little to prevent the entry of the United States into a war against us. The propaganda news from Austria has produced a bad impression in the widest circles here. Dekhoff's letter evidently made a deep impression upon Weizsäcker, who prepared a memorandum which outlined a number of political imperatives that Germany should follow. First of all, it should be assumed that in the path of German expansion, France would stand as the most certain opponent and Britain as the most dangerous enemy, but neither country would cross swords with Germany without the other. In case of war, Germany would have to reckon as a matter of course that the United States of America and Soviet Russia will associate themselves with the de facto alliance against us of these two powers. France and Britain, Germany would have to brush the opposition of this entente from her future path by diplomacy or by war. Only if the Entente attacks us will the Third Reich consider staking its existence on a war. Our essential war aims do not lie on their territory. We have no military recipe for defeating France and Britain. Even taking into account Italian and Japanese assistance, the war would end in German exhaustion and defeat. The task of German diplomacy was to recognize clearly the limits to which German policy could be pushed for the time being without causing the Entente to interfere. The most immediate problem for Germany to solve was that dealing with Czechoslovakia. By leaving war out of the question for the time being, it was then obvious that the Czech state should be destroyed by internal disruptive tendencies. This process should be a gradual one, and plebiscites and other peaceful procedures should be employed. Slogans like self-determination could serve a most useful purpose. But it should never be forgotten that Germany was not free to choose the moment when this fruit may be plucked without too great a risk. Konrad Henlein asks for provocative concessions. Konrad Henlein was an important factor in this Nazi program for the gradual disintegration of Czechoslovakia. His list of demands would include items which he knew the Czech government would not accept, but the Foreign Office did not want these demands to be so excessive as to cause a new crisis. After some pressure had been exerted upon him, he presented to Dr. Hoxha June 8 his new program, which emphasized the importance of dividing Czechoslovakia into racial areas. Each of these areas should enjoy such a degree of autonomy as to be virtually independent, although it still retained an important voice in the affairs of the central Czech government. Hoxha accepted this memorandum along with the Carlsbad program as a basis for round-table conferences which should begin on June 23. Ernst Kunt would serve as the chief representative of the Sudeten Germans during these conferences. Prime Minister Hoxha assured the German minister in Prague that in the matter of autonomy he was ready to go to the utmost limit, and his assurances were accepted at face value. But the negotiations dragged on without any settlement, and the British government became deeply concerned about the situation. These fears were increased when the German Foreign Office expressed to Sir Neville Henderson the opinion that the state of the negotiations was highly unsatisfactory. The German government was critical of the dilatory manner in which the negotiations at Prague were being handled, and when the British minister pressed this point, Benesch protested that he was anxious to settle everything as soon as possible. Henderson, in Berlin, was particularly worried about the continued delay in arriving at some solution of the problem. He sharply complained to Lord Halifax that his efforts for peace stood no chance of success as long as there are no practical results to show for our action in Prague. This lack of response in Prague to British pressure made the German Foreign Office sceptical of British intentions. Weizsäcker had a conversation with Hugh Wilson, the American ambassador, and expressed his disgust with the fact that Viscount Halifax had never told the Czechs that they must not go beyond a certain limit of patience if they did not wish finally to gamble away the support of the Western powers in the event of a conflict. Ambassador Wilson was in sympathy with the position of Herr Weizsäcker, and he criticized the delaying tactics of Benesch and his methods of suppressing facts. The British apparently did not want a European war, but they did not do what was really necessary to avoid it. Lord Runciman calls Czechoslovakia an accursed land. It was difficult for the British government to know what to do to prevent the outbreak of hostilities along the border of Czechoslovakia. Any little incident could be magnified into dangerous proportions. The British minister in Prague followed with anxiety the conversations between Henlein and Czech officials, and he was disturbed when Hitler summoned the Sudeten leader July 9 to Berchtesgaden to report on the progress of the negotiations. There was a possibility that this was the first step in a new Hitler program aimed at crushing Czechoslovakia by a surprise attack. British apprehensions were heightened by the surprisingly stiff attitude of President Benesch, who appeared determined to give the Sudeten Germans only a very short time in which to comment on the cut-and-dried indivisible scheme which he intended to present to the Czech parliament. Lord Halifax thought that it was obviously unfair for the Czech government to take several weeks to make up their own minds and then demand that the Sudeten Germans make up theirs in a few days. In order to stave off a possible war, the British Foreign Secretary decided to ask the Czech government to accept Lord Runciman as an independent arbitrator. While the Czech government was pondering the appointment of Lord Runciman, Lord Halifax had a long conversation with Captain Wideman, who paid a visit to London as a special representative of Hitler. The captain lost no time in telling Halifax of Hitler's admiration and friendship for Britain. The Führer was anxious to preserve friendly relations with England, and that was the reason for the Wiedemann mission. He was especially worried about the delays in the settlement of the problem of the Sudetenland Germans. At any moment incidents might occur which a great state like Germany could not overlook. These words of warning made Lord Halifax doubly anxious for the success of the Runciman mission, but the Czech government insisted that the Sudetenland problem could not be the subject of outside arbitration, so Runciman was finally sent to Prague merely as a mediator and advisor. When he talked the situation over with President Beneš, he discovered that the Czechs had serious objections to an autonomous Sudetenland, which, if it did not soon secede from Czechoslovakia, would at least constitute a dangerous leaven of discontent within the uneasy dough of the Czech state. While Runciman did not meet Henlein for some time after his arrival in Prague, he did have many conferences with other Sudeten Germans and took careful note of their arguments. It was soon obvious to him that the situation in Czechoslovakia was filled with political dynamite. The national minorities statute passed by the Czech parliament did not meet the demands of Hitler, and the so-called Czech Plan No. 2, drawn up to meet all Sudeten objections, was rejected on August 17 by the Sudeten leader. When this action was followed by large-scale German military maneuvers in Saxony and Silesia, the British Foreign Office grew alarmed. But British diplomats in Central Europe had evident sympathy with this German method of pressure. Sir Neville Henderson in Berlin had long realized that the only way to keep the Sudetenland out of German hands was to propose to Sudeten leaders a compromise solution that would be so reasonable that European opinion would demand its acceptance. Any delays in this matter would invite Germany to push its own program of complete autonomy for the Sudetenland. President Beneš could never make up his mind how far to go along the road to concessions to the Sudeten Germans, and this indecision cost his country dearly. In surveying this situation in Central Europe, Sir Neville Henderson was anxious that the Foreign Office make no misstep. He was particularly anxious that it should discard the Ar-Crow tradition of inveterate hostility towards Germany. Such a viewpoint might be disastrous. It should also be kept in mind that the Sudeten Germans had a very good case to present to world opinion. Their rights had not been carefully guarded by the Czech government. In fact, the position of Beneš and his military enthusiasts was quite untenable. Moreover, Beneš himself was a small man. That is a fact, and now all depends on Lord Runciman. Chamberlain thought that he might be able to contribute to the success of the Runciman mission by exerting pressure upon Hitler. On August 27 at Lanark, he pushed Sir John Simon into repeating, during a speech, the warning of March 24 to the effect that if war resulted from Czechoslovak complications, it would be quite impossible to say where it would end and what governments would become involved. The French government followed this warning by ordering troops to occupy the Maginot Line. Hitler's response to this pressure was a message to the British legation in Prague that he would welcome a peaceful solution of the Sudeten question if it comes quickly. He was also interested in a general Anglo-German settlement whose terms Henlein could bring to Berlin upon his next visit. Lord Halifax quickly vetoed any use of Henlein as an agent who could assist in negotiating a general settlement of Anglo-German problems. That could best be done through regular diplomatic channels. With reference to the Sudeten question, he thought it would be expedient for Beneš to publish his latest offer to Hitler immediately so that the world would appreciate its reasonable character. When Beneš handed to Mr. Newton his Plan No. 3, the British minister was very much disappointed in its contents and complained that instead of amplifying his former proposals, he merely diluted them. Lord Runciman himself was so deeply disturbed by the way things were going that he began to call Czechoslovakia an accursed country. As he looked around, the signs of bad government in Czechoslovakia were accumulating every day, and at any moment Hitler may find an excuse for crossing the frontier in order to maintain order. The new plan of Beneš was distinctly unsatisfactory. It was a long 9-page memorandum covered with bolt holes and qualifications. Lord Halifax was greatly upset by this letter from Lord Runciman. If Beneš were playing fast and loose, was it not time for taking drastic action? His behavior would do incalculable harm if something were not done to check him. He should be advised immediately to publish his new plan for the settlement of Sudeten difficulties. It should be evident that the German government would not stand aside and wait much longer for the present negotiations to produce a satisfactory solution of the Czechoslovak question. Lord Runciman was now ready to tell Beneš that his latest memorandum had made a bad impression. He was also prepared to have Henlein visit Hitler and place the situation before him. As for Henlein himself, Runciman assured Lord Halifax that he was courteous, friendly, and I believe honest. It might be well for Britain to support the 8 points of the Carlsbad programme as the only way to peace. While Henlein was in Berchtesgaden discussing the Beneš proposal with Hitler, Prime Minister Chamberlain had a talk with Ambassador Kennedy. Chamberlain admitted that Britain did not have a strong enough army to stop Hitler if he invaded Czechoslovakia, and therefore he did not believe in the use of empty threats. Kennedy became somewhat excited as the discussion proceeded and exclaimed that if Hitler seized Czechoslovakia it would be hell. He believed that if France went to the aid of the Czechs and if Britain had to go in too, the United States would follow before long. When Kennedy asked if President Roosevelt could make any move that would be of assistance in this crisis, Chamberlain advised against another speech like the Chicago Address of October 5, 1937. Any repetition of the threats contained in that address would now be bad. Kennedy then broke into the discourse to express the view that President Roosevelt had decided to go in with Chamberlain. Whatever course Chamberlain desires to adopt, Roosevelt would think right. Several days after Ambassador Kennedy had so generously promised Prime Minister Chamberlain American armed assistance in the event that Britain was drawn into a Second World War, Ambassador Bullitt in Paris struck a very different note. In a conversation with Sir Eric Phipps, the British ambassador, Bullitt remarked that if any German troops crossed the Czech frontier, France would undoubtedly fight on behalf of Czechoslovakia. Fortunately for France, Bullitt believed that she had the finest army in the world today. Bullitt then referred to the strong anti-German sentiment in the United States. When Phipps asked him if this meant any likelihood of United States participation in hostilities at an early stage, Bullitt replied in the negative. It should be kept in mind that the American people had a very definite objection to being involved in hostilities in Europe only 20 years after the last war, with the likelihood that they would again get more kicks than happens for their help. He had made this fact clear to the French government and was certain that they had no illusions on this score. On the day of this conference between Bullitt and Sir Eric Phipps, Henlein returned to Prague. He had talked with Hitler at Berchtesgaden and had told the Führer that the objectives sought by the Sudeten Germans were either autonomy within Czechoslovakia or a plebiscite, which means solidification with the Reich. He had assured Hitler that he wished to gain either of these objectives in a peaceable way, and to this the Führer had fully assented. As soon as the British minister in Prague had this word from Henlein, he advised President Beneš to go to the limit of concession, and this limit ought not to stop short of the 8 Carlsbad points if a settlement could not be obtained otherwise. After tendering this advice to Beneš, Mr. Newton then criticized Czech insincerity with reference to former promises that had not been carried out. President Beneš should understand that the failure of the Czech government to live up to its word in these matters had made a very bad impression. Sir Neville Henderson loses patience with Beneš. Sir Neville Henderson was just as critical of President Beneš as was Mr. Newton. He thought it should be obvious that Hitler would not permit Henlein to accept less than the Carlsbad programme, and that the reluctance of Beneš to use these 8 points as a basis for discussion had caused a dangerous delay in settling the Sudeten problem. It was difficult for the Czech president to face realities. In the end he would probably play the same role as Schuschnigg, and will end by doing incalculable harm to his country and possibly to all of us. At this point, according to the dramatic story recounted by John Wheeler Bennett, Beneš suddenly decided to summon the Sudeten leaders and ask them to enumerate in writing their principal demands. When they refused to do so, he requested them to dictate their program, which he took down and signed. This was later known as Plan Number 4. It embodied most of the items in the Carlsbad program, and it indicated the limit of concessions that Beneš felt called upon to make. It is significant that the text of this Plan Number 4 was furnished to the Royal Institute of International Affairs by the Czechoslovak government in exile in 1942. It may or may not be authentic in all particulars. It is also necessary to call attention to the fact that the colorful account of the meeting between Beneš and the Sudeten leaders, as given in the monograph by Mr. Wheeler Bennett, was drawn entirely from the interview between Beneš and G.E.R. Gedji, as published in the London Daily Herald of October 8, 1945. It is quite probable that Beneš gave his story as dramatic a setting as was possible. The admirers of President Beneš may still wish to accept his version of the meeting with the Sudeten leaders. In the meantime, it will be pertinent to notice that Mr. Newton, Lord Runciman and Sir Neville Henderson were at times sharply critical of Beneš and were suspicious of his programme. In the dispatches of Lord Runciman there is no mention of the meeting of September 4, and the impression is given that Beneš was still negotiating with the Sudeten leaders. Mr. Newton, the British minister, saw Beneš on September 4 and apparently talked to him pretty plainly about his delays in presenting terms to Henlein. Runciman regarded these delays as inexcusable. Nothing can excuse his Beneš slow movements and dilatory negotiations of the past 5 months. By the first week in September, Sir Neville Henderson had lost all patience with Beneš for his interminable delays. On September 6 he expressed to Halifax the opinion that the moment has come for Britain and France to give categoric advice to Beneš to accept even what the latter describes as Hitler's ultimatum. Prime Minister Hoxha appeared to share some of this Henderson viewpoint because he removed from the hands of Beneš. September 6 the control of the negotiations with the Sudeten leaders. He then told them that the final text of the plan for Sudeten autonomy was not yet complete, but would soon be drafted. The Sudeten German delegation was impressed with the sincerity of Hoxha and expressed the unanimous opinion that the Czech proposals could not be turned down because they included the substance of the Carlsbad program, but because of certain incidents that had just occurred at Mährisch Ostrau, the negotiations would have to be broken off until the matter was cleared up. They were never seriously resumed. This decision on the part of the Sudeten German delegation to break off negotiations seemed to Lord Halifax to have so many ominous implications that he instructed Sir Neville Henderson to inform Hitler that His Majesty's government was greatly disturbed by the situation in Prague and felt impelled to ask for the cooperation of the German government in averting a calamitous termination of the Czech-Sudeten German negotiations. Henderson, at Nuremberg, attending the Nazi Party celebration, was very much opposed to a policy of making even an indirect threat for the purpose of checking German action against Czechoslovakia. There would be no aggression against the Czechs, but if they continued their pinpricking, anything may happen, and no threat will deter the Chancellor once he decides that German honor obliges him to act. It is essential to keep cool. Kennedy predicts U.S. intervention in World War II in London. Ambassador Kennedy was watching the situation in Prague and Nuremberg with evident apprehension. During a conversation with Lord Halifax, he voiced the opinion that it was essential to take every possible step to avoid a misunderstanding in Herr Hitler's mind. The British government should be ready for any emergency, and he wondered if it might not be possible for the Soviet government to make some movement that would compel attention, such as a concentration of aeroplanes near the frontier. As far as America was concerned, he had been interested to notice that American opinion was much more excited against Germany now than he had ever known it. If Britain were drawn into the war now threatening Europe, and if London were bombed, the history of the last war would be repeated, leading a good deal more rapidly than in the last war to American intervention. While Ambassador Kennedy was predicting American intervention in a Second World War on the side of Britain, the German chargé d'affaires in Washington was writing in the same key. Although President Roosevelt was trying to preserve peace in Europe, it was very likely that if a German invasion of Czechoslovakia caused Britain and France to come to the aid of the Czechs, then America would be found on their side. as an offset to these widespread rumors of probable American intervention in any new war that might break out in Europe. President Roosevelt, at a press conference September 9, blamed American newspapers for creating a war psychosis. Any inference that he was ready to support the democracies against the totalitarian bloc in the event of war was not warranted by his formal or informal remarks. If newspapermen would pay careful attention to his exact words, they would discover that they had been 100% wrong. J. Chamberlain decides to visit Berchtesgaden 3 days after the president made these statements at his press conference. Hitler delivered a speech September 12 at Nuremberg. After blasting the Bolsheviks and Jews, he turned his attack upon the Czechs, who were torturing 3.5 million Germans. He did not, however, offer any solution of the Sudetenland problem, although he emphasized the importance of applying the principle of self-determination for the benefit of the hard-pressed Germans in Czechoslovakia. Hitler's speech seemed to incite serious disorders in the Sudetenland, so the Czech government promptly declared martial law September 13. Henderson in Berlin believed that only immediate action by Czechoslovakia could avert recourse to force by Germany. The German government would never put any faith in the honesty of M. Beneš until something was done. Mere words no longer carried any conviction. It seemed apparent that Beneš, even with doom knocking on the door, would continue to haggle and will be unable to bring himself to make comprehensive, generous, and immediate concessions essential to peace unless the severest pressure was exerted upon him. In Paris, Prime Minister Daladier betrayed his apprehension of war so plainly that the British ambassador believed that his recent bold words might have been only a game of bluff. During conversations with Sir Eric Phipps, both Daladier and Bonnet had been seeking for some scapegoat and had finally settled upon Beneš. As Prime Minister Chamberlain read these telegrams with their high note of urgency, he decided to send a personal message to Hitler proposing a personal meeting with a view of trying to find a peaceful solution of the problems that beset Europe. When the Führer replied that he was absolutely at the disposal of the Prime Minister, the stage was set for another momentous meeting at Berchtesgaden. If the meeting had not occurred, there were forces in Germany ready to challenge the authority of Hitler and possibly to depose him. Chamberlain's passion for peace ruined the best-laid plans of plotters who might have saved the world from the agonies and destruction of World War II. K. British appeasement saves Hitler. Chamberlain's determination to carry appeasement to the bitter end was the salvation of Hitler and his clique, who were bent upon a policy that meant inevitable war. In Germany, a large group of important persons were plotting to push Hitler aside and present a program that would preserve the peace of Europe. This group included such outstanding army officers as Colonel General Ludwig von Beck, Chief of Staff, Colonel General Kurt von Hammerstein, Commander-in-Chief of the German Army from 1930 to 1934, General Erwin von Witzleben, General Georg Thomas, Head of the Economic Division of the Planning Staff of the Army, General Eduard Wagner, Quartermaster General, Major General Hans Oster, and Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg. Admiral Canaris was especially active in this plot to overthrow Hitler. The civilians included Karl Friedrich Goerdeler, one-time mayor of Leipzig, Hans Bijesivius, Johannes Popitz, Prussian Minister of Finance, and Ulrich von Hassel, former German ambassador in Rome. In the summer of 1938, the plotters were pushed to prompt action by the Sudeten crisis. General Beck sent to the entire General Staff a memorandum which presented the view that hostilities with Czechia, Slovakia would bring about a general European war which Germany could not win. General Brauchitsch approved the main points in the memorandum and took it to Hitler in July 1938 with definite words of warning. The Führer immediately brushed it aside and continued his Sudeten program. General Beck then informed the British government of Hitler's bellicose plans with reference to Czechoslovakia and urged an unequivocal declaration by Britain that any violation of Czech neutrality would mean war. Chamberlain, however, preferred continued appeasement and paid little attention to the significant advice of General Beck. After an interview with Hitler in which he pleaded against any action that might provoke a European conflict, Beck resigned as Chief of Staff and was succeeded by General Hader. Hader was also in the plot to remove Hitler and was ready to obey any order issued by General von Brauchitsch, who was Commander-in-Chief of the army. These highly placed plotters were ready to take action when Hitler returned to Berlin, which was scheduled for September 14th. But at this moment news came that Chamberlain had decided to visit Berchtesgaden in a last attempt to prevent war. Although these tidings were deeply disturbing to the conspirators, it was presumed that Chamberlain would be faced with proposals that he could not accept. In that event, the plot would be carried out as a preventive of war. On September 28, when General von Witzleben went to the office of General Haider to receive the orders that would start the putsch, a message came through to the effect that Chamberlain and Daladier would meet Hitler at Munich on the following day. This news checked the immediate execution of the plot, and the appeasement as recorded in the Munich Agreement so strengthened Hitler's position that all plans to push him aside had to be indefinitely postponed. The old man with the umbrella had scared off an immediate shower in favor of the wild tempest of World War II. XV Munich, prelude to Prague A. President Roosevelt extends Monroe Doctrine AS tension, developed in Europe over the problem of the Sudeten Germans. President Roosevelt became deeply concerned over the possible outbreak of war. In January 1938, he had vainly endeavored to secure British support of a plan for world peace, but Prime Minister Chamberlain had rejected this appeal on the ground that it might adversely affect his efforts to conciliate Italy, and thus dislodge the uneasy Deuce from the eager arms of Hitler. In the midsummer of 1938, the President decided to take an independent step in foreign policy which apparently would be along a road familiar to Americans since 1823. He would have his fellow countrymen raise their eyes from accustomed American sights to a distant horizon where a one-world concept could be dimly seen. Since 1932 he had been lustily singing in a chorus of isolationists, but had been furtively eyeing the exotic wench of collective security who waited in the wings for the cue that would inevitably come. In order to give this cue in the most impressive manner, he paid a visit to Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, August 18, for the ostensible purpose of receiving one of his innumerable honorary degrees. As a part of this ritual for securing knowledge by degrees, Roosevelt then made an address which formally placed Canada under the protection of the Monroe Doctrine. I give to you assurance that the people of the United States will not stand idly by if domination of Canadian soil is threatened by any other empire. After this broad promise of protection, he then began to talk as though the Monroe Doctrine had some far-flung implications. He made it clear that the Dominion of Canada was a part of the sisterhood of the British Empire. The question then arose, if America would help one of these sisters in distress world, she stand idly by if the others were reduced to dire straits. In partial answer to this query, he repeated one of the Hull clichés to the effect that we in the Americas are no longer a faraway continent, to which the eddies of controversies beyond the seas could bring no interest or no harm. The vast amount of our resources, the vigor of our commerce, and the strength of our men have made us vital factors in world peace whether we choose or not. Some American newspapers regarded the President's address at Kingston as a somewhat startling statement of a familiar fact too, but it was admitted that he had given it a calculated portentousness by timing it at a tense moment in international affairs. In London, J.L. Garvin, noted editor of The Observer, interpreted the President's words as an intimation to the dictatorships that at a pinch the United States would be unable to keep out, while the Manchester Guardian was certain that they were virtually a guarantee of help against aggression. In France, the Kingston address was received as a definite assurance of support to the democracies if a serious crisis arose. Bonnet, the foreign minister, was moved to make several suggestions to Ambassador Bullitt. He thought it would be helpful if the American ambassador in Berlin were instructed to inform the German Foreign Office that the Department of State believed the negotiations at Prague between the Sudeten Germans and the Czech government offered substantial possibilities for success. Therefore, the use of force to influence these negotiations would be regarded with disfavor. Bonnet also suggested that in case of dire necessity, the President could offer to serve as a mediator in the difficulties between the Czechs and the Sudeten Germans, and thus save the situation. A few days later, Léon Blum, former Premier of France, urged the President to address himself to Europe with all the prestige of his person and with all the authority of the state whose moral or material support would be finally decisive in any general war. It was obvious that a large part of the world was looking to the United States for leadership in a crisis that threatened war, and the President was strongly tempted to respond to this pressure. But Prime Minister Chamberlain was once more devising a settlement through appeasement, so the American chief executive had to bide his time. B. Chamberlain pays a visit to Berchtesgaden. When Prime Minister Chamberlain prepared to visit Berchtesgaden in search of peace, he had some very definite ideas in mind concerning the Sudetenland problem. He knew that the Czech state rested upon weak foundations of diverse nationalities that had a sharp dislike for one another. Great wisdom, good fortune, and ample time were needed to overcome these nationalistic difficulties, but even before the death of the wise Masaryk, too little of these was vouchsafed. The liberal regime about which Beneš had waxed so eloquent at Versailles slowly disintegrated. The country was made a centralized state, and later, under stress and strain, in part a police state, exacerbated at every point, where conflict always breaks out in a land of antagonistic races as to the proportion of officials, allotment of schools, or census statistics. These wrangles were still dragging their length along when the Great Depression cast the German areas into sudden poverty. Unemployment was chronic in the German region, but unemployment benefit for Germans was wholly inadequate and much lower than for Czechs. Drastic laws of 1935-6 tightened the Czech hold on government employment, drew a wide frontier zone within which arbitrary imprisonment could be imposed, and imported a Czech police into German areas, while Beneš and Hodza, his Slovak premier, slowly embarked in 1937 on steps to give Germans a pinch more of office or employment. They stoutly declined to hear of anything Swiss or local autonomy. After 6 years of warning, the British government late in 1937 pressed Beneš to make serious concessions. 0 hour was near. Chamberlain thought that the only way to greet this 0 hour with any chance of success would be to invoke the principle of self-determination. But this invocation presented formidable difficulties, and he saw this fact clearly during his first conversation with Hitler. When he reached Berchtesgaden on September 15, he noticed that the Führer appeared very shy and had some trouble in finding appropriate small talk. It was decided that the conversation between Chamberlain and Hitler should be held in the Führer's sparsely furnished bedroom, with only Paul Schmidt to act as the interpreter. This arrangement excluded the presence of Ribbentrop, who was visibly excited at being left out of the picture. The Führer spoke quietly and in low tones most of the time, but occasionally he became very excited and poured out his indignation against the Czechs in a torrent of words. Chamberlain listened attentively, and then, looking Hitler full in the face, he emphasized that he was prepared to discuss every possibility of righting German grievances, but that in all circumstances the use of force must be excluded. At this point Hitler exploded. Force? Who speaks of force? Herr Beneš applies force against my countrymen in the Sudetenland. Herr Beneš mobilized in May. Not I. I shall not put up with this any longer. I shall take matters into my own hands. This outburst provoked Chamberlain, who excitedly exclaimed, "If I have understood you aright, you are determined to proceed against Czechoslovakia in any case. If that is so, why did you let me come to Berchtesgaden?" "It is best for me to return at once." Hitler now hastened to conciliate Chamberlain. He quickly referred to the troubles in the Sudetenland and calmly remarked, "If you are prepared to recognize the principle of the right of peoples to self-determination, then we can continue the discussion in order to see how that principle can be applied in practice." But Chamberlain suddenly became exceedingly cautious. A plebiscite in the Sudetenland would entail enormous practical difficulties. It would be best for him to return to London to discuss this matter with the cabinet. After securing from Hitler a promise that no aggressive action would be undertaken against Czechoslovakia, Chamberlain returned to the Berchtesgaden Hotel, and on the following day took a plane from Munich to London. When he reached number 10 Downing Street, he read a telegram from Neville Henderson warning him that no discussion of half measures at this stage will serve any purpose whatsoever, but merely encourage Herr Hitler to throw discretion to the winds. If the British and French governments do not agree to the principle of incorporation of the German areas in the Reich, it is absolutely certain that Germany will act by herself. It was apparent to Chamberlain that it was no time for half measures. Something far-reaching would have to be done at once. Summoning Prime Minister Daladier and Foreign Minister Bonnet to London, he recounted to them his talk with the Führer, and then observed that the issue involved was a very simple one. It was a question whether or not to accept the principle of self-determination. If this principle were applied to the Sudetenland problem, he did not anticipate any great difficulties from the German side, but Daladier was full of misgivings concerning the application of the principle of self-determination to the Sudetenland. Lord Halifax shared these misgivings, but he asked Daladier to look at the practical realities of the situation. Neither France nor Russia, and certainly not England, would be able to give effective protection to Czechoslovakia in the event of war with Germany. It was obvious, therefore, that both Britain and France would have to devise some means to save Europe from destruction. This formula might not be palatable, but it would have to be tried. Finally, after 3 meetings, Prime Ministers Chamberlain and Daladier and Foreign Ministers Bonnet and Halifax agreed upon a formula that was submitted to the Czech government on September 19th. The British and French governments were convinced that the point had been reached where it was evident that the Sudetenland districts mainly inhabited by Sudeten Deutsch would have to be transferred to the Reich. This could be effected either by direct transfer or as the result of a plebiscite. The areas marked for transfer would contain more than 50% of German inhabitants. The details covering these transfers could be settled by some international body, including a Czech representative. If the Czech government accepted this Anglo-French proposal, Britain was prepared to join France in an international guarantee of the new boundaries of the Czechoslovak state against unprovoked aggression. The matter was now up to President Beneš and the Czech cabinet. C. Beneš accepts the Anglo-French proposals. The problems facing Beneš were so complicated that they defied successful handling. If he accepted the Anglo-French proposals, he would have to witness the dismemberment of the Czech state and would have to consent to the surrender of the strategic frontier. If he refused to respond to this pressure, Britain and France might declare that they were no longer vitally interested in the fate of Czechoslovakia, and this action would be an invitation to Hitler to take over the whole country. On September 20, the reply of the Czech government was handed to the representatives of Britain and France in Prague. It was an appeal to them to reconsider the point of view expressed in their joint note of September 19. They should recognize the fact that it was not merely the fate of Czechoslovakia which is at stake, but that of other nations as well. This Czech appeal fell upon British and French ears that were not only deaf but were somewhat indignant. Did President Beneš desire a Second World War? In Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson appreciated the fact that the Czech president had terribly difficult circumstances to contend with, but he had thrown away his opportunities during the past 4 months until it was too late. The only thing Beneš could do was to bow to force majeure and accept the Franco-British plan. The application of this force majeure came during the early morning hours of September 21, when Beneš was informed by the British and French representatives in Prague that he would have to accept the Anglo-French proposals or, in the event of war with Germany, Czechoslovakia could not count upon British and French assistance. Throughout the morning and early afternoon of September 21, the Czech cabinet gave anxious consideration to these proposals. Finally, at 5 o'clock, the Czech government indicated that it had sadly accepted them. The way was now open for the second scene in the drama of Munich. Hitler formulates new demands. This second scene was devoid of the little touches of courtesy that had marked the meeting at Berchtesgaden. Godesberg on the Rhine had been selected because of its convenient location, but that was the only item in its favour. The conference between Chamberlain and Hitler was held in the Hotel Driesen, with its ominous background as the birthplace of the bloody purge of June 1934. In such an atmosphere, Hitler dropped any pretense of accommodation and showed the ugly attitude of a highwayman who insists upon beating his victims while robbing them. At the beginning of the conversation on September 22, Prime Minister Chamberlain rehearsed what had been agreed upon at Berchtesgaden and what the British and French governments had done to implement this agreement. There would be no necessity for a plebiscite, but only an agreed cession of territory to the Reich in accordance with some guiding principle. Details could be settled by a commission consisting of 1 German, 1 Czech, and a neutral chairman. When Chamberlain completed his recital, Hitler asked if this Anglo-French program had been submitted to the Czech government and had been accepted by it. Chamberlain answered in the affirmative. Hitler paused for a moment and then slowly remarked, "I am exceedingly sorry, but that is no longer of any use." It was evident that the crisis over the Sudetenland had moved to its most critical stage. There was no time for the usual delays of diplomacy. When Chamberlain heard Hitler's terse negative observation, he ardently argued that the Anglo-French proposals had really met all reasonable demands for the application of the principle of self-determination. Moreover, these proposals had been accepted by the Czech government. The British and French governments had got exactly what the Führer wanted, and without the expenditure of a drop of German blood. Hitler replied that he had no use for international commissions with their usual interminable delays. A frontier line would have to be drawn at once, but it would have to be a language frontier based upon existing reliable maps. He was insistent that the Czechs should immediately withdraw from the areas that were so delimited and that German troops should occupy them. He expected that the Czechs would claim that this frontier line did not represent the real minority situation. In that case, he was in favor of holding a plebiscite everywhere in the disputed areas. Where the results showed a Czech majority, he would be perfectly prepared to surrender the territory which he had occupied. He would be quite ready to bow to a majority. And although he had no high opinion of international commissions, he would be perfectly ready for the plebiscite to be carried out by one. But he insisted that the disputed areas be occupied by German troops at once. As to a non-aggression pact with Czechoslovakia, the Führer declared that he would be willing to go that far only if the Czechs succeeded in placing their relations with Poland and Hungary on a proper footing. These demands overwhelmed Chamberlain, who protested that they were in sharp contradiction with the ones that had been agreed upon at Berchtesgaden. Perhaps some better understanding could be reached in tomorrow's conversation. After bringing the conference to a close, Chamberlain walked slowly to the terrace of the Hotel Driessen, where he was suddenly stopped by Hitler, who addressed him in soft, contrite tones. "Oh, Mr. Prime Minister, I am so sorry. I had looked forward to showing you this beautiful view of the Rhine, but now it is hidden by the mist." The Prime Minister was startled by this unexpected shift from far-reaching political demands to poignant regrets over hidden natural beauties. A breathtaking vista over the fabulous Rhine might have softened Chamberlain's mood a trifle, but the blanket of mist depressed his spirits to such an extent that he confessed to Lord Halifax that his conversation with Hitler had been most unsatisfactory. It was possible that he would soon return to London. On the morning of the 23rd, Chamberlain sent a letter to Hitler in which he pointed out that the chief difficulty in the German proposal was the suggestion that German troops in the immediate future should occupy the Sudeten areas that were in dispute. If the soldiers of the Reich moved into any part of the Sudetenland, there was no doubt that the Czechoslovak government would have no option but to order their forces to resist. This would mean war with all its grim implications. There was, however, a slim possibility that the Czech government might permit law and order to be maintained by the Sudeten Germans themselves. In reply to this letter, Hitler sent a note to Chamberlain, in which he made the small concession that German troops could be removed from doubtful areas when vote is taken in them. But Chamberlain knew that this bait was too small to interest the Czech government. He would have to talk things over with Hitler once more and try to make him more pliable. On the evening of September 23 to 24, he had his second conversation with the Führer. Unlike the first meeting, there were now 3 British and 2 German officials present. Ribbentrop opened proceedings by handing to Chamberlain a memorandum which stated the German desiderata with regard to an agreement. It contained a provision under whose terms the Czech troops were required to begin the evacuation of predominantly German areas in the Sudetenland at 8 on September 26 and to complete their withdrawal by September 28. Chamberlain read this memorandum carefully and remarked in surprise, "But this is nothing less than an ultimatum." "No, no," exclaimed Hitler. "It is nothing of the sort. It is not a diktat at all. Look, the document is headed by the word memorandum." As the Führer went through this little exercise in mockery, Chamberlain's patience gave way, and he broke out into a bitter indictment of the way he had been treated. There had been no real effort to respond to conciliatory proposals. Surprised by this outburst from the Prime Minister, Hitler finally agreed to a slight concession. He would postpone the date of the entry of German troops into the Sudetenland until October 1st. Then, after making a few other minor alterations in the draft of his memorandum, he presented it to Chamberlain for study and for eventual transmission to the Czech government. Realizing that all this bluster must have badly frayed the nerves of Prime Minister Chamberlain, Hitler attempted to soothe them with a few words of flattery. Turning to the Prime Minister, he softly remarked, "You are the only man to whom I have made a concession." He then gave an assurance that the annexation of the Sudetenland would satisfy his territorial ambitions in Europe. He had no desire to dismember Czechoslovakia. He did not wish to incorporate into the Reich any peoples other than German. With these conciliatory words and wide promises, the conference at Godesberg closed and Chamberlain prepared to leave for London. His anxious efforts for peace had gained such minor concessions that the drums of war resumed their long roll. Chamberlain makes a new appeal to Hitler. When Chamberlain reached number 10 Downing Street, he found many telegrams of importance awaiting him. Sir Eric Phipps had telegraphed from Paris that unless German aggression were so brutal, bloody, and prolonged through the gallantry of Czechoslovak resistance as to infuriate French public opinion to the extent of making it lose its reason, war now would be most unpopular in France. All that is best in France is against war, almost at any price. From Berlin, Sir Neville Henderson sent a warning that the Germans were now insisting upon actual Czech concessions and would not be satisfied with mere words. Any encouragement given to the Czechs to hesitate or prevaricate will be disastrous, and only immediate surrender of territories which they have agreed ultimately to surrender can save them from complete tragedy. His Majesty's government might be able to prevent war by making it absolutely clear at Prague that they must accept the German plan or forfeit claim to further support from Western powers. After reading this urgent telegram from Sir Neville Henderson, Chamberlain turned to a note that had just been received from Prague. The Czech government had carefully considered the German demands and had rejected them. They were absolutely and unconditionally unacceptable. On this same day, there was a meeting at number 10 Downing Street between carefully selected groups of British and French statesmen. After Prime Minister Chamberlain described his conference with Hitler at Godesberg, Premier Daladier spoke some bold words. The French Council of Ministers had rejected any idea of suppressing the International Commission which had been decided upon in principle by the French and British ministers. It had also been agreed that the French government could not recognize Herr Hitler's right to take possession of Czech territory by force. It was apparent that the Führer considered all the territory marked red on the map was his already without a plebiscite in view of the fact that these areas were over 50% German. Therefore, in this area there was no need for a plebiscite, but there were other areas where a plebiscite should be held because it was uncertain whether there was a German or a Czech majority. If these areas were held by German troops until the plebiscite were held, it would mean that the remaining Czech territory would be cut off from Slovakia and would be at Germany's mercy. Hitler should be told that he would have to accept the Anglo-French proposals agreed upon last Sunday. When Chamberlain inquired what should be done if Hitler refused to accept these proposals, Daladier boldly answered that in such an event each of us would have to do his duty. As Chamberlain listened to these defiant words, he remembered the telegrams from Sir Eric Phipps stressing the passionate desire in France for peace at almost any price. Therefore, he suggested that it was time to get down to the stern realities of the situation. If Germany invaded Czechoslovakia, would France declare war? Daladier replied that France would undoubtedly fulfill her obligations to the Czech state in case of an unprovoked aggression. This fulfillment would consist of offensive operations against the Siegfried Line and bombing raids upon German factories and military centers. Chamberlain quickly alluded to the fact that the French Air Force was quite weak. It might happen that German planes would dominate the situation and subject Paris to a rain of bombs. He also referred to many comments in the French press, which certainly did not indicate the existence of a strong and bellicose spirit in favor of an unyielding attitude towards Germany. In conclusion, he assured Daladier that the British government would not exert pressure upon the Czechs to accept Hitler's Godesberg demands. Neither would it express an opinion as to the course France should pursue. The French government would have to make its own decisions. On the following day, Chamberlain had a personal conversation with Daladier and General Gamelin. The French Chief of Staff breathed a spirit of confidence and gave assurances that if hostilities broke out, the democratic nations would dictate the peace. The Prime Minister was encouraged by this fluent optimism to make some assurances of his own. The British government had said publicly several times that it could not afford to see France overrun or defeated by Germany, and that we would come to her assistance if France were in danger. It should be perfectly clear that His Majesty's government had no intention of going back on what they had said. This was an important pledge, and Chamberlain made it with some misgivings. Despite the bold words of General Gamelin, it was well known that a spirit of defeatism was manifest in many French circles. Moreover, Sir Eric Phipps had definitely warned that all that was best in France was opposed to war. The only group in favor of hostilities was a small and corrupt clique of communists who were paid by Moscow and have been working for war for months. With this admonition from Phipps clearly in mind, Chamberlain decided to write a last letter to Hitler, with the hope that it might stave off the conflict that constantly threatened to break out. On September 26, he entrusted to Sir Horace Wilson a letter that was to be delivered to Hitler immediately. In it, he called attention to the fact that the Czech government had already signified its acceptance of the proposal to transfer a large portion of the Sudetenland to the Reich. Would it not be possible for Hitler to agree that representatives of Germany would meet with representatives of Czechoslovakia and settle by agreement the way in which the territory is to be handed over? Surely the tragic consequences of a war ought not to be incurred over a difference in method. Roosevelt supports Chamberlain's plea for peace, while Prime Minister Chamberlain was wrestling with Hitler at Berchtesgaden and Godesberg. President Roosevelt was kept in close touch with events in Europe by telephone messages from Ambassador Kennedy in London and Ambassador Bullitt in Paris. On September 24, Bullitt urged that some effort be made by the American government to maintain peace. He suggested that the President direct an appeal to the British, French, German, Italian, and Polish governments to send representatives to The Hague in an effort to find a formula for peace. The United States should also be represented at this conference. On the following day, the American minister at Prague sent a message from Benz to President Roosevelt entreating him to urge Britain and France not to desert Czechoslovakia and thus cause her destruction by Hitler. The President was moved by these urgent requests for aid, and he was ready to make some statement in support of the preservation of peace in Europe. After throwing off the restraining hand of Secretary Hull, President Roosevelt directed Sumner Welles and Adolf Berle to draft an appeal to both Hitler and Beneš. He signed them at 12:15 a.m. on September 26, and they were cabled at once to Berlin and Prague. In these communications to Beneš and Hitler, the President pointed out the terrible destruction that a Second World War would entail. The economic system of every country is certain to be shattered, and the social structure might well be completely wrecked. Although America was in a different hemisphere, it could not escape some measure of the consequences of such a world catastrophe. The President therefore felt that he should call attention to the solemn obligations of the Kellogg-Briand Pact to solve controversies by pacific methods. He was persuaded that there was no problem so difficult or so pressing for solution that it cannot be justly solved by the resort to reason rather than by resort to force. For this reason, and on behalf of the 130 million of the people of the United States, and for the sake of humanity everywhere, he most earnestly appealed to Beneš and Hitler not to break off the negotiations looking to a peaceful, fair, and constructive settlement of the questions at issue. President Beneš sent a prompt and favorable reply on September 26, but Hitler was too busy to take any notice of the President's appeal. That evening he was scheduled to make a speech in the Sportspalast in Berlin. President Roosevelt would have to wait a while for an answer. Drayton makes further efforts to preserve peace. Although Hitler was engaged upon the task of putting finishing touches to the speech he was to give at the Sportspalast on the evening of September 26, he still found time to see Sir Horace Wilson, who had been sent to Berlin with Chamberlain's latest note. Sir Neville Henderson accompanied Sir Horace. Henderson had received from Viscount Halifax an important instruction. Since you left, the French have definitely stated their intention of supporting Czechoslovakia by offensive measures if latter is attacked. This would bring us in, and it should be made plain to the Chancellor that this is an inevitable alternative to a peaceful solution. Armed with this strong warning, Sir Horace Wilson and Sir Neville Henderson had a conference with Hitler at 5:00 p.m. He was extremely restive and could be persuaded only with difficulty to listen to the letter from the Prime Minister. At one point he shouted, "It is no use talking any more," and then he moved to the door as if to leave the room. He finally agreed that a meeting between Czech and German representatives could take place, but only on the assumption that the Czechoslovak government accepted the memorandum, including October words. In view of his intense emotion, it was thought best not to advise him of the sharp instruction Henderson had received from Lord Halifax. During this heated conversation, Hitler several times exclaimed that Germany was being treated like niggers. One would not dare treat even Turks like that. Finally he shouted, "On the 1st October I shall have Czechoslovakia where I want her. If France and England decide to strike, let them strike. I care not a farthing." He would not permit Beneš to lead him any further by the nose, whether by negotiation or by the exercise of force. The Sudeten territory would be free on 1st October. He must have an affirmative reply to his demands within 2 days, that was to say by Wednesday. That evening, September 26, Hitler delivered his speech in the Sportspalast. It contained an acidulous attack upon President Beneš, and the responsibility for any hostilities that might break out was placed squarely upon his shoulders. Now let M. Beneš make his choice. His comments upon Chamberlain were friendly, and he reiterated his desire for good relations with England. He declared that after the Sudeten question was settled, Germany had no further territorial claims to make in Europe. The Reich wanted no Czechs within her borders, but he wished to make it clear that the Sudetenland problem would have to be solved by October 1, or German troops would occupy the disputed territory with himself as the first soldier of the Reich. Chamberlain read this vitriolic speech with increasing alarm, and at once instructed Sir Horace Wilson to assure Hitler that the promises of the Czech government relative to the Sudetenland were really made to Britain and France. The British government was prepared to undertake that they shall be carried out fairly and fully, and with reasonable promptitude, provided that the German government would agree to the settlement of terms and conditions of transfer by discussion and not by force. On the afternoon of the 27th, Sir Horace had his second conversation with the Führer. With regard to the Czechs and the Sudetenland, Hitler said there were two alternatives. The Czech government had either to accept the terms of the Godesberg Memorandum or to reject them. If they rejected the terms, he would smash the Czechs. This sentence of destruction he repeated several times as though he wished to give proper emphasis to it. At this point, Sir Horace conveyed a warning to the Führer. If in pursuit of her treaty obligations, France became actively engaged in hostilities against Germany, the United Kingdom would feel obliged to support her. This threat angered Hitler, who shouted in reply, "If France and England strike, let them do so. It is a matter of complete indifference to me. I am prepared for every eventuality. It is Tuesday today, and by next Monday we shall be at war." After Sir Horace left the Chancellery, Hitler began to have some doubts concerning the abrupt manner in which he had conducted his conference with the British representative. Perhaps he would gain more by adopting a more conciliatory attitude. With this idea in mind, he immediately addressed a letter to Chamberlain, in which he stated that if he gained his objective with reference to the Sudetenland, he was ready to give a formal guarantee for the remainder of Czechoslovakia. In view of this fact, he left it to the judgment of the Prime Minister whether it would be worthwhile to continue his much appreciated efforts to bring the government in Prague to reason at the very last hour. Hitler now had time to answer President Roosevelt's appeal of September 26. His telegram to the President emphasized the importance of the principle of self-determination and adverted to the betrayal of this principle by President Wilson, with special reference to the inclusion of the Sudeten Germans in the artificial state of Czechoslovakia. When the President gained a better understanding of the problem of the Sudetenland, he would realize that the German government had not been lacking either in patience or a sincere desire for a peaceful understanding. Roosevelt exerts further pressure upon the dictators. When President Roosevelt received this telegram from Chancellor Hitler, he decided that its dubious tone required a second appeal for world peace. In this second communication to the Führer, he stated that the question before the world today is not the question of errors of judgment or of injustices committed in the past. It is the question of the fate of the world today and tomorrow. Resort to force in the World War had failed to bring tranquility to the nations that had been engaged in that conflict. Victory and defeat were alike sterile. World War II would be as unnecessary as it was unjustifiable. Negotiations for a peaceful ending of the present dispute over the Sudetenland were still open. They could be continued if the Führer would give the word. Acceptance by the Chancellor of a pacific solution of the Sudetenland dispute would gain for him the gratitude of hundreds of millions throughout the world. On this same day, September 27, the president also sent a strong appeal to Mussolini to lend his assistance to efforts for peace. After stating that a second world war would mean the destruction of millions of men, women and children in Europe, he urged the Jews to help in the continuation of the efforts to arrive at an agreement of the questions at issue by negotiation or by other pacific means rather than by resort to force. Mussolini thus had the eyes of the world trained upon him, and he greatly enjoyed this opportunity to stroll across the European stage as the one person who could bring war or peace to countless millions. I, Chamberlain, prepares the basis for the Munich Accord, while President Roosevelt was sending his appeals to Hitler and Mussolini in favor of a pacific solution of the Sudetenland problem. Prime Minister Chamberlain was making further efforts along the same line. On the night of September 27, Henderson paid a late visit to the German Foreign Office in order to hand to the State Secretary some new proposals agreed to by France, which would press the Czech government to consent to the immediate transfer of the Sudeten territories on the basis of a timetable guaranteed by His Majesty's government. These proposals were a definite concession to Hitler, and they constituted the main basis of the final settlement at Munich. On the following morning, Henderson received from the Prime Minister a final letter that was to be presented to Chancellor Hitler. It began by conveying to the Führer an assurance that he could gain all his important objectives without war and without delay. In order to find some basis for peace, it might be expedient to call a conference in Berlin between the representatives of Britain, Czechoslovakia, France, Germany, and Italy for the purpose of discussing the Sudeten problem. Prime Minister Chamberlain himself would be willing to visit Berlin at once in order to help arrange the necessary details. The Führer should have no doubt that Britain and France would see that all Czech promises would be carried out fairly and fully and forthwith. On this same day, September 28, Chamberlain also sent a personal message to Mussolini in which he recounted his appeal to Hitler and then asked the Jews to support his efforts to prevent the outbreak of war. Before these letters could evoke any response, the French ambassador called Ernst von Weizsäcker and asked for an audience with Hitler. Ribbentrop, who thought that war would be the best solution of the Czech problem, was opposed to any parleys between the ambassador and the Führer. According to Weizsäcker, this belligerent attitude of Ribbentrop was the cause of a violent scene. I said that it was a monstrous thing that he should want to start a war when the real differences between the two sides were so small and were concerned only with the method by which the Sudetenland should be incorporated. In this mood we went together from the Kaiserhof to the Chancellery. When the French ambassador arrived for his audience with the Führer, he was clear and cogent in his arguments against any precipitate action with regard to the Sudetenland. You deceive yourself, Chancellor, if you believe that you can confine the conflict to Czechoslovakia. If you attack that country, you will set all Europe ablaze. Why should you take this risk when your essential demands can be met without war? The ambassador then produced a map which showed the separate phases of the evacuation. Hitler was impressed with the remarks of François Ponce and later frankly stated that he had been the only one who made a sensible proposal. At this point there was an important interruption. The Italian ambassador Attolico hurried into the room and announced in excited tones, "I have an urgent message to you from the Deuce Führer." The Deuce, in responding to Chamberlain's plea for pressure upon Berlin, expressed to Hitler the opinion that it would be wise to accept the British proposal and voiced the hope that mobilization would not be ordered. When Sir Neville Henderson called at the Chancellery, some hours later he was greeted by Hitler with the welcome remark, "At the request of my great friend and ally, Mussolini, I have postponed mobilizing my troops for 24 hours. The atmosphere in Berlin was noticeably less tense than on the previous day, and the Führer, though a little distrait, was not unreasonable." When Henderson handed him Chamberlain's suggestion concerning a 5-power conference, he replied that he would have to consult the Deuce before making any decision. He had hardly made this remark before Attolico made another breathless appearance and murmured that Mussolini had signified his approval of a 5-power conference to deal with the Sudetenland problem. Hitler had already received a note from the French Foreign Office which was even more conciliatory than the one from Chamberlain. In answer to these gestures of appeasement, the Führer invited Mussolini, Prime Minister Chamberlain, and the French Premier Daladier to Munich for a conference on the following day, September 29. Capitulation at Munich. The Munich conference did little more than confirm the program of appeasement that had already been agreed upon by Britain and France. Although Daladier at first showed a combative spirit, he was taken in hand by General Göring and soon subsided. Göring was delighted with the Premier's quick surrender. Daladier is the very kind of man I like. He is so elastic. Thanks to the elastic attitude of both Chamberlain and Daladier, the Munich Agreement was signed in the early morning of September 30 after considerable debate which revealed no sharp differences of opinion. The Sudetenland was ceded to Germany, and in order to simplify matters it was divided into 4 zones whose occupation by German troops would commence on October 1 and continue until October 7th. The evacuation of these zones by the Czechs was guaranteed by Britain, France and Italy. The details were to be carried out by an international commission in Berlin whose membership would include the State Secretary in the German Foreign Office, the British, French and Italian ambassadors, and a representative of Czechoslovakia. Germany had thus incorporated the Sudetenlands in the Reich without bloodshed and without firing a shot. It was apparent that in this whole matter of Munich, President Roosevelt played a very minor part. His appeals to Hitler were without any appreciable influence, and his message to Mussolini was regarded by the deuce with indifference. American relations with Italy since 1935 had grown steadily worse, so there was no reason why Mussolini should pay any attention to an American president who consistently refused to recognize the Italian conquest of Ethiopia. Chamberlain, on the other hand, had gone out of his way to appease the deuce, and the British ambassador in Rome was justified in his statement that it was the Prime Minister's plea that moved Mussolini to ask Hitler to muzzle the dogs of war. There is a possibility that Chamberlain was influenced to seek a pacific solution of the deepening crisis by the assurance that had been given to him some weeks earlier by Ambassador Kennedy. Whatever course Chamberlain desires to adopt, he, Roosevelt, would think right. This amounted to a far-reaching blank check, and Chamberlain undoubtedly had it in mind during the Munich crisis. I was able to discover in the State Department archives, however, no evidence of any real pressure upon the Prime Minister in favor of peace at any price. In administration circles there were some persons who were greatly pleased with the Munich Agreement. Sumner Welles hailed it as a pact that promised the possibility of a new world order based upon justice and law. Secretary Hull was more cautious, although he did admit that the agreement afforded a universal sense of relief. In a letter to Mackenzie King, President Roosevelt remarked, "I can assure you that we in the United States rejoice with you and the world at large that the outbreak of war was averted." A week later he expressed his thoughts to Ambassador Phillips in Rome. "I want you to know that I am not a bit upset over the final result, Munich Agreement." American opinion of Munich. This presidential indifference to the implications of the Munich Agreement was not shared by the American press. To the Miami Herald. On the eve of Munich, it seemed that Europe was about to be plunged into the mass murder of modern war because of the will of one man. The Richmond Times-Dispatch was confident that the responsibility for war, if it comes, will remain on the shoulders of Nazi Germany, where it belongs, and the New Orleans Times-Picayune voiced a similar opinion. In the event that the world is thrown again into chaos, the war guilt almost inevitably will be chained to the neck of Adolf Hitler. When the text of the Munich Agreement was made public, many papers had words of praise for Chamberlain. The New York Herald Tribune thought that there could be only heartfelt applause for the scrupulous integrity and the self-sacrificing devotion with which he, Prime Minister Chamberlain, labored for peace. Other papers were equally laudatory. The Washington Post regarded the agreement as a step down the road to peace. The sacrifices of the Czechs would seem a small price to pay for peace, particularly if the peace thereby obtained is stabilized. The Washington Evening Star had no doubt that Hitler had won a considerable victory, but of paramount importance is the fact that a bloodless solution has been found for the gravest threat to international tranquility in the last quarter of a century. The Atlanta Constitution thought the Munich Accord had many imperfections, but hope has come where only yesterday was despair, and the peoples of the world can take heart anew. The New York Times had words of praise for Munich. Let no man say that too high a price has been paid for peace in Europe until he has searched his soul and found himself willing to risk in war the lives of those who are nearest and dearest to him. The Chicago Tribune was also impressed with the importance of preserving the peace of Europe. No doubt there were neurotics and hotheads in all the countries concerned who were eager for war, but they were outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by those who were willing to make substantial sacrifices for peace. The Los Angeles Times belonged to this large group of papers that had words of praise for the results of the Munich conference. There was no doubt that war was narrowly averted at Munich. Therefore, in comparison with its immediate alternatives, it rates among the first diplomatic achievements of history. The Cleveland Press had a similar viewpoint. The critics who heaped blame upon Chamberlain and Daladier should pause a moment and think of the horrors of war. Then they would thank God for the truths thus achieved. The Boston Evening Transcripts stressed the fact that the big thing at the moment is that there is still peace in the world. Reason has not abdicated, it is only trampled a bit. This theme was repeated by the Christian Science Monitor. Reason has played a part in the present agreement. It is a peace made without war, possibly the most notable one in history. These favorable comments in the press were balanced by adverse remarks in many other papers. The Philadelphia Inquirer believed there were aspects of this so-called settlement which thoughtful persons the world over must view with a profound sense of futility and foreboding. The Norfolk Virginian pilot could see nothing to praise in the Munich negotiations. The net result was an ill-smelling peace. The Emporia Gazette saw the settlement at Munich as only a stopgap. Real peace had not been achieved. America may breathe deeply now, but she should tighten up her belt for tomorrow, gird up her loins for the inevitable strife. The Portland Oregonian was openly derisive of a peace with Hitler. What good is a peace pact with this cursor of democracy, torturer of Jews, coercer of minorities, and maestro of brutal prison camps? The Atlanta Constitution was of the opinion that the Munich Agreement conclusively showed that the United States could no longer trust Great Britain. The policy of the empire is expediency, and the people of this country cannot rely upon England's word under these circumstances. The Constitution, however, had warm words of praise for the policy of President Roosevelt. It was he who had almost single-handedly tugged the world back from the brink. To his eternal credit, Franklin Roosevelt did not falter in his purpose, now so dramatically brought to a fruitful conclusion. The Hearst Press had the same surprising viewpoint. There can be no doubt that if a peaceful adjustment of the crisis in Europe is achieved as a result of the four-power agreement in Munich, President Roosevelt will have contributed enormously to that end. Mr. Roosevelt's second message to Chancellor Hitler ranks with the great state papers of all time. Wishful foreign commentators had read into the first message a hint that the United States might follow its sympathies into another European war as it did in 1917. President Roosevelt left no room for that false interpretation in his second message. Not to be outdone in passing out words of praise for individuals who supposedly worked for peace in Europe, the New York Daily News had some friendly words for Adolf Hitler. Now is the time for haters of Hitler to hold their harsh words. He has made a significant gesture towards peace, one that nobody but himself could have made at this time. Lille, diplomatic straws in the wind in Washington, the German ambassador pursued a policy of conciliation in the late summer of 1938. On the day before Munich, he had a long talk with Secretary Hull, which covered many topics. When the secretary mentioned certain rumors to the effect that Chancellor Hitler was seeking general dominion by force, Ambassador Deckhoff hastily denied that the Führer had any world ambitions. He believed that Germany had a right to interests in the Balkan and Danubian countries, and he saw no reason why they should be bottled up. Hull pointed out the implications of this German drive to the east by remarking that it was incomprehensible to him why Europe wished to commit suicide. Deckhoff quickly changed the subject and began to discuss German-American relations. He had recently talked with Hitler and had discovered that the Führer was taking a genuine interest in the United States. He was beginning to realize that certain readjustments of existing practices or policies by his government relating to trade and also the Jewish question would be important, if not vital, in the restoration of entirely satisfactory relations between our two countries. From the American embassy in Berlin, information was received to the effect that during the Munich crisis there had existed an intimate understanding between the German and the Polish armies. Lieutenant Colonel Truman Smith, military attaché in Berlin, submitted a report to Ambassador Wilson which left no doubt of a large measure of military understanding between Poland and Germany. Perhaps the understanding was for this episode only, but it raises the possibility of a cooperation of a greater degree of intimacy than has yet been demonstrated between any two of the 3 points of the Axis. In his report to Ambassador Wilson, Colonel Smith had remarked, "I believe that in the recent crisis, Munich, the Polish and German governments had definite and far-reaching military agreements. From the start to the end of the crisis, the German army indicated not the slightest concern for Russian intervention. Unless the Germans felt sure of Poland and that Poland would resist militarily a Russian attack, it is not thinkable that this indifference would have been so apparent in Berlin. It appears scarcely possible that the above-described German and Polish movements could have taken place on a mere loose oral understanding of the two heads of state. Ambassador Biddle in Warsaw informed the Department of State that he had talked with Polish officials concerning the details in Lieutenant Colonel Smith's memorandum, and they had assured him that Smith's information was incorrect. But in the documents on German foreign policy, there is definite evidence that the Polish foreign minister, Beck, gave the German ambassador in Warsaw some very confidential information about Polish troops concentrations, in which confirmation of practical cooperation must certainly have been mentioned. On this same day, September 27, the German State Secretary of the Foreign Office showed the Polish ambassador in Berlin a map prepared by the headquarters of the Wehrmacht, on which was drawn the demarcation line to be observed between Polish and German troops if it came to an advance on Czechoslovakia. The ambassador thought it would be useful if he had the opportunity to discuss this matter with the German Foreign Office on the following day. After that, the military authorities should contact one another. It is apparent that there was some definite cooperation between the general staffs of the German and Polish armies with reference to a possible conflict with Czechoslovakia. The real extent of this cooperation must remain a matter of conjecture. There was one fact, however, that was beyond all dispute. Hitler had won a most significant diplomatic victory at Munich. The German plan of expansion contained many items that had not yet been disclosed, so realistic statesmen adopted an attitude of watchful waiting. Even Prime Minister Chamberlain at times abandoned his role of Pollyanna and expressed some misgivings about Hitler. It is certain that he felt a definite personal distrust of the Führer. To Lord Halifax, he admitted that Hitler was uncouth and certainly not the kind of a fellow one would like to go around the world with on a two-wheeled bicycle. It was not long before the Führer made Chamberlain, and millions of other Britons, hurriedly mount the machines of war and take long rides that would span much of the world. The strain of this unusual exercise meant death for Neville Chamberlain. Ex-Hitler takes Czechoslovakia under protective custody. The agreement at Munich made provision for an international commission that was to fix the new boundaries of Czechoslovakia. The work of this commission was soon made a tragic farce by Hitler's determination to absorb what was left of the Czech state. This flagrant violation of a solemn pledge and his continued pressure upon the Jews within the Reich converted American opinion of Hitler into open hostility. International aspects of anti-Semitism in Germany. One of the most unfortunate legacies of the World War was the refugee problem. After February 1920, the League of Nations attempted to handle several aspects of this problem, and during the following year Dr. Fridtjof Nansen was appointed to supervise the work done for Russian refugees. Later his duties were expanded so as to include the Armenians, the Assyrians, and the Turks. The League itself did not supply relief. Its main function was to assist in raising necessary funds in several European states and to act as an agent to help in the distribution of food and clothing to the refugees. After January 1933, Nazi Germany inaugurated a campaign against Jews and political malcontents who hated the harsh measures of the Hitler regime. In order to alleviate the plight of this new stream of refugees, the League created the Office of High Commissioner. James G. MacDonald was appointed to fill this vacancy, and he served for 2 years in a brave attempt to accomplish something worthwhile. When he resigned in 1935, he indicated that steps should be taken to remove the causes of the refugee problem rather than extend relief to a growing stream of helpless human beings. By 1937, some 130,000 Jews had left Germany. Those who remained in the Reich lived under restrictions that made it difficult for them to secure acceptable employment. The Anschluss, which added Austria to Germany, March 1938, considerably widened the area of anti-Semitism and made the problem of refugees a more serious one. On March 24, 1938, in answer to this challenge, Secretary Hull issued an invitation to a large number of nations to join with the United States in setting up a special committee for the purpose of facilitating the emigration from Austria and presumably from Germany of political refugees. It was pointed out that although the members of the committee would be appointed by the cooperating governments, the costs of this enterprise would be met by funds from private organizations. No country would be asked to change its prevailing immigration quota, and care would be taken not to interfere with the work that was already being carried out by the League of Nations. With special reference to the United States, it was apparent that there was no need to seek an increase in the existing quotas relative to immigration from Austria and Germany. For the fiscal year ending June 30, 1938, the immigration from those areas was considerably less than the quotas fixed by law. This small number of refugees was due to the restrictions in the Reich with reference to the removal of money or other assets. In 1933, emigrants from the Reich had been permitted to take 75% of their property with them. Subsequently, the proportion had been reduced to 15%, and in 1938 it had reached the low level of 5%. These restrictions made it necessary for private organizations to finance the emigration of minority groups like the Jews. The first meeting of the International Committee proposed by Secretary Hull was held in France on July 6, 1938, at which a temporary organization was effected. Later the committee met in London, and Lord Winterton was appointed permanent chairman, with Mr. George Rubley, an American, being selected as director. Estimates were submitted indicating that the number of refugees from Germany would probably total at least 660,000. Upon the broad shoulders of Mr. Rubley was imposed the burden of persuading Nazi officials to liberalize the restrictions upon the removal of property from the Reich, and thus make it possible for a large number of refugees to proceed to countries willing to receive them. While Mr. Rubley was awaiting an invitation from the Nazi government to visit Berlin for the purpose of discussing the refugee problem, the German ambassador in Washington, Dykhoff, had a long conversation with Sumner Welles, the acting Secretary of State. He seemed to be in a distinctly emotional and nervous condition, and complained that it was very difficult for any German diplomatic representative to carry on his duties in the United States without suffering a very serious nervous strain. After this introduction, he launched into a detailed defense of Germany's expansion at the expense of Czechoslovakia. The government of the Reich was merely following out the Wilsonian policy as enunciated in the well-known 14 points. Germany had now incorporated within its own territory all individuals of German nationality in Central Europe. The present German Reich had not the slightest intention of extending its sovereignty any further within Europe, either through force or through any other method. Germany had not only announced, but had repeatedly reiterated her desire to live at peace with her neighbours, especially with France and Great Britain, and that the Munich Agreement had made such peace possible. With reference to the treatment of Jews and other minorities within the Reich, Dykhoff said that he was of the opinion that no other nation was entitled to criticize the domestic policy of Germany. Welles immediately replied that it was absolutely impossible for American public opinion to think that the policy which Germany had been pursuing these recent years with regard to the Jews within their own borders could be regarded as a purely domestic question. Welles said that any country that forced the emigration from its borders of hundreds of thousands of individuals whom other countries for humanitarian reasons felt it necessary to shelter would hardly expect the rest of the world to regard such a policy as this, a domestic policy. The people of the United States were a deeply religious people and a highly idealistic people, and the torture of human beings which had been taking place in Germany revolted the best instincts in all of them. I then went on to discuss the injustices done to our nationals, whether of Jewish origin or not, in Germany by refusing to permit them to take out of Germany the monies which they possessed, And I said I thought it necessary to say in all frankness that public opinion in the United States on this point had reached such a stage that there would inevitably be a general demand in the immediate future for the taking by the United States government of retaliatory measures against German nationals residing within the United States. In conclusion, Wells remarked that nothing would do more to ameliorate public indignation in the United States than an agreement on the part of the German government to receive Mr. Rubley and negotiate with him some satisfactory agreement. Ambassador Deckhoff seemed very much impressed with the advice of Mr. Wells and promised to do everything in his power to persuade his government to extend an invitation to Mr. Rubley to visit Berlin and settle the refugee problem. B. Ambassador Kennedy toys with the idea of acting as an interlocutor between Hitler and Roosevelt. While the German government was pondering the question of inviting Mr. Rubley to Berlin, Ambassador Dirksen in Rome sent an important dispatch to the Foreign Office. It dealt with the desire of Ambassador Kennedy to pay a visit to Berlin for the express purpose of a conference with Hitler. Kennedy would talk frankly with the Führer and try to bring about a better understanding between the United States and Germany. Kennedy hinted that persons who regarded Germany sympathetically were prevented from seeing the president. For this reason, Kennedy believed he could be of general use in the advancement of German-American relations, as he had the ear of the president and approached the Germany of today with understanding and sympathy. Kennedy then repeatedly emphasized the sympathy which the average American felt for the German and which was greater than his liking for the average Englishman. Moreover, it should be remembered that very strong anti-Semitic tendencies existed in the United States and that a large portion of the population had an understanding of the German attitude toward the Jews. In Washington, Ambassador Deckhoff was not enthusiastic about the proposed Kennedy visit to Berlin. He felt that the argument that the president should be better informed regarding Germany was pretty weak. The president was well informed from the reports of his Berlin ambassador, but in spite of this fact he still assumed an unfriendly attitude towards Germany. Kennedy could not alter this attitude. American public opinion could be rectified only by the rebuilding of Europe through joint, successful action of the European great powers. See, Ambassador Wilson is recalled from Germany. Any possibility that Ambassador Kennedy might visit Berlin was destroyed by fresh outbreaks of anti-Semitism in Germany. On November 7, a young Jewish refugee from Poland, Herschel Grinspan, went to the German embassy in Paris and shot Ernst von Rath, the third secretary, who died 3 days later. Immediately throughout Germany, Jews were plundered and beaten, their shops were wrecked, and their synagogues were burned. On November 13, the Nazi government imposed a fine of 1 billion marks, $420 million, upon German Jews as a form of collective punishment. This drastic action was succeeded by a number of decrees which barred all Jews from high schools and universities and excluded them from many types of business enterprise. They were forbidden to attend cinemas, theaters, museums, public concerts and lectures, and their permits to drive motor vehicles of all kinds were withdrawn. Far-reaching ordinances of segregation were put immediately into force. This outburst of anti-Semitism in the Reich aroused deep-seated resentment in the United States, which was given partial expression on November 14 in a nationwide radio broadcast featuring critical remarks by leaders of various political and religious faiths. Among these speakers were former President Hoover, Harold L. Ickes, Reverend Robert I. Gannon, S.J., President of Fordham University, and Bishop Edwin Hughes of the Methodist Episcopal Church. At a press conference, President Roosevelt sharply denounced the measures of the Nazi government. I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in a 20th century civilization. He then announced the recall of Ambassador Wilson from Berlin in order to get a first-hand picture of the situation in Germany. This action led the German government to recall Ambassador Deckhoff from Washington. Relations between the two countries were seriously strained. Before Ambassador Wilson received his letter of recall, he telegraphed to Secretary Hull that Senator Reynolds of North Carolina was anxious for him to arrange for an interview with Chancellor Hitler. Hull responded by instructing the ambassador that in the circumstances as they exist today, we feel that it would be inadvisable for the embassy to request or arrange for an interview with Chancellor Hitler for any American, whether official or otherwise. Apparently, he felt that all Americans should be protected from any contact with the Führer. Die Dr. Schacht offers solution of refugee problem. It was apparent to thoughtful Germans that the strained relations between Germany and the United States might eventually lead to war. Perhaps a bargain might be made whereby the economic conflict between the two countries could be ended and thus make it possible to inaugurate a period of milder treatment for the Jews in Germany. This economic conflict between Germany and the United States had been heightened by the reluctance of the Nazi government in March-April 1938 to assume the obligation of Austria's external debts. After the close of the World War, the American Congress had authorized a credit to the Austrian government of $26 million for the purpose of purchasing flour for relief distribution. American investors had then moved into the picture by putting their funds into several types of Austrian external obligations. These private investments had at one time reached a considerable total of $38 million. In April 1938, after the Anschluss, the American government took up this matter of the payment of these Austrian obligations, and frankly informed the German Foreign Office that the welfare of numerous American citizens is directly affected by the absorption of Austria, and this government would appreciate prompt assurances on the subject. The Reich failed to respond to this invitation and then added insult to injury by concluding with the British government an arrangement for a limited service on Austrian external obligations that were payable in London. This deal was made possible because Germany's trade balance with Britain was favourable, and thus British officials had it within their power to impound German surplus funds and apply them to the Austrian debt. The Chamberlain government had no desire to adopt such rigorous countermeasures, so an agreement was reached whereby German goods, not cash, would be accepted in payment of these obligations. This agreement led German newspapers to boast that the usual Anglo-American parallel policy had been discarded by the British Foreign Office. By the end of 1938, Germany had concluded arrangements with most of the creditor countries for some kind of payment to the holders of Austrian obligations. The United States was the shining exception. In the last week of November, Dr. Schacht was anxious to come to some agreement with the Department of State that would partially satisfy American demands. During a conversation with Donald R. Heath, First Secretary of the American Embassy in Berlin, he expressed his urgent desire for a settlement of the economic conflict and difficulties in German-American relations, not because of the mutual economic benefits which would result, but because such a settlement would work to prevent further measures against the German Jews. He made a veiled but unmistakable reference to the anti-Jewish measures and demonstrations and said with great feeling that they were scandalous. Returning to the difficulties in the state of German-American economic relations, he said, "If I could only sit down with Secretary Hull, I know that we could quickly find a way out of our difficulties." In December 1938, Schacht went to London to visit Montague Norman, Governor of the Bank of England. In London, he made it a point to confer with Mr. Rubley with reference to the emigration of Jews from the Reich. He proposed the pooling of all the capital supplies left by the refugees in Germany and the use of this property as collateral for a large international loan. This loan would be used to expedite the movement of refugees from Germany to their new homes. It would be repaid from the proceeds derived from additional German exports to new markets or to old markets that had been partially closed. On December 20, Mr. Rubley was invited to Berlin for further discussions of the Schacht plan for aiding the emigration of persons from the Reich. During the following month, there was an exchange of notes between the Department of State and the German Foreign Office. The Foreign Office refused to acknowledge the $26 million relief loan to Austria as a valid obligation, and it contended that payments on other Austrian external obligations held by American investors should be adjusted in the light of Germany's unfavorable trade balance with the United States. The Department of State rejected these contentions, but it did suggest that Reich officials might initiate conversations with representatives of American holders of Austrian bonds. This suggestion failed to lead to any worthwhile results, so the Austrian debt question remained as one of the constant irritants in German-American relations. Secretary Ickes increases tension in German-American relations. Another important irritant in German-American relations was Secretary Ickes, whose contemptuous remarks deeply disturbed German officials. On December 18, in a speech delivered in Cleveland, he sharply criticized Henry Ford and Colonel Lindbergh for accepting the award of the German Eagle from Chancellor Hitler. How can any American accept a decoration at the hand of a brutal dictator who, with the same hand, is robbing and torturing thousands of fellow human beings? Before Dr. Thompson, the German Chargé d'Affaires could file a formal protest at the Department of State with reference to the pungent remarks of Secretary X, George S. Messersmith. Assistant Secretary of State sent a memorandum to Sumner Welles dealing with this Cleveland incident. He thought that any protest from the German government concerning the relatively innocuous remarks of Secretary X comes with particularly bad grace at this time. The German newspapers have recently contained dastardly attacks on the President and Mrs. Roosevelt as the complete control of the German press is a declared part of the program of the National Socialist government. The German government cannot escape responsibility for such attacks. Mr. Welles accepted the advice of Mr. Messersmith with reference to answering the protest of Dr. Thomson. After the German diplomat had recited his complaint, Welles coldly remarked that the criticism that Secretary Ickes had hurled at Henry Ford and Colonel Lindbergh primarily touched American citizens, and therefore the German Foreign Office was injecting itself into an American domestic question. Needless to say, the Department of State would not discuss such questions with the representative of any foreign government. With particular reference to the criticism by Secretary X of the policies of the Nazi government, Welles acidly declared that the German government must surely be familiar with the fact that the recent policies pursued in Germany had shocked and confounded public opinion in the United States more profoundly than anything that had taken place in many decades, and that such references to this state of public indignation as might have been made certainly represented the feeling of the overwhelming majority of the people of the United States. It seemed to him that the desire of the German government to make a protest of this character came with singular ill grace. He said that for the past few months he had carefully followed the German press, which was completely under the influence and dictation of the authorities of the German government, and that he had rarely read more unjustifiable criticism or open attacks against the President of the United States and members of his cabinet. The economic offensive against Germany is accelerated while political relations with Germany were daily becoming more strained. Secretary Hull widened the breach between the Department of State and the German Foreign Office by pushing with increasing ardor his economic offensive against the Reich. In order for his trade agreements program to be really effective, it was necessary for him to enlist the support of Britain. In the early part of 1936, Hull bluntly informed the British ambassador in Washington that the clearing arrangements reached by Britain with Argentina, Germany, Italy and other countries were handicapping the efforts of this government to carry forward its broad program with the favored nation policy underlying it. The tendency in most of these arrangements was to drive straight toward bilateral trading and to restrict and obstruct the sum total of world trade. These restrictions and obstructions were milestones along the road to. In October 1936, Hull instructed James C. Dunn, Chief of the Western European Division, to write a letter to Ambassador Bingham in which the situation was placed squarely before the British government. No time should be lost in establishing sound and substantial trade upon a firm basis of equality of treatment and exchange of opportunities for trade to the greatest extent each nation can possibly contribute. Widened trade opportunities would provide a basis for world peace. Finally, on November 17, 1938, a formal ceremony was held at the White House at which Secretary Hull, Prime Minister Mackenzie King of Canada, and Sir Ronald Lindsay, the British ambassador, signed important trade agreements on behalf of their respective governments. The capstone was thus placed upon the large economic structure sponsored by Secretary. The most important trading nations were now lowering barriers, while many other countries were raising theirs. The concessions provided for in these agreements were generalized, so that a considerable number of nations could profit by them if they could supply any of the products affected. American farmers were particularly benefited by reduced rates on important agricultural exports. Duties were entirely removed from wheat and lard. Canadian concessions to the United States included reductions in the duties on fruits, vegetables, and types of machinery not manufactured in the Dominion. In return, 3 of Canada's major exports to the United States were bound to the free list: pulpwood, wood pulp, and newsprint paper. America's answer to Munich was given in strong economic accents which grated loudly upon German ears that were closely attuned to the dubious harmonies of bilateral agreements. Germany is anxious for an accord with the United States. The actions of Secretary Hull and the acidulous comments of Sumner Welles seem to point the way to a definite deterioration in German-American relations. Mr. Gilbert, the American charge d'affaires in Berlin, thought that it was possible that Hitler had decided to break off diplomatic relations with the United States immediately after Christmas. He had learned that the Führer had become exceedingly irate upon being informed of the reply of Sumner Welles to the protest of Dr. Thomson relative to the tart remarks of Secretary Ickes on December 18th. Ribbentrop was believed to be preparing a counterblast to the pungent comments of the Secretary of the Interior. Although Ribbentrop did not make this expected attack upon American officials, Mr. Gilbert was told that certain extremists close to Hitler were urging a break with the United States, but such a break in relations would not be popular in Germany, and the Charge had not been able to detect even a hint of hostility in his conversations with German officials. From Paris, Hugh Wilson reported that Dr. Goebbels had recently requested the Havas correspondent in Berlin not to present in his dispatches the future of German-American relations in too gloomy fashion. The German government had no intention of aggravating the present conflict and sincerely desired the re-establishment of normal relations between the two countries. It was apparent that Goebbels and other Nazi officials awaited with deep interest the President's message to Congress in January 1939. It contained the expected warning that acts of new aggression were all about us and that the God-fearing democracies of the world could not forever let pass without effective protest these threats to their way of life. But it was made clear that democratic protests must be along peaceful lines. It was also emphasized that there were many methods short of war that could be employed to bring home to aggressor nations the aggregate sentiments of our own people. The temperate language of this presidential message to Congress gave reassurance to the German government and led it to continue the recent gestures of conciliation. These gestures were listed by Mr. Gilbert as follows: 1. A cessation of the unrestrained violence of the press. 2. The invitation to the Evian Committee to come to Berlin. 3. More conciliatory replies to our notes respecting discrimination against certain classes of American citizens, together with publicity given to recent exchanges. The question of whether these actions were gestures for immediate ends or whether they represented a considered change of policy remained to be seen. It should appear obvious to German leaders that self-interest would suggest the desirability of better relations with the United States. This self-interest led General Göring to have a conference with Mr. Rüble on the refugee problem and to arrange for a series of talks between Rüble and Ministerial Director Woltat. Göring then invited Mr. Gilbert to his private residence for a discussion of German-American relations. The atmosphere of the meeting was most cordial and friendly, and Göring stressed repeatedly that he was anxious to find a solution of the Jewish problem. He appeared to be fully conscious of the importance of settling the problem from the point of view of good relations with other countries, particularly the United States. He discussed the subject of Jewish emigration generally and particularly emphasized the necessity of moving rapidly. In concluding the conversation, Göring laid great stress at considerable length on the desirability of good relations between Germany and the United States. Outside of the Jewish problem, he saw no concrete problems which should trouble relations between the two countries. Dr. Schacht was equally conciliatory. In a talk with Donald Heath, third secretary of the American Embassy, he said that he would be interested in taking over any worthwhile project which might be offered him either in Germany or abroad. After this intimation that he might be willing to accept a position with some large American banking institution, he stated that he was largely responsible for the invitation that had been extended to Mr. Rüble to visit Berlin with reference to the refugee problem. It was due to his initiative that the recent conversations between Rüble and Nazi officials had taken place. He had personally suggested the matter to Hitler and had his approval before he started his talks. He had also gotten Hitler's approval of each stage of the conversations. Chamberlain pays ardent court to Mussolini, while Göring, Goebbels, and Schacht made these gestures of conciliation towards the United States. The basic Nazi policy of expansion made them so futile that it is difficult to understand why they were regarded as worthwhile. The restless mind of Hitler, despite all his public promises to the contrary, was fixed upon the early absorption of Czechoslovakia. Before he would make any military move in this direction, he wished to expand the Rome-Berlin axis into a triple German-Italian-Japanese military alliance. On October 28, Ribbentrop urged this alliance upon Mussolini as a necessary weapon to use against the democracies when the inevitable war with them broke out. After waiting some months, Mussolini on January 1, 1939 instructed Ciano to accept the proposition of von Ribbentrop to transform the anti-Comintern Pact into an alliance. He also considered a clash with the democracies as inevitable and wished to effect a military alignment in advance. On January 2, Ciano informed Ribbentrop by telephone of the decision of the Deuce, and on the following day, Ambassador Attolico returned to Berlin with detailed instructions relative to the proposed pact. After talking with Ribbentrop, Attolico favored January 28 as the date for the signing of the alliance. The German Foreign Office promptly prepared an outline of this new triple alliance, which was sent to Rome, where it gained Mussolini's speedy approval. While Mussolini and Hitler were planning a triple alliance to face the democracies in an inevitable war, Neville Chamberlain decided to visit Rome in order to secure certain guarantees of world peace. It was a hopeless quest, and the fascist leaders were determined that the negotiations should end in nothing more than empty promises. Ciano was anxious that Chamberlain should not receive an enthusiastic welcome in Rome, and he was disappointed when the populace cheered the old man with the umbrella. After a conference at the Palazzo Venezia with Chamberlain and Lord Halifax, Mussolini contemptuously remarked to Ciano, "These men are not made of the same stuff as Francis Drake and the other magnificent adventurers who created the empire. These are the tired sons of a long line of rich men, and they will lose their empire." During the conversations on January 12, Lord Halifax talked with such caution that Ciano was certain that the British do not want to fight. The Duce's contempt for these pacific Britishers grew apace, and Ciano told Ribbentrop on the telephone that the visit of Chamberlain was a big lemonade, absolutely harmless. But Chamberlain still nursed hopes for a continuance of the peace of Europe, and Ciano noted that the Prime Minister's eyes filled with tears when the train started moving, and his countrymen began singing, "For he's a jolly good fellow." The communiqué issued to the press gave an assurance that it was the will of Italy and Great Britain to pursue a policy aiming effectively at the maintenance of peace. At the same time, this optimistic note was being sounded for the anxious ears of the public. Ciano was confiding to his diary that the Italian Foreign Office was planning a campaign of steadily increasing propaganda against France. When this had its expected effect, the news of the new Triple Alliance could then be announced and the populace gradually prepared for war with the democracies. As for England, Ciano thought that there was little to worry about. Towards the end of January, Lord Perth had submitted for Italian approval the outline of a speech which Chamberlain would soon make in the House of Commons. The comments of the Deuce on this gesture of conciliation revealed his growing contempt for the British cabinet. "I believe this is the first time that the head of the British government submits to a foreign government the outline of one of his speeches. It's a bad sign for them. France favors a free hand to Hitler in Eastern Europe." While Chamberlain was courting Mussolini, Georges Bonnet, the French foreign minister, was planning a new program of appeasement that would please Hitler. His first step was to endeavor to negotiate with Germany an accord similar to the one Chamberlain had signed with the Führer at the time of the Munich Agreement on October 19 MA. François Poncet, at his farewell audience with Hitler, carefully broached this matter of an arrangement that would build a new understanding between the two countries. The Führer was pleased with this evidence of French naivete and gave the project his blessing. On December 6, in the famous Salle de l'Horloge, where the Kellogg-Briand Peace Pact had been signed, Bonnet and Ribbentrop inscribed their signatures upon a Franco-German declaration of friendship. This declaration announced that no question of a territorial nature remained in suspense between France and Germany, and it recognized as permanent the frontier line as then drawn. After emphasizing the importance of Pacific relations, provision was then made for consultation in case any complications arose that should threaten to lead to international difficulties. According to Ribbentrop, Bonnet, in the secrecy of personal conversations, assured him that the four-power guarantee relative to Czechoslovakia was something to which no special importance was to be attached. Although Bonnet, some months later, strenuously denied the statements in the Ribbentrop letter, it is quite apparent that in December 1938 he was anxious to give Germany far-reaching assurances with reference to Nazi plans for expansion in Eastern Europe. In December 1938, Jules Lukasiewicz, the Polish ambassador to France, reported a conversation with Bonnet in which the French foreign minister stated that Ribbentrop had received a French promise not to oppose German economic expansion in the Danube basin. It was also true that Bonnet had intimated to Ribbentrop that German political expansion in the same region would not encounter serious French resistance. In order to provide further development of his schemes for appeasement, Bonnet sent Paul Baudouin to Rome with offers of a share in the Directorate of the Suez Canal, of certain privileges for Italians in Tunis, and of important concessions relative to Djibouti and the railway to Addis Ababa. To Berlin he sent Count Ferdinand de Brinon to solicit Ribbentrop's assistance in securing Italian acceptance of these proposals. But Ribbentrop had no desire to compose the difficulties between France and Italy, so he torpedoed the Baudouin mission by revealing some of its secrets to the press. The Rome-Berlin axis was now treating the democracies with open contempt. The British Foreign Office has a case of jitters to Chamberlain. These repeated doses of appeasement which he forced down his throat were increasingly bitter, but he swallowed them as the price of peace. At least he had been able to preserve the independence of Czechoslovakia. In Parliament, Sir Samuel Hoary glibly expressed the opinion that the Czech state was now as safe as Switzerland, and Sir Thomas Inskip solemnly declared that in the event of an act of unprovoked aggression against the Czechs, His Majesty's government would feel bound to take all steps in their power to see that the integrity of Czechoslovakia is preserved. By November 1, Chamberlain, impressed with the gravity of the situation in Europe, began to hedge with reference to the scope of the British guarantee of the integrity of the Czech state. He still supported Inskip's statement as to the policy of the British government, but he frankly confessed that he could not enlighten the House of Commons as to what the terms of the guarantee will be and who will be the partakers in that guarantee. He could say, however, that Britain had never guaranteed the frontiers as they existed. Her pledge was merely against unprovoked aggression and not the crystallization of the frontiers. He did not hide the fact that this aggression might come at any time. Indeed, throughout Europe, there was increasing fear of the outbreak of war. In January 1939, Coulondre, the French ambassador in Berlin, reported that Hitler had uttered a most disturbing threat. If Czechoslovakia did not toe the line, he would let loose against her a lightning action. The British Foreign Office learned that Hitler was bitterly resentful at the Munich Agreement, which balked him of a localized war against Czechoslovakia and demonstrated the will to peace of the German masses in opposition to the warmongering of the Nazi Party. He feels personally humiliated by this demonstration. He regards Great Britain as primarily responsible for this humiliation, and his rage is therefore directed principally against this country, which he holds to be the chief obstacle now to the fulfillment of his further ambitions. In the event of Germany picking a quarrel with Holland, His Majesty's government was considering the desirability as a matter of tactics and precaution of being ready at once with a proposal to both governments for the selection by a neutral government of a board of 3 arbitrators. Such a proposal might not prove effective, but if arbitration were overridden by Germany, the issue would be clear, and His Majesty's government would have locus standi for appropriate action. A few days later, the British government decided that the strategic importance of Holland and her colonies was so great that a German attack on that country must be regarded as a direct threat to the security of the Western powers. Failure to take up such a challenge would place Germany in a position of overwhelming predominance in Europe, and in such circumstances His Majesty's government is disposed to think that it would have no choice but to regard a German invasion of Holland as a casus belli. On February 7, President Roosevelt received a message from Lord Halifax to the effect that the British government had now moved to the point where any attempt by Germany to dominate Holland by force or threat of force would also have to be regarded as a menace to the security of the United Kingdom. A German attack on Holland and an attack on Switzerland are in the same category. Replies from the French Foreign Office to British inquiries as to French policy clearly indicated that the French government agree with His Majesty's government in considering the contingency of an invasion of Holland as a casus belli. On February 17, Ambassador Kennedy had a long talk with Chamberlain, who expressed the view that the general outlook in Europe is much better. He could not see any definite indication of moves toward Holland, Switzerland, or elsewhere to the west or to the Ukraine, and in this he takes issue with the Foreign Office. he still feels that the only hope of doing business with Hitler is to take him at his word. He believed that there was a very definite chance of arriving at some solution through economics. Chamberlain discussed at length his visit to Rome to see Mussolini. He contrasted the Deuce as a man who likes to see the whole picture, as against Hitler, who looks out of the window at Berchtesgaden dreamingly considering the future prospect of Germany without being very practical. But Chamberlain still thought that he could do business with Hitler, and that his policy of appeasement could still be worked out. He remained very optimistic. 3 days later, Kennedy talked matters over with Viscount Halifax, who apparently had caught some of Chamberlain's optimism. In a report to Secretary Hull, Kennedy summed up the situation in England as follows: "My observations, and I have talked with Chatfield, Simon, Hoare, Halifax, and Chamberlain, in addition to many other people, are that they thoroughly believe that England is on its way, that Germany will not attack, that the problem of last fall, when they were obliged to do things that perhaps they would rather have done otherwise, is gone, and that while England will not go to war if Germany should attack Romania or the Ukraine, they would declare war at once if Germany moved towards Switzerland or Holland." The fluctuating atmosphere in the Foreign Office was described by the British ambassador during a conversation with Sumner Welles. The ambassador said that on January 24 and 26 public opinion in London and the Foreign Office in particular had been in an almost unbelievable state of excitement because of reports that Germany was planning a move in the West involving the invasion of Holland. By February 11, the day he had left London to come to the United States, opinion in general, including that of the Foreign Office, had swung over to a state of almost unbelievable optimism and of reassurance. The ambassador said that he thought one state of mind was as disquieting as the other, and that the nervous strain under which they were all living in England was appalling. He said that his own Foreign Office was in a very unsatisfactory condition. He said that Lord Halifax was a man of real ability and an excellent Christian gentleman, but that he did not seem to have any real insight into the European situation. He said that he doubted whether Mr. Chamberlain's colleagues in the cabinet shared his feeling of reassurance, and that he knew as a positive fact that the Foreign Office was extremely apprehensive. Germany fears the U.S. will intervene in World War II from London. Kennedy sent further information on the threatening situation in Europe. Halifax had asked the Nazi ambassador in London, von Dirksen, why Hitler, if he really wished to have peace, was continuing his terrific armament program. Dirksen replied that they were greatly disturbed in Germany at the almost weekly utterances of the President of the United States, and they had become convinced that the United States would come to the aid of England and France not in 2 years, but probably in 2 days, and they therefore felt that the only thing to do was to keep making themselves strong. It was Kennedy's own belief that the topside men in the British government asked themselves every night how Hitler, in the face of the tremendous armament program in Germany, could possibly proceed to a peacetime basis. There was little doubt that the long-term outlook for England was exceedingly dark. These German fears of American intervention in a possible Second World War were confirmed by the statements of American diplomats like Kennedy and Bullitt. Before the Munich crisis, Kennedy repeatedly told Chamberlain that America would rush to the assistance of Britain and France in the event of unprovoked aggression. Bullitt had been more cautious, but at times he gave similar assurances. In a conversation with Count Potocki, Polish ambassador at Washington, he spoke of the possibility of a conflict between Germany and the European democracies. When asked if the United States would enter such a war, he replied, "Undoubtedly yes, but only after Great Britain and France had made the first move." Sentiment in the United States was so tense against Nazism and Hitlerism that it amounted to a psychosis similar to that which existed before America's declaration of war on Germany in 1917. After stating that this psychosis was partly created by emigrants from Germany and Czechoslovakia who incited the American public against Germany by the use of various calumnies, he finally came to the topic of American sentiment towards Russia. It is interesting to note that in this extremely well-planned campaign, which is conducted above all against National Socialism, Soviet Russia is almost completely eliminated. Soviet Russia, if mentioned at all, is mentioned in a friendly manner, and things are presented in such a way that it would seem that the Soviet Union were cooperating with the bloc of democratic states. Thanks to the clever propaganda, The sympathies of the American public are completely on the side of Red Spain. On January 14, Bullitt had a last talk with Ambassador Potocki before leaving for Paris with instructions from President Roosevelt. He stated that he was prepared to assure Britain and France that they could rely upon the fact that the United States would be prepared to intervene actively on the side of Britain and France in case of war. America was ready to place its whole wealth of money and raw materials at their disposal. In February 1939, after he reached Paris, Bullitt informed the Polish ambassador, Jules Lukasiewicz, that if hostilities should break out, one could foresee right from the beginning the participation of the United States in the war on the side of France and Britain. L. Hitler takes the Czechs under protective custody. Perhaps these indirect assurances from Ambassador Bullitt of American intervention on the side of the democracies in the event of World War II may have strengthened the optimism of Chamberlain with regard to the situation in Europe. At any rate, he continued to cling to his hope that war could be averted by a policy of appeasement, and he closed his eyes to the evident signs that Hitler would soon liquidate Czechoslovakia. With the British Prime Minister in this bemused condition, Hitler moved rapidly to carry out his objectives. On January 21, he had a significant conversation with M. Chalkovsky, the Czech foreign minister, who had been summoned to Berlin. Chalkovsky was informed that first of all his country must immediately leave the League of Nations. Then she should be at all times ready to mold her foreign policy in accordance with Nazi desires. As a final item in this program of subjection, the Czech army should be materially reduced. Paris and London learned of these harsh conditions from a dispatch sent by the French minister in Prague, but even this ominous news did not destroy British hopes for the continuance of peace. On March 1, the British ambassador conveyed to Sumner Welles a special message from Lord Halifax to the President. The latest information in England was to the effect that Herr Hitler has for the time being abandoned the idea of precipitating an immediate crisis, such as he seemed to be contemplating at the beginning of the year. There were no preliminary signs of impending mobilization in Germany, so Neville Henderson had gained the impression that Hitler was at present planning no immediate adventure. Chamberlain was still wearing his cloak of confidence, and on March 9 had assured the representatives of the press that Europe was settling down to a period of tranquility. But in Prague there were no false hopes. Ruthenia and Slovakia were giving indisputable signs of secessionist desires. On March 6, President Hácha dismissed the Ruthenian government, and 3 days later he took similar action against the government of Slovakia. The Slovak premier, Monsignor Tiso, fled to Berlin, where he had an interview with Hitler on March 13th. The Führer demanded that he issue at once a proclamation of Slovak independence. Armed with this mandate, Tiso went to Bratislava, where on March 14 he issued the required proclamation. Ruthenia quickly followed suit, and this action dissolved what was left of the Czech state. After German troops had massed along the Czech border in a menacing manner, Hitler sent a summons to President Hácha to visit Berlin for a significant conversation. Upon his arrival on the evening of March 14, he was accorded the honors due to the head of an important state, and the Führer added a grotesque touch to the occasion by sending a box of chocolates to Hácha's daughter. But these favors did not mean that the Czech president would not have to undergo an extended exercise in humiliation. He was permitted to have merely a brief rest in his hotel rooms before being conducted to the chancellery to see Hitler. He was plainly unnerved and tried to curry favor with the Führer by making critical comments upon the government of Beneš. The regime of his predecessor in office had been alien to him, and the only time he had met Beneš, some misunderstandings had immediately arisen. He now realized that the fate of Czechoslovakia was in Hitler's hands, but he retained the hope that her independence was safe. The Führer was pleased with this cringing, compliant spirit. It made it easier for him to announce that he intended to take the provinces of Bohemia and Moravia under protective custody. The Czechs had merely two alternatives. They could resist and suffer dreadful punishment, or they could submit gracefully and be given a measure of autonomy. After setting forth these harsh conditions, Hitler signed the documents necessary to carry out his objectives and then left Hácha to the brutalities of Göring and Ribbentrop. Finally, after several fainting spells induced by exhaustion, Hácha signed the Statute of the Protectorate. As he left the chancellery at 4:30 in the morning, Schwalkowski, who accompanied him, exclaimed with deep emotion, "Our people will curse us, and yet we have saved their existence. We have preserved them from a horrible massacre." On March 15, Hitler and his legions entered Prague in triumph. On this same day, Chamberlain told the House of Commons that the situation has radically altered since the Slovak Diet declared the independence of Slovakia. The effect of this decision put an end by internal disruption to the state whose frontier we had proposed to guarantee. His Majesty's government cannot accordingly hold themselves any longer bound by this obligation. On the following day, Sir John Simon developed the Prime Minister's reasoning with regard to the obligation to defend Czechoslovakia. It was difficult to guarantee something which no longer existed. It was indeed impossible to suppose that in these circumstances the guarantee to maintain the state of Czechoslovakia can have any meaning. But this policy of appeasement was suddenly thrown overboard by the Prime Minister under pressure from Lord Halifax. On the morning of March 17, the American chargé d'affaires saw Halifax, who informed him that Chamberlain would deliver a speech which would be a rather stiff one. He was not prepared to say that they would or would not go to the rescue of Romania or Poland at this time. They are going to start educating public opinion as best they can to the need of action. They are suspicious that Hitler will keep on moving, and that rather quickly. That night, March 17, the Prime Minister made a speech in Birmingham, which sounded a note of sharp criticism of Hitler's absorption of Czechoslovakia. While he felt bound to repeat that he was not prepared to engage this country by new unspecified commitments operating under conditions which cannot be foreseen, yet no greater mistake could be made than to suppose that, because it believes war to be a senseless and cruel thing, this nation has so lost its fibre that it will not take part to the uttermost of its power in resisting such a challenge if it were made. On the following day, Ambassador Kennedy talked with Halifax, who expressed the opinion that if Hitler moved into Romania, England could not wait any longer. Halifax says that they must determine at once one of two things. First, whether Hitler is bluffing, and if so, his bluff should be called. If he is not bluffing, the sooner they take him on the better it will be. He thought that the Prime Minister's speech last night very definitely committed them to action if Hitler started for Romania. My hunch is that if Chamberlain opposes that idea very strongly, there may be a break between the Prime Minister and Halifax. Reaction in the US to German absorption of Czechoslovakia. The news of the German absorption of Czechoslovakia came to Secretary Hull while he was enjoying a vacation in Florida. He immediately telephoned to Sumner Welles, the acting Secretary of State, and dictated a statement to be given to the press. After some emendations by the President, this statement was released on March 17th. It emphasized the viewpoint that the American government, founded upon the principles of human liberty and democracy, could not refrain from expressing its condemnation of acts which have resulted in the temporary extinguishment of the liberties of a free and independent people with whom the people of the United States have maintained specially close and friendly relations. The word "chomprary," the Department of State later explained, meant that the American government did not recognize the legality of the establishment of a German protectorate over Czechoslovakia. Vladimir Herban would still be recognized as the Czech minister in Washington. Exports from Bohemia, Moravia, and Slovakia, however, would be treated by the United States customs officers as German products, and high countervailing duties would be levied upon them. On March 23, the trade agreement that had been negotiated with Czechoslovakia was suspended by presidential proclamation. 6 weeks after the destruction of the Czech Republic, a World's Fair was opened in New York City. In anticipation of this event, the Czech government had erected a building in which would be displayed some exhibits that would impress friendly eyes with the development of industries in the land of Masaryk. On the facade was an inscription taken from the words of Comenius, 17th century educator and patriot. After the tempest of wrath has passed, the rule of thy country will return to thee, O Czech people, under the ruthless rule of Russia. It will be many decades before this prophecy will come true. XX Russia instigates war in the Far East. Roosevelt blames Japan during the long months that Hitler devoted to redrawing the frontier lines in Europe. Joseph Stalin was preparing to change the map of the Far East. Chiang Kai-shek, as his chief cartographer, would unwittingly splash red across the chart of Eastern Asia all the way from Outer Mongolia to Mukden, and then draw back in sudden alarm at the implications of his handiwork. His task could best be done in the atmosphere of armed conflict, and this was produced by Russian agents who blew sparks of friction in North China into the wild flames of an undeclared Sino-Japanese war. A communist instigation of war in the Far East communist instigation of the outbreak of the undeclared War of July 7 is indicated in some revealing remarks of the Chinese ambassador in Moscow. During a conversation with the American diplomatic representative, he confessed that he had arrived in Moscow in November 1936 as a firm supporter of Chinese-Soviet friendship. One of the main purposes of his mission had been to obtain assurances from the Soviet government that if China pushed Japan so far as to make war inevitable, the Soviet Union would support China with supplies and armed forces. Shortly after his arrival in Russia, he had questioned Litvinov on this point, but had received the answer that the Soviet government would prefer to have this matter settled at Nanking. In this regard, it was significant that during the spring and summer of 1937, the Russian ambassador at Nanking had endeavored to make the Chinese government believe that if it would undertake to offer armed resistance to Japan, it would confidently expect the armed support of the Soviet Union. Communist instigation and continued support of the conflict between Chinese and Japanese armed forces in July 1937 were further illustrated by the evident reluctance of the Kuomintang to agree to a formula of accommodation. To do so would mean an open break with the Communists, who since the Xi'an Agreement had worked for a common front between themselves and the nationalists against Japan. This situation is well described in a dispatch from Nanking. Competent observers here consider the situation as one moving toward war. They point out that if the national government should hold to the former plan of surrendering North China rather than resist Japanese aggression there, the national government's existence would be seriously jeopardized, because it is believed to have pledged resistance to Japan. As part of the settlement of the Xi'an revolt, and non-resistance would cause the alienation of the communist forces in the northwest, who are about to be incorporated into the government's armies. Japanese military authorities did not at first appear to realize the strength of this tie between the communists and the nationalists, and they hoped for an early settlement of the clash on the night of July 7. Some of them were inclined to believe that the firing by Chinese troops which started the incident was not premeditated. This conciliatory attitude led to the agreement of July 11, which was formally signed by General Chiang on the 19th. Its terms were mild. There would be an apology and some punishment for the Chinese captain responsible for the outbreak of hostility. There would also be assurances for the future which provided for the voluntary retirement of Chinese officials in North China who impeded Sino-Japanese cooperation, and the expulsion of the communistic elements from the piping district. On July 12, the Japanese ambassador Saito had a long conversation with Secretary Hull, during the course of which he explained the policy of the Foreign Office. At the conclusion of Saito's remarks, Hull expressed his approval of Japanese efforts to work out a friendly settlement of the incident. On the following day, Ambassador Grew informed the Department of State that he believed that if some way of avoiding general hostilities without losing face could be found, the Japanese government might possibly still be pleased to find this way. 7. It seemed to Mr. Hornbeck that the Japanese Foreign Office was taking the position that conversations should not be held by representatives of the Chinese and Japanese governments, but between Japanese officials in North China and the local Chinese officials, on the theory that North China is a political entity separate from the authority and control of the Chinese Nanking government. It was his opinion that the American government should make no approach to either the Chinese or the Japanese authorities and make no public comment. Secretary Hull followed this advice. On the evening of July 13, he summoned Ambassador Saito to his apartment in the Carlton Hotel and frankly informed him that the American government was paramountly concerned in the preservation of peace. Because of this fact, it would confine its utterances to phases entirely within range of its impartial, friendly attitude towards all alike. Its action would stop entirely short of any question or phase of mediation. This hands-off attitude would continue to be observed by the Department of State if no general war followed the clash at Piping. In the event of long-continued hostilities, tremendous pressure would be exerted upon Secretary Hull to undertake some form of mediation, but in the early days of July 1937, there still seemed some hope for peace. It was true, however, that the action of the Chinese nationalist government in disavowing the agreement of July 11 was causing deep concern in the minds of many observers. When this disavowal was followed by the dispatch of a large body of troops to the piping area, it was obvious that a crisis had arrived. On July 15, Ambassador Grew was still hopeful that the piping incident could be peacefully settled. Japan had sent to China only a small army to reinforce existing Japanese garrisons, and he had received assurances that there was no intention to set up any independent country in North China. The main point at issue was the validity of the agreement of July 11 between the Chinese and Japanese military authorities. It was also significant that communist agitators were active in disseminating misinformation with regard to the concentration of both Chinese and Japanese troops. The Kremlin was bitterly opposed to any peaceful settlement of the dispute between China and Japan. Secretary Hull makes a statement on U.S. policy. The approach of a general war between China and Japan was viewed with open dismay by the British Foreign Office. As early as May 1937, Prime Minister Chamberlain had expressed great concern about the situation in the Far East and had proposed an exchange of views between the Foreign Office and the Department of State with reference to various means whereby Anglo-American-Japanese relations could be improved. On June 1, Secretary Hull handed to Sir Ronald Lindsay his reply to this British proposal. It had been intimated to the Department of State that Japan might be ready to adopt a policy of cooperation with her neighbors in the Far East and with the powers that had great interests there. This intimation had been received by Secretary Hull with great interest. He believed that there were forces within and between Japan and China working toward peace. In the event, however, that war would break out in the Far East, the American government would follow traditional procedures with reference to the situation. It would not enter into any alliance to preserve peace, but, through frequent consultations, would hope to work out and follow a parallel policy with Britain and the other powers that were parties to the 4-power and 9-power treaties. This encouraging note from Secretary Hull was undoubtedly shared with the French Foreign Office, which suggested to Ambassador Bullitt the invocation of Article 7 of the 9-Power Treaty, which provided for a consultation of the signatory powers whenever a situation arose which in the opinion of any one of them involves the application of the stipulations of the present treaty. Leisure expressed to Bullitt his fears that any call upon the League of Nations to attempt to settle this dispute would be extremely damaging to the League, which once again would prove to be impotent. French Foreign Office officials were insistent that it would be absolutely essential to get the United States into the discussion. The British Foreign Office favored a combined Anglo-American demarche in Tokyo and Nanking rather than an invocation of the 9-Power Treaty, and Foreign Secretary Eden suggested this to Ambassador Bingham from Tokyo. Ambassador Grew expressed a strong dissent from this view. He could see no reason why we should take action. He also indicated that in Japan the unanimity of opinion relative to the situation in North China was striking. It was not a case of unwilling deference by the government to military initiative. The cabinet enjoys high prestige, is wholly in command, and lends full support to steps recently taken by the Japanese army in North China. At no time during the period of my assignment at this post have I observed indications of so strong and unanimous a determination on the part of the Japanese government to resist, even at the cost of extensive hostilities, any movement which might tend to weaken the position of Japan in North China. Mr. Grew also remarked that there was not sufficient evidence to justify the hypothesis that either the Japanese government or the army deliberately engineered the incident in order to force a showdown. On the following day, Ambassador Grew sent a long dispatch to Secretary Hull, which stated that the British Embassy in Tokyo was opposed to any precipitate action on the part of Secretary Eden. A strong suggestion along this line had been sent to London. As far as American action was concerned, Grew advised that the American government refrain from offering its good offices towards settlement of the North China incident. One of the principal objectives of Japanese foreign policy was the elimination of the influence of Western powers as a factor in Far Eastern politics. There was no reason, therefore, for any belief that Japan would look with favor upon any attempt at American mediation. In conclusion, Grew emphasized the fact that the recent improvement in Japanese-American relations had resulted from the fact that the Department of State had transferred the stress of its representations to Japan from an endeavor to restrain the use by Japan of force to the laying down of reservations of American rights in China. Under the impact of all this advice, Secretary Hull informed the British Foreign Office that it was felt that cooperation on parallel but independent lines would be the best policy for the Department of State to follow. This note had been given to the British ambassador after long consultations between Secretary Hull, Sumner Welles, Mr. Hornbeck, Norman Davis, and the President. The reaction of the ambassador to this note is interestingly told in a memorandum by Mr. Hornbeck. The British ambassador read the memorandum very carefully. He then remarked, "This means I would understand that the American government is not prepared to join in representations at Tokyo and at Nanking." Under instruction, Mr. Hornbeck explained to the British ambassador that it was fully the desire of this government to cooperate with the British government in the effort to discourage entry by the Japanese and Chinese upon serious hostilities. That this government has already urged upon both the Japanese and the Chinese the importance of maintaining peace, that we hope that the British government would do likewise, that we intended to continue our efforts, and that we felt that cooperation on parallel but independent lines would be more effective and less likely to have an effect the opposite of that desired than would joint or identical representations. The ambassador then read the memorandum again, maintained silence for some time, and then, with a smile, said that he understood. After Secretary Hull had made it clear to the British Foreign Office that he preferred to follow a policy along independent rather than joint lines, he issued, July 16, a public statement indicating the attitude of the Department of State with reference to the situation in the Far East. He began by expressing a viewpoint which had become quite familiar. There can be no serious hostilities anywhere in the world which will not in one way or another affect interests or rights or obligations of this country. American policy therefore strongly accented the importance of settling international disputes by peaceful means. Other items in the American creed were then cited. We advocate national and international self-restraint. We advocate abstinence by all nations from use of force in pursuit of policy and from interference in the internal affairs of other nations. It was significant that this statement was in general and not in regional terms. There was no mention of the basic principles that had controlled American policy in the Far East, the open door and the maintenance of Chinese territorial integrity. It was evident that Secretary Hull was feeling his way with great care and still hoped for a peaceful settlement of the piping incident. On July 21, he repeated to Ambassador Saito his earnest desire for peace in the Far East and gave further assurances of his impartial attitude towards both nations. When Ambassador Grew communicated to the Japanese Foreign Minister these sentiments of Secretary Hull, Hirota replied that he was still hopeful for peace. Everything depended upon the execution of the agreement drawn up on July 11 and signed on July 19 by General Chang. Japan was not asking Nanking to recognize the agreement, but only that it shall withhold obstruction. C. The situation in North China becomes ominous. When the piping incident was only a week old, Mr. Hornbeck cherished hopes for a maintenance of peace. He felt that unless the Chinese pressed too hard, diplomatically and militarily from Nanking, there would appear to be substantial likelihood that an adjustment will be arrived at without the matter going to the point of military operations. One straw in the wind in this regard was the fact that General Chang Soo-chung, also the mayor of Tansill, who had signed the agreement of July 11, had suddenly become ardently pro-Japanese and would assist them in effecting autonomy in Hubei province. Other important persons in the Far East were inclined to become pro-Japanese. The French ambassador in Tokyo was firmly opposed to any action that would indicate pressure upon Japan. He was convinced that the Japanese did not premeditate or commence the incident, and he believes that they are anxious to avoid war. Japanese explanations of the origin of the piping incident carried conviction to other minds. At Nanking, the counselor of the Japanese embassy made a long statement to Mr. Peck, the American chargé. He insisted that first firing positively was by the Chinese. The only ammunition carried by Japanese troops in maneuvers consists of 1 cartridge per soldier, and these are in possession of the commanding officer. Firing began again while 2 Japanese officers were in Wanping, and obviously was started by the Chinese, because the Japanese would not willingly endanger lives of these emissaries. On July 16, Ambassador Gru reported from Tokyo that the steady development of plans of the Chinese government to mobilize its forces and to concentrate them in North China was the principal cause for the decision taken yesterday by the Japanese government to send reinforcements from Japan to North China. In this connection, the Ho'omedzu Agreement of July 6, 1935 was of prime importance. In accordance with the terms of this instrument, Chinese troops would be withdrawn from Hebei province. If they were sent into that province during the present difficulty, war pressures might quickly develop. On July 19, the Chinese Foreign Office sent a note to Japan offering an armistice and further diplomatic negotiations designed to find some formula of. This proposal was obviously unsatisfactory to the Japanese government, which adhered to the viewpoint that the piping incident had been settled by the agreement of July 11. The matter was one that concerned only the local authorities. It was essential, therefore, that the agreement of July 11 be carried out without any obstructions from Nanking. The fact that the Chinese military commander in North China had permitted his troops to cross the Ho'omedzu line was an indication that he was looking for trouble. There was another factor in this grave Far Eastern equation. The communists were evidently pushing for a clash between the nationalist armies and the Japanese. On July 16, the counselor of the Japanese embassy in Nanking, Hidaka, complained to the Chinese Foreign Office that an additional and very important element of danger has been injected into the situation by the communists. He implied that he meant the Comintern and the Soviet government, who are attempting to aggravate the trouble between China and Japan. Hidaka also let it be known that he had been told by a high Chinese official that the Chinese government had been intercepting telegrams from Moscow to agents in China which revealed these activities. The Department of State insists upon an independent policy. In London, Anthony Eden felt increasing concern over the developments in the Far East. On July 20, he had a talk with Ambassador Bingham and expressed the view that the situation in North China had taken a grave turn for the worse. He felt himself barren of ideas, but said he would welcome any suggestions from the American government as to any action which might tend towards appeasement. He understood and fully agreed with the Secretary of State's position that American action and British action should be along parallel lines, and was confident that separate action by the two governments with the same objective would have greater weight than any action by his government alone. On the evening of July 20, Eden suddenly reverted to his former belief in the efficacy of Anglo-American joint action, and inquiry was made whether the Department of State would agree to this approach. Secretary Hull promptly replied that he believed the course of action thus far pursued by both governments had been truly cooperative, and that they should again, each in his own way, urge upon the Japanese and Chinese governments the importance of maintaining peace. After the Department of State had carried out this item, word came from China that Chiang Kai-shek had indicated to the British ambassador at Nanking that he was willing to carry on negotiations with the Japanese government, but this information could best be imparted to Tokyo by some neutral nation with large interests in the Far East. Britain had indicated to Chiang that this task could not be undertaken by any British diplomat. Chiang then told Ambassador Johnson that the central government of China, out of a sincere desire for peace, had acceded to Japanese demands and had withdrawn its opposition to a local settlement of the Marco Polo Bridge incident along the lines of the 3 points covered by the settlement of July 11th. This apparently pacific disposition on the part of Chiang Kai-shek was reassuring to many persons interested in Far Eastern development, and they felt even more optimistic when they read in the Paris Soir the following statement by the Japanese ambassador in Paris. "I do not look for anything grave to people who ask whether we want to go to war with China. I simply reply, we are really not so stupid." But Japan could be pushed into war through Chinese intransigence. On July 27, the situation in North China took a definite turn for the worse, according to Japanese accounts. Chinese troops attacked a Japanese force at Lanfang, and then entrapped a Japanese force at the southwest gate of Piping. This news led Secretary Hull to cable to the American ambassadors in Piping and Tokyo and instruct them to confer immediately with the British embassies, and in their discretion to take action on lines parallel with the British action toward dissuading the Japanese authorities from proceeding with any plan for military operations which would be likely to endanger the lives of American nationals. Mr. Hornbeck was not inclined to believe that such action would prove helpful. Nothing short of a definite indication on the part of one or more of the great foreign powers that it would be prepared to throw some type of force into the equation would appreciably affect the play of forces which is now taking place on the Chinese-Japanese diplomatic and military battlefield. We have spoken on behalf of peace, and we probably should continue to do so. In whatever we say, we should take great care to say only those things which may tend to pacify, and to avoid saying those things which may tend to inflame the parties directly in conflict. Ambassador Grew supported the cautious policy suggested by Mr. Hornbeck. He did not think that cooperative action by the United States and Great Britain along lines more vigorous than had hitherto been attempted, or in fact any foreign diplomatic representation, would favorably affect developments. The British chargé d'affaires in Tokyo agreed with Ambassador Grew in this regard, but Anthony Eden in London thought otherwise. During a conversation with Ambassador Bingham, he suggested that the United States government and ourselves should put forward proposals in an attempt to end existing deadlock. On that same day, July 28, in Tokyo, Ambassador Grew and the British chargé had visited the Foreign Office separately and left strong notes that emphasized the importance during military operations of providing adequate protection for the lives and property of American and British nationals. Hirota had given Grew explicit assurances that every effort would be made to safeguard all American interests in China in the area of hostilities. A few days later, he repeated his statement that Japan does not want war with China. If the Chinese central troops which have come up to Hopif province will withdraw, there will be no more fighting. Secretary Hull was interested in the type of proposals that Secretary Eden wished to place before Japan. On July 29, he forwarded this question to Eden, who had no ready answer. The French Foreign Office was equally devoid of ideas. When Bullitt paid a visit to the Quai d'Orsay, Delbos declined to discuss the position in the Far East. He said that in fact China was isolated, though he was definitely opposed to an appeal by China to the League of Nations. The League today was a cipher, and the only result of a Chinese appeal would be that the cipher would become the shadow of a cipher. He favored an appeal by China to the signatories of the Nine Power Pact. He was certain that at the present moment the Soviet Union would do nothing to aid China. Indeed, he had just received a telegram from the French ambassador in Nanking stating that Chiang Kai-shek was furious with the Russians. The Russians had led him to believe that they would support him, and now had told him that they would do nothing. After having induced Chiang Kai-shek to follow a policy that would lead to war with Japan, Russia then promptly betrayed him on July 30. Ambassador Bullitt talked to the Russian representative in Paris, who expressed the opinion that his government would do nothing whatsoever to assist China at the present time. Chiang then turned to the United States. The Chinese ambassador in London strongly pushed the matter of an invocation of the Nine Power Pact, but he soon conceived the idea that the American government was holding Britain back. When this viewpoint was presented to Mr. Hornbeck, assurances were immediately given that the Department of State had been constantly in consultation with the British Foreign Office and was neglecting nothing that would help to settle the situation in the Far East. In accordance with these assurances, the Department of State continued to look to London for suggestions. On August 3, Vansittart saw Ambassador Bingham and strongly stressed the importance of an offer of good offices. In reply, Secretary Hull remarked that the British and American governments had already made advances that amounted to a proposal of mediation, but the Japanese government had clearly indicated that it is not responsively disposed toward these approaches, and will not tolerate interference by other countries. But even in the face of this unresponsive attitude, the Department of State had sent an inquiry to Ambassador Grew with reference to a new offer of mediation. Grew reported that in view of the extreme importance of leaving no stone unturned to avoid war, he could not conscientiously recommend against a final effort by the American and British governments in offering their good offices. On August 6, J.L. Dodds, the British chargé d'affaires in Tokyo, and Ambassador Grew had a conference concerning the situation in Japan and came to the conclusion that an offer of mediation should be extended to the Chinese and Japanese governments. The chances of acceptance were small but not necessarily hopeless. Grew thought that the offer to the Japanese government should take the form of an oral confidential, semi-informal and exploratory conversation with the Minister for Foreign Affairs. The Department of State agreed with this suggestion and authorized him, when the British chargé was ready to take action, to approach the Japanese Minister for Foreign Affairs along the lines indicated. While this instruction was en route to Tokyo, Ambassador Bullitt talked with H. Kung in Paris about the Far Eastern crisis. In answer to a question concerning the possibility of a large-scale war, Kung replied that General Chiang personally wished to fight, but that there was much opposition to fighting in the most influential circles in Nanking. Kung then soberly added, "I'm afraid Chiang will fight." In discussing China's finances, Kung said that he considered it of the utmost importance that the $50 million loan, with regard to which he had talked with the President, Jesse Jones, and Pearson, should go through. He had talked with Meski, Soviet ambassador in London, who had assured him that if the United States, England, and France would make a joint protest against Japan's action and would offer mediation, and if Japan should reject the offer, the Soviet Union would go to war on the side of China. It is evident that Chiang Kai-shek, under the impact of continued Russian promises of armed assistance, personally wished to fight. There was little chance that any offer of mediation would be accepted, but the Department of State knew little of the real situation in Nanking. Peace seemed just around the corner of a friendly conference. On August 10, Gru informed Hirota that he had been instructed to present a definite offer of good offices in an informal, confidential, and exploratory way. If a meeting could be arranged between Japanese and Chinese plenipotentiaries at some convenient neutral spot, some formula of peace might be worked out. Hirota expressed his appreciation of this offer of mediation, but he added that negotiations were in progress between Ambassador Kawago and Mr. Kao of the Chinese Foreign Office. War might still be avoided if Chiang Kai-shek would respond with some proposal which could serve as a basis for negotiations. There was little hope that Chiang would make such a proposal. On August 12, Ambassador Johnson reported that he had been reliably informed that Chu Te and Mao Zedong, military leaders of the communistic forces in Shenxi, visited Nanking within past few days as sequel to an earlier visit by Chu Enlai, Secretary General of the communistic regime at Yan'an Shenxi, and that an agreement was reached for the cooperation of the communistic forces with government troops against the Japanese. The scene shifts to Shanghai. While diplomats talked, the armies of Japan moved ahead in Manchuria. By August 1, Tientsin had fallen and Chinese troop concentrations in the piping area had been bombed by the active Japanese Air Force. Soon Japanese troops occupied the entire Hebei province, and the American public was shocked by stories of rape and looting. When the scene shifted to Shanghai, there were detailed accounts of Japanese brutality that made an indelible impression upon Secretary Hull. The city did not fall to the Japanese until November 9. And during this long period of military activity, there were many incidents that disturbed the Department of State. Before heavy fighting started in the Shanghai area, Sumner Welles submitted to Secretary Hull a memorandum which emphasized the opinion that Japan would neither be deterred from fighting China by financial considerations, nor, if the two countries find herself hamstrung and compelled to forego her objectives in consequence of financial exhaustion. On the same day, Mr. Hornbeck submitted a memorandum which dealt specifically with Shanghai. He thought the Secretary of State might reasonably suggest to, and even urge upon the Chinese government that it withdraw troops which it apparently has introduced into the area around Shanghai, which falls within the so-called demilitarized zone which was set up by agreement between the Japanese and the Chinese in 1932. Regardless of reasons or rights, those Chinese troops are not needed there for purposes of maintaining order. They serve as an irritant to the Japanese. When Japanese Marines landed in Shanghai on August 11, this question of the demilitarized zone immediately arose. But the Chinese mayor of the city stated that he and the local garrison commander had no control over the Chinese troops of 88th Division arriving in the area. Their commander was somewhere in the rear. On August 13, large Japanese reinforcements arrived in Shanghai, and during the next 10 days there was severe fighting with large casualties. The inevitable incidents now occurred. On August 14, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Asiatic Fleet sent to the American Embassy in Nanking a telegram requesting him to make a vigorous protest to Chinese government of bombing American vessel Shanghai by Chinese planes. 2 bombs dropped within 20 yards of Augusta in case any further bombing of U.S. via vessels will use anti-aircraft battery in self-defense. This telegram was supported by a similar message from Consul General Gauss to Secretary Hull. Repeated and increasingly heavy bombing by Chinese planes is continuing. Several bombs have dropped within area of foreign refuge near waterfront. Chinese planes are not respecting settlement or area of refuge. I urge strongest representations to the Generalissimo. On August 15, the chairman of the Shanghai Municipal Council sent an urgent message to the Consul General for Norway and Senior Consul, asking him to convey to the Chinese authorities the most solemn protest against the tragic and unpardonable bombing yesterday of part of the international settlement, which was known to be entirely free of belligerent troops. 3 days later, Consul General Gauss informed Secretary Hull that despite the fact that Chinese have been informed officially that American tenders carrying women and children would leave Shanghai at a stated hour on yesterday, Chinese planes appeared over the area precisely at the hour of departure, resulting in Japanese anti-aircraft fire until they were driven away. In order to check this lawlessness and find some path to peace, the British Chargé d'Affaires, August 18, presented to the Japanese Foreign Office a proposal that if both the Chinese and Japanese governments would agree to withdraw their armed forces from the Shanghai area and would agree that the protection of Japanese nationals in the international settlement be entrusted to foreign authorities, His Majesty's government would be prepared to undertake this responsibility if other powers will join them in doing so. The Japanese Foreign Office did not accept this suggestion. When Secretary Hull heard from Ambassador Grew to this effect, he informed the British Foreign Office that there was no use in having the Department of State support the British proposal. As the clash between Chinese and Japanese forces at Shanghai continued, Chinese planes seemed unable to avoid bombing American ships. Even the Chinese shore batteries were careless in directing their fire. On the evening of August 20, a shell exploded on the deck of the United States cruiser Augusta, killing 1 seaman and wounding 18 others. 3 days later, 2 air bombs, believed to be of Chinese origin, were dropped in the international settlement, seriously injuring an American citizen. But Secretary Hull was far more interested in reports of Japanese bombing of Nanking than in Chinese bombing of the international settlement in Shanghai. On September 1, Ambassador Grew called at the Foreign Office to present a protest against Japanese bombing operations in various parts of China. Hiroto replied that it was the intention of the Japanese forces in China to attack only military establishments, but that mistakes were unfortunately inevitable. He then reported to Mr. Grew the lawless situation in Tsingtao since the removal of Japanese nationals. He thought it might be expedient for the powers to make representations in Nanking with regard to this situation. Turning to the matter of Sino-Soviet relations, he remarked that the recent conclusion of a pact between China and Russia might have unfortunate results. There was grave danger of the communists getting control in China. The communist menace was very real, because their actual aim was to take over eventual complete control of the government and country. With reference to peace in the Far East, the Chinese could have it on 3 conditions: good relations with Manchuria, withdrawal of Chinese troops from North China, the cessation in China of anti-Japanese activities and propaganda. The communist menace in China gave Secretary Hull little concern. He was now thoroughly aroused over reports of indiscriminate bombings in China by the Japanese. In a long instruction to Ambassador Grew, he spoke his mind very plainly. It appeared to him that Japanese unresponsiveness to American protests against bombings showed that the Japanese government did not set a high value upon American efforts to cultivate goodwill, confidence, and stability in general. If the Japanese government would just follow the high principles enunciated by the American government on July 16, the situation in the Far East would probably improve. While the American government had endeavored to follow an absolutely impartial course during the current crisis in China, the actions of the Japanese armed forces had shocked American opinion. It would be expedient for the Japanese government to keep in mind that their course in China was looked upon in America with the same degree of disapproval that it had evoked in Britain. American public opinion has been outraged by the methods and strategy employed by the combatants, particularly by the Japanese military, and has become gradually more critical of Japan. It was high time the Japanese government gave heed to the principles so often expressed by the Department of State. It is evident that the statement of American principles by Secretary Hull on July 16 was a verbal bombshell directed against Japan. all talk of an absolutely impartial course towards China and Japan during the July crisis was mere diplomatic eyewash, which no realistic statesman took seriously. Hell was definitely antagonistic towards Japan, and his statement of July 16 was a prelude to the quarantine speech of President Roosevelt on October 5th, after China appeals to the League. On July 16, when Secretary Hull was giving sharp expression to the principles of international conduct advocated by the United States, the Chinese government issued an appeal to the signatories of the Nine-Power Treaty against Japanese aggression in North China. The American and British governments had endeavored to mediate in this conflict between China and Japan, but the Japanese government had not accepted these offers of good offices. When the fighting broke out in the Shanghai area, the need for mediation grew more acute. But nothing was accomplished by the Nine-Power signatories. On August 12, the Chinese ambassador, C.T. Wang, had a talk with Mr. Hornbeck with reference to the invocation of the Nine-Power Treaty. Hornbeck immediately made it clear to him that Article 7 of that treaty contained no directives that specified what action, if any, is to be taken in case one or more of the signatory powers disregard the pledges which they have made in the treaty. The ambassador then meekly stated that what he wished to know was what courses of action were being discussed in course of consultations between and among the American and the British and the French governments. He received no light from Mr. Hornbeck in this regard, so the conversation was concluded. On August 20, the Chinese ambassador had another conversation with Mr. Hornbeck, who on this occasion was flanked by Secretary Hull. When the ambassador inquired about the invocation of the Nine-Power Pact, Secretary Hull mumbled some generality and referred him to Mr. Hornbeck. Mr. Hornbeck was equally vague. He wondered what the Chinese government would estimate as likely to be the concrete effect of action such as it was suggesting. The ambassador replied that one effect at the outset might be the moral effect. The conversation made no progress and soon closed with the ambassador and Secretary Hull exchanging expressions of serious solicitude over the gravity of the situation. On the following day, Mr. Hornbeck sent a memorandum to Secretary Hull advising against making any commitment with reference to taking the initiative in an invocation of the Nine-Power Pact. In Britain, the Foreign Office was more responsive to the pressures exerted in favor of a positive policy in the Far East. On August 26, the London Times complained that the situation was a difficult one, but it could be remedied by closer Anglo-American cooperation. This statement disturbed the American embassy in London. American sensitive nerves were calmed by a note from the Foreign Office, which criticized the paragraph in the London Times as an example of irresponsible journalism. The British Foreign Office now evinced a spirit of sweet reasonableness. During a conversation with one of the Chinese representatives in London, Mr. Eden remarked that the British government was prepared to support any course of action which the American government might choose to embark upon. When this observation was conveyed to Secretary Hull by the Chinese ambassador in Washington, it brought forth the inevitable question: did the ambassador think that any course of action not involving force would be effective? The ambassador admitted that he thought that for effectiveness force would be essential. This frank answer disclosed the essential difficulty in securing any invocation of the Nine-Power Pact. The signatory nations were not ready to supply the force that would be essential to any successful action against Japan. These difficulties in securing an invocation of the Nine-Power Pact led the Chinese government to turn to the League of Nations. On August 30, a note was addressed to M. Joseph Avenel, Secretary General of the League, which reviewed the incidents connected with the Marco Polo Bridge clash between Chinese and Japanese armed forces. M. Avenel was then requested to communicate this statement to the members of the League and to the advisory committee set up under the resolution adopted on February 24, 1933. This action by the Chinese government spurred the British Foreign Office to inquire if the United States contemplated being represented at Geneva in any way in the event that the League would give a hearing to China's appeal. Secretary Hull replied that America might be represented on the advisory committee if the League decided that the advisory committee was still in existence. While the Chinese Foreign Office was making preparations for a formal appeal to the League of Nations, Chiang Kai-shek had a long talk with Ambassador Johnson. He remarked that he was puzzled over American policy in the present Far Eastern situation, particularly as regards our America's unwillingness to associate ourselves with Great Britain in attempting to restrain Japan. He questioned the word parallel and asked why it was that we had not been willing to take joint action with the British. Johnson told him that the Department of State preferred to act in consultation with Britain, and when in agreement independently. He also stated that he had not been aware of any difference of opinion or purpose as between the two governments. The next complaint filed against American apparent indifference to the cause of China came from Madame Chiang Kai-shek. She felt outraged that the American government had refused passports to American instructors in aviation whom the Chinese government had invited to come to China even before the present conflict began. She hoped that America would really be neutral in this matter and not place any obstacles in China's way when it is fighting for its very life. Secretary Hull immediately replied that there was a strong feeling in the United States that American citizens should not participate or become involved in fighting which may be taking place in any foreign country. Such a belief was held irrespective of the foreign country where such fighting is occurring. The attitude of the government must be responsive to the beliefs of the American people. The Department of State was more cooperative with regard to action in concert with the League. On September 12, China formally appealed to the League under Articles 10, 11, and 17 of the Covenant. This appeal was referred to the Far East Advisory Committee. The American government was invited to appoint a representative on the committee, and on September 20 the Department of State accepted the invitation by appointing Leland Harrison to serve without any voting privileges. Mr. Harrison was also the American minister to Switzerland. In its communication to the Secretary General of the League, the Department of State emphasized the fact that the American government would not take upon itself those responsibilities which devolve from the fact of their membership upon members of the League. It would be prepared, however, to give careful consideration to definite proposals which the League may address to it. On October 5, the Far East Advisory Committee adopted 2 reports and laid them before the League Assembly. The first of these reviewed the situation in the Far East and concluded that the military operations carried on by Japan against China by land, sea and air could be justified neither on the basis of existing legal instruments nor on that of the right of self-defense. It was obvious that they were in contravention of Japan's obligations under the Nine-Power Pact and the Pact of Paris. 3. President Roosevelt proposes a quarantine. There is no doubt that the speedy action of the Far East Advisory Committee was prompted by the belief that the American government would support a policy of sharp denunciation of Japanese military operations in China. At Geneva, it had long been realized that America was viewing Japan with increasing coolness. Hull's statement of the principles of international conduct on July 16 had evoked within a month favorable replies from more than 50 nations. A moral sanitary cordon was being drawn around Japan. Moreover, there were certain points of friction that developed between Japan and the United States as a result of the conflict in China. On August 25, the Japanese government announced a blockade of China's coast from Shanghai southward. 10 days later, the blockade was extended to the entire coast of China. Although it was limited to Chinese shipping, Japan reserved the right to stop merchant vessels of other nations for the purpose of ascertaining their identity. Inasmuch as Japan had not declared war on China, this blockade was not legal as applied to American vessels. And Secretary Hull instructed the United States Consul General at Shanghai that there was no need to give affirmative assent to measures which may be taken by the Japanese naval authorities in their enforcement of their blockade. American vessels should show to Japanese naval authorities evidence of nationality, but permit further investigation only under express protest. This dangerous situation in the Far East gave Ambassador Grew deep concern. He was particularly anxious to avoid any break with Japan. In a long dispatch to Secretary Hull, he frankly gave his views as to the best policy for America to pursue. Up to this time, the Department of State had shown an attitude of impartiality in its relations with China and Japan. He ardently hoped that this attitude would be maintained. While he believed that it was important to continue concerted action with Britain, yet there were certain limitations connected with such a policy. British methods were not always best calculated to achieve desired results. There was at times an ineptitude in their methods, and especially in the tone and language and timing of their official communications. He thought that the Department of State should aim to avoid unnecessarily sacrificing our present relations with Japan. There was nothing to be gained by hampering America's future interests. and perhaps our own future helpfulness in working for peace by creating among the Japanese people a renewed antagonism against the United States. This feeling of impartiality towards the combatants in the Far East seemed to color the opinions expressed by Undersecretary Sumner Welles in a conversation with M. Umansky, the Soviet chargé d'affaires. The Russian representative quickly showed that he was deeply dissatisfied with the cautious attitude of the Department of State in the China conflict. He wished to know if the American government intended to cooperate with other governments in connection with the possible imposition of military or economic sanctions upon Japan. Welles made the chilling reply that M. Umansky appeared to have completely misunderstood the whole basis of the United States policy of taking no sides in the present conflict. Umansky mumbled that such a policy was a very discouraging one and hurriedly left the Department of State. But this impartial attitude towards China and Japan was completely abandoned by President Roosevelt in his address in Chicago on October 5th. He was strongly in favor of a quarantine against aggressor nations. His words of criticism and warning were directed chiefly against Japan, and their baleful effect was all that Gru had feared. It was really big talk in a high key. He was far more worried about party reverses at home than about Japanese movements in Manchuria. An economic recession in the United States had made it clear that the ballyhoo of New Deal politicians had struck some very sour notes that greatly annoyed the ears of American workers who were out of jobs. The Morgenthau diaries give indisputable proof of the deep concern the administration felt over the wide break in the economic structure of the nation. Joined with this bad news from the economic front was the hostile reaction in the press over the appointment of Senator Hugo Black to the Supreme Court. In September, it was made known that Mr. Black had once hidden his face under the wide hood of a Klansman. In dismay, he fled to Europe, and President Roosevelt found it convenient to make a hurried trip to the Far East. It was highly expedient for him to make some address that would divert public attention from the widespread effects of economic recession and to cover the flight of the nimble Justice Black. A sharp denunciation of the Japanese advance in North China would draw a big herring across a noisome trail. The quarantine speech of October 5 had many macabre overtones designed to frighten the American people. It indicated that large portions of the world were experiencing a reign of terror, and that the landmarks and traditions which have marked the progress of civilization toward a condition of law, order and justice were being wiped away. Innocent peoples and nations were being cruelly sacrificed to a greed for power and supremacy, which was devoid of all sense of justice and humane consideration. If this sad condition of affairs existed in other parts of the world, it was vain for anyone to imagine that America will escape, that it may expect mercy, that this Western Hemisphere will not be attacked, and that it will continue tranquilly and peacefully to carry on the ethics and the arts of civilization. Newspapers of a one-world persuasion sprang to the president's support. The New York Times and the World Telegram promptly attacked the unrealities of isolation, while the New York Daily News suggested a long-range Anglo-American naval blockade of Japan if that nation were to overrun China and threaten the interests of the Western powers. Some papers advocated an economic boycott as a means to bring Japan to reason. The Washington Post urged that America immediately cease to buy Japanese goods, and this opinion was strongly seconded by the Washington Evening Star 89 and the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle. The Atlanta Constitution expressed the emphatic opinion that war-diseased nations must be quarantined, and the Birmingham News 92 and the Raleigh News and Observer 93 joined this chorus. In the Middle West, the Chicago Daily News 94, the St. Louis Globe Democrat 95, and the Cincinnati Enquirer 96 expressed agreement with the general principles of the president's address. On the Pacific Coast, the San Francisco Chronicle 97, the Los Angeles Times 98, and the Portland Morning Oregonian 99 adopted a favorable attitude. But there was a large legion of newspapers that rejected any thought of economic sanctions against Japan. Such action would lead to war. The New York Herald Tribune believed that the president's speech had been based upon the identical sands of confusion, emotion, and wishful thinking which so tragically engulfed Mr. Wilson's great vision. The New York Sun warned the president that American public opinion would not approve any policy of pulling chestnuts out of the fire for any association of foreign nations. The Boston Herald boldly declared that Americans must not embark on another costly attempt to reform the world, while even the stanchly democratic Boston Post cried out in protest, "He, the president, must know that the American people are in no mood for a crusade." The Chicago Tribune was openly hostile to any threat of a boycott against Japan. Economic sanctions would lead America down the road to war, through. The Detroit Free Press voiced the opinion that there was no adequate reason for remarks that were evangelistic rather than statesmanlike, and were manifestly designed to stir emotions rather than provoke careful thought. The Milwaukee Journal remarked that a boycott is a first cousin to outright war, and the Spokane Spokesman Review stated ominously that the president's Chicago address approximated a declaration of war. The columnists were divided in their opinions of the Chicago address. Boatcarter was fearful that the president suffered from the disease of moral fervor for reform. Paul Mallon regarded the address as a clever move to divert attention from the unfortunate appointment of Hugo Black to the Supreme Court. On 109, while General Hugh S. Johnson was worried that America, as in 1917, would play the role of succor. On the other hand, David Lawrence hailed the address as the speech the whole world has been waiting for several months to hear. 111, Dorothy Thompson was delighted that she could now envisage the end of American neutrality, and Walter Lippmann praised the president for a much-needed clarion call to the democracies to resist aggressor nations. The Catholic press had few words of praise for the president's Chicago challenge. America flatly stated that the people of the United States positively are opposed to foreign imbroglios. On 114, the Ave Maria was filled with misgivings. On 115, while Father Gillis in the Catholic world was sharply critical of any pressure in favor of American intervention in the Far East Six. It is interesting to note that the Christian Century, which reflected the Protestant viewpoint, was distinctly suspicious of the Chicago speech. In a forecast of the future, it warned that if America went to war on behalf of China, the result would be a victory for Russia. 7. This Russian angle of the situation in the Far East was clearly perceived by many observers. On October 12, the Division of Far Eastern Affairs prepared a memorandum for the use of Secretary Hull with reference to possible economic sanctions. The memorandum asks the question whether the United States should take the lead in such a movement. In answer to this question, it remarks, it is believed that the assuming of such a position by any country would bring that country face to face with a very real hazard. It seems to me, Mr. Hamilton, chief of the division, that public opinion in the United States is definitely opposed to the United States assuming a position of leadership in the imposing of restrictive measures directed at Japan. Moreover, it should be borne in mind that if restrictive measures should take the form of economic sanctions, the United States would be called upon to carry the heaviest burden. 8. If some program could be worked out which would give Japan a reasonable prospect of economic security, and which would remove Japan's fear of communism and attack from the Soviet Union, there would be removed some basic elements in the situation responsible for Japan's present imperialistic program. From Tehran there came a message that confirmed Japan's fear of the rising tide of Bolshevism in China. On October 14, the American minister in Tehran had a conversation with the newly arrived Japanese minister, who predicted that the next upheaval in China would proceed along Bolshevistic lines, and he felt that the great tragedy in the present situation was that England and America were by their attitude unconsciously pushing China nearer the abyss. There was no doubt about the increasingly intimate relations between the Chinese nationalists and the communists under Mao Zedong. By 1937, Russia had practically detached Outer Mongolia from China, and Chinese representatives endeavored to hide this fact while pressing their attack upon Japan for expansion in North China. On October 14, Secretary Hull had a conversation with the Chinese ambassador, Dr. C.T. Wang. He inquired very confidentially as to Russia's attitude towards Outer Mongolia and with respect to observing the integrity of China generally. The ambassador was careful not to undertake to give an opinion except to minimize the influence and attitude of Russia with respect to Outer Mongolia at this time, adding that Outer Mongolia continues to claim herself as a part of China and to assert Chinese sovereignty. In the face of a great deal of information available in the Department of State showing communist control over Outer Mongolia, it is hardly likely that Secretary Hull gave much credence to this observation by the Chinese ambassador. It is certainly true, however, that the Secretary closed his eyes to the rapid red advance in many parts of China, and he certainly did not understand the implications of the close tie between Chiang Kai-shek and the communist armies. There was a world of truth in the statement of the Japanese minister to Tehran. The next upheaval in China will proceed along Bolshevistic lines. Few persons in the Department of State realized the accuracy of this prophecy or gave it any real consideration. Since the recognition of Russia in 1933, Bolshevism appeared to many Americans as a challenge to our social order rather than as a military threat. XXI, Japan proposes a joint search for world peace, but Hull declines that Germany views with evident dissatisfaction the outbreak of war between China and Japan. The outbreak of war between China and Japan aroused the deep concern of all the Western powers that had financial interests in the Far East. Even Germany, whose sphere of influence in Shantung province had been lost as a result of the World War, took an active interest in the undeclared war in China. In an instruction to various German diplomatic missions, the Foreign Office stressed the fact that a policy of strict neutrality would be followed. An early peaceful settlement of the difficulties was strongly desired for the sake of German economic interests in the Far East and in view of our anti-Comintern policy. A military showdown between China and Japan would benefit the Soviet government, which has an interest in engaging Japan elsewhere and weakening her by military operations. The German ambassador in Rome reported that the official Italian point of view on the Far Eastern conflict was identical with that of the German Foreign Office. The main question in Rome was with reference to the retention of the Italian military mission in China. Germany also had a military mission in China together with expanding economic interests. Oskar Trautmann, the German ambassador in Nanking, was strongly pro-Chinese, and he deeply regretted the adverse impact of the outbreak of war upon German commercial aspirations. He believed that Chiang Kai-shek was determined to have a military showdown with the Japanese, and he regarded the outlook for China as not at all unfavorable. It was essential that German military leaders like Marshal von Blomberg should realize that a Japanese victory was by no means certain. Under pressure from Japan, Germany stopped the shipment of arms to China, but she hesitated about recalling the German military mission from Nanking. The Foreign Office also informed Japan that it would be useless to ask for an invocation of the anti-Comintern Pact against China, since the pact does not have for its object the combating of Bolshevism on the territory of a third state. The Foreign Office then sent a long instruction to the embassy in Tokyo. Regret was expressed at the outbreak of a war that would prevent the consolidation of China and thereby further the spread of communism in China. Moreover, it was feared that such a conflict might drive the Chinese into the arms of Russia. It would be unwise at this time to recall the German military mission from Nanking. Their places would probably be filled with Russian advisors, and this might lead to an undesirable result for the Japanese. On July 28, the Japanese ambassador in Berlin paid a visit to the Foreign Office to file a complaint that Japan felt the lack of a complete understanding of the anti-communist achievement inherent in the Japanese action against China. He thought that the German government should understand the fact that Japan was performing an anti-communistic task that would benefit in an important way the Third Reich. As the ambassador grew more heated in his denunciation of communist activities in China, Weizsäcker tried the expedient of laughing off some of his vehement remarks. But this resort to humor made no impression upon the diplomat from Nippon, who kept insisting that behind the Nanking government stands communism, and therefore it would be in the interest of general peace not to encourage the Nanking government. This insistence finally led to the issuance of instructions to the German military mission in China not to take part in military operations. On July 31, the German Foreign Office sent pointed inquiries to its ambassadors in China and Japan with reference to the verity of Japanese reports that communist activity was behind the piping incident. Trautmann from Nanking replied that the Japanese statements were mere propaganda, which no one in the Far East believes. On the other hand, I consider it quite possible that China is being driven by Japanese action into the arms of Soviet Russia. From Tokyo, Ambassador Dirksen reported in a very different vein. Hirota had informed him that he had unimpeachable evidence of intensified communist activity in China on the part of the Chinese communists as well as of the Comintern and the Soviet government. Some weeks later, Dirksen indicated that there was growing resentment in Japan relative to the retention of the German military mission in Nanking. This fact was freely admitted by the chief of the Far Eastern Division of the German Foreign Office in a talk with the American Chargé d'Affaires. The anti-Comintern angle of the situation was also discussed by this Foreign Office official. Apprentice Gilbert may say that it appears rather evident here that Germany finds herself caught between her special relations with Japan under the anti-communist treaty and her interests in China. Von Schmieden said that the Japanese were making a great propaganda effort out of Russian aid to China, but that this effort was aimed chiefly at influencing Germany, and that as far as he could ascertain, Russian material assistance was, if it existed at all, extremely limited. He said that the eventuality least to be desired was either a decisive Japanese or Chinese victory. Of the two, a Japanese victory was more to be feared, as he believed that Japan in such a case would act to eliminate Western interests from China and in general from the Far East. The military attaché informs me in regard to Germany's maintenance in Nanking of a military attaché's office said to comprise over 100 officers who have been advising Chiang Kai-shek. The Japanese military attaché here recently took up with the War Ministry the question of the withdrawal, or at least the reduction in number of these officers. The War Ministry declined on the ground that it would be dishonorable in view of the long and friendly relations which had existed between the Nanking office and Chiang Kai-shek. On August 28, Gilbert reported that he had learned that the acting head of the German Foreign Office had expressed himself heatedly respecting Japanese action and policy. He feared that Japan's entanglement in China would be indefinitely protracted and would therefore nullify the value to Germany of the German-Japanese understanding respecting Russia, which received a form of outward expression in the anti-communist agreement. But notwithstanding this hostility in some quarters of the German Foreign Office with reference to Japanese expansion in North China, the policy of the German government towards Japan remained conciliatory. Taking advantage of these gestures of friendship, the Japanese Foreign Office on September 22 requested the recall of Trautmann from Nanking. When von Neurath sharply replied to the Japanese ambassador that Trautmann would remain in Nanking, Japan merely took this rebuff quietly. She was sure that she could use Germany to advance her interests and could afford to overlook occasional slights. In November 1937, she once more turned to the German Foreign Office and made use of it to launch a peace offensive. The terms of peace offered to China were regarded by Herr von Dirksen as very moderate and could be accepted by Nanking without loss of face. When these terms were made known to Chiang Kai-shek, he remarked that the Chinese government would be swept out by the tide of public opinion if it accepted them. The Generalissimo stated that he was ready to open peace negotiations on a more favorable basis, but he insisted that the whole transaction be kept secret. Hope for the success of these negotiations grew more slender after Japanese military successes in North China. Moreover, it now seemed to Hitler that Japan would be victorious in the struggle in China. He favored this result because he believed that communism existed to a menacing extent in China. But in many circles in Germany, there was a definite pro-Chinese slant. The Foreign Office, the Economics Ministry, and the War Office were reported to be pro-Chinese together with a majority of German editors. But Ribbentrop was definitely pro-Japanese, and there were many other important Nazis who supported this viewpoint. Ribbentrop and his circle were counting upon a succession of Japanese victories in North China, and their expectations were justified. As the Japanese armies continued their steady advance, the peace terms offered China became increasingly stiffer. In December, when Madame Chiang Kai-shek read the new Japanese terms, she was filled with the deepest consternation. They could not be considered for one moment. Finally, on January 16, 1938, the Japanese Foreign Office declared that its peace offensive had failed and that all negotiations were terminated. German mediation between China and Japan had been a total failure. The German Foreign Office was now ready to adopt a more pro-Japanese attitude. The more important items in this program of conciliation were German recognition of Manchukuo, the recall of German military advisors from China, the discontinuance of the export to China of munitions of war. The long arguments and fervid pleas of Trautmann in Nanking had failed in the face of Hitler's desire to make the Rome-Berlin-Tokyo axis a dominant force in world politics. The abortive Brussels Conference, November 3–24, 1937, While Germany was trying to effect through mediation some solution to the impasse in North China, the Brussels Conference was working along the same line. On October 5, the Far East Advisory Committee suggested that the signatories of the Nine-Power Treaty meet in conference to decide upon a policy that should be pursued relative to the conflict in China. Secretary Hull immediately took the cue and issued a statement that the government of the United States had been forced to the conclusion that the action of Japan in China is inconsistent with the principles which should govern relationships between nations and is contrary to the provisions of the Nine-Power Treaty and to those of the Kellogg-Briand Pact. The Japanese Foreign Office countered with a statement which blamed China for the incident leading to the outbreak of the undeclared war. The subsequent development of the Japanese military action has been but the unavoidable consequence of the hostile operations of China. On October 12, President Roosevelt announced that the American government was willing to attend a conference of the parties to the Nine-Power Treaty, and 3 days later Ambassador Grew endeavored to persuade the Japanese Foreign Minister Hirota to accept an invitation to this proposed conference. Hirota returned a polite negative. He believed that this meeting of the powers would merely result in bolstering up China and in prolonging rather than shortening the warfare. This negative Japanese attitude indicated the real futility of holding a conference dealing with Far Eastern problems, but Belgium was finally prevailed upon to stage the meeting at Brussels. The instructions to the American delegation pointed out that the purpose of the conference was to study peaceable means of hastening the end of the regrettable conflict which prevailed in the Far East. Particular attention should be paid to the rights and interests of the United States under the Nine-Power Treaty. Stress was placed upon the fact that the first objective of the foreign policy of this country is national security. The delegates should constantly keep in mind that public opinion in the United States has expressed its emphatic determination that the United States keep out of war. The caution that was evident in these instructions was probably induced by the knowledge that Japan was in no mood to respond to pressure. This fact was confirmed by a dispatch from Tokyo. Ambassador Grew warned Secretary Hull that in Japan all classes of the people feel that the security and future existence of the nation are involved in the present situation, and that there can be no turning back no matter what pressure be brought by other powers. Although the conference had no program for exerting pressure upon Japan, it did not hesitate to declare that the Japanese concept of the issues and interests involved in the conflict under reference is utterly different from the concepts of most of the other nations and the governments of the world. It was apparent that direct negotiations between China and Japan would not lead to any solution which would give promise of peace between those two countries. Therefore, inasmuch as the conflict in China was the concern of all nations interested in the preservation of world peace, it was the duty of the signatories of the Nine-Power Pact to consult with reference to finding a formula that would put an end to the conflict in China. Norman H. Davis, the head of the American delegation at Brussels, had taken such an active role since the conference convened that many rumors arose to the effect that the United States had been principally responsible for the calling of the conference and for the preparation of its agenda. On November 16, the Japanese foreign minister expressed to Ambassador Grew his deep concern that the Japanese public would regard the United States as the real leader in the work of the conference. Up to this time, Japanese public opinion had regarded Britain as the country that had been foremost in endeavoring to develop a solid front against Japan. He would deplore any shift of this onus to America. Good relations with the United States was the cardinal point in his foreign policy, and he was greatly concerned lest it might be endangered by the proceedings of the Brussels Conference. When Grew reported this conversation to the Department of State, he was instructed by Secretary Hull to present supplementary information to Hirota. On November 18, Grew went to the Foreign Office and assured Hirota that the American government had not taken the initiative in calling the Brussels Conference. He also read that portion of Hull's instruction that referred to American efforts to maintain and develop good relations between Japan and the United States. At the conclusion of the instruction, there was an expression of apprehension that the situation in the Far East might injure those relations. It was evident that the Department of State was unusually careful not to offend Japanese sensibilities. This was further indicated in the declaration adopted by the conference on November 24. This statement placed a strong accent upon certain basic principles: respect for the sovereignty of other nations, abstention from interference in the internal affairs of other nations, and a determination to refrain from seeking political or economic domination over them. After this introductory statement, the declaration then expressed the view that whenever armed force is employed in disregard of these principles, the whole structure of international relations is disturbed, after stating that force could not provide a just and lasting solution for disputes between nations. The declaration finally asserted that a satisfactory settlement of the war in the Far East could be achieved only through friendly consultation between the signatories of the Nine-Power Pact. This quiet and non-explosive declaration indicated that the powers were not ready to apply any sanctions against Japan. It was merely a pious admonition that expressed a hope for Japanese restraint. There was no thought of compelling that restraint by collective action. See the Panay Incident. The Panay Incident was a direct result of the Japanese offensive against Nanking. In the latter part of November 1937, the Chinese Foreign Office was removed to Hankow, and this necessitated a change of residence on the part of the representatives of foreign powers. Some Americans refused to leave Nanking, so the gunboat Panay was stationed at that city with orders to give them needed protection. On December 8, the Japanese Consul General in Shanghai urged the foreign consuls resident in the city to request their nationals to evacuate Nanking without delay. On the morning of the following day, the officer in charge of the American embassy sent from the Panay a radio reply advising the Japanese authorities of the names of 18 Americans planning to remain in Nanking. On December 10, the Japanese launched a sharp offensive against Nanking. As a measure of protection, the position of the Panay was communicated to the Japanese Consul General at Shanghai with a request that he notify Japanese forces so that ship might not be endangered by their military activities. As the Japanese increased their offensive on December 11, shells began falling on the near shore not far upriver from Panay. The Panay delayed moving up the river until shells were falling in the water ahead and on the opposite bank. It dropped anchor 12 miles from Nanking, and the officials still left in the American embassy sent a naval radiogram asking the Department of State to make their position known to the Japanese, since bombing planes were constantly in the air above the position of the Panay. On December 12, while flying a large American ensign, and with 2 newly painted American flags on her top deck, the Panay was repeatedly bombed by Japanese planes. After severely damaging the gunboat, the planes then bombed 3 vessels of the Standard Oil Company, setting fire to 2 of them and causing the other to be beached. 2 members of the crew of the Panay died from their wounds, while Lieutenant Commander Hughes and 10 of the officers and crew were seriously injured. On the following morning, before any protest could be received from Ambassador Grew, Foreign Minister Hirota called at the embassy. He said that the Japanese naval commander at Shanghai had accepted full responsibility for the incident and then expressed the profound apologies of his government. At 12:30 on that day, December 13, the President handed to Secretary Hull a memorandum requesting him to inform the Japanese ambassador when he called at the Department of State that the American chief executive was deeply shocked and concerned by the news of indiscriminate bombing of American and other non-Chinese vessels on the Yangtze, and that he expected full expressions of regret and proffer of full compensation. That evening, Secretary Hull sent an instruction to Ambassador Grew, which embodied the items in the President's memorandum. He then stressed the importance of assurances that in the future American nationals, interests, and property in China would not be subjected to attack by Japanese armed forces. At first, Grew feared that the bombing of the Panay might result in a breach of diplomatic relations and that Saito would be given his passports and that I would be recalled. His apprehensions were relieved by Hirota's apology, a promise of indemnity, and by the conciliatory actions of Japanese naval authorities. It was apparent that throughout Japan there was deep concern over the Panay incident. By December 16, Grew was reporting to Secretary Hull that cash donations were pouring into the embassy and into newspaper offices for eventual transmission to the embassy. On December 18, the Division of Far Eastern Affairs prepared a memorandum which recited the fact that the Panay incident had not inflamed public opinion in the United States, and that the firm position adopted by this government seems to have satisfied public opinion. The way was open for a settlement of the incident. On December 24, Hirota sent the expected note containing a reference to the apology expressed in his previous communication of December 14th. As to the future, he stated that the strictest orders had been issued to the military and naval forces so as to prevent a recurrence of the Panay incident. On the following day, Christmas, Secretary Hull sent an instruction to Grew accepting the explanations and promises of Hirota. When Grew presented this note, Hirota exclaimed, "I heartily thank your government and you yourself for this decision. I am very, very happy." The Panay incident was formally closed by the acceptance of an indemnity of $2,214,007. The whole matter had been handled with admirable restraint by the officials of both countries. It is greatly to be regretted that this pacific spirit soon faded away. D. The mission of Admiral Ingersoll to London. The Panay incident was not settled by the conciliatory letter of Foreign Minister Hirota, December 24. The attack on the American gunboat had deepened the distrust in the President's mind that had been given explosive expression in the quarantine speech of October 5th. In December, he began to give earnest consideration to the matter of arranging a closer understanding with Great Britain with reference to the Far East. He was well aware of the fact that increasing tension in Europe kept the British Foreign Office from exerting strong pressure upon Japan. On December 15, Pertinax in the Echo de Paris gave a terse description of the situation. The worst would be that Great Britain, under the pretext of supporting the United States and of gaining the United States for a permanent cooperation, should let herself go in a dangerous counterstroke in the China Sea. In the condition of Europe today, British forces should not be withdrawn from the principal task, which consists of holding in check the two totalitarian states which are unable. It is not by action in the Far East, but by action in Europe, that British prestige may be re-established. It was evident to most statesmen that Britain could exert pressure upon Japan only in close concert with the United States. In order to prepare the way for that concert, Sir Robert Craigie, British ambassador in Tokyo, kept hammering upon this theme in his conversations with Ambassador Grew. He insisted that the United States should stand shoulder to shoulder with Great Britain in opposing Japanese depredations, because injury to British interest in the Far East would automatically injure the interests of the United States. Grew realized the danger that attended the proposed close concert with Britain and feared that America would have to pay the price of British ineptitudes, both of action and of statement, which have contributed their full measure toward the developing of the feeling of exacerbation now prevailing between Great Britain and Japan. Moreover, he did not altogether share Craigie's views that a lowering of British prestige and influence in the Far East must necessarily injure American interests. He thought that the American policy of moving along parallel rather than joint lines with Britain had been sound and sane. But President Roosevelt was now convinced that we should move closer to Britain, and with this thought in mind, he decided to send Admiral R.E. Ingersoll to London to explore the situation. Ingersoll arrived in the British metropolis in January 1938. The primary purpose of his mission was to investigate and to talk with the British Admiralty officials as to what we could do if the United States and England would find themselves at war with Japan in the Pacific, to explore all the means, what means could be used, what arrangements it would be necessary to make in regard to command relationships, in regard to communicating with each other, of establishing liaison officers and preparing certain codes and ciphers and so forth. After extensive conversations with the officials in the War Plans Division of the British Admiralty, it was arranged that there should be a distribution of codes and ciphers. There was no definite agreement based upon these conversations, but the exploration of the probability of Anglo-American joint action was significant. As Admiral Ingersoll frankly stated, "Everybody knew, as indicated by this trip that I made to London in 1938, that sooner or later we were all going to be involved in a war in the Pacific which would include the Dutch, the Chinese, possibly the Russians, the British and ourselves, and we had to make preliminary arrangements to explore what could be done to arrange for a means of communicating with each other." If everybody in the Roosevelt Circle knew that sooner or later we would intervene in World War II, the pointed Roosevelt protestations in 1940 to the contrary would indicate how he became a master of mendacity. Japan establishes a series of puppet governments in China. It was apparent to Japan after the undeclared war had extended several months that the nationalist government under Chiang Kai-shek would continue to fight for an indefinite period. Therefore, it might be good strategy to set up a series of puppet governments that would be responsive to Japanese desires. On December 14, 1937, the Provisional Government of the Chinese Republic was proclaimed in Peiping. Several months later, March 28, 1938, the reformed government of the Chinese Republic was erected in Nanking. These rival puppet governments lasted until March 30, 1940, when the provisional government in Peiping disappeared and the reorganized national government was established at Nanking. In order to secure economic concessions from these puppet governments, Japan created the North China Development Company and the Central China Development Company. Within the areas controlled by Japanese troops, the currency systems were revised and tariff schedules on Japanese manufacturers were reduced. A Federal Reserve Bank was established, and the puppet regime at Peiping decreed that its issues should be the only currency that could circulate within its jurisdiction. On May 31, Peiping officials announced that the North China tariff duties would be extended to Central China. The open door in China was fast becoming a mere phrase. The British Foreign Office watched these Japanese moves with rapidly increasing concern because of their effect upon British trade with China. On February 14, Sir Alexander Cadogan sent to Mr. Hornbeck a memorandum containing the outline of a settlement of the situation in the Far East, which Foreign Office officials regarded as reasonable. To impose this settlement upon Japan would require close Anglo-American concert. The governments of the two powers should inform Japan that their interests in the Far East were suffering serious damage through the failure of the Japanese government to observe the terms of Article 1 of the Nine-Power Treaty. It should then be plainly stated that the two governments did not intend to acquiesce in any further or continuing breach of the terms of the treaty. After these bold words, the note of the two governments should then deal with the question of Shanghai. It should be obvious that China could hardly develop the effective and suitable government contemplated in the Nine-Power Treaty so long as Chinese authority is in any degree excluded from Shanghai. The traditional aim of American and British policy has been to encourage China to develop into a modern state. But this aim has been to a large extent frustrated by inability to break away from the older tradition of imposing tutelage and protecting foreign interests by armed force. It was doubtful whether security could be obtained for foreign interests by the old methods of foreign administered areas and foreign garrisons. Moreover, China was becoming increasingly reluctant to accept a situation in which one half the population of their greatest city is withdrawn from Chinese control. The best solution would probably be to ask Japan to surrender what other powers would also surrender. The only alternative to maintaining the international settlement by force is to surrender all foreign control and restore complete Chinese control. The existing municipal administration of the settlement should be merged into a larger body which, while remaining a Chinese authority, would contain a foreign element with full representation of Japanese, British, and other foreign interests. After studying this far-reaching proposal of Cadogan for 2 months, Hornbeck replied in a letter that amounted to a flat rejection. He thought that Japan would, in due time, be brought to see the error of her ways through the pressure of the moral indignation of other nations and her own economic difficulties. There was also the possibility that the American government might employ some form of economic reprisal against Japan in order to induce her to change her policy. Before the Department of State gave any serious thought to planning economic reprisals against Japan, Secretary Hull thought it expedient to reiterate the principles that guided his policy. In an address at the National Press Club, March 17, 1938, he threw a direct challenge in the face of Japan. America would not withdraw from the Far East because of Japanese pressure in that area. To waive rights and to permit interests to lapse in the face of their actual or threatened violation, and thereby to abandon obligations in any important area of the world, can serve only to encourage disregard of law and of the basic principles of international order, and thus contribute to the inevitable spread of international anarchy throughout the world. For this country, as for any country, to act in such manner anywhere would be to invite disregard and violation of its rights and interests everywhere by every nation so inclined, large or small. Some 2 months later, May 31, a vehement protest was sent to Tokyo against the continued exclusion of American businessmen from their places of business and missionaries from work in areas where hostilities had ceased. and where Japanese nationals were busily plying their trades. When the Japanese government failed to take any steps to remedy this situation, the American Chamber of Commerce and the American Community Committee sent a cablegram to Secretary Hull urging the Department of State to take a firm stand against Japanese practices. Secretary Hull responded with another pointed protest to Japan. After citing a list of Japanese discriminatory practices like currency manipulation, trade controls, tariff preferences, and monopolies that worked to the exclusion of foreign trade, Hull observed that these policies indicated a purpose to establish in areas which have come under Japanese military occupation general preferences for and superiority of Japanese interests, an inevitable effect of which will be to frustrate the practical application of the principle of the open door. F. The Far East after Munich. The Anglo-French capitulation at Munich gave the Japanese government a signal to go ahead in the Far East without any apprehension of serious interference on the part of Britain or France. Even before Munich, the British government had abdicated as far as China was concerned. In the first week in September 1938, Sir Robert Craigie, British ambassador at Tokyo, informed Grew that owing to the crisis in Europe he had been directed by his government to avoid a showdown with the Japanese government at present and to carry on as best he could. Knowing that Britain was helpless in the Far East, Japan prepared another military drive to conquer China. On October 12, a Japanese expeditionary force of 30,000 troops was landed near Hong Kong and began its advance upon Canton. In less than 10 days, October 21, Canton fell before the invaders, and on October 26, Japanese troops entered Hankow. The government of Chiang Kai-shek had hurriedly evacuated Hankow and moved 800 miles up the Yangtze to Chungking. After this impressive military success, the Japanese government issued a statement which proclaimed a new order in Eastern Asia, the complete political, economic, and cultural coordination of China and Manchukuo with the Japanese system. The object of this new order was to secure international justice, to perfect the joint defense against communism, and to create a new culture and realize a close economic cohesion throughout East Asia. Japan was confident that other powers will, on their part, correctly appreciate her aims and policy and adapt their attitude to the new conditions prevailing in East Asia. On the following day, Secretary Hull showed that he did not correctly appreciate the aims of Japan in East Asia. In a statement to the press, Hull remarked that the attitude of the American government towards the situation in Asia was still governed by the generally accepted principles of international law, by the provisions of treaties to which the United States and numerous countries, among them China and Japan, are parties, and by principles of fair dealing and fair play between and among nations. The Japanese answer to Hull's statement was given on November 18 with distinct overtones of defiance. It attempted to deny that there had been any real discrimination in Japanese-controlled China against the business interests of foreign nationals. Restrictions had been imposed for the purpose of preserving peace and order. Normal conditions would be restored as soon as circumstances would permit. It should be clearly understood, however, that any attempt to apply to the conditions of today and tomorrow inapplicable ideas and principles of the past would neither contribute toward the establishment of a real peace in East Asia nor solve the immediate issue. On December 19, Foreign Minister Arita once more referred to the new order in the Far East. In a statement to foreign correspondents in Tokyo, he insisted that the formation of a Japanese Manchurian Chinese bloc was politically necessary as a measure of defense against communism and economically necessary because the rest of the world was erecting higher and higher tariff walls and resorting to other measures in the direction of economic self-sufficiency. In this new order, the three countries would maintain their independence and individuality. Also, the new regime would not aim at excluding European and American economic activities from East Asia, although the requirements of national defense and of economic security might make it necessary to impose certain restrictions on the activities of third powers. This indirect way of denouncing the Nine-Power Treaty did not please Secretary Hull, who replied that the people and the government of the United States could not assent to the establishment, at the instance of and for the special purposes of any third country, of a regime which would arbitrarily deprive them of the long-established rights of equal opportunity and fair treatment which are legally and justly theirs along with those of other nations. Chiang Kai-shek suggests another Washington conference. It was evident to most observers in the Far East that Japanese-American relations in the fall of 1938 had reached an impasse which might be difficult to break. To Chiang Kai-shek it seemed a golden opportunity for an invitation to another Washington conference. On October 8, he sent an impassioned plea to President Roosevelt along this line. While the President's notes to European nations had contributed greatly towards quieting the situation on that continent, the resort to brutal force and slaughter still prevail in the Far East, and world peace is still far from realization. I am confident that you, Mr. President, who have already done so much in the past for peace, surely will not ignore the problem of peace in the Far East. It is said that owing to heavy human losses and economic difficulties, Japan is beginning to realize that force solves no problem. More than once she has sought mediation for peace by Germany and Italy. But Mr. President, my people feel that they can only look to your government for leadership in the active search for peace, because we have complete faith that the kind of peace the American government is inspired to sponsor will be a just peace. Now that the European situation is settling down, may it not be possible for the American government to initiate a move for the peace of the Far East by inviting all the governments interested to attend a conference, stipulating a general cessation of hostilities as a precondition and aiming at seeking a lasting settlement through calm and fair-minded deliberation. 60. When Mr. Hornbeck, the advisor on political relations, was shown this plea from Chiang Kai-shek, he prepared a memorandum for the guidance of Secretary Hull. He thought that the reply of the President to this communication should consist of little more than a polite acknowledgement with an assurance of interest and attention. He believed that an attempt to call a conference at this time with regard to the Far Eastern situation would produce far more of harm than it could possibly produce of good. It is believed that the same would be true of any attempt which might be made by the American government to say anything at this time on the subject of mediation in relation to that situation. It is believed, however, that it would be inadvisable and inexpedient to say either of those things to Chiang Kai-shek. The reply should be non-committal. The reply drafted under this Hornbeck prescription was so cool and colorless that the President sent it back to Sumner Wells with the notation, "Can you make this message to Chiang Kai-shek a little more personal and a little warmer?" A new note from the President to Chiang was drafted, and on October 19, Hornbeck handed it to the ambassador from China. It indicated that the American chief executive was giving close and sympathetic attention to the situation, and that he was observing every development with a desire so to act as to contribute toward an alleviation of the distress, destruction, and suffering which are inherent in and produced by the Chinese-Japanese hostilities. The Chinese ambassador accepted this brush-off with Oriental calm, and the incident was closed. Subsequently, Chinese pressure upon the President would elicit a more prompt and satisfactory response. H. The economic ties that failed to bind Japan closely to the United States. American relations with China have given eloquent disproof of the theory of economic determinism, despite the fact that American investments in Japan and American trade with that country have been many times larger than our economic interests in China. American policy towards China has been distinctly more friendly than it has been towards Japan. In 1938, it was estimated that our investments in China, exclusive of mission property, were approximately $132 million as compared with $387 million in Japan. Our trade with Japan was considerably greater than that with China. U.S. exports to China, U.S. exports to Japan, U.S. exports to Russia, U.S. exports to all South America. 1928, $137,661,000, $288,158,000. 1930, $89,600,000, $164,700,000. 1932, $56,000,000, $200,000, $134,000,000, $500,000. 1934, $68,000,000, $667,000, $210,000,000, $15,000,000, $11,000. 1936, $46,819,000, $204,000,000, $348,000, $33,000,000, $427,000, $204,000,000, $222,000. 1937, $49,697,000, $288,000,000, 378,042,903,318,384,000. These statistics give a significant picture of our rapidly growing trade with Japan and our relatively small trade with China. The China market had always been a disappointing one and continued so down to the outbreak of World War II, but the dream of 450 million Chinese customers clamoring for American goods kept haunting millions of Americans who conveniently forgot that China had little to exchange for the products of this country. The importance of Japan as America's thin customer is well described by John W. Maslin. Between 1931 and 1941, the outstanding fact is the #1 position held by Japan, both as buyer and seller. Between 1931 and 1940, inclusive, American exports to Japan averaged 48% of total exports to the Far East, and imports from Japan averaged 21% of total imports to us. During this period, Japan was America's third best foreign customer, outranked only by Great Britain and Canada, and we were her best customer. American-Japanese trade, moreover, was mutually profitable and satisfactory, based upon an exchange of goods and commodities required by each but unavailable at home. Among a large proportion of American exporting and importing firms doing business with all or several of the Far Eastern countries, Japan was the best customer or the chief source of supply, whichever the case. American businessmen were usually well pleased by their contacts with Japan. They found that the Japanese were prompt in meeting their obligations and that Japanese goods kept up to quality standards. It should also be kept in mind that Japanese domination over a large portion of China and her exchange controls and other devices that deeply worried Secretary Hull did not seriously affect American trade with China, indeed quite the reverse. American exports to China in 1939 were $55,614,000 as compared with $46,819,000 in 1936, and this export trade in 1940 was $77,590,000 as compared with $49,697,000 in 1937. These welcome returns from trade caused commercial groups to look with considerable disfavor upon the use of embargoes and other strong measures against Japan. It was not until 1941, as the war crisis approached, that trading groups accepted drastic economic pressures. But commercial pressure groups had little influence in the shaping of American policy in the Far East. A far more vocal and influential pressure group was composed of missionaries to China and their ardent supporters in the United States. In 1937, there were 50 societies and boards in the United States interested in Chinese missions. There was a $50 million investment in these missions, with an annual outlay of $4 million. In China, there were some 2,500 Protestant missionaries. The cause of these missions was ardently espoused by such organizations as the Rockefeller Foundation, the YMCA, the YWCA, the Associated Board of Christian Colleges in China, 13 of them, and by groups representing 27 colleges and universities in the United States. Propaganda in favor of China was spread through the numerous contacts between the administrative officials of these missionary boards and societies and officials in the federal government. Dr. A.L. Warnshuis of the Foreign Missions Conference was particularly active and successful in influencing the minds of many government officials. Propaganda was also circulated by letters from missionaries in China and from mission boards to churches and foundations. Some of these letters, which were bitterly critical of Japan, were distributed in America in very large numbers. This American missionary propaganda in favor of China had a very important influence in molding the American mind against Japan. It also prepared a climate of opinion favorable to embargoes and trade restrictions that would seriously affect Japanese-American commerce. It was significant that one of the important pressure groups that called for economic reprisals against Japan was the Committee on Non-Participation in Japanese Aggression, with Henry L. Stimson as the chairman. Stimson had pressed Japan to the wall at Geneva in 1933, and as a member of the Roosevelt cabinet in 1940 to 1941, was strongly inclined towards war with Japan. He welcomed the moral imperatives of the missionaries in their criticisms of Japan, and they hardly realized that he was a real war hawk whose shrill cries for economic restrictions would become a summons to war. Secretary Hull rejects a British suggestion for exerting economic pressure upon Japan in the early months of 1939. there was increasing pressure upon Secretary Hull in favor of economic reprisals against Japan. On December 31, 1938, the British ambassador in Tokyo submitted to Ambassador Grew a long memorandum which outlined in detail an economic offensive against the Japanese Empire. First of all, emphasis was placed upon Japanese needs for certain essential raw materials, mineral oil, ores and metals, cotton, wool, rubber, wood pulp and heavy chemicals. The principal sources for these materials were the United States and the British Empire. In order to create exchange for the purchase of these much-needed products, Japan could sell to foreign nationals merchandise, shipping services, and gold, but her sales of all three did not provide sufficient funds to pay for what she bought from abroad during the years of industrial and military and naval development previous to 1937. Since the beginning of 1937, Japan's difficulties in finding funds to pay for her necessary imports from abroad have greatly increased. She has not been able to borrow money abroad since 1932, and there is no likelihood of her being able to borrow abroad in the near future. Her receipts from shipping services had been greatly reduced since July 1937, and her sales of merchandise had not brought in the hoped-for revenues. In the period from January to November 1938, she paid in foreign currencies for merchandise alone 2058 million yen, and received from her sales of merchandise in foreign currencies 1636 million yen, so that her debit balance in foreign exchange was 422 million yen. In order to offset the debit balances in foreign exchange of 961 million yen in 1937 and 422 million yen in November 1938, Japan exported to the United States gold to the value of 876 million yen in 1937 and 670 million yen in 1938. In view of these facts, it seemed apparent that if there were to be imposed even a relatively small restriction on Japan's exports of merchandise or gold, and if credits and loans were simultaneously to be withheld, Japan's economic situation would immediately become critical. If an embargo were to be placed on Japan's exports to the British Empire, the United States and France, thus affecting 70% of her total foreign exchange producing trade, the effect would set in motion a process which must rapidly prove disastrous for Japan's economy. On January 7, 1939, Grew sent this memorandum to Secretary Hull with some observations of his own. He did not discount the impact of an embargo upon Japan, which he was sure would at least reduce the standard of living in that country, but he stressed certain psychological factors that helped to balance this uncertain equation. The Japanese were a hardy race, inured to personal and national sacrifice. They have been accustomed throughout their history to meeting catastrophe and disaster. In them, the do-or-die spirit is more deeply ingrained than in almost any other people. For Japan to admit defeat in the present hostilities after pouring out so much blood and treasure in China is an hypothesis which we in this embassy find it very difficult to entertain. To support, if not to prove this thesis by quoting figures and statistics is simple enough, and it is on the basis of figures and statistics that my colleagues rest their opinions concerning the effectiveness of economic sanctions. I should add, parenthetically, that these colleagues had been confidently predicting for the past 2 years that the economic collapse of Japan was about to occur. On February 3, Mr. V.A.L. Mallet, the British Chargé d'Affaires, had a conversation with Mr. Wells concerning the views of Ambassador Craigie. After a brief exchange of views, Mr. Wells bluntly remarked that the American government would not consider for the time being undertaking retaliatory measures against Japan. In the event that the Department of State wished to consider the matter further, it would inform the British government accordingly and discuss further with them some of the issues involved. Within the Department of State, there was a considerable amount of further discussion with reference to opening an economic offensive against Japan. On February 11, Mr. Hornbeck prepared a memorandum on the subject. Up to the turn of the 20th century, the Japanese were looked upon as a comparatively amiable, artistic and art-loving and peaceful people who needed to be taught and could be patronized. But Japan's character was not what it was thought before 1895 to be, and her strength is not what it has been thought since 1905 to be over and over. Since 1905, the world has, because of fear of Japan, acquiesced in aggressive predatory activities on Japan's part. Step by step, Japan has moved forward. There are three methods by which nations may offer resistance: by moral opposition, by economic opposition, and/or by military opposition. For many years, the United States had tried moral opposition to Japan's unlawful progress, but it had not effectively protected American rights. Proposals had been made to try economic opposition, but objections had been promptly made that the Japanese are a militant and powerful people who might retaliate by an appeal to arms. Thus, moral opposition not sufficing and economic opposition being not even tried, the prospect is that in the long run the situation will so develop that military opposition by this country will have to be offered. Herbert Weiss, the advisor on international economic affairs, was not so military-minded as Mr. Hornbeck. He was impressed with some of the arguments presented by Sir Robert Craigie with reference to the effect upon Japan of increasing economic pressure exerted by Britain, France, and the United States. He was certain that this pressure would mean much more than a mere lowering of the standard of living in Japan. But he did not wish the foregoing criticism of the economic analysis of the American ambassador to be interpreted as an argument in favor of imposing sanctions on Japan. After some criticisms of the Craigie Memorandum relative to the exhaustion of Japan's gold reserves, he discusses the effect of an embargo upon the sales of gold by the Japanese government. I'm dubious of the conclusion that the simplest and most effective first step would appear to be for Great Britain, the United States of America, and France to refuse to purchase any further gold from Japan. Since the United States holds so much of the world's gold, it would not be to its interest to take action which would make it less desirable for other nations to hold gold as an emergency measure. Hence, I do not believe that an embargo on gold exports from Japan should be undertaken unless extremely drastic measures are contemplated, and the embargo on gold is undertaken simultaneously with an embargo on exports of goods from Japan. Before such drastic action as this is undertaken, it would appear to me more logical to try less extreme measures, such as denunciation of our existing commercial treaty with Japan. In a memorandum on the feasibility of exerting strong economic pressure upon Japan, the Division of Far Eastern Affairs agreed with Mr. Weiss that no action should be taken relative to refusing to buy Japanese gold. It also agreed with him that an embargo upon commerce with Japan undertaken by Britain, France, and the United States would bring chaos to Japan's economy and soon reduce drastically the effectiveness of her military forces. When these memoranda were sent to Ambassador Grew, he was not deeply impressed with them. He particularly disagreed with the memorandum prepared by Herbert Weiss. It was entirely possible that the impact of economic sanctions might overthrow the existing capitalistic system in Japan, but Mr. Weiss overlooked the fact that a new economic system might be devised to meet a condition of extreme emergency. It was also true that Mr. Weiss did not go into the question of the uses to which Japan could put new resources available in the occupied areas in China. Attention should be called to the fact that Japan was self-sufficient in the matter of food supplies. It should also be remembered that for several years, the Japanese government had been building large reserves of military raw materials. This being true, it could not be said with authority that an embargo upon the commerce of Japan would seriously affect her military operations or her political program. The elements in power in Japan had repeatedly declared their intention to evolve, if necessary, a new economic system which would enable Japan, notwithstanding the restrictions imposed in the matter of sanctions, to continue her present program in China. The question whether the Japanese people would accept and support this new system is a political and not an economic one. Mr. Weiss had the last word in this argument, which he answered by stating that it was not at all clear to him that some type of socialism or fascism will enable the Japanese to acquire necessary raw materials or to avoid the drastic physical overhauling and rebuilding of their economy which would follow the application of sanctions. No mere alteration of the social or political framework within which the Japanese economy operates would necessarily solve the basic economic problems that would follow from effective sanctions. China anticipates war in Europe and asks Britain and France to consult with her with regard to a common front against Japan. It is apparent that during the spring of 1939 there was a great deal of talk concerning economic sanctions against Japan. They could be effective, it was widely believed, if several of the great powers took concerted action. On April 4, the Chinese ambassador, Wellington Koo, handed to M. Lager, Secretary General of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, France, a memorandum containing proposals for action against Japan. It proposed, in view of the threat of war in Europe, that there should be immediate practical consultation between the French, British, and Chinese governments for joint action in the Far East against Japanese aggression, and offers to collaborate fully in the preparation of a plan involving military and economic measures. Later, the Soviet Union should be asked to join them, and the United States should be asked to take parallel action. China should agree to supply all the manpower, including military effectives and materials, at her disposal, and the French and British governments should send to the Far East all available air and naval forces for the joint prosecution of the war. China, England, and France should apply jointly to Japan economic and financial sanctions. The British government answered this Chinese proposal by saying that they would be unwilling to enter into any agreement now, with the Chinese government based on the hypothesis that if Great Britain should become involved in war in Europe, Japan would attempt to seize British possessions in the Far East. The British government stated further that they had hopes that the presence of the American fleet in the Pacific might prevent a Japanese attack on British possessions in the Far East. In case Japan should attack British possessions in the Far East, and in case no assistance from the United States should be forthcoming, the British government had decided that they could bring no assistance to their possessions in the Far East until the successful conclusion of war in Europe. The French government was not so immediate and so explicit in their answer to China. After waiting a considerable time, the French Foreign Office replied that the Chinese proposal was most interesting, but that it seemed premature to give consideration at the present time to entering into any such agreement. The chief of the Far Eastern Division of the French Foreign Office informed Ambassador Bullitt that he thought it would be unwise to reply to the Chinese proposal by a categorical refusal and thereby drive Chiang Kai-shek into Japanese arms. It would be expedient to keep the Chinese dangling. Japan asks Secretary Hull for a joint Japanese-American effort to find some formula of peace for Europe. While Chinese statesmen were endeavoring to build up a tripartite front against Japanese attacks when World War II broke out in Europe, the Japanese Foreign Office was seeking feverishly for some formula that would preserve the peace of Europe. Japan did not relish her ties with Nazi Germany, and she was profoundly worried about intimations that Hitler was seeking some accord with Stalin. Communism had long been recognized as a dire threat to the Japanese position in the Far East. Any understanding between Hitler and Stalin would help undermine Japanese security. The German Foreign Office tried to divert suspicion from their overtures to Russia by warning the Japanese diplomats about the sinister moves of Britain in the direction of Moscow. On April 27, Lord Halifax told Ambassador Kennedy that he had just assured the Japanese ambassador that any talks they had with Russia did not presuppose any mixing up in the Japanese proceedings at all, and that the British were inclined to confine themselves wholly to the situation in Europe, provided the Japanese behaved themselves reasonably well. These cross-currents in diplomacy led the Japanese Foreign Office to seek an intimate association with the United States in a search for a formula that would scatter the clouds of war that were gathering along the European horizon. It was evident that she could no longer trust any European associates. The first move in the direction of a Japanese-American accord came on May 16 at a luncheon given in honor of Ambassador Grew by a Japanese who, while holding no official position, is a close friend and confidant of high officials at the court. At the conclusion of the luncheon, this Japanese host, who enjoyed court favor, had a confidential conversation with Grew. He pointed out that strong pressure was being exerted by Germany and Italy and by reactionary groups in Japan towards entering into some arrangement, which would reaffirm the solidarity among the nations whose policies were opposed by democratic nations. The group to which the host belonged had succeeded in defeating the proposal to conclude the alliance and are now doing their best to defeat the strengthening of the anti-Comintern Pact. This same group was evidently in favor of a closer association with the United States. Grew responded to this overture by stating that it should be obvious that the restoration of peace and good relations between Japan and China must be a condition precedent to the restoration of good relations between Japan and the United States. On the following day, May 17, Grew attended another luncheon given in his honor by Foreign Minister Arita. Grew had instructed the American Chargé d'Affaires, Eugene H. Duman, to sound out Arita on the conversation of the previous day. Duman found out that Arita knew all about the talk between Grew and his important Japanese host. The conversation then passed on to the topic of Japan entering into a more comprehensive anti-Comintern pact with Germany and Italy. Arita remarked that while Japan was very anxious to avoid involvement in the affairs of Europe, yet it could not ignore the fact that Russia straddled Europe and Asia, and that whether Japan liked it or not, its policies and actions form a bridge by which events in the Far East and in Europe act and react on each other. He was glad, however, to give an assurance that the new proposed anti-Comintern pact would contain no military, political, or economic clauses. These diplomatic conversations were resumed on May 23, when Mr. Duman had dinner with Baron Hiranuma, the Prime Minister. Hiranuma confided to Duman his horror over the possibility of a second world war, which he feared would result in the total destruction of civilization. He believed that dreadful contingency might best be prevented by Japan acting as the middleman between the dictatorships and the democratic nations. In the Far East, he had sought to stabilize the situation by following the course of moral diplomacy. The sphere of this line of policy could be widened. Japan, like the United States, was not directly involved in the troubles of Europe, and it was his thought that these two nations were in a position to exercise a moderating influence on Europe. Duman answered this lead by stating that the principal difficulty in the way of collaboration was Japan's policies and actions in China. The Prime Minister observed that he was well aware of the fact that Americans assumed that Japan had deliberately provoked the conflict in China with a view to seizing the more populated and productive parts of the country. But he felt confident that the American government realized that it had not been the original intention or desire of Japan to do anything more than to protect its rights in North China. If Secretary Hull would insist that a settlement of the China conflict should be a condition precedent to joint American-Japanese efforts to moderate the situation in Europe, the course which he had in mind would have to be abandoned. The reply of Secretary Hull to these Japanese feelers for peace was cool and discouraging. It would be best for Japan to work for peace in Europe by exerting pressure upon the European governments with which it had special relations. If Japanese statesmen were anxious to see a true world peace established and maintained, it would be expedient for them to take effective action towards putting an end to existing hostilities in the Far East. In the meantime, the Department of State was sincerely interested in the proposed Japanese-American search for a formula for preserving European peace and would be glad to receive further communications in that regard. Duman in Tokyo thought that this reply was a little unconciliatory and delayed its presentation. During this interval, the President decided to take some definite action against Japan. In this regard, he was partly influenced by the advice of Stanley K. Hornbeck, who had strongly advised that the Department of State adopt a more positive. He was also influenced by the fact that on July 18, Senator Vandenberg had introduced a resolution requesting the President to give the required notice to Japan of the termination of the Treaty of 1911 in 6 months. On July 26, Secretary Hull sent a note to Ambassador Horinouchi informing him that the Treaty of February 21, 1911 contained provisions which needed new consideration. Towards preparing the way for such consideration, and with a view to a better safeguarding and promoting of American interests, the American government decided to give a formal notice that the Treaty of 1911 would terminate on January 26, 1940. As Frederick Moore aptly remarks, this note of July 26 sounded a definite note of casuistry. The American government had hitherto been pretty frank in its dealing with Japan, but this note seemed to me to lack frankness. The treaty was being abrogated because of Japanese actions in China, for which the American government could not obtain redress, and because of the widespread American demand upon the government that we stop supplying the Japanese with war materials. Yet the note gave as the reason that changes may need to be made toward better serving the purposes for which such treaties are concluded. When the Japanese pointed this out to me, I could only reply that in my opinion this was casuistry, that the department could not fail to know that once the treaty with Japan were terminated, it could not possibly obtain ratification of another from the Senate in its present mood towards Japan. I was annoyed with the department for resorting to what seemed diplomatic evasion. Had the Japanese done that, we would have put it down as another act of duplicity. The termination of the Treaty of 1911, together with the refusal of Secretary Hull to give any serious consideration to the Japanese proposal for a joint effort to discover some formula that would preserve the peace of Europe, was a clear indication to the Japanese Foreign Office that America was adopting a new policy in the Far East. It would be a more positive one, with Japan feeling the brunt of the new pressure. In Tokyo, the American chargé d'affaires Duman felt this at once, and he advised Secretary Hull that he was strongly impressed by the primary significance which is generally attached in Japan to the fact that notice of termination of the commercial treaty was given by the United States without prior intimation, as there would have been had the action been motivated in large part by economic considerations. The deduction that the motivating considerations were political in character is confirmed by noting American press and other popular reaction to the notice of termination. Few Americans realized that through hostile press comments, a climate of opinion was being created that was so hostile to Japan that a war psychosis would eventually develop. Hull's casuistry in the note of July 26 helped to produce in Japan a feeling that America had begun to move down the road to war under the banner of mendacity. That banner came more and more to the front as the Roosevelt administration moved towards the tragedy of Pearl Harbor. XXIIE Europe moves towards war with Russia, pushing China into conflict in the Far East. It was soon evident to some observers that no armistice was in sight. If Chiang Kai-shek grew tired of pulling hot Soviet chestnuts out of the fires of war, he would at once be smeared as a traitor to Chinese unity, and communist agents throughout Eastern Asia would clamor for his exile or execution. Peace would have to bear a communist tag. Chamberlain makes a momentous pledge to Poland. While Stalin was blowing upon the embers of war in the Far East, Hitler began to implement plans for expansion that would soon lead to conflict in Europe. As early as October 24, 1938, Ribbentrop suggested to Lipski, the Polish ambassador in Berlin, that the Polish government should agree to a reunion of Danzig with the Reich and should also consent to the building of an extraterritorial motor road and railway line across Pomorze. In return, Poland would be assured the retention of railway and economic facilities in Danzig, and Germany would guarantee the Polish-German frontiers. Lipski was not enthusiastic about these proposals. One and the Polish Foreign Office returned a polite negative. Further conversations were held on November 19, when Lipski frankly informed Ribbentrop with disturbing candor that any tendency to incorporate the free city of Danzig in the Reich must inevitably lead to conflict. The foreign minister promptly gave assurances in a very friendly tone that he felt so close to Poland that he did not wish to carry on relations with Lipski in a formal diplomatic manner, but on a friendly plane, frankly and openly. After this cordial gesture, he stressed his anxiety to find some solution of the Danzig problem that would be mutually satisfactory. With regard to a motor road across the corridor, Lipski thought it might be possible to arrive at some understanding. The next scene in this drama of Danzig was staged at Berchtesgaden. Hitler was not inclined to accept the negative answer of Beck. As a realist in world politics, he knew very well that Poland did not have the military strength to resist German demands, and he was certain that no power or combination of powers could lend Poland sufficient assistance to repel a German attack upon Warsaw. But Hitler did not wish war with Poland. He could use her as a bulwark to neutralize any Russian threat to a vastly expanded Third Reich, or perhaps as an ally in future aggressive actions against the Soviet Union. If Poland would accept the role of chief satellite in the Nazi orbit, her expansion was guaranteed. Germany and Poland could dominate Europe, and Hitler's word would be law from Warsaw to Lisbon. Beck, however, was not greatly attracted by the political possibilities that lay along the path of German-Polish cooperation. He preferred to nurse the hope of continued Polish independence in the face of overwhelming German strength. At the greatest crossroads in all history, he rejected a ride in the German war machine along a path that promised Poland power and plunder as a satellite state. Instead, he and the Polish cabinet followed the counsel of Chamberlain and chose the road that led to war with Germany and the consequent destruction of the Polish state. The British-Polish understanding in the spring of 1939 led Hitler to turn to Stalin in search of the alliance that was an incitement to a conflict that eventually brought Red domination over a beaten and dismembered Poland. Polish diplomacy in 1938 to 1939 was a design for disaster. In the early days of 1939, Hitler believed that Beck was so well versed in the principles of realpolitik that he would be glad to go hand in hand with the Nazi leaders in a joint search for plunder that was weakly guarded by the broken-down states of Europe. For this chance to hunt with Hitler, he would have to pay a definite price on January 5, 1939, Berchtesgaden. This matter was bluntly placed before Beck. With reference to the questions of Danzig and the corridor, it was necessary to get out of the old grooves and seek a solution on completely novel lines. This would mean a solution whereby Danzig would return to Germany politically, but would remain with Poland economically. As for the corridor, a connection with East Prussia was as vital a matter for the Reich as the connection with the sea was for Poland. In return for these concessions, Germany would give Poland a definite guarantee of her frontiers, including the boundaries of the corridor. Beck had no glib answer for these proposals. The Danzig question was an extraordinarily difficult one, but he was quite ready to think the matter over. On January 6 at Munich, Ribbentrop proposed, and Beck once more discussed the Danzig and corridor questions. Ribbentrop proposed a reunion of Danzig with Germany, and in return all Polish economic interests in that territory would be guaranteed in the most generous manner. If Poland would consent to an extraterritorial motor road and railway across the corridor, Germany would then guarantee the corridor and all Poland's present possessions. Beck remained cool to these proposals and gloomily confided to von Ribbentrop that he saw no possibility whatever of agreement on these matters. Further conversations between Beck and Ribbentrop in Warsaw on January 25-27 led to no important results. In March 1939, Ribbentrop began to lose patience with Poland. On March 21, he rehearsed the Danzig and corridor questions with Ambassador Lipski and remarked that the Führer was increasingly surprised at the Polish attitude with regard to them. He believed that a further attempt should be made to put German-Polish policy on the right track, and he hoped that Beck would soon visit Berlin for the purpose of seeking a solution of problems that demanded a speedy solution. With particular reference to the corridor, the Führer recognized the justice of the Polish demand for free access to the sea, and was willing to renounce possession of the corridor for once and for all. It is apparent that Hitler thought he was going very far in his offers to Poland. The truculent tone so evident in his relations with Austria and Czechoslovakia was missing in his overtures to the Polish Foreign Office. But Beck was prompt in rejecting these conciliatory gestures. Poland could not agree to any extraterritorial road across the corridor. With regard to Danzig, the Polish government thought it might be possible to solve that question by a joint Polish-German guarantee of the continued status of a free city. In taking this determined stand against concessions to Germany, Beck was embarking upon a desperate gamble which he eventually lost. He had decided to attempt to balance Britain against Germany, even though he was uncertain as to the course the British government might follow. He aimed to pay a visit to London early in April, but he was apprehensive lest Britain might try to capitalize his visit in potential negotiations with Berlin, rather than endeavor to work out a basis for constructive collaboration with Poland. But Chamberlain had no intention of turning to Hitler. He suddenly produced a formula whereby four important powers, Britain, France, Poland, and Russia, would sign a declaration that they would act together in the event of further signs of German aggressive ambitions. In a dispatch to Secretary Hull, Ambassador Bullitt described the fate of this proposal. I discussed the situation with leisure this morning with regard to the British proposal. France, of course, accepted it, and the Soviet Union accepted unconditionally. The key to the situation, however, is Poland. Yesterday morning it had been Chamberlain's opinion that the Poles would not accept. The Poles had asked the British government a large number of questions with regard to the exact aid which Great Britain would bring to Poland in case of a German attack. Leher went on to say that in his opinion Beck would not dare to reject flatly the British proposal because the responsibility would be terrible if later Germany should attack Poland. Beck did reject this British proposal, but he was careful to explain that he did so because he feared that it would not be adequate to meet the existing emergency. He greatly preferred a bilateral agreement between Britain and Poland. Chamberlain gave this suggestion prompt consideration, and on March 27 the British Foreign Office informed Beck that if the Poles would defend themselves if they are attacked, Britain would make a statement pledging all her forces and resources to their assistance. But despite these bold words, Britain could not possibly send to the corridor any effective fighting forces in case Germany launched an attack upon Poland. On March 27, Lord Halifax told Ambassador Kennedy that even in the face of possible conflict with Germany, no move would be made down the road to conscription. The Chamberlain government realized that Britain did not have the military equipment to arm prospective conscripts, and they also feared that the trade unions were prepared to upset the industrial program if there was any serious attempt to force conscription. Notwithstanding this impasse as far as military preparedness was concerned, Chamberlain went ahead and on March 31 announced in the House of Commons that if any action were taken in Europe that clearly threatened Polish independence, and which the Polish government accordingly considered it vital to resist with their national forces, His Majesty's government would feel bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power. When one keeps in mind the fact that the British government could not put one soldier in the Polish corridor in the event of war between Poland and Germany, the dubious quality of this Chamberlain assurance is clearly evident. The inevitable question then arises: why did Beck seek so anxiously for a promise of aid that was of no real value? By turning his back upon Hitler, he invited a swift destruction that no European power could avert. Perhaps he felt that Hitler was merely bluffing, and therefore it would be safe for him to assume the role of a Polish Ajax, boldly defying the Nazi lightning. Daladier seemed to share this opinion because he confided to Ambassador Bullitt that he was especially delighted by the strong and courageous stand the Poles had taken, but he was deeply concerned by the fact that Britain was not pushing a program of conscription. If a European war broke out, Britain would be forced to play a minor role except on the sea. France, therefore, would have to bear a burden that would be terrible. In the back of Daladier's mind there lingered the suspicion that Poland would be a weak ally. Although Beck would probably sign some type of alliance with Britain during his visit to London, there was always the possibility that the Poles would find one excuse or another to wriggle out of their obligations to fight on the side of France and England. Chamberlain did not have this distrust of Poland, and he continued to hope that war was around such a distant corner that he would not have to worry about conscription for a long time. He was somewhat impressed by a statement Hitler had made to him at Godesberg: "I have won more with words than I have with bayonets." To Ambassador Kennedy, this remark seemed to indicate that Chamberlain and the English people generally were indulging in wishful thinking. But Chamberlain was enough of a realist to admit that Hitler was definitely aware that the longer he permits England and France to arm, the less likely he is to win with one decisive blow. The importance of an early blow against Britain was emphasized in the German press. The British Embassy in Berlin warned Lord Halifax that these press comments reflected accurately the growing hostility of Hitler to the Chamberlain policy of encirclement. Halifax, in turn, informed President Roosevelt that the British fleet might at any moment be the object of a Nazi lightning attack. Despite Hitler's hatred of the British policy of encirclement, Chamberlain went ahead, and on April 6 he had the Foreign Office issue a statement that Britain and Poland were prepared to enter into an agreement of a permanent character that would be reciprocal in its application. Until the signature of this permanent agreement, Poland was ready to give an assurance to Britain that it would render assistance to His Majesty's government under the same conditions as those contained in the British assurance of March 31st. Beck had now pushed Poland far down the road to war and national destruction. Such a policy pointed directly to disaster. Lord Halifax tries to work something out with the deuce. While Chamberlain was moving towards closer relations with Poland, he was also endeavoring to drive a wedge between Hitler and Mussolini. On March 20 he wrote a personal letter to the Deuce in which he stressed the dangers that attended Hitler's plans for German expansion. If Italy allied herself with the Western democracies, the peace of Europe would be preserved and definite advantages would be secured. Ambassador Kennedy learned of this letter from Lord Halifax, who endeavored to keep him abreast of the more important aspects of British policy. When Kennedy inquired if Britain would be inclined to pay a big price for Italian cooperation, Halifax replied that he thought so but would not want to deliver until he saw Mussolini's performance. Joseph Davies, American ambassador in Brussels, agreed with Chamberlain in thinking that the moment was ripe for a deal with Mussolini. He greatly feared that the peace of Europe was tottering. It was important, therefore, for the president to make some move to stave off a war. He believed that Mussolini was the key figure in Europe. It was essential for the Deuce to realize that Italy's present and future interests were tied closely to the Western democracies. If Europe should become involved in a major conflict, the dictatorships were bound to lose. The Deuce should go slow and not precipitate a crisis now by demands which French pride cannot accept. While President Roosevelt was giving careful consideration to these suggestions from Davies, Lord Halifax still hoped that he would be able to work something out with Mussolini, but Chamberlain began to doubt that his foreign secretary could do much with the Deuce. He remarked to Kennedy that Mussolini, as a dictator, had to keep on moving. His next adventure might be in Albania. When Kennedy inquired what action the British government would take if the Deuce moved in that direction, Chamberlain glumly muttered that it would be a terrible calamity as far as England is concerned, because he would not want to get into a war over Albania. See, Mussolini moves into Albania. The terrible calamity feared by Chamberlain was soon precipitated by Mussolini. Italian troops marched into Albania and had no trouble in taking over the entire country. This move had been planned for many months, and the Ciano diaries are filled with references to the probable invasion of that country. The Deuce's desire to acquire Albania was greatly strengthened by Germany's absorption of Czechoslovakia. The reasons presented by Germany for this bold action were so specious that Ciano was disgusted with their transparent character. Such pretexts may be good for Goebbels' propaganda, but they should not use them when talking with us. To Mussolini it seemed imperative that Italy should take Albania as a counterbalance to German acquisitions. Ciano was deeply angered by the cavalier attitude assumed by Hitler in conveying to the Deuce the news of the seizure of Czechoslovakia. To his diary he confided the belief that the Führer was unfaithful and treacherous. He then noted that the king had denounced the Germans as rascals and beggars, while Marshal Balbo had vehemently expressed his disgust at the Deuce's acquiescent attitude. At the close of one of Mussolini's ardent speeches in favor of collaboration with Germany, Balbo had acidly remarked, "You are shining Germany's boots." But the Deuce continued to cling to Hitler and addressed to his critics the querulous comment, "We can't be political whores." King Zog of Albania thought this was a colossal understatement when he learned on April 7 that Italian troops were attacking Durazzo. On the following day, Tirana was occupied by the Deuce's military forces and the fighting was over. On April 16, an Albanian delegation paid a visit to Rome to offer the crown to the King of Italy. Ciano noted that the leader of this delegation, Verlassi, appeared very depressed and delivered his speech with a tired air that betrayed no enthusiasm. The requirements for a Roman holiday were very exhausting. The American reaction to the seizure of Albania. American reaction to Italian absorption of Albania was immediate and hostile. The old friendship that had marked Italian-American relations during the early years of the Mussolini regime had been shattered by the Deuce's alignment with Hitler. In 1937, the Italian government had been greatly disappointed at the tardiness, which attended the negotiations for a new treaty of friendship, commerce, and navigation between the two countries, and efforts had been made to push the Department of State along the path to an early conclusion of the pact. Ambassador Phillips was apprehensive that this continued American delay would push Italy firmly into the eager arms of Hitler, but Secretary Hull insisted that it was unwise to bind our hands by entering into a most favored nation treaty with Italy, at least for the present. It would be best to let matters hang fire and await a clarification of the international situation. A policy of delay should be continued, and American replies to Italian notes should be more deliberate than usual. This developing coolness between Italy and the United States led Ambassador Kennedy to leave London for a brief visit to Rome. He discovered that the Countess Ciano deprecated the disappearance of cordiality that had marked the relations between the two countries at the beginning of the Mussolini regime. She expressed the opinion that the policy of the democracies had made it necessary for her father to play along with Hitler for his own protection. Kennedy had some furtive admiration for Countess Ciano, but his dispatches express only contempt for her flirtatious husband. After meeting Ciano at a tea, he sent to Secretary Hull one of his most pungent dispatches. "I also met Ciano. I have no idea how able he is in his office, but I have never met a more pompous ass in my life. He spent most of his time rushing girls into a corner for conversation, and at the dinner he would not talk seriously for 5 minutes for fear that the 2 or 3 girls who were invited in order to get him to come might get out of sight. I came away with the belief that we would accomplish much more by sending a dozen beautiful chorus girls to Rome than a flock of diplomats and a fleet of airplanes. The president's speeches drive them absolutely crazy. Every time the president says anything, nobody in the cabinet or government in Rome is fit to talk with for the rest of the day. After the Department of State received this dispatch, Secretary Hull and President Roosevelt seemed to take a definite delight in making speeches or issuing statements that would keep Mussolini and his cabinet in a state of high nervous excitement. On April 8, Hull denounced the Italian invasion of Albania as an additional threat to the peace of the world, while on the same day at Warm Springs, the president voiced the opinion that the continued independence of small nations everywhere had a definite bearing upon American safety and prosperity. On Easter Sunday, April 9, as he was leaving Warm Springs for Washington, the president turned to the small crowd that had pressed close to his private car and significantly remarked, "I'll be back in the fall if we don't have a war." To Walter Lippmann, this statement seemed a plain intimation to Hitler and Mussolini that the United States would not remain indifferent if the dictators kept undermining the independence of small nations. When the president reached Washington on April 10, he read a confidential dispatch from Ambassador Bullitt which contained strong hints of impending war. I talked with Bonnet briefly tonight. He asked me to inform my government that it was 5 minutes before 12. There might be war at any moment. 2 days later, Bullitt talked with Premier Daladier, who believed that Hitler and Mussolini would probably make war within the next week or two. He was utterly unable to understand the reasons which at this moment led Chamberlain to be optimistic. He felt that Chamberlain was either misled or criminally weak. While Daladier was talking war to Bullitt, Lord Halifax was talking peace to Kennedy. On April 11, Halifax had a long conversation with Kennedy and appeared strangely optimistic. He expressed the opinion that he did not expect war. He said he hesitates always to tell me this because he feels I think he is burying his head in the sand, and he admits that up to date he has been a little bit wrong. This optimism Kennedy ascribed in part to reassurances from the Deuce. Mussolini's attitude as expressed to the government over the Albanian matter has not increased their concern. It has rather made them feel that the situation is not as hopeless as everybody else seems to think it is. It was obvious to Bullitt that the British Foreign Office was being led astray by rose-coloured reports from Lord Perth, the British ambassador in Rome. Bonnet told Bullitt that he had learned from François Poncet, the French ambassador in Rome, that Mussolini had recently sent a warm personal message to Chamberlain assuring him that he desired the most friendly relations with England and that he intended to respect fully the Anglo-Italian pact with regard to the Mediterranean. Lord Perth had further informed François Poncet that Ciano had promised him that Italy positively would not attack Greece. He had also promised Perth that the Italian troops would be withdrawn from Spain immediately after the victory parade in Madrid on May 2. To Bullitt, these statements of Lord Perth proved him to be just as great an ass as he had been all his life, and that Mussolini was playing the British for suckers. The British ambassador in Paris agreed that Bullitt's characterization of Perth was entirely just. On the basis of this false hope that Mussolini was really on the side of the democracies, Chamberlain felt strong enough to develop his policy of reassurance to nations threatened by German aggression. On April 13, he made another one of his momentous announcements. The House of Commons was informed that any action that menaced the independence of either Greece or Romania would cause the British government to extend to those countries all the assistance within its power. While Chamberlain was busily engaged in extending promises of aid that he could not possibly deliver, Hitler was preparing for war. On April 12, the chief of the German General Staff had a talk with the American Chargé d'Affaires in Berlin. He was not backward in intimating that, unless fewer obstacles were placed in the way of Germany's eastern expansion, it would be necessary for Hitler to end the opposition in the West. With this feeling of war in the European atmosphere, President Roosevelt made an address on April 14 to the governing board of the Pan-American Union, which everyone realized was really beamed at European dictators. He challenged Hitler's complaint of encirclement by stating that there was no such thing as encircling any peaceful nation by other peaceful nations. And then, as a direct thrust at Nazi and fascist methods of expansion, he asked a question that was topped with a sharp barb. Do we really have to assume that nations can find no better methods of realizing their destinies than those which were used by the Huns and Vandals 1500 years ago? As a postscript to this critical and provocative address, he sent by cable an appeal to Hitler and Mussolini requesting them to make no further moves that might lead to a European war. He also asked them to give assurances that their armed forces would not attack or invade, for a period of at least 10 years, the territory or possessions of a long list of nations. It should be clear, even to dictators, that international problems could best be solved at the council table. At this point he must have pushed his tongue hard upon his cheek, because he was well aware of the fact that none of the European nations that had profited by the Treaty of Versailles was willing to give up one crumb of the spoils of war. The injustices of that treaty could be rectified only through war. The British and French governments knew this was true, and their fears of eventual conflict made them welcome the President's intervention in the affairs of Europe. Ambassador Kennedy sent word of Chamberlain's great appreciation of the message from the White House, but he noted that the Prime Minister had failed more in the past week than he has in the past year. He walks like an old man, and yesterday talked like one. He was beginning to realize the complete failure of his policy. In France, Daladier and Bonnet were outspoken in their praise of the President's challenge to the dictators. Daladier assured Ambassador Bullitt that he regarded the message as a historic act of the first importance, and then he remarked with reference to the President, "He is the last of the Mohicans." The symbolism was ominous. Would the Americans, like the Mohicans, be a vanishing race because of the impact of devastating wars? The dictator's reply to the President's criticism, the President's denunciation of the dictators as modern Huns and Vandals, was bound to evoke a bitter reply. In order to raise the pitch of their anger and make their replies so extreme in language that the American public would become increasingly war-minded, the President held a press conference on April 15 and took advantage of his gifts as a showman to impress his audience with the manner in which he had verbally spanked Hitler and Mussolini. Mussolini made an indirect reply on April 20 at a meeting of influential fascists who had assembled to discuss the holding of a World's Fair in Rome in 1942. The fact that such a fair was being planned was a clear demonstration, according to the Deuce, of his pacific purposes. With specific reference to the President's message, he contemptuously remarked that he was not greatly impressed by Messiah-like communications. Hitler's reply was a more formidable affair. On April 28, he delivered an address to the Reichstag, during which he played the dual role of Führer and court jester. The words he directed to European listeners carried a covert menace. The non-aggression pact with Poland had been terminated by Polish adherence to the encirclement policy sponsored by Britain and France. This same policy carried such a strong note of hostility towards Germany that it had automatically invalidated the Anglo-German Naval Pact of 1935 and the consultative agreement Hitler had concluded with Chamberlain at Munich. After this defiant introduction, Hitler answered President Roosevelt's message in a series of questions and answers. The answers were couched in a serio-comic style that revealed the bright glow of anger beneath the thin fabric of forced humor. He rejected any thought of acceptance of the President's proposals, and in Washington the heralds of war began to blow a muted message that troubled the anxious ears of millions of Americans. Senator Bora believed that Hitler had closed the door on further discussions of peace proposals, and Senator Nye expressed the opinion that the President had invited, at least in part, the sharp words of the Führer. There was little doubt that the provocative words of the President's message had provided additional tinder that awaited the sparks of war. The role of Russia becomes increasingly important as Chamberlain's dreams of cooperation with Hitler and Mussolini began to fade. He slowly turned in the direction of another dictator, Joseph Stalin. In the third week in March he had devised a four-power formula that might stop Hitler, but the Polish government had objected to any association with Russia. Chamberlain did not blame the Poles for their suspicious attitude, because he himself had long cherished a most profound distrust of Russia. The British Foreign Office shared this viewpoint and was ready to relegate Russia to a second line of defense, not only because of the practical difficulties of including her in any agreement reached with the Poles, but also because they have little confidence in Russia's reliability. Lord Halifax, however, cautiously kept the line to Moscow open, and on April 11 he had a conference with Maysky, the Soviet ambassador in London. He found Maysky cynical about the whole situation, and rather of the opinion that the fat is in the fire as far as everybody is concerned, with Russia sitting on the sidelines. This candid cynicism caused Halifax completely to distrust Mesky and led him to refrain from telling the ambassador anything of importance for fear that it might be passed on to posterity. French officials felt much the same way. Bonnet informed Bullitt that the Soviet government had replied evasively to French proposals for military conversations between French and Russian staff officers. He found the Russians were much stronger in their speeches and statements than they were when it came to negotiation, but Bonnet had persisted in asking the Russians for a unilateral guarantee of Romanian frontiers in the event of German aggression against that country. He had also suggested that the Soviet Union seriously consider the negotiation of an agreement with France for immediate assistance in case of war similar to the Anglo-Polish agreement. It is evident that despite the distrust that both Britain and France had for Russia, they still tried to extract from the Russian Foreign Office some promises of aid if Hitler made another step along the road to German expansion. On April 15, Sir William Seeds at Moscow presented to Litvinov a suggestion that his government, following British and French action, should make upon its own initiative a public declaration that in the event of any act of aggression against any neighboring state to the Soviet Union, which that state were to resist, the assistance of the Soviet government would be given if the desire for it were expressed. Bonnet told Bullitt that the Soviet government had rejected this British proposal and had suggested instead that Great Britain, the Soviet Union and France should conclude accords for immediate military support in case of aggression similar to the pact recently concluded between Great Britain and Poland. Apparently, the Russian proposals also included suggestions that British assistance to Poland should be restricted to the contingency of German aggression and that any Polish-Romanian alliance should apply to all states and not merely to Russia. According to the Polish ambassador at Moscow, Grzybowski, the terms of the Russian proposals included permission for Soviet troops to enter Poland by northern and southern routes and for a declaration by Britain that her guarantee of Poland applied only to her western frontier. Jules Lukasiewicz, Polish ambassador at Paris, adds that Russia also wished a free hand in the Baltic states and a Polish-Russian treaty with far-reaching implications. But even though Polish officials knew of these Russian hopes to control her future, they continued to reject any German proposal for an understanding. On March 26, Ribbentrop once more pressed upon Ambassador Lipski an agreement that would include the reunion of Danzig with the Reich and the construction of an extraterritorial motor road and railway connection between the Reich and East Prussia. Lipski curtly countered with the remark that any further pursuance of these German plans. Meanwhile, with Poland, by May 2, the Polish press had proceeded to the point where a demand was made that Danzig become Polish. With Warsaw expressing a rising sentiment of Polish nationalism, there was little prospect for a German-Polish agreement. Pope Pius XII makes a plea for peace as the clouds of misunderstanding gathered along the German-Polish frontier. Pope Pius XII made an important move in the direction of peace. On May 5, the papal nuncio in Paris called on Foreign Minister Bonnet to inform him that the Pope had decided to summon immediately a peace conference to consist of representatives of France, Italy, Germany, Great Britain and Poland. Bonnet conveyed this news to Daladier, who promptly advised the nuncio that France would not participate in any conference held under the threat of German guns. Such a conference would be foredoomed to failure. When the nuncio remarked that it was too late to change this project, Daladier said he regretted this fact because His Holiness would destroy by such action the immense influence in the world which had been obtained for the Church by the last Pope. It would be clear to everyone that the Pope would be engaged merely in pulling Italian chestnuts out of the fire and preparing a new Munich. These words of warning made a deep impression upon the nuncio, who later returned to see Daladier and assured him that the decision of the Pope with regard to the proposed conference was not irrevocable, and the opinion of the French government would have great weight in the papal decision. On May 8, Bonnet told Bullitt that he had learned that the Pope had information which he regarded as positive that Hitler would attack Poland in the near future. This was the reason why he wished to call a conference of the leading European powers in order to seek a formula of peace. The nuncio then assured Bonnet that His Holiness had not consulted Mussolini, nor had he been inspired by Mussolini. On the following day, Bullitt talked with Alexis Lager, the Secretary General of the French Foreign Office. who said that he had discussed with Bonnet and Daladier the Pope's proposal for a conference of powers with regard to peace, and it had been decided to reject it. If such a conference were held, both France and Poland would be expected to make concessions to Germany and Italy, with the Pope as arbitrator and Great Britain as super-arbitrator. The French government held to the belief that any establishment of good relations between France and Italy could be achieved only by direct negotiations. The Foreign Office was certain that Poland would not accept the arbitration of any foreign power in the matter of Germany's demands. At this point, Leger expressed the suspicion of Britain that seemed always to lie at the back of French minds. He believed that the British government had sensed that at such a conference German demands for British colonies might be brought up. Halifax therefore had replied to the papal nuncio in London that he believed the French government would not accept such a conference, and that in consequence Great Britain would not favour it. Halifax had then made a counter-proposal which showed clearly that once all question of discussions of British colonies should be eliminated, Great Britain would be very glad to arbitrate away the possessions and interests of her associates, France and Poland. Leger informed Bullitt that he was then preparing the draft of a note to Britain saying that Halifax's proposal would be just as unacceptable to the French government as the Pope's proposal. From Warsaw came word that the papal nuncio in that city had broached the matter of a five-power conference to the Polish Foreign Office. Beck was fearful that such a conference would deal mainly with French concessions to Italy and would then turn to the matter of Polish concessions to Germany. Poland did not wish to participate in a second Munich conference in which she would be one of the chief victims. It was the opinion in Warsaw that the papal proposal could be traced indirectly to Mussolini. On May 9, the papal Secretary of State, Maglione, confided to the French ambassador to the Vatican that in view of the replies the Pope had received, which seemed to indicate that there was no immediate danger of war, the Pope had decided to withdraw his suggestion. Bonnet expressed to Bullitt his great relief at this conclusion of the affair, as he considered it most important not to offend the Pope, and he felt that the Pope had not had his feelings hurt in any way. To Bonnet, the ceremonies of diplomacy were more important than the substance.